What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7IG Chapter 398 Obvious point: you can only clearly show where your bottom line is, so that the people below can deal with the matter when the time comes. I will also consider these in advance, and then I won't have to worry about them anymore. Otherwise, if I am too easy to talk to, I have not established my authority. Then the people below will not take his orders seriously, nor will they obey the orders he issues. It will be very troublesome if the management 14 come together. Lin Hao knows this very well. So no matter what he does, he must abide by his own bottom line, or his own principles. Only in this way can we establish our own majesty for the people below, no matter what they do. They must all consider their own opinions. After all, they will definitely need to report all these things to themselves when the time comes. If the situation exceeds my bottom line, I will definitely not let them off lightly. Of course, if Lin Hao's control over the family is not that strong, then there must be no one. I will take his attitude seriously, but if this crisis is over, then for Lin Hao, I will definitely take this opportunity to take control of the family in my own hands, and then the people under my control. You definitely need to obey your own orders, so everything needs to be considered in advance. If we think about these things by then, it will be too late, and there will not be much time left for Lin Hao. Advertisement to let him establish his majesty, so he must take advantage of this opportunity, and this is also a very good opportunity. Before taking advantage of this crisis to confirm your leadership position, you must make them admire you from the bottom of their hearts. Instead of doing one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, if this crisis is resolved, then when the time comes, I will have no better excuse to carry out those iron-blooded methods. Otherwise, if your management is too bloody, the people under you will definitely have too many opinions. If they unite then, even if they are the nominal managers of the entire family, they will also join forces and be expelled, but if the method is too mild, then they will not. You take your own words as one thing, so this is also a very contradictory thing. Therefore, the only opportunity left for Lin Hao is to take advantage of this moment when the 007 family is experiencing a huge crisis. Then use some iron-blooded means to protect your position when the time comes, so that you can wait until the crisis is resolved. Only then can he better lead the entire family, otherwise, he would be in this situation now. If you want to lead the entire family in a short period of time, it will be very difficult. Other than that, there is no other better way. Lin Hao also knows this very well. Otherwise, if you don't even have this awareness, you won't be chosen as the family heir. Chapter 399 Persistence, and sometimes his bottom line will become the rules that the people below him must abide by when doing things. But although Lin Hao is very clear about these things in his heart, if he really wants to implement them, there is still a certain degree of difficulty. After all, Lin Hao is now single and weak, and the entire family is weak. Although there are some supporters of him, these supporters are only supporters of the previous family leader. Their loyalty to Lin Hao is only their loyalty to the previous family leader, since Lin Hao was the person chosen by the previous family leader. Then they too will not question anything and will respect the decisions made by the previous family leader. I will definitely support Lin Haoyan without any reservation, but if we say that Lin Hao is in this action to deal with the family crisis, if the performance is not what they want, they will not hesitate to choose another person to take charge of the entire family. After all, for them, what they value more is their contribution to the entire family, rather than the so-called favors. Especially within such a big family, only strength can speak for itself if you have enough strength. They all saw it in their eyes and approved of it very much. Otherwise, even if it was the choice made by the previous family leader, he is also very confident that the ability of the previous family leader must be able to pass his test in these years. After all, since Lin Hao has taken over this heavy responsibility, he must be responsible for him. Can he let him go? Advertisement: the remaining supporters will definitely not have those ambitious people, but after all, this is also a very special period. There are factors involved in the decision made, but the same is true of Lin Hao's own abilities. It is only on the surface that respecting you does not mean that it is a true and unreserved choice to be loyal to you and to your orders. Facing such a heavy burden, I didn't choose to tell others about it, and I was very cautious. 1. So Lin Hao had to be on guard. It was precisely because of this that he did not choose. Let these people share some of the pressure for him, or tell them the entire plan and let them help him execute it. Good thing. So Lin Hao would rather focus all the pressure on himself and let himself be alone. You will implement it without reservation, but after all, for Lin Hao, he understands the entire family. It's not that in-depth and thorough. Even these own supporters are the legacy of the previous family leader. Although the people who were left behind before are not ambitious, it does not mean that the people under them are ambitious. Here, they will not choose to be loyal to Lin Hao as unreservedly as they do now. Or maybe it's the background. Of course, they chose to support Lin Hao. Of course, they had the previous family leader. Because he is also afraid that if something unexpected happens, then everything will be lost. Then others will obey your orders. If you are not strong enough, no matter how tough your background is. Chapter 400 Attracting Attention. If something goes wrong, even if he dies, he will not lose face. When facing the previous head of the family, you must know that he had sworn to the previous head of the family and made a guarantee to the previous head of the family. I guarantee that he will lead the entire family to a new peak, if by that time, he does not fulfill the promise he made. He himself felt that he was shameless, but the idea of cultivating a team of his own confidence was in Lin Hao's heart. Just like the remaining saplings, 627 began to grow continuously, even though there was the previous family leader. The people left behind come to help me, but after all, this is not the person I cultivated. Although they are very loyal to themselves now, who can guarantee the future? As time goes by, people will also change, if they have other ideas by then. Then I am really alone and helpless, so I still need to cultivate a team of my own. So the most important thing now is time, but there is not so much time left for him to solve these small problems. You can only stay where you are and wait for death. You must not have the intention to harm others, but you must have the intention to prevent others from knowing. This is the truth. Otherwise, it would not be recognized by Lin Hao, so Lin Hao thought about it. We also decided to give some of the tasks to them to complete, otherwise, if we talk about these things. Advertisement, even if something unexpected happens by then, I will have the means to deal with it instead of being very passive. But this does not mean that Lin Hao has no one he can trust within the family, but the number is very rare. I'm afraid that within the entire family, these are the only people Lin Hao can trust without reservation, of course. If there is a sense of luck, but the situation is beyond his expectation, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, Lin Hao cannot choose to trust others easily, and these people he can trust. Not only were they unable to resolve those dangers, it actually made them more cautious, hoping to catch them when the time came. There is no doubt about their abilities. Since they can be recognized by Lin Hao, their own abilities must not be much worse. What's more, now, both the hidden dangers within the family and external enemies are focusing on him. If he takes any action, it will definitely arouse their vigilance, and then the gain will outweigh the loss. He must also be prepared for any situation that may occur at that time, and cannot take any chances. Not to mention whether he can complete it. Once he gets it, it will be completed, and it will definitely take a lot of time. If you rely entirely on him and complete it by yourself, it will be a really huge project. The loyalty of the few subordinates he brought with him and trained before, Biba, can definitely be guaranteed. But it is very difficult, so if we consider it all together, Lin Hao also makes the decision. Chapter 401 Meeting. Leave these things to the people under your command. Of course, he still needs to give careful instructions on how to implement them. It's not that Lin Hao doubts the abilities of the people under his command, since these people can be recognized by him. Then it means that they are still capable, and they can reassure Lin Hao. But after all, the current situation is quite special, so there is always no problem in being careful. Moreover, some things really need special advice and cannot be considered according to ordinary circumstances. So Lin Hao thought about it and decided to call those people over and give them proper instructions. Then leave these tasks to them to complete, so that you can spare your energy to solve the bigger troubles. Moreover, it can also create an illusion for those enemies, that is, they are not aware of it. The means they deployed can also paralyze the opponent's alertness to a certain extent. At that time, it will also have certain benefits and have a certain effect on the methods that I will implement in the future. Of course, Lin Hao doesn't know how long he can deceive them like this. But other than that, Lin Hao can't think of any better way if he really wants to do it himself. Then it must be a situation where the gains outweigh the losses. If you do this, even if they are alert by then you can buy yourself more time to arrange other means, so in comparison. Advertisement, it is safer to adopt this method. At least this method still has a probability of success, but if Lin Hao is asked to do it himself, then it is true that there is no chance of success at all. Of course, Lin Hao did not reveal this matter. It was secret at all, so he called his closest confidants over, and then went to the secret room that he had created alone. A long meeting was held, which lasted all night, when the sun was about to rise. Those close men hurriedly left the place where Lin Hao lived, although they looked in a hurry. Please give me flowers. The reason why they chose to leave at this time was because it was still dark, so that their whereabouts could be concealed. This reduces the possibility of the information being exposed, because they don't know how many pairs of eyes there are at the moment. They have been keeping an eye on the place where Lin Hao lives. They also know that they have been here tonight. It must be impossible to hide it, and it will definitely be known by those enemies when the time comes, but now they also occupy a favorable condition. The enemy still doesn't know what plan they are discussing, so they will solve it. But they don't know how to take precautions, which will affect their next plan. Although there are certain obstacles, overall, it is still within the acceptable range. And on the surface, they also look very panicked, in order to paralyze the enemies hiding in the dark. Chapter 402 Creating an illusion. After all, for Lin Hao, within the entire family, the only ones he can trust are these close men. Now it is conceivable that even these confidants don't trust Lin Hao that much. What is Lin Hao's current situation? In this case, they will not regard Lin Hao as a dangerous opponent. When the time comes to take measures, the 353 will definitely be somewhat relaxed. In this case, it can also reduce some of the burden Lin Hao has to bear. Although the effect is limited, it is better than nothing. Lin Hao has been under great pressure these days. If it can be alleviated a little, it can be relieved a little. After all, he still has a lot to do next, if he is overwhelmed at this time. So for the entire family, it is really a devastating disaster. Under internal and external troubles, the entire family is really not far from extinction. If you think about it from another aspect, Lin Hao is also half a friend to them. After all, Lin Hao has grown up all the way. They also accompany Lin Hao through it all, no matter what kind of ups and downs, setbacks or tribulations he goes through. They all chose to stick to Lin Hao's side, and they all watched Lin Hao's growth in the past few years. I also know how much pain the person in front of me, who looks very young, has gone through to get to where he is today. It is precisely because of this that they chose to stay by Lin Hao's side, even though they were originally chosen to protect Lin Hao's growth. He also completed this task as a subordinate, but in the subsequent contacts. Advertisement: Lin Hao did not treat them as subordinates, but as friends, for people like them. This is very rare, because if there are no accidents, the lives of people like them are worthless in the eyes of the owner. In order to achieve their master's purpose, even if they sacrifice their lives, it is a normal thing. But Lin Hao did not do this. Instead, he regarded their lives as very important and would never allow it. They risked their lives, and it was precisely because of Lin Hao's actions that they were truly moved. Only then did they really make up their minds about what Lin Hao would face when the time came. They would not hesitate to accompany Lin Hao to experience this, although Lin Hao did not allow them to risk their lives. But when danger really comes, they will definitely risk their lives to protect Lin Hao. So Lin Hao, the same sincerity he gave, also received their sincerity, so as a friend. They are absolutely unwilling to see Lin Hao collapse like this, and they also hope that Lin Hao can persevere. Because they too, after Lin Hao's arrangements that night on 2.8, also knew Lin Hao's plan, and they were also aware of it. If this plan succeeds, then Lin Hao can really turn defeat into victory, and even take advantage of this opportunity. With the entire family in hand, those troubles that were difficult to solve before can also be solved by taking this opportunity. Chapter 403 Smart. Moreover, they have followed Lin Hao for many years and have their own insights and understanding of the situation. If this opportunity is missed, it will be very difficult for Lin Hao to control the entire family and establish his own authority. Because when the time comes, the entire family will definitely enter the stage of self-cultivation, and there will be many iron-blooded methods. They cannot be used, otherwise, those who are interested will definitely be caught. 14. This fanned the flames. There were a lot of objections within the family. If they take advantage of this opportunity and let them seize the opportunity, they will definitely launch another massive attack. By then, Lin Hao will be in such a position. It will definitely not be guaranteed, and they will never allow such a thing to happen. After all, they also know how difficult it is for Lin Hao to get to where he is today. Therefore, if there is any accident, they will nip it in the bud and not give them the opportunity to continue to develop. It is necessary to ensure that Lin Hao can succeed and safely control the entire family, and that is the only way. Only in this way can we be worthy of Lin Hao's kindness to them that they have endured over the years. Otherwise, if we just turn a blind eye to Lin Hao. If they fell into a difficult situation but took no action, then Mr. Liang would also feel bad about it. What's more, the value of their existence is to help Lin Hao solve various difficulties. Advertisement: if they are indifferent at this time, they will not be forgiven after their death. They pretended to be very panicked on the surface, but in fact they wanted to paralyze the enemy. In this case, it will also give them the opportunity to take the next step. Otherwise, if they are very happy, then it means that they still have some trump cards, which will make the enemy even more nervous. By then, their defenses will definitely be higher, and their next actions will definitely not be of any benefit. They knew this very well, so even if Lin Hao didn't tell them, they had already considered it themselves. So everyone looks dejected, of course, although there are things they can consider. Then presumably those enemies can also be considered. After all, if they can't even consider this thing, then he is not worthy of going against Lin Hao's family. If they can't even consider this, I'm afraid their family. There is no need to continue to exist, but although 033 is thinking about one side, do you believe it? In other words, to make a corresponding response, I don't know, that is another matter. After all, some things will be known when you know them. But whether you believe it or not is another matter. Even if you believe it, will you arrange corresponding means? That's still an unknown number. The higher you are in a high position, the more accustomed you are to living a pampered life. The more they become greedy for life and afraid of death, the more afraid they are of losing this comfortable life, so they will not take risks or risk their happy life. Chapter 404 Suspicion. This causes these so-called leaders of big families to be suspicious. You won't choose to trust others easily, so this is exactly what Lin Hao's confidants take into consideration. They also know that those old foxes are very cunning, and they will definitely not believe them so easily. They behave like this, but this is exactly their purpose, which is to create a feeling of suspicion. Let them make their own guesses. If this is how they behave openly, then their enemies will be a little hesitant and speculate whether there is any conspiracy. On the contrary, if they hide and hide when the time comes, it further proves that they don't have much confidence in their hearts, and they will still choose. Attacking with a more fierce attack method will leave Lin Hao and the others, and the time to deploy means will be greatly reduced. So at this time, it was not just about the strength of the family, but also the calculation of people's hearts. The most important thing is time. If you can buy some time, you can win the chance of success and increase the probability of 1 point. It also started to spread from every corner of the Lin Hao family to the outside world, although the entire family is now closed. These people passed the news on because what he needed now was to create smoke bombs. Of course Lin Hao also knows these situations. After all, as the manager of the entire family, he has control over the entire family. Advertisement: it is also very difficult to implement it specifically. Of course, Lin Hao's group of confidants are not counting on it. It is to seize the opponent's human weakness and implement a series of strategies, although it looks very simple on the surface. But if you really want to do this, it will be very difficult. Because you must know the enemy very well before you can deploy a series of methods based on the enemy's personality characteristics. Of course, the difficulty is not too great, but it is very time-consuming, so for them now. In order to buy more time for himself, he must also buy more time for his subordinates. The blockade on the family has been somewhat loosened, and news has begun to be transmitted from within the family to the outside world. Then they came to the place where Lin Hao lived and stayed here all night, discussing some countermeasures. So in order to delay time, they have done whatever they can, so they just left the place where Lin Hao lived. For them, time is life now, and they can buy more time. It is also very difficult to pass it on, but after a period of suppression by the enemies outside, it must be in his own hands, so these situations were all expected by him, but Lin Hao did not stop them. Just relying on this one time, they want to achieve their intended purpose, but at least they can release a smoke bomb. We will also buy them some time and opportunities. After all, they have a lot to do next. Chapter 405 Blockade. It can increase the probability of success by 1 point, so for the final success, Lin Hao did not stop it. The internal gaps underneath are used to transmit messages to the outside world. Of course, Lin Hao did not say that he chose to ignore them. He also chose to strengthen the family's blockade. He also knew that these blockades were now loosened. So no matter which aspect you consider, it is necessary to strengthen the blockade, if it is annoying to ignore it. On the contrary, it will arouse the suspicion of the other party. After all, for them now, the family must be sealed off. Only in this way can we prevent the news from leaking out. In this case, it is possible to gain a glimmer of hope, but if we just let the blockade loosen. But if you don't care, then the purpose is too obvious. It is obviously to install them in the gap within the family. Although Lin Hao's order has been passed on, after all, it is no longer the past. After all, his control over the entire family is not that thorough now, and there are some things he is only willing to do but unable to do. Then my idea of releasing smoke bombs will not be completed, and I will not be able to buy them time. And it was also under Lin Hao's deliberate arrangement. Lin Hao did not say that he wanted to block all the information. Pass the news out, then the news conveyed in this way must be false, and then they won't be fooled. After all, they're all old foxes. Advertisement. It's just that compared to before, there are a lot less, but it has not been completely eliminated. So immediately after his confidants left the place where he lived, a numerology was also released from the place where he lived. So Lin Hao also sees these things, but after all, he just doesn't have that much energy to deal with them, so he can just take advantage of this opportunity. It was also deliberate. He wanted to let some of this information be revealed. After all, this was also part of his plan. That is, in the past few days, we have to strengthen the blockade around the family, and no news can be passed out. It would be in vain, and those hostile families would not get this information. But how many of them were actually executed is still unknown, but what Lin Hao can know is the order he issued. It's like blocking news, although the orders he made before were also very strict. And in fact, for Lin Hao, it would be impossible to truly block all information. Then all the previous efforts made by Lin Hao and others will be in vain, and precious time will not be gained. At that time, it will be too difficult for the entire plan to succeed, so Lin Hao still has to do what he should do. It's just that the intensity needs to be weakened, otherwise if the blockade is completed perfectly again, then these messages will not be transmitted. It must have not been fully implemented by them, and the information that was blocked must have been disclosed to me, and that information. Chapter 406 Poor Guy. Let's find out who is committing the crime and why Lin Hao didn't take action to solve it before. It is also because this matter is of great importance. If you make a hasty decision, it will inevitably harm innocent people. It is also very disadvantageous for him to have just taken control of the entire family, and some people are also very hidden. Even if Lin Hao paid attention deliberately, he found no trace of them. Now it can be said that the management of the entire family has become more strict, and the blockade of information is also more severe. If they can still pass on the message under such circumstances, it means that their power is also very powerful. In this case, if they want to hide anymore, there is no possibility of continuing to hide. If they don't expose it, they will definitely not be able to pass on this kind of news, so if they want to pass on the news, they will inevitably expose themselves, and then Lin Hao can get rid of all those people. It can be settled once and for all, not to mention that the messages they send out are just the messages Lin Hao wanted them to send out. Especially when the numbers are huge and in the face of absolute interests, no one can endure it, especially people like them. 0. If they can get it clearly, then they will have some rough ideas in mind for their next deployment. If they can really succeed in the end, then their contribution will be very huge. When the time comes, they will be rewarded based on their merits. Advertisement. The purpose is also to cause the enemy to misjudge, thereby bringing better implementation effects to his next plan. After all, their previous level was too low, and they were looked down upon by others. Their pursuit of cultivating nature can be said to have reached a morbid level. After all, for them, this is also a very important news, if this news can be passed on. So for Lin Hao, this is also a good plan to win 2 birds with 1 stone. As for what those people hiding in the secret should do next, they will also be allocated very huge cultivation resources, which is also a very tempting thing for them. When making a choice, I will definitely take this opinion into consideration, because if we talk about Lin Hao's current situation, they will also deliberately choose to make more arrangements based on Lin Hao's current status, which can also increase their probability of final success. No matter how many empty promises, real cultivation resources can make people even crazier. So for their family, it must be a very important help, especially the leaders of the family. For Lin Hao, it will not cause any loss, and according to Lin Hao's understanding of them, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Request flowers. Oh. That's not what Lin Hao has to worry about. If they can bear it, then let them continue to wait. For people who have been living at the bottom of the entire family before, this is especially true in their hearts. Chapter 407 Distortion. They have always been in a living environment where they are being targeted by others, which over time has caused some distortions in their mentality. It can be said that they want to obtain these huge cultivation resources more than anyone else, so as to improve their strength. I also want those who look down on them and ridicule them before to pay the price they deserve. It can be said that this is the only belief that supports his 0 and 0 people to survive, in order to achieve this goal. They can even sacrifice their own lives without hesitation. It must be said that such people are also very terrifying. It's also very sad. If I were born in an ordinary family, I could have enjoyed a perfect life. But destiny is something that cannot be decided by oneself, since one is born in such a family. You have to bear the corresponding fate, but now their situation is better. After all, they have it now. They have the opportunity to control their own destiny. As for what they choose next, it's all up to them. How their destiny will turn out in the future depends on how much contribution they can make in this action. And those who can be selected to carry out this mission must be people with more delicate minds. They can also judge what the current situation is like. According to their judgment, this information is also very important. It is related to whether their family's future plans can succeed, so they need to do it at all costs. Advertisement. Passing this information on. It can be said that if this information is successfully passed on, then their lives will change. It can be said that it is already very stable. Even if I don't do anything else in the future, I only rely on this piece of information. It can bring them huge cultivation resources, so in the face of huge interests, no one can maintain their original rationality. Even if the price paid for the benefit here is life, it is still worth it. There will always be people who are lucky. Especially these people whose mentality has been distorted. In their eyes, their own lives have become not worth mentioning. Instead of surviving like this, it's better to work hard, just in case you succeed. Then they can welcome a different life. They're fed up with this kind of life, if it continues like this. They couldn't bear it themselves, so they risked their lives. Presumably this is why the family. The reason why they will be sent here to carry out this task is that the calculation of people's hearts has reached the extreme. I have to say that these people are really very pathetic, and they have been thoroughly plotted by people within their own families. It can be regarded as a tragic portrayal of their lives, but 1.9 is that there is no choice in these things. Now that things have come to this point, we can only do our best to strive for a better life for ourselves. In addition, they have no right to speak. After all, they are so insignificant in terms of strength or role in the family. Chapter 408 Channels. Of course, if we talk about their strength, they can show their powerful side, or rather show it. If it had been useful to the family, it would not have fallen to this point, but now is not the time to think about it so much. Now we also need to find a way to pass on this information, and they have also received Lin Hao's order. It is said that the blockade within the family must be strengthened and no news can be passed out, if it were originally said. 14. If they still have doubts about this information, they suspect that it is a smoke bomb released by Lin Hao. The purpose is to confuse them so as to achieve other goals of his own, and he is still considering whether to pass on this information. But now that Lin Hao has issued such an order, it means that the authenticity of this information is probably true. Then one can imagine the value contained in this information, since it is true. Then when the time comes, it will definitely be able to bring him extremely huge cultivation resources, which he has never seen before. Under such a severe blockade, these people are also the trump cards of those big families to pass on the information to everyone within these families, but the situation today is different. They will never be used until the critical moment, because once they are used, it means that they cannot continue to lurk. It can be said that under such circumstances, only those few people can still pass on the information. Advertisement. Everyone needs to carry out Lin Hao's order, regardless of whether they are convinced that Lin Hao is in charge of the entire family. There are only two endings waiting for them, either death, or they can successfully return to the family. Although the Lin Hao family also has traitors sent by multiple families, they do not know each other. And each of those people are elites sent by the top big families, and only they can do it. Lin Hao issued these orders to everyone in the family, which meant that everyone knew this order. The channels that you were able to use before are definitely no longer available. You have to think of other ways to pass on the information. So for these cultivation resources, they can risk their lives. On the other hand, they also knew how difficult it was to pass on the information, which was personally ordered by Lin Hao. But after all, in the process of collecting intelligence, you will also know the existence of the other party, and they also know it. It will definitely be very strict. It may not be that simple to pass on this information. There are existences that are more powerful than them. Although those people don't usually move much, there is no doubt about their abilities. It is said that the blockade of the family will be strengthened. You must know that although it was said before that the blockade was also imposed on the family. But after all, the order was only given to the few commanders responsible for the family's defense, and it was not said that it was given to all of them. At least the superficial work must be done, which also explains the subsequent blockade of the family. Chapter 409 Lurking Deep. It can be said that the group currently lurking within the Lin Hao family are spies photographed by other families. Their fate is also very clear. Except for those few who are the elites within the family, the rest of them will basically not escape death. And even the elite members of the family are at considerable risk, because now Lin Hao has also set a trap for them. Lin Hao also knew that there was such a group of people, but he didn't know which one they were. Because his control over the entire family is not so thorough, but in this operation, if they didn't hold back and expose themselves, their fate was already doomed. Lin Hao will definitely get rid of them. As for those people who were abandoned by other families and sent here, their fate was already doomed. Even if they pass on this information this time, nothing will change. It can be changed from now on, and they don't expect themselves to have great achievements by then. When the time comes, not to mention the training resources he was given, even those within the family want to pull his corpse over and whip it. They don't know the plans laid out by Lin Hao, but they know if they will do it. In other words, their current group of people, whether it is the spirit within the family or those who have been abandoned by the family, it is to gain benefits for the family. If you are born in this family, you must be a useful person to the family. Advertisement. Even if they can obtain the tempting cultivation resources provided by their family, they have no chance to receive them. And once the plan is exposed, their family will definitely find that they have been deceived. If the information he obtained is passed on, he will definitely be rewarded by the family, but his fate will be different. They will also be sent by the family to perform some difficult tasks, and, Zhao Hao, people like them who have been abandoned by the family can only be used to spy on intelligence. Even if they want to live the kind of life that ordinary people live, they don't have this right. They must give full play to their final value. But if they can detect useful information, they can pass it back in time. After all, it was also because of the wrong information they passed on that caused huge losses to the family. Of course, all this is a thing for the future. They are all facing a huge choice now. If they are slightly negligent, they may even lose their lives. No matter how big or small your own abilities are, this is unchangeable, like those with great abilities. Then when the time comes, the family will definitely not treat them badly, even though they have been abandoned by the family. But for those who have been abandoned by their families, this is their only chance. But sometimes some rules still have to be followed, especially when these rules are made by themselves. Just saying that they can live that kind of ordinary life is enough to satisfy them. This is also the tragedy of this group of people. Chapter 410. Don't make people feel cold. If this group of people had made great contributions, there was no indication from within the family, and they even broke their promises. Regarding the rewards that were decided before, he is now denying them with his eyes and does not intend to give them. Then it will also chill the hearts of people within the family. In this case, it will create an illusion for people within the family. Even if you make a contribution to the family will not treat you well when the time comes. In this case, people within the family will not work together, and similarly they will not have a strong sense of belonging to the family. In this way, when the family faces a crisis, they will not face the difficulties with the mentality of living or dying with the family. But when the crisis comes, they all fly away when the disaster strikes, and in fact, the promised rewards are not for the entire family. It's nothing, even for a random family elder, the benefit of putting his finger inside is exposed. It is completely enough to pay, so there is no need for them to talk about something. What's more, after seeing this small bargain, the consequences will be far beyond their imagination. For a qualified leader, they will definitely not make such stupid mistakes. Unless he doesn't want to lead the entire family to a new realm, but it's obvious. As far as the current situation is concerned, there is no such person if such a mixed leader really exists. Advertisement. Then within the family, he has been dismissed, and he will not be given the chance to continue to lead the family. Why? And let the fate of all of them be linked to the entire family. If the entire family's strength declines by then their situation will not be any better, Beffa, and you must know that although the family is relatively powerful, the treatment they enjoy is also very generous. But the strength of his enemies is also equally strong. If the strength of his family has declined, those enemies who are eyeing them eagerly will definitely be unable to catch up, and their situation will be dire by then. So when it comes to matters related to one's own life, no one will be careless. Of course, these people have been abandoned by their families. Their level of contact is also limited, and they don't understand the complex relationships behind it at all. They only know that if they pass on the information this time, then there will definitely be huge benefits waiting for them. And this kind of benefit is something they have never seen before. For them, this is already enough temptation. In the face of this huge temptation, they can lose their initial rationality, and they know it. There are not many opportunities given to them. Well, there are also spies photographed by other families here. If they act a step slower and let the other party pass on the information first, then their own family will. In terms of early preparations, we are already one step behind. If we decide on the follow-up actions by then, if there is any impact, then they will be the sinners of the entire family. Chapter 411. Delivering information. Although in the end, they passed on the information, they did not pass it on in time, which caused losses to the family. Then their previous merits will not be clearly explained, and the best result is that the merits and demerits will balance out. But the greatest possibility is that the punishment will be greater than the reward, and a tragic end will still be waiting for them. So now, they also have to race against time and against other spies. It is to pass the information before the other party, and to pass the information to the hands of one's own family. If you let the other party pass it on first, then you have already lost, even if you pass the information on in the end. In fact, it doesn't mean much anymore, and now, there is also good news, that is, the blockade is now very strict. Those people are just like me. Although they have obtained this information, they don't have any good way to pass it on. If you act rashly, not only will you fail to achieve the expected results, but you will only be self-defeating and become a sinner. Therefore, their own strength is very limited. Even Lin Hao's family is not that powerful now. Asking for flowers in other words, if they try to pass on information in a desperate way, there will only be one end, and there will be no other consequences. If you want to pass on the information, it will be more difficult than now, if it is because of your wrong judgment. Advertisement. The situation is also very worrying, but there is no doubt that as a big family, it has the most basic capabilities. There will be other people by then. If we all sit together and discuss it, we will be able to come up with a feasible solution. That is, they died, but the information was not passed on, so for them, it was just a meaningless sacrifice. On the contrary, it will arouse the other party's vigilance, thus making the blockade even tighter, and then other spies from my family will be involved. This is the bottom line that they can't bear, so when it comes to life, sometimes you can't be too selfish and only think about yourself. But after all, I still have my family, and I can't make fun of my family's lives. If this makes it impossible to pass on the information and brings huge losses to the family, then even if you die. And it's not like they haven't thought about how to fight to the death, but you must know that they are also the kind of people who have been abandoned by their families. They all have it, and it's far from what a little shrimp like me can resist. You also need to consider your family. After all, you are no longer alone. What's more, it's not like the family only sent him here. If they are asked to die, they will not have any hesitation, but if their family members are asked to take risks. In other words, everyone is in the same situation now. They all have information, but there is no channel to pass it on. But my family will not be let off easily. It can be said that they no longer care about my life or death. Chapter 412. Find a way. That kind of result is not what they want. After all, they have only one choice now, which is to try their best to pass on this information. Even if it means paying the price of your own life, as long as you can pass on the information. Then there is no doubt that your family will be treated well by the family, even though they themselves have been abandoned by the family. But the friendship on the surface of 977 still needs to be acceptable, not to mention that he has also contributed to the family by passing on the information. If the family does not take any care of its own family members, then I am afraid that many people in the family will feel chilled by this. So they are very relieved about this, so what is before them now is a difficulty. That is to say, how to pass on this information. After thinking about it, there is actually only one way. The information this time can be passed on, so now that the plan has been determined, the most important thing is what they can bear. So if we give them a chance to perform, we don't know how long it will take. Right now, we are only united because of common interests, but if we wait until we go out, we can meet again. How could they possibly help each other? So this was the issue they were currently considering. Because there is only one opportunity like this. If you miss this time, you don't know when the next one will be. Advertisement. You must know that they are not from the same family. Although they are the same, they are all spies placed here by the family. And you have to know that this kind of turmoil will definitely not last for long, because once it lasts for a long time, 0.8, then there will be more powerful forces to stop this turmoil, because they can tolerate short-term turmoil. That's how we should let the elites from other families help our group to pass on information. In addition, they can't think of other better ways, and there are no other ways. If the other party agrees to help them with this favor, then they also have great confidence. Moreover, the opponent's strength is also stronger than our own. If we have to fight forcefully, then they are definitely no match. But if they are asked to give up such huge benefits, then they must be very unwilling to do so. But if it takes a long time, the impact will be far beyond. Unable to make those other plans. What's more, as far as the current situation is concerned, they also have ready-made channels. That is to pass on this information through the channels of elite personnel from several other families. But there is competition between them, not to mention that the families behind them may also be hostile. Then it may be a red-eye situation, either you die or I die. It can be said that everyone wants the other party to die quickly. But taken together, the feasibility is too low, and their own strength is not that strong, and they have no ability to compete with them. Chapter 413. Don't miss the opportunity. It is even possible that they will never have a second chance to achieve such a feat in their lifetime. And after this time, their identities have been completely exposed. If they want to carry out such a mission next time, they will be able to do it again. It is also unlikely, and other families will be more vigilant. When the time comes, it can be said that if they miss this opportunity, then it really means that there will be no chance of it happening again, and I will spend the rest of my life in such a muddle, maybe even in this brawl. He gave his life, but he only gave his life and did not bring any substantial benefits to his family. That kind of death is truly aggrieved. So if, even more so, 14 knows the final result and is unable to escape death, then it is better to take advantage of this opportunity to do something useful and try to win some benefits for your family, which can be regarded as making a final contribution. Moreover, in the face of so many people, they would be a little overwhelmed if they were to attack collectively, because they would not agree to their demands. When the family makes plans, it is not too far behind other families, so their mission has been completed. In this case, you only need to pass on one piece of information, and then this piece of information will be sent to different families. After discussion, we came up with the best and most reliable way, which is to unite these ordinary spies. They have more important tasks and cannot be exposed so easily, or die worthless. Advertisement. Then I am afraid that they themselves will not forgive themselves. It has to be said that there is strength in numbers, and a few people gathered together. They already take their own lives very lightly, but for the elites sent by those families, In this case, the contributions made by each of them will be recognized by the family. In that case, when the time comes, it will definitely attract the attention of Lin Hao and others, and when the time comes, it will also be suppressed by the masters in Lin Hao and his family. In this case, the information cannot be passed on, and no one can obtain the final benefit. Then they will also expose this matter. In this case, in the end, they will not be able to escape the end of being solved by Lin Hao and the others. They are far more powerful than them, but after all, they are also numerous if the other party wants to be silent. In this case, even if you die in the end, you can rest in peace. Otherwise, if you just die like this, there is no value in dying. Moreover, they are just the 380 people who were abandoned by the family. If they die, they will die, and it is not a big deal. Then the final resources can be obtained, which is also the best solution, and despite the strength of those elite personnel, it would be impossible to get rid of them all, and if a fight breaks out, when the time comes, we will negotiate with the elite personnel from those families. In this case, everyone should pass on the same information. In this case, the time sequence will not be distinguished, at least the difference will not be too obvious. Chapter 414 Loss for such a family, it would be meaningless to photograph them. Such a result is not something they can bear. Because the family spent huge profits to bring them in, they would never be used easily. It is only at this critical moment that their role will be revealed, if they are exposed at this time later. Then the family members must be very angry by then, and their family members will also suffer because of this. So they have only two choices: either they don't agree with the demands of this group of people, but they have to deal with them quietly. You can't make too much noise, because the current blockade is also very strict. If there is any disturbance or big movement, they will also be keenly noticed by the other party, although their strength is stronger than the group of people in front of them. But compared with that kind of real master, it is still inferior. What's more, now it is also the base camp of their family. Although their current situation is not optimistic at all, they're at the top level of those experts. Then there will be no other interference, but again, what they have to lose will be too great. But after all, there are so many of them, and it is in this special period, if something unexpected happens to them then. Therefore, they will definitely not choose this method, to get money, so the only other method left is that one. At this critical juncture, they don't want to make any negligence or make a small mistake. Advertisement. That's why the situation has been in a stalemate until now, so during this stalemate, their role can be demonstrated. They will definitely not choose this method, and in this case, it seems that there is no other way than this method. Then we can choose this method at that time. The only advantage is that it can solve the problem from the root. If they want to fall short, or let all the efforts they have made be in vain. But this method is actually a method that they are not willing to choose at all, because if they choose this method, that is also very difficult. Even if I can get rid of them, there are suddenly so many people missing. Even if no one notices them at all, even if one or two of them die, no one will care at all. There is not a big gap. Otherwise, their family would have already taken action. They would not have waited until now. In other words, they were sent here, because Lin Hao and his family were at the top level, so they didn't suffer much loss. As a result, everything will be lost, so if they want to quietly deal with the group of people in front of them, then it is no different from betraying one's own family, so if it is not impatient, it will definitely arouse the other party's vigilance, causing all their efforts to be in vain. Therefore, this method is not realistic at all. Because in this case, any small detail can determine the final success or failure. Chapter 415 No choice. They have no other choice, either to die or to help them pass on the information. But if you choose to help them pass on the information, then even though it looks like it is also equivalent to betraying one's own family, but it still leaves them a lot of room for maneuver. After all, for them now, they are the only ones who can pass on this information, and those other people, although they unite to put pressure on them, they also want to use their channels to pass on this information. Give it to the families behind them, but in fact they can't get out at all. In other words, they can only pass on the information, but the people cannot make any changes. Otherwise, the current situation will change slightly. This will alert Lin Hao and the others. In the end, they lost more than they gained, so there must be no changes for them. If it were normal times, their opinions would not even be taken seriously by those powerful families. They don't have much strength, they just want to take advantage of this opportunity to fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits. But it will also cause them some unnecessary casualties and make the situation more complicated. Then, even though I and these people have verbally promised that they can pass on the information, they will also pass it on to the families behind them. Advertisement. As for the remaining families, they are actually not that strong. Otherwise, it would be a relatively powerful family. The opponents who were discovered also wanted to control the situation as much as possible in their own hands. I will definitely take pictures of the elites within the family, and if they lurk in, well, this is the situation now. So for Lin Hao, it is definitely a relatively powerful force, although it will not bring him any fundamental change. And when the time comes, it will definitely be a few of them who will pass this information to their families first. There is no need to use their channels at all, so those are just some small families who want to take advantage of them. They didn't want the duck they had already obtained to fly away in the end, so in this case, don't let him have any special changes, otherwise it will be beyond their control. If you ignore their demands, then if they unite and join Lin Hao's camp, he wouldn't even pay attention to them, but after all, this situation is quite special now. But if the information is actually transmitted, it will be beyond their control. Then the operating space left for them, Bia, is much larger, since they can't get out at all. If you want to control the situation at that time, it will not be so simple, because once some things start to change, they are completely beyond your control. These small families, well, together they are not a weak force, if it comes to these people. Chapter 416 Taking control of the situation. And although Lin Hao said that their current situation is not optimistic, but Lin Hao is a big family of their level. They also have their own allies, so although they are now forcing Lin Hao and the others to be very tight, 17. But in fact, they also know that Lin Hao and the others are not at the end of their rope. The reason why they seem to have a huge advantage now, but they have no reason to take action. It is also taking into account the existence of Lin Hao's allies, although allies must also pay attention to interests. It is impossible to say that they are risking a war between families to help Lin Hao and the others, but their existence is tantamount to a deterrent. I don't dare to let them act rashly. If they are so ugly, we must do it as quickly as possible. In the innermost way, they dealt with such words before his friends could react. Everything is over. If you want to take revenge for Lin Hao again, you need to consider whether it is worth it. After all, Lin Hao and his family have already perished by then, for the sake of the so-called loyalty of a perished family. If they make some unwise choices and drag the whole family into the abyss, it is very unworthy in their eyes. Yes, in their eyes, if Lin Hao and his family are eliminated by then, but his allies. If you still insist on choosing to avenge him, it is indeed an unwise choice. After all, you have reached their level. Many times, what is more important is interests, the so-called covenant or the relationship between each other. Advertisement on the contrary, it seems a little ridiculous, so in the face of absolute interests, no one will choose the most unwise choice. So now they are just surrounding Lin Hao and his family, but there is no reason to do anything. In other words, I want to find a suitable gap, and when everything is ready, we can solve it as quickly as possible. Before Lin Hao's other allies could react, everything was over. By then, as long as they carve out some of their interests, this matter will surely settle down quickly. Please give me flowers. At that time, they will divide the benefits they have obtained, and then the entire family will enter the stage of self-cultivation. I believe that through this change, the strength of my family can be improved a few points. In their eyes, the so-called allies only unite together because they have the same interests and needs. As long as the time comes, they will solve Lin Hao's family and divide part of the benefits obtained. If it were given to his so-called allies, they would probably not do anything more. After all, one of them is a family that has been destroyed. The other is real benefits. As long as you are a smart person, you will know how to choose. So now, they are also starting to collect intelligence from many aspects, and they can clearly feel it. Lin Hao's blockade on the family has become more and more strict, and now the news has basically been unable to be conveyed for a long time. Chapter 417 changes in this situation, whether it is those families with relatively strong strength or those small families whose strength is not good at all. This can all be clearly felt because of the spies they placed within Lin Hao's family. It has been several days since the news was delivered. You must know that they also deliberately warned them before. Not to mention that information has to be delivered once a day, but it also takes 2 or 3 days. 293 will report the changes within Lin Hao's family in real time. They will all be passed on in detail. When the time comes, they will be able to make corresponding complete plans based on these changes. It's not like they will be too busy and passive when something unexpected happens, thus missing out on the greatest benefits. But it has been several days now, and there has been no movement at all, so they also know that something happened that they don't know about. Something very important must have happened within Lin Hao's family, and the blockade has also been tightened. If you finally accept the coercion and agree to pass on the information, then there will definitely be a time when the information will be passed on to them. Then pass other news to the corresponding families, so that they will be prepared by then. Then make corresponding arrangements according to the strength of their family at 0.0, and wait until their arrangements are completed. Thus threatening those people in their family. But they know that no matter what the situation is, it will be very detrimental to them. They simply don't have this ability and can pass it on, even to those in their family. Advertisement in this case, if there is any important information, they definitely want to pass it on. And those powerful families are also a little uneasy, because they know that even though they say it. What kind of changes have occurred? I don't know whether this change is good or bad, so this change is the source of their worries. In this case, it is also possible to pass, please help me out, but the main thing is that they don't know what's going on inside. Moreover, they also knew that Lin Hao and his family were also secretly investigating spies sent by many families. They have only one choice, and that is to let those in their own family pass on the information. Now Lin Hao has become very strict about family blockade, but according to the abilities of the few people they photographed. So in this case, I don't know if those people from other families will fight to the death. Compared to this situation, the spies within their family may not be able to pass on the news. They are definitely not as well prepared as they are, not to mention that their strength is relatively strong and they are fully prepared. But judging from their strength, it seems that they do not have the ability to transmit information, so in this case. This can be seen from the fact that they have been surrounding Lin Hao and his family. Recently, the number of guards has increased a lot. But when they thought of this, they felt a little reassured. If there was really any important information, it would be coming soon. Chapter 418. Shifting the blame. Then when the time comes, it will definitely be able to occupy the greatest interests. As for if other families have any doubts about it by then they are the ones who can also put all the blame on those intelligence officers. When the time comes, when they receive this information, they don't know which family they belong to. Therefore, after the distinction is made, there is already some delay in transmitting the information. 14. Although such excuses are hard to believe, in the face of absolute strength, they can't say much. After all, the strength of those small families is just like that. If they want to ask for an explanation, then it is undoubtedly nonsense. And I believe that the people in those small families are not very stupid. Otherwise, stupid people will not be able to live safely to this day. Now that the information can be passed on to them, it would be very interesting if they are still entangled in this aspect by then. Then when the time comes, I will definitely teach them what their duty is. They have to be ruthless, otherwise they will not be able to develop to the scale there today. They simply cannot bring out his greatest value, so all they can do is follow those big families. But they are not fools, and they know that although the other party has promised them on the surface, it will be implemented in detail when the time comes. Although they said that the elite personnel deployed by the big families had agreed to pass on their information. Advertisement, therefore, if you think about it from another perspective, it is for their own good if they do this. If the leader of their family was not confused, he would not choose to go there to find trouble. They didn't know how to do anything big. Instead, they ruined their entire family because of their greed. They also have no right to intervene, not even the families outside them, let alone the courage. They also know that even if the information can be passed on this time, it is obvious that their family will definitely take a step forward. But if you think about it seriously, even if their family can get such 427 important information in the first time. When the time comes, fishing in troubled waters and getting some benefits will be enough if you want something. Otherwise, their family will definitely disappear from this world on the second day, and they are very clear about this. But tonight is destined to be a very long night, because for the spies who are collecting intelligence. And even if they were to pass on the information in a timely manner, according to the power of those small families. For their family, it actually has no effect. After all, their family's strength is also there. Even if only one family in their family knew all the information, then what's the use? Although I say don't look at the faces of these powerful families, they look kind and amiable, but behind their backs they are better than any other family. If there is a greater benefit, then it is also necessary to first see if the strength of your family is sufficient. Chapter 419. No strength. If you want to obtain those massive benefits before you have absolute strength, then even if you can obtain them in the end. I don't have enough strength to protect it. Instead, it will bring disaster to the entire family. It's the truth that a man is innocent but harbors a jade. They all understand, especially in this cruel society, if they don't have enough strength. Then you don't deserve anything, but if you have strong strength, then you will have whatever you want. Although it seems a little cruel, this is the law of survival in this world, and they say there can be so many. That is, those whose strength is similar to mine, and those families want to get this information before them. If they make some arrangements, then they will have made a meritorious service, to be precise, as long as they can pass on the information this time. For the family, it is already considered a meritorious service, because their family's power is also placed here. Even if the information is sooner or later, it actually doesn't have much impact on them, and it's not of much use at all. Because even if we take action in the end, we will definitely have to wait for those powerful families to be ready before we can take action. As for these small families, they can only follow those top leaders and wait for the real chaos to break out. They are following behind, fishing in troubled waters and getting some benefits, which is already very good, but I dare not imagine it. When the time comes, we will take the lead and take the greatest credit, let alone whether we can keep this credit. Advertisement. The probability of success alone is very slim, and it is very clear that they are lurking within Lin Hao's family these days. Although on the surface, the situation of Lin Hao and his family is not very optimistic. But in fact, the power within their family cannot be ignored, at least according to the power of their family. In front of Lin Hao and others, they were not enough to watch, and even one or two elders were slightly excluded. We can deal with all their families. I didn't see that. If everyone united, they wouldn't dare to do it rashly. They all spend time here to obtain information, that is, to get a better opportunity, even those powerful families. They don't dare to act rashly. What are these small families? In fact, strictly speaking, these small families are not even qualified to be cannon fodder, because their existence will not treat Lin Jia and his family at all. Cause any impact. Even the combined strength of their entire family is not as good as those elite disciples within Lin Hao's family. So in fact, they can only come here to fish in troubled waters, Li Haojiao, as for why they acquiesce in their existence. On the other hand, if these small families unite, they are also a force that cannot be ignored. On the other hand, I am also taking this opportunity to win over them, so that when the time comes, these small families will be able to win over them. If you can also get some benefits, you will be grateful to those big families. If there are any problems or tasks, you will be lucky. Chapter 420 means if you let them implement it, they won't be so resistant, and they can't always be strict. The kind that doesn't give you any sweet spots will not last long if you rule, so I just happened to take advantage of this opportunity. Because there are many things that those big families don't like at all, but if they are just discarded like this. Generally, there are some regrets, so we just make the best use of them and bring out their final value. And when the time comes, we will definitely not be able to ask these big families to come forward for anything, even trivial matters. They also need to be handed over to these small families under their control to complete it, in order to win their hearts and minds. When the time comes, I will be able to work better for myself. Of course, as for what the higher-ups in the family think. That's not what they have to consider. They're just some people who have been abandoned by the family. Their mission is just to pass on this information, and then obtain some training resources. thus changing their own destiny and the destiny of their descendants as the driving force for their lifelong struggle. In addition, they will not think about anything more, because thinking about more is not enough for them. It is of no use at all. Now they need to sort out all this information. When the time comes, use a special method to seal it, and you must also indicate which family you belong to, otherwise there will be information. Advertisement. Although it has been passed on, it cannot be sent to their own family. Then all their efforts will be in vain, and all their efforts will be in vain. After a long night, when the first light of dawn shines on this branch, it passes through the exclusive channels of the elites of those big families. This important information will also be passed on, and it will also be passed on to their corresponding family, Beck. Lin Hao also sees all this, because through tonight, he also achieved what he wanted to achieve. Now he can also identify those elite personnel from other families who have been hiding very deeply. But now is not the best opportunity to take action. Let them dance for 2 more days. Moreover, my next plan cannot be separated from them, and I also need their hands to implement the plan I have arranged. Because there is some wrong information, they still need to be passed on, otherwise, other than that, he can't find any other better way. If he lets this information out, then even a fool can figure it out. There is a problem, but if the spies installed by other families are allowed to pass on this information, even though they have doubts, every family has received the same information, if they choose not to believe it. Other families choose to believe that as long as there is a chance, it will prove that this information is true. Then when the time comes, the things they are wrong about are not limited to this. I will also be punished within the family. The other elders are questioning, so they will definitely handle it with the idea of believing what they have and not what they don't. Advertisement. Chapter 421. Be prepared, and when the time comes, even if corresponding arrangements are made, there will not be much loss to them. If it is finally proven that the information is false, it will also give them peace of mind once it is proven that the information is true. Then the benefits they can obtain will be far beyond their imagination, so in the face of huge benefits, they will also choose to give it a try, not to mention that this attempt will not cost them a heavy price. After all, they all see the situation of Lin Hao and his family now, literally. I can't hold on for how long. In this case, if he can still stir up any big waves, then the big families behind them will probably not tolerate this happening. After all, judging from the current situation, Lin Hao only has the power of their family, and they are several people who are united together. It's really a joke if several people join forces and can't get rid of Lin Hao and the others. I'm afraid they won't be able to have much prestige in this city in the future, so for such a big family, prestige is also a very important thing. Otherwise, they will not have much say, and their opinions will not attract much attention at all. Therefore, in order to avoid this situation from happening, they will definitely choose the best thunder method. If they go to deal with Lin Hao and the others, they will definitely not leave him a chance to come out. If this is the case, then they can rest assured. Advertisement. That is to say, in their eyes, the final result is already determined, it just depends on the length of time. So in this case, it is understandable that they would make corresponding arrangements. But for Lin Hao, his goal has been achieved, partly through the goals of these spies. He passed on all the information he wanted to convey, compared to these wrong information. It will also cause wrong judgments for the families behind them, which will also buy him some valuable time. Please give me flowers, let them complete the next arrangements, because for them, time is life. If it can be delayed for a part of the time, then their next plan will have an increased chance of success. And it can also be successful, creating a confused egg, because such important information will definitely not be disclosed easily. But now, both the big families and the spies installed by the small families have passed on this information. Then the authenticity of this information needs to be discussed. In this case, they will also include those families. They dare not do anything casually even if they have the strength to spare, and thus begin to be constantly suspicious. In this way, they can buy them more time. And the most important thing is to dig out all the spies who are deeply hidden within their family. Even if they are not all exposed, they are almost exposed. If they can deal with all these people, they will be out, which will be a thorn in Lin Hao's heart. Chapter 422. Don't underestimate. But never underestimate these top experts. You must know that they can practice to the point where they're today. I definitely have more and various means, even if I don't let them do it personally. But there must be many people who want to do it for them, so as to form a good relationship. At that time, when I have any difficulties, I will definitely seek out these top 963 strong men. This is a rare and good opportunity. To let such a top powerhouse owe a favor is definitely something that everyone dreams of. So even if these top experts are not allowed to do it themselves, they just use some small means. It is not a price that these families below can afford, so it is precisely because of this consideration. I didn't act rashly, and although when the time comes, if these top strong men interfere with their plans, then the top experts behind their family will definitely not sit back and do nothing. After all, no matter what, it is their own family and they cannot ignore it. Because those top strong men are equivalent to the protectors of the entire family, and the entire family will also follow a fixed ratio. Hand over part of the benefits brought by the family to seek the protection of these top powerhouses, even though they are all members of the same family. But brothers are still selling accounts, not to mention that top experts at their level don't have so much time and energy to pay attention to the affairs between these small families. It is only to pay a certain price to seek the nominal protection of these strongest people. Advertisement. So if Lin Hao, the guardian of their family, wants to take action, then the guardian behind them Corresponding actions will definitely be taken, and a battle between these top experts will never be allowed. So this won't make them too timid, but they are afraid that Lin Hao and his family will be killed when the time comes. Carrying out this fight with the idea of destroying everything is a price they cannot bear. But if they had wiped out the entire Lin Hao family before the patron saint of the Lin Hao family could react. If you pay a certain price by then, this matter can be solved perfectly, after all. The relationship between them is more about interests. Anyway, the entire family has been destroyed, and then they only need to replace Lin Hao and his family. Then complete the role of distributing benefits, then the whole thing will not be so difficult, and it must be from the root cause. Completely get rid of Lin Hao and his family. In this case, we will take revenge for a completely closed family. And facing such a large number of families, and behind each family, there is a top strong person. This is completely an unwise choice, 4.9 so as long as they handle it cleanly enough. Then this matter is not as difficult as imagined, but if there is a fish that slips through the net. Then the nature of this matter has changed, and it will definitely make the top power behind the Lin Hao family take revenge on them at all costs. Chapter 423 Hope. Because as long as one person survives, it proves that the family still has hope for revival. For this slim hope, those people will definitely do whatever it takes. After all, their family will have been destroyed by then. Even if you sacrifice here, at home, you are just sacrificing your own life, since the entire family is gone. Then there is no point in living alone anymore, so by then, they already had an indifferent attitude. If the entire family can be revived, that is the best result. If it cannot be revived, it is nothing more. For them, it is also a relief, as they no longer have to carry such a heavy burden to live. If they have to live alone in this world, it will be a huge pressure on their souls. Although it is said that it is better to die than to live, but when it really reaches that point, the psychological pressure will really make a person collapse. So once there is any other choice, they will definitely not choose to live alone. Their purpose is also very clear, that is, they cannot let anyone escape, and they must all be captured. Lin Hao and his family must be completely eliminated, and no one can escape. Solve them all and eradicate the root causes. They are also very understanding. Advertisement: if the time comes to leave trouble for oneself and then come to take revenge on one's own family, then the price will be paid with one's life. It's a dead-end situation, but if we give them hope, let them revive the entire family. Kindness to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself, so what's more, what each of them represents. It's not just him, but also the family behind him, and his own family. Only in this way can we not bring big trouble to them. Never underestimate the power of revenge. They will definitely not give up with them. After all, they were the ones who destroyed Lin Hao's family. If you want revenge then. But in order to let his family survive better, there is no other better way. After all, the world is so cruel. These families must be the first to bear the brunt, so no matter from which perspective, there can be no mistakes. So to be on the safe side, they are not acting recklessly now, and are choosing to look for suitable opportunities. Don't let someone go just because you were soft-hearted, otherwise it will bring endless destruction to you. Revenge can really make a person lose his mind, and it can also completely transform a person into another person. If by that time, their last hope is shattered, then it is really possible to welcome them. Waiting to bring a thunderous blow to Lin Hao and his family, and to catch everyone in one fell swoop. It's my own family and my own family members, although they will be a little cruel if they eradicate the roots. Chapter 424 Obey orders. They, too, obey the orders of the family leader, and they can't help it. The world is so cruel. Just relying on small characters like them can't change anything, for those powerful people. None of them can change the current situation of this world, let alone the little minions like them. They can only follow orders and exercise them. What they can do is to enhance their own strength as much as possible. In order to survive in this cruel reality, they have no other choice. They don't have the ability or the ideas to do those kind things, because you don't know. Because of his temporary kindness, the suffering it will bring will be how cruel. Sometimes, just because of one thought, it may bring disaster to the entire family. Although they are not completely taking action now, they are aware of the current situation. It's just temporary. There will definitely be a big war waiting for them, when that time comes. It's really the time to decide life and death. It's really either you die or I die. There is no other choice. And the so-called calm now is just the calm on the surface. Underneath this surface calm are more turbulent waves. Now the entire family is very nervous, and they are constantly sending out various spies to find out the news. Advertisement: they also know that it is very important at this time and there cannot be any mistakes. Otherwise, the price they will incur will not be something they can afford, and they will have to find ways to do so. In this sinister plan, he has obtained enough benefits for his family. After all, this is the reality of the world. Man-made birds die for food. No matter how great the risk is, it will be accompanied by the same benefits. And it is an eternal truth that the more dangerous the place, the greater the benefits it contains. So, this is exactly why they did not choose to back down in the face of such huge risks. Although the risks involved are also very huge, once this thing succeeds. Then the benefits it brings to them are absolute and beyond their imagination, not to mention for them. After their family has developed to this point, it is very difficult for them to take a step forward, as if they have encountered a bottleneck. If you want to go further, unless there is a huge opportunity, you will just maintain the current situation. But in their hearts, they also know very well that this current situation cannot last long if they cannot seek further development. Then the family will definitely decline day by day, so as the leaders of the family, they will never allow this to happen. It just so happened that at this time, Lin Hao had just taken charge of the entire family, so it was no surprise that he became the best solution. As long as Lin Hao's family can be annexed, their own family can definitely be annexed. Chapter 425 Once in a Lifetime. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for further development, if Lin Hao is allowed to take complete control of the family. So based on Lin Hao's ability, it will definitely be his family that will be annexed by then. So if you want to survive, you must completely solve Lin Hao before he rises. In this way, you can also defeat a powerful enemy and bring better development to your family, killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't they do it? A good opportunity like replacing 613 doesn't happen every time. If you miss it, you don't know when it will happen next time. For them, this good opportunity is like someone giving them a pillow when they doze off, so they will definitely do it. Missed this good opportunity. But even though they said this, they also knew the risks involved and did not act rashly. That is to say, in order to seek an opportunity to kill with one blow, they also know that the centipede will die but not freeze. For Lin Hao and his family, they are just taking precautions, fearing that they will come up with some unexpected methods when the time comes. Whether it is delaying time or comparing strength, it is a huge advantage for them. Everything is developing in the direction expected by Lin Hao, and the information he wants to release deliberately. So now, they are not acting rashly, and if they persist according to this situation, then for them. If they can detect Lin Hao's true intention, then they will definitely be deceived by Lin Hao when the time comes. Advertisement, but overall, they are not so anxious, because the situation is very favorable to them. And in this case, they can also minimize their own losses. Where can such a good thing be found? But what they didn't expect was that Lin Hao took advantage of their underestimation of the enemy and laid out a shocking conspiracy. If there is a slight mistake in any link, then, it will bring a devastating blow to their entire plan. Lin Hao saw all this, but he did not take any measures to stop it, because all this was originally part of his plan. If Lin Hao and his family don't plan to take any measures, they just plan to persist like this. It is very possible that the family will never recover from this. I have to say that Lin Hao's methods are also very clever. At least until now, the leaders of these families have not discovered the conspiracy laid out by Lin Hao. It is also disseminated from within the family through various channels, and then passed on to those hostile families. The impact it brought was far from being greater than the impact it had on Lin Hao and his family. So although they said they wanted to find another opportunity, most of them were not too anxious. Then they are also willing to see this situation, because they will definitely win in the end. In other words, now, if the competition takes time, I find that their family absolutely cannot afford it, so I say. Chapter 426 Worry. I was still worried about the spies planted by these families at that time. There are not enough channels to pass on this information. What should I do? After all, he knows it. Although all of this is his plan, the blockade on the family has indeed been strengthened. Moreover, the people below did not know his plan, they just knew that he asked them to strengthen the blockade of the family. If this continues, the order will not be discounted at all, based on the capabilities of ordinary spies. It is definitely impossible to pass on the information, and those who are very hidden and have some channels. I don't know if it will pop out. Even if it pops out, will it have enough power or ability to pass on the information? All of this is an unknown number, and those spies who are hiding deeply are powerless to block all of this. Then Lin Hao's plan has failed, and then there is no need to adapt to everything he had planned before. When the time comes, all it takes is the spies planted by these other families to reveal their identities. This is to ensure that the spies installed by these other families can successfully pass on the information. If it really doesn't work, he will ask his subordinates to take action and create some loopholes. This will bring the entire family into the endless abyss, and the family cannot be destroyed because of this. Advertisement. They also blended into the ranks of spies planted by other families. If we talk about those spies who were well hidden at that time, Lin Hao will not allow this to happen. He also knows that he cannot afford to gamble. He also shoulders the mission of the entire family. Otherwise, if the wallet cannot be passed on, I will arrange this series of plans next. It can be said that the future fate of the entire family is in his hands, and it cannot be because of his own negligence. Then what awaits them is endless destruction, so Lin Hao also considered this at the beginning. The spies inserted will definitely gather together to discuss what to do, and Lin Jia's goal will be achieved by then. I couldn't put all my efforts into use. I finally saw the hope of success, but it was all in vain. Then Lin Hao's goal has been achieved, and as for the information, he will definitely find ways to pass it on. Therefore, although the series of plans he laid out also had some gambling elements in them, then push his plan to continue to develop, so that when the time comes, these other families will be there. Of course, the effect may be a little worse, but overall, it is still within the acceptable range. Because as the beginning of the plan, it cannot be normal. If it starts, the plan will be in vain. If there is nothing he can do, then he will need his confidants to pass on the information to the place he wants to pass it on. So he also made corresponding arrangements, that is, he secretly cultivated some of his confidants. Chapter 427 Gambling. But Lin Hao is not the kind of person who only relies on gambling to do things. Lin Hao has also arranged corresponding means. If by that time things go in a different direction than he expected, then he will use the means he has arranged. It can also come in handy to ensure that things develop in the direction he imagined. In this way, 490, can be successfully guaranteed, and his final plan can be successfully implemented. So if it were purely based on gambling, then Lin Hao would not be where he is today, let alone where he is today. The reason why he is able to reach where he is today relies on his thoughtful brain. He also knows that there are some things that cannot be relied on luck. If he relied on that, he would have died countless times. Only by making a relatively complete plan can you feel at ease. The same goes for Lin Hao. He is not the kind of person who relied on the heart of a gambler to get where he is today. He also has a deeper and more thorough understanding of reality, and no matter what it is, he must control the situation in his own hands. Then those who die by then may be yourself, your family, and the entire family. People are all 3.4 selfish. It is difficult for the entire family to be spared. Lin Hao also knows very well that this is not the time to emphasize benevolence, justice and morality. Then it won't be like now, just surrounding them with no sign of taking action. Why? This is not to say how cruel they are, but the reality is such cruelty if they don't do this. Advertisement: the more this kind of fight between big families, the more emphasis is placed on eradicating the roots, leaving no hope for the other party. But it is also possible to maximize the probability of success and minimize the probability of error. If the same feeling happened to Lin Hao would also choose to eradicate the root cause. If you can't even guarantee your most basic survival, then it is safest to implement it according to the plan you have arranged, although it cannot be guaranteed to be foolproof. Only on the premise of ensuring that you can survive can you have the time to pay attention to the so-called benevolence, righteousness and morality. You must know that the responsibility he shoulders is also very important. He will not joke about it. Once all your trump cards are exposed, I believe your opponent will take corresponding actions. To be honest, in the face of real survival, the so-called benevolence, righteousness and morality will be thrown away. He also used almost all his trump cards if the plan arranged this time could not be successfully implemented. What awaits them then will feel like a thunderous blow, presumably under such an intensity of attack. So, he also knows what he should do. He also put a lot of thought into laying out this plan. Then all his trump cards will be exposed in front of the enemy, and then the enemy will not be as timid as they are now. Otherwise, this will leave endless troubles for oneself. Moreover, a soft-hearted person cannot control such a huge family. Chapter 428 Qualification. What qualifications do you have to talk about the so-called benevolence, righteousness and morality? Everything is based on your own life. Only when you are alive can you do what you want to do, and only then can you maintain that ridiculous morality of benevolence and justice. Otherwise, if I die, even if I give you great opportunities and endless resources for practice, what's the use? You are already dead, so you can no longer enjoy these, so everything. It must be built on the basis of being able to survive, if you can't even have the most basic foundation. What use are those attractive benefits, or that huge check, to you? So 14 said, Lin Hao also understood very well that there is nothing more important than his own life in the face of survival. So, he must also be responsible for the entire family and so many people, since he is now the leader of the entire family. To control such a large family, and he is also conscientious and has made so many contributions to the entire family. This is something Lin Hao absolutely cannot bear. Faced with this situation, Lin Hao will never be merciful. In other words, whether they recognize themselves or not, at least they are in this position, then they must bear the corresponding responsibilities. In the face of this kind of existential crisis, other issues can be put aside for the time being, except for those who really want to betray the family. Advertisement. But once you have bad intentions, or other ideas, and want to use the entire family as your stepping stone, you can put it forward, or you can sit down and discuss it carefully, or you can say that you want to do it in your own way. I will definitely get rid of them, and then I won't care about what's flowing in their veins. Wanting to harm the entire family is exactly Lin Hao's bottom line. In Lin Hao's point of view, you and I can have different opinions. It is also the bloodline of the entire family, so when you wanted to use the entire family as your stepping stone, why didn't you consider the people you wanted to abandon? For other people, if they can repent in time, Lin Hao is willing to give them another chance. In the end, the result turned out to be like this. I was somewhat dissatisfied, but definitely not that way. Then you have to shoulder the same responsibility accordingly, no matter what the opinions of the family are about you. After all, he understands those people very well and knows how to see a young man who is so much younger than himself. After all, what flows in the blood is the bloody affair of the same family, and it is not serious enough to have to be eradicated. All of this is acceptable. Even if these things happen, Lin Hao will not kill them all. As for other conflicts within the family, you can wait until this crisis is over, and then slowly settle it, and then liquidate it again. Lin Hao will not be merciful. But the most important thing now is how to lead the entire family to continue to survive. Now that is his chapter 429 bloodline. He also has the same blood as you, so Lin Hao will not have such double standards. Lin Hao also has a very straightforward idea. Since you want to kill me, there is no need for me to save any face with you. Anyway, Lin Hao will never allow people who have ideas about themselves to live peacefully. In this case, it is also very irresponsible for one's own life. What's more, now Lin Hao's life no longer just belongs to him, he also shoulders the hope of the entire family's survival. As well as leading the entire family to a new peak, Lin Hao has a very big task now. It is also unacceptable that Lin Hao is making fun of his own life. The most important thing is that Lin Hao's character is not the kind of person who talks about benevolence, justice and morality. It's also the kind of love and hate. It's clear that if you are good to me, then I will also choose to be good to you. What you have given, then what you will get when the time comes. But similarly, if you want to harm me, then I'm sorry, I won't leave you any way to survive. I will definitely get rid of the weeds and not leave you any chance, there is no way around it. After all, this reality is also so cruel. Kindness to the enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Lin Hao will not tolerate such things happening. Lin Hao has been able to get to this point, despite the cruel laws of this world. It was also a very profound realization, if Lin Hao was still a very kind character before. Advertisement, then after so many years of training, as well as the experiences arranged for him by the previous family leader. It has also trained Lin Hao to become a very qualified family leader, not to say that he has been trained into a cold-blooded person. Although people like that are more rational when making choices and judgments, and they will also consider the interests of the entire family. But in that case, it will not be recognized by those people within the family, so all in all, it will do more harm than good. The previous family leader would not make such a stupid mistake, and based on his understanding of Lin Hao. In other words, if they knew each other, it was absolutely impossible for him to become such a person, so he did not choose to develop in this direction. Therefore, he only deliberately cultivated his straightforward and decisive character and his decisive way of doing things. Of course, that doesn't mean that all the kindness in his character will be wiped out. It just means to keep them all and use them when necessary, of course, when doing most things. It must also be absolutely clean and decisive, and it must maintain absolute, goodly, calmness, and it must be based on the interests of the family. Only in this way can we lead the family to a higher peak, and at the same time, you can also get the support of these people within the family without making them resentful. Otherwise, even if he can lead the family to a new peak, if the leader is a ruthless person, it will still give people a strange sense of distance. Chapter 430 Gains and Losses. In this case, even if the family reaches glory by then, so what, they will only have respect for the family leader. There is no closeness. Normally, this would not be seen as a disadvantage, but once the family is in danger, then this shortcoming will be revealed, and there will be many people who will not keep one heart with the family leader, of course. They also know that if this is the case, the choice made by the family leader is definitely the right one. What is best for the family, but after all, not everyone can do it, be so cold-blooded and ruthless. Many things will be more rational, even if we simply cultivate such decisive people. You can only cultivate them into a family. Your hidden power, the so-called killing machine, is only for this kind of people. Only then can they be able to bring their cold-bloodedness to the extreme, and only then can they better fulfill their mission. Since they have been chosen to become killing machines, they don't have to think too much. Selfishness or ruthlessness, any family leader would choose this choice. Because for them, maintaining the entire family is their top priority. If you don't even have your life, what's the use of talking about kindness, so you can't blame Lin Hao. He is also constantly transforming into a qualified family leader, possessing the kindness he should have. Advertisement, but most of them are the kind of people who deal with things simply, decisively and calmly, and this series of plans arranged by Lin Hao. Either their family will disappear from now on, or they will cause this killing and then lead their own family. At that time, it will definitely bring huge casualties, and these casualties will definitely exceed their imagination. But it is obvious that such a killing machine cannot become the leader of the family, so Lin Hao has gone through these trainings. This kind of killing is far beyond their understanding, or their estimation. In fact, for Lin Hao, the so-called cruelty, or callousness, is placed in a secondary position, as long as it can ensure that the rise and fall of the family will not be cut off. What he now shoulders is the fate of the entire family, and there are only two paths in front of him. Whether it is for Lin Hao, the people within his family, or his enemies. Just unconditionally carry out the orders given to them. That's all. They don't need to have other ideas at this time. To survive in this crisis, faced with such a choice, Lin Hao will undoubtedly choose the second path. If it can be carried out successfully by then, the killings it will bring will be far more than what they have brought. He didn't want to see such a situation happen, but there was no way, for him, he had no other choice. In other words, they have their own judgment, for them, they only need to execute it. People are selfish. Even if you want to be kind, it must be based on your ability to survive. Chapter 431 Obligations. Then their mission has been completed, or they can be worthy of the rights they enjoy in their current status. And all poor people must be hateful if they cause such huge casualties. It is unfair to those from the hostile families who are against Lin Hao. Then the ones who caused the current situation are all themselves. If they were, they would not be occupied by the greed in their hearts. If Lin Hao would not launch such a large-scale siege against Lin Hao and his family, then Lin Hao would have such a plan. There are also no conditions for carrying out such a plan, which means that things will not develop to the point where they are today. For these families, they would not have caused such huge casualties. If you want to blame everything, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. The reason why it has developed to this point is because I deserve it, even if Lin Hao gets there. If it really caused huge casualties, then they would not have any authority to blame Lin Hao. Because the cause of all this today is also caused by the greed in their hearts. If it were not for the greed in their hearts, Lin Hao would not be able to come up with such a plan, nor would he have such favorable conditions to implement these plans. In other words, if Lin Hao wanted to annex these families, he would have to think of other ways. Whether it is in terms of time or means, it will be relaxed, instead of being as violent and bloody as it is now. Therefore, they can only be said to be asking for trouble. Even if you pity them, there is nothing to pity. Advertisement, however, when things have developed to this result, it is useless to say more. Now it is not to find out who is right and who is wrong. Because originally, there is no such thing as right or wrong, because everyone's perspective and thoughts on things are different. Their positions are also different, so consider these things from their respective perspectives. Then there is no so-called right or wrong, because if they consider this matter objectively from their respective perspectives. Please give me flowers, everyone is right. After all, you can't blame them, everyone is working hard to survive. It is not said that it is necessary. Some people should survive and some people should be eliminated. This is already unfair in itself. So, there is no doubt that everyone has the right to live for themselves, or even live better. And therefore, there is no so-called right or wrong. From their respective perspectives, everything is perfectly justified. And this world is so cruel, if you don't like it, or you kill more decisively. Maybe the opponent will react based on your fatal blow. By that time, the enemy will not show any mercy to you. Or it could be said that I spared your life because of a moment of kindness. This is impossible. I didn't say that you might have that moment. He would have the thought of letting it go, but in the eyes of his enemies, he would never have such thoughts. Chapter 432. What is the enemy? What is an enemy? Enemies are like that. Either you die or I live. This is their fate. No one can change it. In this cruel world, only one of us can survive. 11. The other party can only declare the end of this battle with death, so I say if you are not ruthless enough. Then the other party will definitely be more ferocious than the 493 you imagined. When the time comes, the price you will pay will be your own life. Even the price of the entire family, such a huge price is far beyond what you can bear. So, in this matter, no one will say that they will cause irreparable losses to the family because of their temporary softness. By that time, he will be the sinner of the entire family, and his descendants will also suffer because of it. Some very unfair treatment, and people are selfish, and they can only do so under the premise of ensuring their own personal interests. Only then will he consider other things. It must be said that Lin Hao also considered it very comprehensively when formulating this series of plans. Especially the calculations about human nature have been taken to the extreme, even the inner thoughts of these people. Only then will they decide the biggest change and can solve it. In this way, they can also understand their biggest worries. At the very least, don't be an enemy. There is no such a smart and thoughtful enemy. I have already gone to another world, and these are no longer things I consider. If they want to do more things, even with their current strength, they can no longer do it. Advertisement. If Lin Hao really develops, if they target Lin Hao 2.2, it will definitely be a very uneconomical deal. Therefore, they also want to take advantage of the last opportunity to do something for the family, because if they miss this opportunity, it's really scary and will definitely make you toss and turn when you go to bed at night. They can only cede part of their interests to seek short-term peace, and they also know this unbalanced relationship in their hearts. In the very beginning of the fight, they had already lost. Being an enemy with this kind of person is definitely a painful thing, so if there is any choice, no matter what happens to the descendants of their family, they don't have to worry too much if it doesn't work. Moreover, they themselves have already done their best to be benevolent and righteous. Being able to do this is their limit. If you want to make something again, there is nothing you can do, and you have to wait until the time comes. At least the entire family can continue for a while, and after this period of time passes. As well as their personalities, all taken into consideration, I have to say that Lin Jia also has a very careful brain. Also try to avoid becoming enemies with such people, and try to choose to become allies with them, even if you cannot become friends. And these families, precisely because of this consideration, have trouble sleeping every night. It won't last long at all, because when you give up part of your interests and give it to Lin Hao and his family. Chapter 433. Delay. Then they also exchanged time for profit, but lost so many resources. As a family grows, it is inevitable that there will be some difficulties, and Lin Hao and his family, after receiving additional resources, it can also allow the family to develop better. Given the ebb and flow of things, I believe it won't take long. Lin Hao and his team's strength will also be superior to that of their own family, and even if they want to make a comeback, they will. Their strength is no longer allowed. Moreover, Ren's greed will never be satisfied when they get part of something. They will want to get more things, so when the time comes, they will definitely seek more benefits. Under the step-by-step encroachment, their family finally existed in name only. Even he can only rely on Lin Hao and his family to survive. By then, his own family will have been destroyed. There is no difference, it's just that the name is still there, but what's the use? He has enough strength. When the time comes, it will be even more difficult for them to target him, but in their eyes, the wrong information was also transmitted quickly through secret channels. So they will never allow this to happen. They are also accustomed to the kind of life of being a master. Supporting him to lay out those perfect plans is just empty talk, but if Lin Hao is allowed to develop advertisement, it's just a matter of conversation for others before and after tea. I believe it won't take long for Gao Gao to live in such an unequal relationship. They will definitely not sleep well because of this, because they will definitely study such important information carefully. If they were suddenly treated in a different way, it would be difficult for them to accept it. After all, although my family's current strength is not that strong. And he also knows that they must have studied his character and even all aspects of his affairs. There is no need for Lin Hao and his family to take action, and his own family will also end up in a very miserable end. But they must not be in a relaxed mood now, and even feel very heavy on the contrary. The reality is cruel. If you don't have enough strength and only have a name, Therefore, they also decided to strike first while Lin Hao has not yet developed his strength. Now all the situations are developing in a direction that is beneficial to them, and with Lin Hao's acquiescence. It is estimated that it is now on the table of their family leader, but even though such important information has been obtained from within the high Lin Hao family, through layers of blockades, to those spies placed within the Lin Hao family, and among the families behind them. 840. And Lin Hao can also think of the information he wants the other party to know at this moment. That means no one will pay attention to you at all, and this so-called name will only become a joke in the mouths of others. Then for Lin Hao will have the ability to spread, but he will not have enough strength. Chapter 434. Prepare in advance. But after all, their family was also a very powerful family before, so they would act rashly without any preparation. That is absolutely tantamount to seeking death, even if they can succeed in the end. But the price paid during this period was definitely far beyond what they could bear. And if they have such a frizzy personality, they can't do it. Having led his own family to this point, you are not qualified to challenge Lin Hao and his family. Therefore, they will definitely study all the situations of their family very thoroughly. And the reason why they chose to take action at this time is probably because they have a deep understanding of themselves. If you let yourself, after taking control of the entire family, have the corresponding strength, their good days are about to end, so they will strike first and attack Lin Hao and his family. In this case, it means that they have also conducted very careful research on Lin Hao's character. In fact, I know that Lin Hao is the kind of person who is very capable, very thoughtful, and very rigorous in doing things. They could pass on the information, but vaguely, they also felt that this method was not very reliable at all. It will definitely be strictly sealed and nothing will be revealed to the outside world, because according to Lin Hao's character. In other words, they feel that the family can only be regarded as the deputy servants of Lin Hao and his family. Advertisement. Although the current situation of their family is not optimistic at all, relying on his own ability to maintain the status until now. That's why they had such an idea, because they knew that according to Lin Hao's character, such important information could be obtained. Even if they, Wang Wangs, have secret spies placed within Lin Hao's family, some have this corresponding special channel. He will never make such a low-level mistake, and according to Lin Hao's methods. Because in the face of such strength, there is no way for their family to organize an effective resistance. If Lin Hao's family is able to lead it, I believe that their family will rise in time. Will there still be room for their family to exist? Even if there is, they can only rely on Lin Hao. Can their family still survive? They also became more determined, and they wanted to eradicate Lin Hao, but therein lies the problem. They didn't dare to get involved in any way. I have to say that this also proved from the side how powerful Lin Hao's power was. If we talk about Lin Hao's thoughtful character, it would be like this. It is not as strict as it is now, if it is based on methods they did not know before. It's just a matter of time, and if it comes, it will be after Lin Hao's family rises. Although Lin Hao also blocked the family in the past few days, the degree of blockade was limited. That's why they saw Lin Hao's huge potential. That's why they felt fear. No matter what he considers, he can maintain a calm attitude. This kind of person is also very scary. Chapter 435. Doubt. If you want to pass on some information, although it is very difficult, but if you use those secret channels, it can still be done, so when they received the information before, they didn't have much suspicion. But this time the information is different. Although this information does not seem to contain much, it contains great meaning. It is also very important. If this situation were to be leaked, it would be the same as Lin Hao and their current situation. To make matters worse, the situation is not very optimistic to begin with, if this kind of news is exposed. If I could see my opponent, if we knew about these situations, we would definitely publicize them. This creates inner pressure on people within the family, making their current situation even worse. Even if you want to maintain it, you can't continue to maintain it at all, so no matter which aspect you consider. It is impossible for Lin Hao to let this level of information leak out, but the facts are also before his eyes. He did pass it on, so they, BEFD, are also considering whether Lin Hao deliberately spread this information. The purpose is to cause them to misjudge and attract them to attack. If this is the case, they must have prepared the corresponding ambush, with the spies they planted. It is also impossible to continue to detect any useful information, so Lin Hao and his family have to mobilize some internal defenses. That's not at all accessible to the people they installed. If the time comes, they will take a very big risk. Advertisement. If you force yourself to do detective work, it is very likely that you will be exposed. If one of you is exposed by then, this will arouse Lin Hao's alert, and it will be very difficult for other spies to leave the country. At that time, it will become unrealistic to really find out some information. In this case, if it delays one of them, it is still a trivial matter if it involves other families. Then they will definitely unite and seek an explanation from themselves until then. This is the real headache for me, because no matter it is a relatively weak family or a relatively powerful family. Once they are united, they will become a force that cannot be ignored, far beyond what any one of the families can resist. Therefore, if any problem occurs, the consequences will be far beyond what they can bear. Therefore, they can only rely on the principle that they would rather believe that they have something than believe that they don't have the final chance. It means it's coming soon. If it's false, it can make them feel at ease and not have such wild thoughts. Of course, on the other hand, their offensive also became more fierce. They only sent a part of their manpower to verify whether this matter was true or false. On the other hand, they have also stepped up their pressure on Lin Hao because of the two-pronged approach. Even then, it can be proven that this information is false. Chapter 436 Be prepared. They also use corresponding forces to constantly force Lin Hao and the others, which would not leave them too much preparation time. In this case, even if they make a mistake in judgment and cause some delays, the situation will be within their control. If you ignore this information, then it will only be those people sent out from within the family. Lin Hao and his colleagues are responsible for such a difficult collection of intelligence, because they are searching for intelligence within their organization. It is really a very dangerous thing, because if you are not careful, you may be exposed, and the only consequence of being exposed is, even if they lose their lives, they are very aware of the risks involved in this matter. Of course, the fate of these people is not within the scope of their consideration, but the current situation is that we can only rely on those people. They are now outside and it is impossible to send people to infiltrate. Because of Lin Hao, the blockade on the entire family has now been taken to a higher level, not to mention inserting another person. As long as a slightly unfamiliar face appears within the family, he will come in and be interrogated strictly. Advertisement: they will only be released after they are safe, but this will also waste more time. Therefore, except for those people they sent out before, they can no longer count on them. I really don't understand the internal situation of Lin Hao and his family at all, according to Lin Hao's powerful ability. Please give me flowers. If all of them are solved, then they are really blind. Every move they make next. If they love him, the spy is within Lin Hao's family. Although there are also several families united together, after all, Lin Hao's family was before them. So other than that, they won't have any other better solutions. It is also a very powerful family, if they come to fight them desperately with the idea of destroying everything. As for Lin Hao, they don't have the inside information of their family, so they can only stay on one side for the time being. Advertisement: to verify the authenticity of this information, on the other hand, it is based on the content conveyed by this information. Although they currently have an advantage in apparent strength, they also know it in their hearts. It also forces them to face this crisis seriously, and it also requires serious consideration. This so-called advantage is only superficial if there is really chaos in the world. 0. Therefore, they must take all these into consideration and cannot let them lose. They also paid a very huge price, and this price was far beyond what they could bear. If they lose the corresponding information, they will be completely passive. We obtained information about Lin Hao and his family from other channels, so let's talk about the current situation. Then arrange the corresponding means, so that the two things are done at the same time, no matter whether the final result they get is good or bad. Chapter 437 Killing two birds with one stone. They are not too passive, and they can be just right, if the authenticity of the matter is confirmed. With just the right combination, the means they have prepared can also be used to launch the final attack. In this way, I won't be delayed in either aspect. What's more, there can't be any sloppiness in this matter. You must be very strict and cautious to deal with these things. 560. Even if it takes a little more energy, it is still worth it. This can prove the authenticity of this matter, and it can also make them feel at ease, and they will not be as worried as they are now. And it is also conceivable how entangled they are now, and they must be too now. He will allocate part of his power to verify the authenticity of the information he deliberately released. In this case, Lin Hao also secretly increased the blockade on the entire family again. Now it is no exaggeration to say that couplet can sneak in quietly even if it is a fly. In this case, it is for Lin Hao's enemies who want to verify whether this information is true or false. It will also bring greater difficulties, if when the time comes, even Lin Hao and his family will not be able to enter. Let's talk about verifying the authenticity of this information. It is nothing more than wasting more time and energy on this matter. In the same way, it will disperse their forces, which will also give Lin Hao more time to make plans. On the contrary, all this did not happen. The analysis on the same road was originally the one who wanted to delay some time. Advertisement: they didn't expect that they would be able to pay off the pressure they were under, but it wouldn't crush Lin Hao and the others yet. But pressure, the less it is, the better. Sometimes if it exceeds a limit, it may really crush people. Moreover, what Lin Hao represents now is the fate of an entire family, and there cannot be any carelessness. He would not joke about this matter, but in this case, it would leave Lin Hao with more time and space to control. In this case, I will be more confident about the success of the final plan. But next, Lin Hao also needs to take control of the situation personally. There are some things besides Lin Hao. Then others don't know what to do, and these steps are an essential part of Lin Hao's plan. Once any link is missing, it will have a huge impact on his final plan. It is even possible that failure is very possible because of this. Similarly, Lin Hao does not take anything lightly. He must ensure that some other families come to investigate the situation and confirm the information of 1.1. Whether they are real or fake, all people are blocked outside and cannot be allowed to infiltrate. As long as they can penetrate it, then for Lin Hao and the others. The plans he has laid out bring with it the risk of being ganged up on, in this case. When the time comes, the possibility of their family falling into crisis will become even greater than it is now. Chapter 438 Consequences of Infiltration. The most important thing is that if they are allowed to infiltrate, they will want to block these messages at that time. But it's not that simple. If they really come in, then, Lin Hao, if he wants to catch them again. I'm afraid so. It will inevitably cost a lot of effort, which will give the enemies outside a chance. They will even be asked to infer some situations based on these, and these happen to be. It happened to be something Lin Hao didn't want to let the other party know about 14, and once they penetrated. When the time comes, let those very well hidden spies use their secret channels. If all the corresponding information is then passed on, all Lin Hao's previous efforts will be in vain. And the plan laid out by Lin Hao will also come to nothing, and the only thing waiting for him is death. At that time, Lin Hao, if you want to turn over the cards again, unless there is a miracle, the probability of a miracle in this world is also very small. And it wouldn't be possible, just by coincidence, Lin Hao could encounter it, and ordinary miracles would not be possible. Lin Hao's current situation, so this possibility is very slim, if they want to get rid of the predicament in front of them. Only by making your own strength stronger will you not be afraid of other dangers. 927. If they want to verify whether this information is true or false, they will definitely choose to send some powerful people over. So no matter when, the only person you can keep and trust is yourself. Advertisement, that's another story. In this case, no matter when the time comes, I will do it myself. Because it is impossible to tell others, they will always wait for your call, which is also very unrealistic. No matter how hard I try, I still can't solve these problems. In this case, even if what is waiting for them fails in the end, they will die without regrets. I'm afraid it's impossible to even infiltrate into their family, so if so, it will be more secure, because no matter who you want to rely on, there will be certain risks. So Lin Hao also arranged corresponding matters for his close men, because in the next time. After all, everyone has his or her own affairs. It is impossible to delay yourself because of your affairs. So this is also full of too much uncertainty, but if you say you have the corresponding strength. When you encounter these difficulties, you can solve them by relying on your own strength. You don't have to rely on others, and you won't be disappointed when the time comes. You can only rely on your own strength, and no matter when, you can only disappoint people if you rely on your own strength. So at least, I have worked hard, and at least I will not leave any regrets in my heart. They will also send some people with stronger strength, but they will just send some people with average strength. Only then can they achieve what they want. The situation they face will also become more severe. Presumably his opponents are trying to verify the authenticity of this information. Chapter 439 Useless effort. Otherwise, it is just useless work. At this point, if the person they photographed is a very powerful person, just relying on the methods he has deployed now, it is very likely that someone will slip through the net and penetrate into their home. And if once the other party infiltrates and lets people know the other party's strength, it will be very difficult to find them out again. After all, those who can be sent to perform this task are also very talented in concealment. And the strength is very strong, but if such a person wants to hide wholeheartedly, it's not easy to find them, and they don't have so many manpower and time now. Go find a lurking enemy within the family, but the methods Lin Hao has deployed now. If the other party wants to lurk in, and if they want to do it, they can do it silently. There are only a few places where they can break through, so Lin Hao is also needed. Leave these arduous tasks to your close associates, although there are some very powerful people within the family. But Lin Hao didn't trust them very much. On the one hand, these people were not loyal to him before. And there are people down there who are very respectful to me on the surface, but secretly they are also a little dissatisfied. Who knows if there are any of these powerful people? Otherwise, I will reveal the situation myself when the time comes. Advertisement. It is also very possible that the gains outweigh the losses. The most important point is that I do not have the ability to mobilize them now. Although they are facing such a huge crisis because of their family, they have given some orders to themselves. They also wanted to implement it without reservation, but they did not use their rights. So this point also gives Lin Hao some headaches, so for Lin Hao, it's just maintaining a superficial respect, but in fact, although the family also has some relatively powerful forces. But now these forces are not under Lin Hao's control, which is why the hostile families dare to unscrupulously unite and attack Lin Hao's family. This aspect is also considered. Although Lin Hao has very powerful abilities, his control over the entire family is not that thorough. Although the strength of their family cannot be underestimated, Lin Hao does not have this power in his hands. So this is also the best opportunity for them. If they miss this opportunity, then, Nuo de Hao, will be the ones who fail in the end, so they cannot afford such a price. If you miss this opportunity, there will never be another one, once Lin Hao rises. Then what awaits them must be the most tragic ending, and it is precisely because they know this truth very well in their hearts. That's why they joined forces to launch an attack, and it is precisely because of this that Lin Hao now has some headaches. Chapter 440 Passive. In fact, maybe originally, this was not such a huge crisis for Lin Hao and his family. At least they won't be as passive as they are now. They can only stay within the family, and the blockade will be strengthened. Only in order to save their lives. If this had been done before, this situation would definitely not have happened. Because the combined strength of their entire family is also very powerful. Unless they are holding the idea of wanting to kill everything, maybe Lin Hao's family can be replaced. There is a slight possibility to solve them, but if it is 550 million, it must be Lin Hao. If they really control the power within the family, then for them, this will definitely be a bolt from the blue. And they didn't know that what they thought was an opportunity was actually a very good opportunity for Lin Hao. There was no big threat to the entire family before, so they had energy to focus on internal fighting. But now when they are facing a very huge threat from the outside, they are facing a disaster that is enough to annihilate them. Advertisement. Then all their energy is focused on how to resist foreign enemies. There is not so much thought to be used to activate various small thoughts internally. So for Lin Hao, this is also an opportunity, since he has a perfect plan. After taking action to get rid of them, the reason why Lin Hao indulged them until today was because they were all members of the same family. So this also brought Lin Hao an opportunity to control the entire family. There will still be a lot of contact in the future, and their assistance will be needed in all aspects of work. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are illusory and have no effect at all. But from a long-term perspective, this is definitely a very uneconomical deal. Then what is needed next is enough strength to support, presumably those people within the 10-point family. It's not that he wanted to bring the family to destruction, otherwise Lin Hao would have used thunderous means. Advertisement. In order to be able to complete it, he doesn't want to make the relationship so bad if he can use such strong methods directly. Then in the future, if you want to establish authority within the family, you will not get the most sincere support from their hearts. Then those within the family who still have opinions about him must be speechless at this moment. So for him, this is actually a bad place, although it can help him control the entire family more quickly. People like Lin Hao would definitely not choose such a stupid decision. And in this crisis, it is also necessary to mobilize the power within those families if they do not cooperate. If Lin Hao can take this opportunity to lead the family out of this predicament. And a very cautious character, but if you don't have enough strength, then just having these, bed is not enough. They all know it very well, and most of these people are very loyal to their families. 17. It is really difficult for the family to get out of this crisis, even though Lin Hao has a very smart brain. Chapter 441. Consider it in advance. The previous family leader actually took this situation into consideration when he handed over control of the family to Lin Hao. We have also considered that within the family, there will definitely be people who are not convinced and will take the opportunity to attack Lin Hao. So before that, he had already prepared many means, including the worst plan. If Lin Hao is really unable to control the situation by then he has left enough means to quell the turmoil within the family. However, this method is also somewhat bloody and cruel, even though they are all members of the same family. But if things really develop to that point, Wei Fu will make a choice without hesitation. They all use this method, thinking that compared with the whole family, some people will be sacrificed. It is also very necessary, as long as it can ensure that the entire family can continue. Then it is worth paying a huge price, because from the perspective of the family leader, there is nothing more important than the development of the entire family, no matter when it comes. All must be taken. The interests of the entire family are put first. Of course, every family cannot avoid internal battles. Because wherever there are people, there will be fights, which is inevitable, especially for a big family like this, which involves the interests of many parties. So it is normal to have fights. If there is no fight, it really means that the family is about to be destroyed. There is no chance to save anything, but if the fight is allowed, it is only within a reasonable range. Advertisement. The fight is within the range they can bear, if their fight has exceeded this range. If it will only bring harm to the family and not bring any benefits, then when the time comes, this level must be controlled. Even if some violent and cruel methods are used for this purpose, it is still very necessary. Because if not, then the entire family may be dragged into the endless abyss by them. In this case, the entire family was not destroyed by the enemy, but was destroyed by one's own hands. Please give me flowers. Then if you tell me, it's really a big joke, if you say this, you will face your ancestors. They are also all faceless, although the previous family leader also believed in Lin Hao's ability. But after all, he couldn't joke about this matter, because it was related to the future destiny of the entire family. 0. It is also related to the future development of the family, so he is fully prepared and cannot take risks on this matter. If something really goes wrong, then he will really lose face, so his trust in Lin Jia is on the one hand. Why? But on the other hand, he is also preparing for the worst, so as to prevent the eventual uncontrollable situation. So he has already told Lin Hao all these methods, but he also told Lin Hao, unless it is critical, do not use this method, because once this method is used, the consequences will be unimaginable for them. Chapter 442. Consequences. Because they also know that once this method is used, it is likely to cause greater resistance within the family. In particular, it will cause different thoughts within the entire family. In this case, the entire family will not be united. Then it is impossible to continue, and for the power of the entire family. It will also be a huge blow. For a family leader, this situation must be avoided. We must not let it happen, otherwise this will be the biggest dereliction of duty as a leader. And he is also very relieved about Lin Hao. He also knows that Lin Hao is also a smart person. I know that this method cannot be used until the last moment, and once it is used, then it is an irreparable loss for the entire family. Of course, it is also to avoid any accidents when the time comes. After all, there are many situations that are unimaginable. After all, no matter how rational a person is, there will be times when his emotions get carried away. Therefore, the previous family leader, in order to avoid some other accidents. Therefore, when he made an impulsive choice, he didn't know the corresponding method, although he didn't really believe it. Lin Hao is the kind of person who is dominated by emotions, but just in case, after all, this matter. It is also related to the fate of the entire family. If something goes wrong, it is not a small matter. Therefore, he also arranged for his close men to supervise this matter. Advertisement. As long as they judge this matter and it is really necessary to use this method, they can use it. If they just rely on Lin Hao alone, they can decide to use this method if they think it has not reached that point yet. Then this method cannot be used, so on the other hand, this is also for safety reasons. Of course, the family is also divided into many factions, and within each faction, there are also various powerful people who testify. Otherwise, they would not dare to form their own faction, because this also involves the interests of the entire family. If you don't have enough strength to support it, you are not qualified to participate in this allocation. So when arranging the corresponding means, this was also taken into consideration. If the time comes, the internal fighting within the entire family will fall into an unsustainable state. If you can only use tough methods, you must also take into account the masters involved. Therefore, the previous family leader also left some high-end combat capabilities for Lin Hao to use to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. But some of the combat effectiveness of level 5.7 can only be used at the last moment. Before this, Lin Hao had no right to use him, which meant that Lin Hao was guarding a treasure in vain. But there is no way to use it. The feeling can be imagined, but for Lin Hao, this is not something that is too regrettable. On the one hand, he is also very confident in his own strength. Chapter 443 Opportunity. On the other hand, I also want to take advantage of this opportunity and win their support within the family. Because there are some things, if not, let them sincerely support you, then a lot of their work will follow. It is also difficult to carry out, and it will also create considerable resistance for his subsequent leadership. So Lin Hao also understands these principles very well, and for Lin Hao, this is also a very good opportunity to prove your ability if you are facing this 14th opportunity. If he shows his powerful ability, then he will probably not have anything else to say to those within the family. When the time comes, be sure to listen to your own arrangements. This will save him a lot of trouble. And you can better control the entire family, and for the long-term development, this is definitely a good thing. However, some of the risks involved are too great, and there will be endless abyss if you are not careful. Therefore, Lin Hao now is equivalent to walking on the edge of a cliff. If he is not careful, he may fall into an endless abyss. If a big family like theirs cannot eradicate the roots, then there is hope for a comeback. Now the family has reached this point, but as a last resort, it is not used on members of the family. At least it can leave the seeds of a comeback. As long as the seeds can be left, it can also leave a glimmer of hope for the family. But in his heart, Lin Hao didn't want this to happen, so he also wanted to lead the family better. Advertisement. Lin Hao also took this part of the factors into consideration. He also took this last resort into consideration. To reach a new peak is his commitment to the previous family leader, and it is also his responsibility as the leader of the entire family. Seeing this scene today, I will feel a little happy and a little disappointed. The joy was the last resort he arranged, and it was not used on people within the family, but it could sometimes be seen. For him, this result is simply a shame for him, even more humiliating than being captured by the enemy. The people within the family have not disappointed him too much, and they have not yet reached the point of killing each other. If we use them again, we can save the whole family from the fire and water, even if the whole family finally sends a roll of formation. Because there is a last resort left by the previous family leader, waiting until the critical moment. As a leader, the last thing you want to see is for your team to kill each other. Moreover, we have discussed it with the other two people responsible for this matter, and they have always thought so. But similarly, if Lin Hao can stick to the past, then he will definitely have a very bright future. On the contrary, it was used on external enemies, which is gratifying, presumably if it is the previous family leader. So this is both a crisis and an opportunity. Lin Hao also wants to seize this opportunity, and he knows it. Although this hope is very slim, it is better than despair. Chapter 444 Conflict and Entanglement. What made him feel sad was that he didn't expect that the entire family would reach this point and face such a huge danger. Even if you are not careful, the entire family may be ruined, but there is nothing you can do about it. No matter who is in charge of the entire family, they will face this dilemma if it is anyone else. Presumably he didn't do as well as Lin Hao, so this can be considered a blessing among misfortunes, and fortunately he also had the foresight. A series of means were arranged in advance, although these means were not enough to allow Lin Hao and the others to turn things around. But yes, it can leave them hope, and if these methods are timed well enough, it can also play a very important role. Lin Hao also discussed it with the person in charge of these methods. In fact, the people in charge of these methods thought that they had reached the point where they could use these methods. Because the entire family is already facing a critical moment of life and death if they don't remain calm. Once the entire family dies, the methods left behind will be of little use. At most, it was just a final revenge, but the entire family was gone. No matter how much revenge is launched, this reality cannot be changed, but after all, the final decision is still in Lin Hao's hands. If Lin Hao doesn't use these means, it will be useless no matter how anxious they are. Advertisement. At the same time, they are also the most loyal subordinates of the previous family leader, since the previous family leader believed in Lin Hao so much. And they were handed over to Lin Hao's hands, so they would obey Lin Hao's orders without hesitation. So even if the entire family is facing such a huge danger now, Lin Hao has not issued the final order. They will not make any moves. It can be said that they are Lin Hao's last resort and one of Lin Hao's trump cards. However, this trump card is the decisive trump card. Lin Hao has never revealed his existence until now. I also wanted to save this method until the end, and it would also have an unexpected effect. But now it seems that Lin Hao's decision is also very wise, at least for now, no matter within the family. Those who oppose him, or the enemies from outside, don't know that Lin Hao holds such a powerful trump card. If they knew that Lin Hao had such a powerful trump card, Compared with all their current actions, they will not be so hasty, and they will definitely make decisions after careful consideration. Moreover, the series of plans arranged by Lin Hao are actually related to these trump cards. When the time comes, Li Mo Jiao, these trump cards will be revealed. It also has to play a huge role, but if he's alone or not enough, he still needs some powerful enough power. Come and help him implement the next series of plans, because according to his plan, just using these trump cards can guarantee that these plans will not fail in the end, but the final expected effect will be greatly reduced than before. Chapter 445 Expected Effect. There will be a long way to go with the effect Lin Hao expected, and compared with the price paid by Lin Hao. In fact, not really, he took too much advantage, so Lin Hao will definitely not be the kind of person who pays the price and will suffer in the end. Now that he has laid out the corresponding plan, he can also get huge benefits in the end. Then Lin Hao will try every means to get all the benefits that he should be able to get. Because for him, those enemies forced them to this point, if they did not pay some price. That's not Lin Hao's character, and Lin Hao is not the kind of person who suffers losses. Now that he has this opportunity, he can make a lot of money. Then he too will never miss this opportunity, and for the entire family, these resources are also very important. Whether it is to win over other people or to promote the development of resources for the entire family, it is essential. Only if you have enough resources can you consider other things, and only then. Betch, only then will people listen to you and work hard for you if you only write bad checks. But there are other covetous forces that did not participate in this battle. I also want to choose to wait and see how things progress before deciding whether to take action in the end. Everything is just empty talk. Lin Hao also understands this very well. He also knows that after this crisis. So if he misses this opportunity, he will want to obtain such a huge amount of resources when the time comes. Advertisement. It is also very difficult, there are not enough channels, and the most important thing is that he does not have enough excuses to do so. Although these families, if they are included in their plans by then, their strength should be greatly weakened. Because such a huge amount of resources can only be obtained after attacking other families. This is definitely the best opportunity to get started, if you miss this opportunity. If Lin Hao is allowed to develop again, it will be a real nightmare for them. If we just rely on normal means, it will take a long time, for Lin Hao, the current family. The entire family also needs to work hard to build, and the resources that will be used by then are far beyond his imagination. Then in the end, you won't get anything, because humans are relatively realistic animals. But not participating does not mean that they have no ideas, but they are more cautious and do not choose to act rashly. By this time, our enemies lurking in the dark have already chosen to take action, because for them. If we say that after this crisis, the strength of Lin Hao's family will definitely be reduced a lot. The entire family will also face a very difficult situation, because the entire family can be said to be in a state of exhaustion. Only if you let them get real benefits, will they be willing to do things for you, even if they can't talk about it. What is most needed is to improve strength as quickly as possible, especially after this crisis. Chapter 446 Taking advantage of the situation. So presumably, they would not allow this to happen, but for Lin Hao and the others. This is definitely another disaster, and by that time, Lin Hao will have a perfect plan. But there is no longer enough strength to support it, once it goes through the series of plans he has laid out now. Although it is said that they can lead the family to the final victory, their family's vitality will definitely be severely damaged when the time comes. At this time, it was the weakest time. If other enemies took advantage of the situation, it would be very difficult for their family to resist. Lin Hao didn't want to, and finally he worked hard to formulate a series of plans, and finally succeeded. It has brought new hope for development to the entire family, but I don't want to be benefited by someone else at this time. So Lin Hao must take these into consideration, and in this case, these resources are very necessary. Moreover, Lin Hao also has many methods in his hands that can forcibly improve his strength in a short period of time. However, this kind of improvement in strength also has very big drawbacks, which means that this person's power will stop here in the future. There won't be any progress, and this method also consumes a lot of resources. But for some people within the family, if they can improve their strength to that point, it can be regarded as the most glorious moment in their lives. If we look at their own abilities, they have no hope of reaching this point in their lifetime. And when the time comes, if they choose to sacrifice for the family, then the family will definitely treat his family well. Advertisement in this case, even if something unexpected happens to him in the end, his family will still be able to enjoy corresponding treatment. This is nothing to worry about at all. So what Lin Hao is worried about now is figuring out what to do. Get enough resources for the whole family, and also think about how to spend this flight. Because he still needs to find a way to unite those people within the family and embed them into his own plan. Please give me flowers, although those people are not very interested in his fabrics now, after all, the whole family is now. They are also facing such a huge crisis, if they want to play tricks at this time. Then Lin Hao will definitely teach them how to behave, and they are not the kind of people who don't understand the general situation. Although they are not very lucky to Lin Hao, there is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about their loyalty to the entire family, otherwise if they attract you and have the idea of rebellion. They had already been dealt with at the hands of the previous family leader, and they would not be allowed to live until now. Moreover, the existence of these people was the reason why the previous family leader did not deal with these people who had other ideas. It's also a test of Lin Hao's ability. Faced with this situation, I also want to see how Lin Hao handles it. If Lin Hao cannot handle it, it means that he cannot serve as the leader of the entire family. Chapter 447 Another kind of test. At that time, other people will be allowed to lead the entire family, so for Lin Hao. This can be regarded as a different kind of test, but the current situation is also somewhat special, and Lin Hao must bite the bullet and join forces. Although they said that if they wanted to recover them according to the original plan, it would still take some effort. But now, it provides him with a good environment, after all, in the face of the crisis of the survival of the entire family. No matter how dissatisfied they are with Lin Hao in their hearts, they can only endure it for the time being and must obey Lin Hao's arrangements. If in the end, their disobedience led to the failure of the entire family, then they are the sinners of the entire family. I'm afraid that when the time comes, there will be no need for Lin Hao to take action. People from other factions will take action to deal with them. After all, this is also related to their own lives. Therefore, they will not risk their own future, and if the whole family is the last. If it is shattered, it will not be of any benefit to them, because they also have to. You have to rely on the entire family to survive. One person's strength is ultimately limited. What's more, it's the same for them, because they can't get the kind of strength that can change the rules on their own. Such a person has become the patron saint of the entire family, so he no longer has to worry about these things. So since they don't have that kind of strength, they must rely on their family to survive better. Advertisement: if they break away from the family, they will no longer have such good resources and such a good environment. And judging from the enemies the family has established over the years, if they break away from the family, their fate is definitely not much better, and there are countless people who want to kill them. So those who can survive till now are smart people. They also know that if they leave the family, if they are left alone to survive in this cruel world, let alone other factors. But these powerful enemies are not something they can compete with, so if they want to survive better. I also know that I have to rely on the big tree of the family, although sometimes there are some constraints. But overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. If it were not for the 10 big protective umbrellas of the family, then their survival is a problem, not to mention that once they lose their family, I am afraid that what awaits them will be a life worse than death. Because over the years, they have done a lot of outrageous things, and they relied on their family to back them up. They are also bullying others and have done a lot of things, so if there is no family 4.4 to support them, I'm afraid their fate will be very tragic, so they are very aware of this matter. So when they knew that the family was facing such a dangerous situation, their first reaction was, I am also thinking about how to solve these big troubles, rather than thinking about escaping. Chapter 448 Can't run away. Although the world is also very big, judging from the strength of their opponents, no matter where they go, I'm afraid it's impossible to escape from the scope of their influence. The most important thing is if there is no protective umbrella of the family. No matter where they lean, it will be in vain. As long as their enemies post a few bounty notices, they will not be able to escape. You must know that nothing is impossible in the face of tempting benefits, so no matter what they say. If they were to escape from the family, there wouldn't be many places they could go, not to mention that they were now heavily surrounded. Even if they want to escape, they don't have the ability at all, and there is no possibility that they can escape. So no matter which aspect they consider, there is only one way left for them to choose. That means sharing life and death with the entire family. If the family dies in the end, then their fate will also be annihilation. And the number of these people will not be too large, because no one dares to say anything in the face of this kind of crisis, and they are sure to guarantee their survival. And it is at the cost of their own lives, but there is no way, and this is not something they can decide. They will definitely be valued by the family, and after experiencing such a big crisis, the entire family will definitely be prosperous. But if the family can survive this crisis, I believe it will be based on their performance in this family crisis. Then the price they have to pay is their own lives, but other than that, they have no other choice. Advertisement: those who can survive the whole family will definitely become the talents that the family focuses on cultivating when the time comes, so that they can show their own value. They also have to face it. Of course, all they can do is to perform as well as possible in this crisis. The most important thing depends on luck. It can be said that this is a huge gamble, with your own life and future as the bet. If they succeed in the end, what awaits them is a step up to the top, but if they fail in the end, depending on your performance, you will definitely receive better treatment than you do now. If you share life and death with your family, you will get a lot of rewards when the time comes. The most important thing is, after this crisis. Otherwise, even if you work hard, no one will know what the use is. In the end, it will just be a wedding dress for others. Seeing how hard you have worked, you will be able to survive this crisis once in the end. At the same time, he also tried his best to contribute 323, part of his strength, at least to the leadership of the family. Therefore, no one is so stupid, and everyone knows it, in the face of such a crisis. They will definitely try their best to improve the strength of the entire family, and they also know that after such a disaster, if they had any choice, I'm afraid they wouldn't choose such a risky option. No one can escape, but they can do it. Chapter 449 Expression Value. It is the value that is shown, and most importantly, it is the value that needs to be shown. You have to be seen by the leaders in the family. Only in this way can you prevent your efforts from being wasted. In this way, it can also make the family more aware of their own value, and you will know the contribution you have made in this crisis. Only in this way can he ensure that he will receive better treatment from his family after getting through this crisis. In fact, sometimes death is not terrible. What is terrible is that your death is worthless and will not be recognized by others. In that case, you will lose your life in vain, but it will have no effect. Among such a big family, Those who can survive are undoubtedly not the kind of people with exquisite minds, the kind of people without any foresight. He was also calculated out in various calculations, and he would not be alive today at all. So they also know better that for them, now is not only a huge crisis, but also a huge opportunity. There was no hesitation, and they chose to seize this opportunity. After all, they also wanted to change their destiny. It is also an opportunity to express themselves, if this time, they can survive this crisis. It may be the only opportunity to realize your ambition, if you miss this opportunity. But before, they suffered from not having any chance to express themselves, so they could only put this ambition and unwillingness. Advertisement. There is only endless regret, not to mention that they are also very unhappy with that ordinary life. After all, life is a huge gamble. If the bet is right, the sky will be brighter. If the bet is wrong, the sky will be endless. Although they cannot change some of the innate conditions, they are all given by God. They have already realized this, so when they face such a choice. Therefore, it is said that the opportunity cannot be missed, and it will never come back. Once they miss this opportunity, they will know that what is waiting for them will definitely happen. Buried in the deepest part of their hearts, but it's different now, they also have this opportunity to realize their ambitions. In this way, he received the family's emphasis on training, otherwise he would have lived in such a muddle-headed way. Therefore, they will definitely seize this opportunity. For them, this is their life. And if they can perform well, then in the end they may be able to get rid of this ordinary life and live the kind of life they expect. Their life trajectories will not change much, they will just finish their lives mediocrely. The cost of attaching importance to this is at the expense of one's own life, which is not hesitant, and it is better than living in such a muddle through life. If I want to get another opportunity, I don't know when it will be. It's even possible that we won't have such an opportunity. Everyone has their own ambitions, and if they finish their lives in an ordinary way, they will definitely not be willing to do so. Now that they have the opportunity to give it a try, they are very happy to give it a try. Chapter 450. Innate conditions. It can't be changed by human power at all, let alone insignificant little people like them, who have no ability to change the conditions given by nature. After all, this is something determined by nature, and it does not rely on personal ability at all. It can be changed, of course, if you have that kind of baby with incredible effects. Perhaps the defects caused by innateness can be corrected, but it is obvious that this level of treasure is not something that people like them can have. If they had that kind of treasure, then they wouldn't have thrown it away like this now. But although they cannot determine their innate conditions, they can rely on their own efforts to improve themselves. The destiny determined by nature, although their power is very small, but if they really put their heart and work hard to try, it is not impossible that there is no possibility. Of course, this possibility will be very small, but if you say that you don't even dare to try it, then there is really no difference between them and cowards, and they also know that now is the time to test them. So they will definitely choose this method without hesitation. I believe they have also experienced this kind of ordinary life, and they also know the unwillingness this kind of life brings, and they also know that if they lose it, it will be difficult to recover. So even if they don't think about themselves, they still have to think about the future fate of their families. Now they also choose to take a gamble. If they succeed, their destiny will be rewritten. Advertisement. Should I continue to live like this, or should I fight hard and change my destiny when the time comes? So they will definitely choose to fight hard, because they not only want to change their own destiny. After all, every family, even such a powerful family, has very limited resources. And there are many people in the family, so the resources allocated to each person will definitely be more or less. They also know what they should do. This is not the time to fight about those things. If they fail, it will be a relief for them. The standard for measuring this amount is the strength of your strength and the strength of your contribution to the family. So if you want to change this fate, the best solution is to improve your own strength. Lin Hao and Lin Hao were not very convinced of him, but in the face of the crisis of family life and death, he also wants to change the fate of his family, but he doesn't want to be sacrificed as the family's cannon fodder. They don't want their own and their family members to take their own destiny. Even if they don't think about themselves, they still need to think about their family members. So when Lin Hao arranged the corresponding orders, even though they were due to factional reasons before, showing yourself will have a greater impact on the family. Although this is also very cruel, it is also a fact. The best way to get them out of this fate of becoming cannon fodder, Beb, is to improve their own strength. Chapter 451. Reason. Now the fate of the family is at a critical juncture, if it is because they are temporarily considering their own selfish interests. If this leads to the destruction of the entire family, then they will also be the sinners of the entire family, and even if they finally satisfy their desires. But he definitely won't live too long, because let's not talk about the enemies of the family, only the people within the family. We won't let them live like this. After all, the top priority now is to get the family out of this crisis. Otherwise, once the family is destroyed, destruction will follow, and no one wants to see that kind of result. So if the family fails in the end because of a certain person, then he will definitely be killed by someone within the family. If they attack in groups, they will definitely end in the most tragic outcome, so as long as there is nothing wrong with their minds. Just know what you should do, and you will definitely not be confused at this time, because if you are confused at this time, then the price you pay is the price of your own life. Even this ending is more tragic than being caught by the enemy. This kind of tragedy will even extend to their family members, so they definitely don't want this to happen. Advertisement. Moreover, they are just minions, and the real decision-making power lies in the hands of their superiors. So these things are not what they have to consider at all. What they have to consider If another order is given to them and Lin Hao to continue to work against each other, then none of them will agree in the first place. Since they can think of those who hold real power, they must also be able to consider these and know what they should do. I can't find them at all. It's also the people above who need to be responsible, so they don't have anything. It is also necessary to unconditionally follow the orders assigned by Lin Hao, if you say so. Just follow the orders conveyed from above. That way, even if something goes wrong in the end. Point 0 asterisk 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 asterisk. Asking for flowers advertisement things that can be decided, just follow orders and these things. If we talk about this time, if they go against Lin Hao, their end will definitely be extremely tragic. Because they also know that if they find trouble with Lin Hao again at this critical moment, then what awaits them is disaster. Even if they are offered more benefits now, it will be of no use. Then their situation is really very dangerous, and they are not fools to know that. Because if your life is gone, what's the use of asking for so many benefits, even secretly like them? So they also know what they should do next, no matter what orders are given to them at that time. After discussion, a decision is made, which is the next action. They all know that the most important thing to do at this time is to obey Lin Hao's orders, otherwise if the family survives this crisis. So these are not things they have to consider at all, but if we talk about the people above. Chapter 452 Do what you say. If the people above give orders to go against Lin Hao, they themselves will not respect these claims. At that time, they will definitely unite and overthrow the higher-ups, because the higher-ups are also promising them a lot of benefits. They just decided to do these things. If in the end the entire family will perish due to their own reasons, then they, 817, themselves will not forgive themselves, no matter how much resources are given to them. They didn't have the opportunity to enjoy their qualifications, and if the time comes, the superiors would also order a diploma from Lin Hao. Then they also need to consider whether the people above are suitable for their intentions at this critical moment. He actually wants to make the family's situation even worse, and if such a person listens to his orders, then you also need to consider what will happen to you when the time comes. After all, this kind of person can even betray his own family. So what do people like himself mean to him? So now, they are also putting the fate of the entire family on the first step. No matter what the next order is, they will choose to obey Lin Hao's order. I have to say that they also made a very wise choice and knew what they should do. However, the order above was obviously not as bad as imagined. They were also asked to temporarily obey Lin Hao's order. It also gave the people below a sigh of relief to get through this family crisis first and then decide what to do next. Advertisement: if the people above really choose to have their own way when the time comes, it will be really difficult for them to deal with it. Although they have already discussed it, if the people above insist on having their own way again, they will choose to rebel against him. But some things are not as easy to do as they are said to be, even if the people above really choose to have their own way. They want to choose and not obey orders from above, but after all, their families are also under the control of those above. If they really make that decision, then the fate of their family will be very dangerous. So at this time, they also need to seriously consider it, but fortunately, things progressed in the end. It's not developing in the worst direction, and it's a relief for them. At least it doesn't have to make things more difficult for them. Although the people above said that they should obey Lin Hao's orders for the time being, they also knew about this family crisis. If this time, after the family has overcome the crisis, I am afraid it will return to the previous state. But at least now they don't have to be in a dilemma. As long as the family can get out of this crisis, other considerations will be made later. Even if there is internal fighting within the family, it will definitely be within a reasonable range of 2.7 because of these symptoms. They are all done within a tolerable range, otherwise, if the people above go too far, they will definitely not choose to execute it. After all, they are also loyal to the family. Because their fate is also closely related to the entire family. Chapter 453 Cohesion. This can be felt even more by those who are relatively weak, because their strength is already low. But being able to have the kind of life they have today only relies on the strength of the entire family to bring them this kind of treatment. If the family's strength declines, then the first thing that will bear the brunt is that their lives will get worse. These may not be so obvious to some powerful people in powerful families. But for the lower level members of the family who do not have much power, the feeling is indeed very obvious. Because their destiny is closely related to the entire family. If the family is prosperous, their lives will become better at this moment. 14. If the entire family declines, then their lives will become even worse, and those within the family who have certain rights will. I think that temporary changes in the family will not affect their lives, so there will be some time. When they think about things, they take it very much for granted, but for these people who live at the bottom of the entire family, they also know better what they should do if they want to make their lives better. Therefore, those who have the highest cohesion among the entire family are those who are not very powerful. Because they know more clearly than those with power that their destiny is closely related to that of the entire family. In this way, what awaits them is a better life, so when there is a crisis, he will never leave the whole family. Advertisement: on the contrary, it is these people who are not very powerful, and those who have a certain level of strength, even if they are separated from the entire family. When the time comes, you can remain anonymous and rely on your own strength to live a pretty good life. Therefore, although the family was in a stage of struggle before, after all, these were within controllable range. And it doesn't endanger the foundation of the entire family, so these people will choose to support the people above them. Otherwise, if the people above make the decision to betray the entire family, it will be at the cost of their family's lives. They will definitely not choose to follow them, because there are some things where the final bottom line needs to be maintained. Infighting within the family is allowed, but if it involves betraying the entire family, then it has gone beyond the limit. Within the scope of what they can bear, they will definitely not agree. This is why they can survive to this day. 217. Lin Hao also considered this and knew that those people did not really want to betray the entire family. That's why I gave them a chance to change their ways, knowing that I had to show a certain amount of strength. Only then can they be convinced. There is no doubt about this, and Lin Hao can understand it. But if they betray the family, then Lin Hao will not tolerate them continuing to live. And these people also know that the reason why Lin Hao has not used those strong methods now is precisely because he has taken this into consideration. Chapter 454. Where is the bottom line? They also know where Lin Hao's bottom line is. As long as he does not betray the entire family, it is within the range that Lin Hao can tolerate. They also knew how powerful the previous family leader was, and he must have considered it before. Lin Hao will encounter this kind of situation today. They don't believe that the previous family leader did not leave any means to Lin Hao to prevent this situation from happening today, but the reason why Lin Hao does not use this method now. It is also because it is related to their current actions. They also know that based on the character of the previous family leader, the methods he left behind must be very tough, and they will definitely be able to do so when the time comes, leaving them no room to fight back. The reason why Lin Hao did not choose to use methods against them was because he knew that they did not intend to betray the entire family. They also know that if Lin Hao uses the methods left by the previous family leader, they didn't have any room to fight back, so at the beginning, they didn't go too far. The purpose was to test where Lin Hao's bottom line was, and later they also knew where Lin Hao's bottom line was. So they all do things within the tolerable range of the market. The most important thing is, they just want to test Lin Hao's strength to see if he has the qualifications to lead the entire family. So in summary, they actually don't have much ill will towards Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao looks very young. Advertisement: if such a young man is allowed to lead such a large family, it will inevitably make some of the people below not believe it. So everything has not developed in a bad direction, and Lin Hao now has it. A great opportunity to show one's strength, and everyone below knows that the entire family is now in crisis. It's not the time to think so much, if at this time, you are thinking about seeking some benefits for yourself. 17. Then the losses they will pay by then will be far beyond what they can bear. So they also decided to let the entire family survive this crisis before considering other things. As for testing Lin Hao, there is still a lot of time left for them. If the entire family can survive this crisis, then there is no need to test Lin Hao's strength again. If we talk about the entire family, under the leadership of Lin Jie this time, if he can survive this crisis, it will also prove to them the strength of Lin Hao in disguise. When the time comes, they will also choose to obey Lin Hao's orders with sincerity. Of course, this, winning Li, also depends on Lin Hao's performance. If Lin Hao did not perform very well in handling the crisis this time, then they will think about it. Let's give Lin Hao another test. If Lin Hao performs very well, they will decide. When the time comes, they will have to obey Lin Hao's orders and then assist him in managing the entire family. After all, they are all loyal to the family. Chapter 455. No time to care. Lin Hao doesn't know what these people are thinking in their hearts. Lin Hao also has more important things to do now. Now things are developing as he planned, and the information has been passed on. The rest depends on what the hostile families should choose to do, but based on Lin Hao's understanding of them, they will definitely follow the plan they have laid out, although the entire plan is now off to a good start. But this does not mean that Lin Hao can breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Lin Hao is under greater pressure now than before. Because Lin Hao's plan is also full of too many risks, and the most important thing is that Lin Hao is now in his hands. There is not enough strength to support him to implement the 303 plan, so it also contains too much risk. If it weren't for Lin Hao's meticulous plan, it would probably collapse. Therefore, there are still many things that Lin Hao needs to consider now. After all, this plan is also very huge. Once implemented, Lin Hao needs to be able to relax in any way, once any link goes wrong. Then the price paid by then will be huge, and it will be beyond Lin Zhao's ability to bear. Buffet. So Lin Hao must also keep an eye on this plan all the time and not let it have any flaws. On the other hand, it is still necessary to continue to integrate the power of the family and then make up for some deficiencies in his plan. Advertisement: only in this way can we better ensure that this plan can be successfully implemented and completed successfully in the end. Only then can we lead this family out of this crisis. Lin Hao is now like a high-speed machine. There can be no relaxation or stopping, and he has more things to worry about now than before. And after all, a person's energy is limited, and it is impossible to put all the summary on one thing. Especially when the situation is so critical, we should not be like this, and we should focus on the situation and our own energy. Reasonably allocated to all other things. Only in this way can the overall situation be controlled steadily and be conducive to the progress of the next plan. If he puts all his energy on this one thing now, it is inevitable that there will be some mistakes in other things. After all, no matter how good the plan is, it can't keep up with changes. If there are some changes, then his plan may affect him. Then the result is that the entire family will be destroyed, so I still dare not bet on this, but Lin Hao still knows it. There are no absolutes in this matter, even the most perfect plan may fail. So, he is very aware of this, and because of this, he also considers so many things. The purpose is to prevent all kinds of accidents from happening. After all, this plan is important to Lin Hao. He only succeeds and does not allow failure. Otherwise, they have no other choice. Chapter 456 Limited Energy. Lin Hao doesn't know what these people are thinking in their hearts. Lin Hao also has more important things to do now. Now things are developing as he planned, and the information has been passed on. The rest depends on what the hostile families should choose to do, but based on Lin Hao's understanding of them, they will definitely follow the plan they have laid out, although the entire plan is now off to a good start. But this does not mean that Lin Hao can breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, Lin Hao is under greater pressure now than before. Because Lin Hao's plan is also full of too many risks, and the most important thing is that Lin Hao is now in his hands. There is not enough strength to support him to implement this plan, so it also contains too much risk. If it weren't for Lin Hao's meticulous plan, it would probably collapse. Therefore, there are still many things that Lin Hao needs to consider now. After all, this plan is also very huge. On the other hand, it is still necessary to continue to integrate the power of the family and then make up for some deficiencies in his plan. Please give me flowers. Once implemented, Lin Hao needs to be able to relax in any way, if any one of the links goes wrong. If he puts all his energy on this one thing now, it is inevitable that there will be some mistakes in other things. Advertisement. Only then can we lead this family out of this crisis. Lin Hao is now like a high-speed machine. So, he is very aware of this, and because of this, he also considers so many things reasonably allocated to all other things. Only in this way can the overall situation be controlled steadily and be conducive to the progress of the next plan. Only in this way can we better ensure that this plan can be successfully implemented and completed successfully in the end. There are no absolutes in this matter, even the most perfect plan may fail. Then the result is that the entire family will be destroyed, so I still dare not bet on this, but Lin Hao still knows it. The purpose is to prevent all kinds of accidents from happening. After all, this plan is for Lin Hao. So Lin Hao must also keep an eye on this plan all the time and not let it have any flaws. There can be no relaxation or stopping, and he has more things to worry about now than before. He only succeeds and does not allow failure. Besides, they have no other choice. Then the price paid will be huge, and it will be beyond Lin Hao's ability to bear. And after all, a person's energy is limited, and it is impossible to put all the summary on one thing. After all, no matter how good the plan is, it can't keep up with changes. If there are some changes, then his plan may affect him. Especially when the situation is so critical, we should not be like this, and we should focus on the Sidu chapter 457 serious consequences. In fact, the strength of Lin Hao and his family is obvious to all. Otherwise, with the strength of Lin Hao and his family, it is conceivable that you can survive so tenaciously under the siege of so many families. How powerful are they, and now they have dispersed their power. If the time comes, once they fall into chaos, they will also know that Lin Hao and their peripheral forces will be there when the time comes. It won't be so powerful as to be exaggerated, but if it causes chaos within them, then all the means arranged between them will be unable to be used, and their combat effectiveness will also be reduced. At that time, it is really possible for Lin Hao and the others to turn defeat into victory, and they also know that if in this battle, then how serious it is for Lin Hao and the others to win. Lin Hao will never let go of this great opportunity. Then they will definitely take this opportunity to attack their family, when the time comes, for their family. This was also a huge disaster, because their family had already paid a huge price in the previous battles. There has also been a huge consumption of resources within the family. It can be said that they are now strong on the outside and weak on the inside. If we can't win now, it's definitely a huge blow, and in this case, if Lin Hao and the others continue to pursue the victory, their family's situation will be very worrying. Even compared to Lin Hao and the others, their current situation is even more dangerous, so they must try their best to avoid this situation from happening. Advertisement. This situation of being attacked from both sides cannot occur, and we cannot fall into this kind of chaos. Although they don't know whether Lin Hao has arranged such a method, they just do it just in case. They cannot afford such consequences, so to be on the safe side, they need to make corresponding arrangements. But the ones that are separated will definitely not be too powerful, because they also know it. If Lin Hao and the others spread out their forces, they would definitely not be too strong, according to their current arrangement. They should be able to cope with it completely, so that they won't be at a loss, but if it comes, they really won't be their opponents. Then it can also serve as an early warning, which will give them enough time to deploy. It will not fall into a state of chaos. In this way, it will be an advantage to control the overall situation, and it will still be on their side. Winning the final victory was not too difficult, but I have to say that they also made a mistake. Because Lin Hao and the others can be said to be the previous family leader with the means they deployed outside. Method 1.1 was deployed to deal with the final crisis. One can imagine how powerful this method is. Of course, if compared with the top power of a family, it is nothing to mention, but in this crisis situation, compared with the methods deployed by their families, it is still very powerful. At least according to the methods they have deployed now, they are completely unable to withstand it. Chapter 458 Prevention. But they don't know this, and they think that they have already taken precautions, even if something unexpected happens. Then all the situations are under their control and will be considered by them at that time. It's all in their original plan. In this case, no matter what Lin Hao's reaction is, they can deal with it calmly without leaving them at a loss. You must know that the advantage is now on their side. No matter in terms of strength or comparison in all aspects, they have an absolute advantage because they can also supplement themselves with resources from the outside world. If Lin Hao wants to make a comeback in this situation, it will be very difficult, of course. 14. That doesn't mean there isn't any chance, but they will definitely not leave this opportunity to Lin Hao. Because they also know that in this kind of battle, either you die or I die, if they cannot achieve their goal today. Then when the time comes, Lin Hao will definitely take revenge on them in the craziest manner, and they also know what is behind this kind of revenge. They don't know whether they can survive safely. It is precisely because of their fear of this situation that they will go all out. Lin Hao must be dealt with, and the roots must be eradicated. No one can escape from here. Otherwise, waiting for them will definitely lead to an extremely painful outcome, and that outcome is not what they want to see. Just when Lin Hao was deploying their methods, he said that the groups in the first team also began to deploy corresponding methods. Advertisement. Because I had received interference from Lin Hao and the others before, the interference from those messages was indeed the same as the means that Lin Hao and the others did not arrange. Separate part of the troops, so that the force they face will be relatively weak, and we can defeat them when the time comes. It is no longer that difficult, but after all, their current power is very limited. It cannot be said that it is a head-on confrontation with them. In this case, it is definitely not their opponent, even though it has been weakened. But Lin Hao doesn't have all these powerful forces within the family in his hands now. Therefore, Lin Hao's current pressure is still relatively high, but if he uses the powerful fighting power within the family. If you have everything under control, then using certain strategies, it is not impossible to win. As for the troops they dispersed, they were not within Lin Hao's consideration. If 410 can't even deal with these people, then these methods left by the previous family leader will help. It's really of no use. Rather than wasting resources like this, it would be better to be in this disaster. Let them play their due value, at least it can delay their pace for a while, so for the family. They also contributed. Of course, since it is the last resort left by the previous family leader. Then it will definitely not be as vulnerable as this, and it will definitely burst out with a power of chapter 459 extraordinary. It can be said that since the previous family leader can be left to Lin Hao as a last resort. That also proves that they also have their own advantages, whether in terms of combat effectiveness. There must be outstanding points in other aspects, and this force can be applied at any time. It will be an unexpected force, especially in such a crisis, when the enemy did not expect it. If it is used suddenly, it can also act as a surprise attack for them. This effect is far greater than that of a sudden attack. Taking them out alone will have a much better effect, because in this case, they can produce more destructive power. It is higher than imagined, and it is necessary to know that in this case, any small factor. All may lead to changes in this battle. No one can ensure the progress of things, because it is also full of changes. The final result, not to mention the means that have always had such powerful power at this time. It's like the last straw that breaks the balance, although its own strength may be compared to the overall strength. It doesn't have a very important role, but at this critical juncture, it is particularly important. It can even break the balance this time. Of course, the most important thing is whether Lin Hao can seize the opportunity this time. After all, even if you are these people, no matter how strong you are, if you are not at the right time. If they are used, their effect will not even be as good as some ordinary cannon fodder. Advertisement. It's just a waste of life, but it will make the enemy more vigilant, which will not have the expected effect. On the contrary, it will only make things worse, but Lin Hao's strength lies here. He possesses unparalleled wisdom, and I believe he can also perfectly serve as the previous family leader. The last remaining means should be released at the most correct time, so that they can play their greatest role. Only in this way can they unleash their most powerful power, so these people are also Lin Hao's means of suppressing the enemy, of course. The most important thing is not these, but the opportunity for Lin Hao to seize and use these methods. Because for some things, you must seize the opportunity and know that the opportunity must not be missed before it comes again. If you miss the best opportunity, then you want to wait for them, but it is not that easy. It's even possible that there will only be one opportunity, and if you miss that opportunity, it won't happen a second time. So their family is unable to escape this difficult situation, so Lin Hao also understands these principles very well. So he also needs to make a careful plan, a good king's, to release these powers at the most appropriate time. This is the only way to help their family get out of this predicament. Otherwise, if there is a slight mistake, their sacrifice will be in vain. There will be no results by then, and Lin Hao will not allow such a meaningless sacrifice. It happened in his hands, otherwise he would not have the face to face the previous family leader again. Chapter 460 Guarantee. You must know that when he took over this important responsibility from the previous family leader. And when I took over all these methods, I did it to the previous family leader. Make sure you treat them well and maximize their value. We will not let them have an accident until the most critical moment. If the time comes, we will let them make meaningless sacrifices. So for myself, I can't fulfill the promise I once made, so of course these are 570 secondary. The most important thing is that if you don't grasp the opportunity well, you will miss the best opportunity to get the family out of danger. At that time, he will be the center of the entire family, because no matter what, he is now in the position of the leader of the family. Correspondingly, he will have to bear corresponding responsibilities, if there is any risk to the entire family by then. So the first person to bear the brunt is Lin Hao, so he understands this truth very well. Of course, he also needs to make a series of detailed plans next, and Lin Hao knows it very well. No matter how complete his plan is, or how fully prepared he is, the plan will never be able to keep up with the changes. So Lin Hao just tried his best to make the plan as thorough as possible, so that when the time comes, even if something unexpected happens, it's better to deal with it calmly. Of course, more needs to be adaptable, because you don't know what will happen when the time comes. Advertisement, because it is impossible for everything to develop as planned by Lin Hao, without any small oversight. It may lead to accidents in the direction of things, so Lin Hao can't guarantee that it will develop as he expected. It is even more impossible to risk the fate of the entire family, Beeb, but there is no way, and there is no other better solution now. What Lin Hao can do is to minimize the risk as much as possible and take everything into consideration. In this way, even if an accident occurs, it will still be within his control. Rather than becoming at a loss when the time comes and not knowing how to deal with it, that is really the worst thing for Lin Hao. Because he doesn't know how to solve it, and most importantly, if that happens, it's no longer Lin Hao who thinks about how to solve it. That is, he simply doesn't have the ability to solve it anymore. Because he didn't arrange the corresponding means, no matter how much he said, it would be useless until then. The entire family has really entered the most critical moment, and even Lin Hao doesn't have much ability. He came to save the entire family, so Lin Hao also had to avoid this situation from happening. Although the entire family is still sealed so tightly, after all, this is also his home court. So it's not a problem to convey some information to those left behind by the previous family leader. Because Lin Hao also has to, the most important thing is to pass this situation on. Chapter 461 Plan. You need to tell them your plan so that when the time comes, they will take action. Only in this way can they produce an effect that echoes their own, so that their power can be maximized. Otherwise, if neither of them is able to keep up with the other's pace, it will only lead to a waste of their strength. Even if they consume their own strength, there will not be much results at that time, considering their current situation. That was really the most dangerous time, and Lin Hao also had to make the corresponding plan he had arranged in the specific implementation steps. You also need to tell them carefully, so that when they take action here, those outside will also proceed according to their own plans. In this way, they can ensure that the probability of success of their entire plan is not so low. Of course, Lin Hao cannot guarantee that these plans will be final and successful, but he will do his best. Just to ensure that they can succeed, have you taken into account all possible oversights? This will also reduce the risk of plan failure, and it is also necessary to reach an agreement with those outside. The current troubles and the blockade of their entire family are no longer just a self-protective blockade ordered by Lin Hao. They are all far away, better than Lin Hao and the others. In this case, they will form a blockade. But there are some hidden methods that are not so easy to eliminate. Considering the blockades arranged, this blockade is much tighter than the blockades arranged by Lin Hao and others. Advertisement. In this way, they can maximize their own strength and help the entire family get out of the current predicament. It doesn't mean that you can do it if you want to, of course, for Han Chunshui and others. This is not something so bad that it cannot be accepted. After all, the surrounding areas used to be Lin Hao's territory. After all, there are also several families united together, so whether it is in terms of manpower or other aspects, it won't have much effect at all, but will ruin the fate of the entire family. So for Lin Hao, even though it is now occupied by these hostile families, after all, Lin Hao and others have been operating here for many years before. Please give me flowers. 0 Under this situation, if Lin Hao and the others wanted to convey some news, it would be really difficult. Otherwise, relying solely on them, as far as the individual strength of either side is concerned, is tantamount to hitting an egg against a stone. It is not difficult to pass on the information, after all, as long as he makes corresponding arrangements. There are so many means deployed, but it doesn't mean that they can all be eliminated in a short time. Even though they had the numerical advantage, they kept clearing Lin Hao and the others. These means are arranged. It will also be tighter, at least much denser than the blockades arranged by Lin Hao and others. There are also enemies outside who, in order to prevent anyone within their family from escaping secretly and leaving behind disasters. Chapter 462 Hidden Means. Therefore, although on the surface, it seems that the blockade established by these hostile families is also very tight. It also eliminated some of the spies they had trained through the means deployed by Lin Hao, but in fact, they haven't cleared them all yet, because there are many methods and spies who belong to the family. This year, only the previous family and group leaders can know, 730, and even the entire family except for the group leader. No one can know this information, so relying on them only relies on their numerical advantage. To eliminate these spies, it would be very difficult for them to completely eliminate them all. Because there are many people in Lin Hao's family who have arranged the existence of Dao, and people like them are even in Lin Hao's family. Even though spies were planted, they couldn't get the confidential information, so they wanted it too. All the means that Lin Hao and others have deployed to operate are eliminated, but they are still somewhat powerless. They can only eliminate all the methods they can discover, although they cannot eliminate them completely. But at any rate, the living space of Lin Hao and the others is constantly being compressed, leaving Lin Hao and the others in the same situation. They also became very passive, but they did not because they had the numerical advantage. They relaxed their vigilance because they also knew that every big family had hidden methods. You can't underestimate it, otherwise, in the end, you will definitely be the one who suffers. Advertisement. They also know Lin Hao. They must have some secret channels within the areas they have blocked. There is no doubt that news and even people can be conveyed. Because they and Lin Hao are also at the same level of family, they also know that when their strength reaches a certain level, some of the means we have cannot be inferred just by relying on common sense, and these means are arranged. It can also be said that it is pervasive. Just relying on them and hastily making arrangements in a short period of time can completely solve it. That was undoubtedly an idiot's dream, so they didn't think that they could completely eliminate these people. It's just to clean them up as much as possible, so that it can also bring psychological pressure to Lin Hao and his family. If all external means are eliminated, then the means they rely on. In other words, the trump cards they can rely on are also beginning to decrease, so in the end their probability of success will be reduced. It will be very low, which will put a huge psychological pressure on Lin Hao and his family members. Of course, they also know that these little tricks are nothing more than jokes to the leadership of those families. They don't even take it to heart, but for those at the grassroots level, they don't think so. Because the situation they're in is limited. The things they consider are also very limited. They also knew that they only saw what was in front of them and did not consider the methods hidden behind them. 8IG Chapter 463 Scheming, but they are all, and they can clearly see that the situation on the surface is not very optimistic for their family. If at this time, all these methods deployed outside are wiped out by the enemy, then the situation of their family is really dangerous. At this time, there will be some people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. There are those who want to take advantage of the opportunity to make small moves, or who want to betray the entire family. For Lin Hao and other hostile families, this is what they want because they cannot send people. While continuing to infiltrate, Lin Hao and his family went to spy on intelligence, and even if they sent people in, then the information they can obtain is very limited, both in terms of credibility and quantity, so if at this time, it is said that if there are people within their family who provide them with information, both in terms of credibility and importance, it is far more useful than them sending people in to spy on information now, and as long as one person takes the initiative, then those who want to surrender, or those who are greedy for life and afraid of death, will continue to approach them. This will invisibly weaken the power they can use, which will increase their final chance of winning. Of course, these people who are greedy for life and fear death and come to surrender will definitely not be given their sole responsibility, and we will even say that we cannot let them leave. Although they are also greedy for life and afraid of death, and will not cause any big waves, they would rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one of them go. Advertisement: if this is a trick done by Lin Hao and others, they will regret it later. Of course, if someone really wants to come and surrender, then they also need to do what they can on the surface. After all, there is an urgent need now. When it comes to the internal situation of Lin Hao and his family, now that someone is coming to send information, they must not miss it. Of course, this kind of information also needs to be compared to ensure that it is correct before it can be trusted, but even if it is passed on as false information, it will be much better than them not getting any information now, not to mention if many people come to surrender by then. Then the information they provide can be verified by each other and some correct information can be obtained. This will also be of great help to their next actions, including those who provide intelligence. They will definitely provide very generous treatment, so as to attract the remaining 280 people to surrender. Then provide them with information, and with this method, we can also weaken the remaining strength of Lin Hao's family. For them, it is really a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. They will not miss it. After all, for them, what they paid was only temporary so-called generous treatment for themselves. It will not harm any of their own interests, nor will it leave them any trouble. Because these people who come to surrender will definitely need to be dealt with by them in the end. Chapter 464. Can you believe it? People like this can even betray their own family, so what else can they not betray? So even if this kind of person stays until the end, they will not dare to trust this kind of person anymore, and they will not even leave any way for them to survive. What if there are some small tricks arranged by Lin Hao and others among these people, the purpose of which is to preserve the hope of the entire family? Then if these people cause any trouble again, they will regret it. And at this time, why did they surround Lin Hao and his family so tightly? Isn't the purpose just to keep away from any one of them? That is to eradicate the root of the problem? So even if there are people who come to surrender and provide information, then they will not survive. It will definitely be solved in the end. There is no doubt about this, because each of them knows in their hearts that this is impossible. They don't want the final disaster to come from their own hands, which will add trouble to themselves for no reason. Of course, they can actually consider these things, so those people in Lin Hao's family. It is also something that can be considered, and if you can stay in the family, people who don't practice are also the elites of the family. If mediocre people are not qualified to live here, then they also know the situation. It has developed to the point where it is today, and judging from this symptom, it is also to destroy his entire family. Advertisement: there are also people who live in such a big family and know what this means. Don't imagine that you can survive in this situation, even if you can survive today's crisis. Once their identities are exposed, what awaits them will be endless pursuit. They will definitely not be allowed to continue to live in this world, because this is a hidden danger for those hostile families. Although they themselves may not be able to cause too much trouble, for the sake of safety, they cannot leave any disaster behind. Then there is no way to let them continue to survive, so there are only two endings for these people today. Either live or be killed by those hostile families. Of course there is no other choice. Don't even think about betraying the entire family in exchange for the right to survive, because they know it very well. This is also a bit ridiculous, although the hostile families are now blocking them off. And he also used very huge benefits to seduce them, to betray the entire family song, and then let them live. Although the conditions, de Nuo Hao, sounded very tempting and made them a little ready to make a move. They knew it very well in their hearts. Although the benefits are huge, you still have to have the life to enjoy these stories. Even if it gives you huge benefits, so what? You lost your own life. That's not why you gave others an advantage. Therefore, the conditions or small means given by the hostile families outside are a bit too ridiculous. Chapter 465 Knowing it well. And you must know that those who can live here are all the elites of the family, since they can become the elite of the family. I also understand this better. If the entire family is wiped out, they, the elite personnel, will be wiped out. It is even more the target of the enemy's pursuit, if the entire huge family cannot resist it. So just relying on their personal strength, what qualifications can they have to resist, then what awaits them when the time comes? Even if you die, don't believe the other party's lies and tempt them to surrender. 097 will not escape death, but will be accused of betraying the family, not only himself, but also their descendants. They will also be looked down upon by everyone within the family. The most important thing is that even if you do that, it will not change the final result. It's better to follow the family wholeheartedly. Under the leadership of Lin Hao, there may be a glimmer of hope for survival. They all know very well about Lin Hao's abilities and what a wise person the previous family leader was. Under Beta, his leadership, the entire family's strength has continued to rise, compared to the previous situation where they were bullied everywhere. There has also been an earth-shaking change, so they believe in the previous family leader from the bottom of their hearts. The trust in the previous family leader can be said to have been deeply rooted in their bones, since Lin Hao can be the previous family leader. Choosing to take on this role as the family leader means that Lin Hao must have something outstanding. Advertisement with the approval of the previous family leader, there is only one way left for them now. That is to trust Lin Hao without any reservation, because this is the choice of the previous family leader, and the person chosen to follow him must be right. Moreover, the previous family leader also had no bad thoughts about the family. At least he won't betray the entire family and sacrifice the entire family in exchange for the hope that his dog will survive. And through these methods that Lin Hao didn't know about in recent days, they can also see it. Lin Hao is indeed a person with real talents and knowledge, not the kind of people who rely on ulterior motives to get to the top. If in this case, they still have a glimmer of hope to survive, then it will be achieved under the leadership of Lin Hao. If we break away from Lin Hao and let them fight alone, then there is no doubt that there is only one end left for them, which is death, and that death is still a very painful death. Of course, they also know that the family is currently fighting and there is some confusion, but these are not things they can decide. They are just the most basic members of the entire family, making choices or giving orders to the upper-level leaders. They also have no right to interfere or the qualification to question. All they can do is follow these orders. Besides, they have no other choice, sometimes even if they know it. What they did was wrong, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, their duty was to obey orders. Chapter 466 Reflecting Ability. But fortunately, because of the situation faced by the entire family, their fighting has now subsided. At least there won't be any big conflicts, and when Lin Hao issues orders, they will choose to obey them. Instead of saying that he was against him at every turn, it also gave them a sigh of relief because they knew. If they continue to develop according to the previous rhythm, then their entire family will. There is no hope of survival at all, which is really despairing, but now the situation is getting better. This gave them some good hope, and according to the news, Lin Hao also began to arrange corresponding measures. Although they don't know, Lin Hao doesn't know what it is, and they don't know how much effect it will have when the time comes. But they know that if this is the case, it means that they still have hope to survive, if it is said to be in this crisis. If they can survive, then what awaits them will definitely be unimaginable benefits. Because after all, they can be considered as sharing life and death with their family, and when the time comes, they will be rewarded based on their merits. The rewards that can be assigned to them will definitely not be small. As for what methods Lin Hao has arranged, there is no doubt that they also need to obtain corresponding information, so it can be said. Then in the end, their last hope will be extinguished, even though they are not afraid of death. Only then can they live here, so they all know it very well, even within a powerful family. Advertisement. But there is no doubt that these people exist, because they are not fools, and they have also experienced various battles in the family. They didn't know, and it was understandable that they were not dissatisfied because Lin Hao didn't tell them these plans. But if there is a possibility of survival, who would be willing to go there and die? Before the alliance, Lin Hao took a series of small measures. It is inevitable that other families will insert spies, especially now that these enemies have launched an attack on them. It definitely needs to be kept secret. If we talk about these methods, if they all know about it. Only at the last step, when there is no other choice, will they consider dying with the enemy, but there is still something to live on. This can also prove how powerful these methods arranged by Lin Hao are, since they are such powerful methods. Now, the number of spies installed within their family is definitely not small. If these means are passed on, the enemy will know about it, and the means arranged by Lin Hao will be useless by then. I hope they will fight for it without hesitation and try their best. They also knew that there were spies from the enemy within the family, although they did not know who these spies were. They also know that since they can make a turn for the better in such a crisis situation, they must know that the current situation is not optimistic. Please give me flowers, then wouldn't those spies hidden within the family know about these cases? Chapter 466 Arrest. Lin Hao also arrested a group of people within the family before, and some of them were even quite popular within the family. They were also relatively popular, when Lin Hao ordered their arrest, there were still people who interceded on their behalf. It can be said that Lin Hao also encountered a lot of pressure when he acted before, but even so, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. After shouldering all these pressures, the 850 completed the operation. It is said that many people were arrested that time. One can imagine how great the pressure Lin Hao was under and the final fate of these people. There is no doubt that all of them have been solved. There were rumors at the time that Lin Hao wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. They were a little unconvinced at the time about suppressing those who disobeyed his orders, but when they thought of the people Lin Hao arrested. I also violated Lin Hao's orders before. It can be said that I didn't obey Lin Hao's orders. In times of crisis like this, the entire family should be united to overcome this difficulty. But Lin Hao arrested all these people. It is said that these people were executed secretly in the end, although they did not know whether it was true or not. But it is true that they have never seen those people again since then, so their fate can be imagined. At that time, they were still quite critical of Lin Hao. They felt that they had seen the wrong person. They originally thought he was a man with a big belly. Being able to lead the whole family towards hope, because the family had previously been dissatisfied with Lin Hao. Advertisement. There were also many objections, but Lin Hao did not become angry because of this, so they said that they believed Lin Hao. He is also a man of great magnanimity, but after Lin Hao carried out that activity, their opinion of Lin Hao also dropped rapidly. After all, they originally thought that Lin Hao was also a person who could have a great career, but they did not expect Lin Hao. At this critical moment when the family is going through a crisis, they still want to avenge themselves and not think about how to go out for themselves. It seems that what Lin Hao showed before was all fake, and they really misjudged the person. I am also lamenting for the previous family leader. I didn't expect to be deceived by Lin Hao's appearance. It turns out that he is such a person. Otherwise, when the family faced such a huge crisis, his first thought was not to unite the people within the family. To work together to find a way to help the family get out of this crisis. It's actually this time. Come and arrest all those who had objections to him before. As for their fate, there is no need to say more about them, of course. In fact, they also know in their hearts that in order to solve external disasters, they must first stabilize the internal situation. But the methods Lin Hao is taking now are a bit too radical. After all, the 4.7 people he couldn't catch were all pretty good, although they weren't that strong. But it is definitely not the weakest. In times of crisis, they also need to be united. It is more or less an ability that can be used in combat. Once a battle breaks out, it can bring more hope to the family. Chapter 467 Headache. And they also believe that when the family faces such a crisis, they should also let go. My own prejudice against Lin Hao. After all, no matter what, I need to save the entire family. Only then will you be qualified to engage in internal fighting, otherwise the entire family will be captured by the enemy. So what's the value of their internal fighting? And now, on the surface, the gap in strength between them is slightly larger. Even if 14 is their entire family, with all their strength combined, they are not necessarily a match for these enemies outside. Under such a tight situation, Lin Hao actually abolished some of the forces within the family. In this case, the gap between them will undoubtedly increase, and there will be hope for their family to survive. It was also 1 point less, so their view of Lin Hao couldn't help but become a little worse. After all, they don't know the inside story and only see the superficial phenomena, so they will inevitably think of it. You must know that the leaders of these factions in the past also had great disapproval of Lin Hao, and they would always find fault with him. But in this case, you may die faster if you betray the entire family, because if you betray the entire family, then there is no need for the enemies outside to take action. Lin Hao and the others will solve it themselves. And these things are not their turn to worry about at all. It is seen that the leaders of these factions have not expressed any opinions on this. Advertisement. None of them expressed any opinions on this, and they all behaved very quietly, as if this matter had never happened, which I couldn't help but feel. Instead, they are thinking about how to consolidate the power in their hands, no matter how big their complaints are. Then the leaders of those factions who had considerable objections to him before will definitely take this opportunity to launch a crusade against him. 587. This is Lin Hao taking this opportunity to avenge his personal revenge. He does not put the interests of the entire family first at all. So although they were not very satisfied with Lin Hao's actions, they had no choice but to accept it. But if you choose to betray your family, you will definitely die. It can't be shown now, because no matter what, Lin Hao is now the leader of the entire family. No matter how perfect Lin Hao is, he can still find faults, and now Lin Hao has exposed such a big problem. It is also a bit strange. Logically speaking, if Lin Hao did such an unwise thing at such a critical moment, it is also possible to deprive a considerable part of the rights from his hands, but now no matter which faction he is the leader of. Now all members of the family need to obey his orders, unless they want to betray the entire family. Logically speaking, this is definitely the best opportunity to overthrow him, even if he cannot be overthrown. After all, if they had understood Lin Hao's orders, they might still have a chance to survive. There is no need for them, the grassroots staff, to worry about it, and they are also aware of this matter. Chapter 468 Non-existent Transaction. It makes people very curious. There must be some kind of transaction in this that they don't know. Of course, according to normal principles, Lin Hao also paid a certain price. Let the leaders of these factions calm down and not express any opinions on what he has done. But judging from their understanding of the leaders of these factions, the price Lin Hao paid was definitely huge. But there is no way, if at this critical juncture, these faction leaders are allowed to come out to cause trouble. Then Lin Hao will definitely fall into a situation where he is at a loss. In this case, it will also be very dangerous for the entire family. Presumably the leaders of those factions also know this, but they will never let it go. Such an opportunity to seek benefits for oneself, so there must be some kind of transaction between them. And no one else can know about this kind of transaction except the parties involved. Both parties must keep this kind of thing closely guarded. Of course, all this is just their own conjecture, and they don't know what the process is. They just need to listen, instead of being like now after Lin Hao made the so-called wrong choice. But there is no doubt that their impression of Lin Hao has been greatly reduced. Under Lin Hao's leadership, he could see what these people were doing, and he was very clear about what they were thinking. It also has a considerable impact, and may even lead to failure. Advertisement otherwise, according to normal principles, no matter what order the family leader gives, it will be right or wrong. On the contrary, it is also a bit gratifying, because it can prove that the members of the family are not the kind of treacherous people. My heart is always thinking about the whole family. They indeed put the interests of the entire family first. After all, this is no joke, if it is still impossible to perfectly explain what happened this time. Now he is also the leader of the entire family, so they must obey the orders of discovery. But when the family was facing a life and death crisis, they actually still thought about their own things. Now it's also because the family is facing such a crisis, so they won't say much. This is very fatal. This is definitely something that a family leader should not do, but how should I put it? Then it means that he is indeed not suitable to be the leader of the entire family and does not put the interests of the entire family first. I know what these people think, but Lin Hao is not angry because of it. What they thought about was the impact it would have on the entire family, and Lin Hao was very pleased. Because it is definitely impossible to tell them the truth about these things, otherwise it will affect his next plan. But once they get through this crisis, they also need to take care of themselves and let Lin Hao give them an explanation. But there are also some headaches, because his next plan may have some difficulties in implementation. Chapter 469 Observation. Therefore, Lin Hao must not be able to tell them the truth, because this is also part of his plan. It just so happens that we can take this opportunity to see how many people within the entire family are truly loyal to the entire family. No matter how many of them have a sneaky attitude, we can take this opportunity to catch them all. In this case, in the future, when cultivating family abilities, I can also focus on cultivating those who are loyal to the entire family. And the more times of crisis, the more a person's true character can be reflected. Otherwise, if we follow normal principles, we still have to try to cultivate family abilities. It can only be recommended by leaders of other factions, although he can also inspect some of them himself. But after all, his energy is limited. He has to manage the entire family, which means he doesn't have much time and energy to worry about selecting people. In this case, the situation will be somewhat passive. Because he had no way of knowing what the personalities of the people recommended by the leaders of other factions were like. If you only think about seeking benefits for yourself, it will be a huge loss for the entire family. The benefits are absolutely huge, and Lin Hao has no other better solution besides this. But they only think about seeking benefits for themselves. In this case, the family's resources will be wasted. If it doesn't work, then we can only use violence to solve the problem. Advertisement. That is a huge risk, which is often accompanied by huge benefits, if this matter can be successful by then. In the end, this can only be a waste of money, but it will put yourself in a very bad situation. Because his next plan is also arranged in this way. He had already expected this when he arrested these people. This is really a good thing that kills two birds with one stone, but if this thing is realized, then other people will definitely have opinions, and some people may even take this opportunity to cause trouble. Lin Hao has already prepared for the worst. Or in other words, what kind of thoughts do they have about the entire family, in case they recommend someone to come here? What he didn't know before was that the last resort was not used, but it was not used, so it was just right. And this is undoubtedly building strength for his opponent. Lin Hao will not do such a stupid thing. Because when the time comes, the entire family will definitely invest a lot of resources in cultivating them, and in the end, these people. There are also considerable risks. If you are not careful, it may be an overwhelming situation. Using it for your own use can also improve your own voice within the entire family, and can also help you better control the entire family. And just taking this opportunity, you can also select some talents, BEBG, so that you can firmly control them in your hands. Through a person's personality, you can also tell which position they are suitable for. But he didn't expect that the situation was better than he imagined, and the worst situation did not appear. Chapter 470 Ventilation. As for why the leaders of other factions did not react, it was because Lin Hao had already expressed his anger with them in advance. I also talked to them about my plan. Of course, I definitely can't tell them the specific implementation steps. He just told them a rough idea, saying that he had a plan that could save the entire family. But their cooperation is needed. In essence, the leaders of these factions must be loyal to the entire family. The reason why they chose to target Lin Hao before was because they wanted to conduct another form of test on Lin Hao. Among these people, no one wants to betray the entire family to seek their own interests. There is no such person, and even if there were, they would have been dealt with by the previous family leader. He would never survive to this day. That's why Lin Hao told them these plans, but for safety reasons. There is definitely no problem with these leaders and they will be loyal to the entire family, but who can guarantee it? Among their subordinates, there is no such thing as people with their own little thoughts, so they are just on the safe side. Lin Hao did not tell them all the detailed planning steps, but just let them have a number in mind. Then when the time comes to implement your plan, just don't let them come and cause trouble. This is also possible, allowing them to avoid a lot of trouble and some losses that should not have occurred. For them, combat power is already very scarce now, and they don't want to reduce it due to this reason. Advertisement. This is really a bolt from the blue for them. They were the leaders of other classes. When I learned that Lin Hao had a series of plans, I was a little surprised. I didn't expect this person who looked much younger. He actually came up with the corresponding plan one step earlier than these old monsters. Moreover, this plan was beyond the imagination of any of them present. According to their thinking, the most they can do is protect the entire family from eventual extinction. Please give me flowers. No one would have thought that they would take this opportunity to counterattack and then seek benefits for the entire family. Such an idea is also very bold, but I have to say that interests can also make a person crazy. They also saw the huge benefits that this series of plans could bring. That's why I have to say Lin Hao. This person is really super capable, and the previous family leader was indeed the right person. He had a basis for making such a choice, and they couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when they thought of this. I didn't expect that they would question the decision made by the previous family leader. Now the reality is really a slap in the face. Facts also prove how correct the choice of the previous family leader was, if we talk about the previous family leader. If the entire family is handed over to the leader of any faction present, they all know that they can't do better than Lin Hao, or even face losses calmly like Lin Hao. Chapter 471 Calm on the surface. Of course, although Lin Hao looks very calm on the surface, they also know it. Lin Hao has put so much effort into this, and it's because of this that they recognize Lin Hao even more. You must know that Lin Hao was also implementing these plans under pressure from people like them before this. And this plan is so huge that no mistakes can be made in any of the 3 steps, as long as there is a mistake in any of the links. Then the entire series of plans may collapse, but the entire series of plans have been implemented to this day. If Lin Hao hadn't told them, they probably wouldn't have been able to notice this, which reflects the horror of Lin Hao's abilities. They also secretly decided in their hearts that after this family crisis, they would assist Lin Hao properly. They can also see that the entire family, under the leadership of Lin Hao, can definitely reach heights that were previously unreachable. Lin Hao didn't tell them all the detailed plans, he just told me this series of plans. If they can succeed, then what huge benefits they can get in the end. Benefits drive people's hearts, not to mention such huge benefits. It was a benefit that shocked everyone in the game. They didn't expect Lin Hao to have such huge ambitions. But it's just right. I'm not afraid that he will find out that he has ambition, but I'm afraid that he doesn't have ambition. If he is a person without ambition. If you want to control the entire family, then the future achievements of the entire family will be very limited. Advertisement in Lin Hao has such huge ambitions, so the entire family will surely be more glorious in the future under his leadership. At the same time, Lin Hao not only has ambition, but the most important thing is that he has the corresponding strength. If we say that he only has ambition but no strength, that is undoubtedly courting death, and if you have strength but no ambition, you will not be able to achieve any great things. And Lin Hao happens to have both of these, so we can see that in the near future, the whole family will be led happily. You can definitely create more brilliant achievements. Of course, these are things to talk about later. The top priority now is to think about how to help Lin Hao realize this series of plans. But what makes them a little depressed is that Lin Hao did not tell them how to implement this series of plans. In other words, they don't know what they should do next, which makes them feel a little depressed. They are not the kind of dumbfounded, and it can be seen that the reason why Lin Hao did this is to make it clear that he does not believe them. But from Lin Hao's perspective, it is normal to have such doubts. If Lin Hao now generously tells them the entire plan on 3.6 and tells me what each of them should do next. On the contrary, they have to doubt Lin Hao's motives, that is, whether Lin Hao wants to take advantage of this opportunity. Get rid of them all. People are so contradictory. Sometimes if you don't tell him, he will think you are hiding it from him. Chapter 472 Strange Creatures. But if you tell him, he thinks that what you tell him is false, so humans are truly strange creatures. But if you think about it from another perspective, the way they targeted Lin Hao before can be said to have put Lin Hao in a very bad situation. It can even be said that they are a little embarrassed. If it is still possible at this level, we can get along well with them immediately. Even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe it. They were even prepared to be punished by Lin Hao when the time came. But Kai 14 Shin didn't say much, which made them feel relieved. What Lin Hao did now also convinced them that Lin Hao did have a corresponding plan. I'm not lying to them, let alone trying to dig a hole for them to pick, but since Lin Hao didn't tell them the whole plan. 1. They are too lazy to worry about this, because they can also know such a huge plan. It will definitely be very difficult to implement it at that time, and there can be no mistakes in any link. But they can't guarantee that the people under them can keep secrets and check for spies in the opponent's family. Because their fate is also connected with the entire family. If there is a problem with the family, they will not benefit. It cannot be that Lin Hao's plan will be in vain, and the illusion he created to confuse the enemy will be self-defeating. Lin Hao can also see how huge the pressure is. Advertisement. Otherwise, it is possible that the entire plan will be wasted, and the fewer people who know about this plan, the better. But these people below don't know that they will definitely bring endless pressure to Lin Hao. They can't risk this, and the other party is not a fool if they can act for each other. If the news goes wrong, then the entire plan will be in vain, and the entire family will have no room to turn around. These are all normal things. They are also the spies installed by the other party in the family, and they also need to constantly obtain information. Only in this way can the risk of being leaked be avoided. Although they are very confident in themselves, they will not leak the news. This is in vain, so there must be spies from other families inside their family like this. These plans 333 I have seen, I am sure they will be under huge pressure if they are implemented. Although they understand Lin Hao's approach and know that Lin Hao wants to implement this series of plans. However, due to the existence of the blockade, although some quite valuable information was obtained, it could not be passed on at all. Let them act in their true colors, so they won't be able to make any mistakes, but they also know that if they do this, only Lin Hao can bear this pressure alone, and no one present can help Lin Hao. No matter how perfect the performance is, there will eventually be flaws. The best solution is not to tell them. Lin Hao worked so hard to do this series of things. For what purpose? Chapter 473 Confusing the Enemy. Isn't it just to confuse the enemy and give them the illusion that Lin Hao is being targeted by the entire family? Let them believe that Lin Hao is also isolated and helpless within the family. In this case, it is considered Lin Hao. No matter how smart his brain is, he doesn't have enough strength to support him in implementing this series of plans. That's all in vain. In other words, within the family, the fewer people who obey Lin Hao's orders, the more at ease the enemy will feel. Only then can we relax our vigilance and bring opportunities to Lin Hao's next plans so that they can be realized. When Lin Hao arrested all these people, they knew in their hearts that none of the people Lin Hao arrested was wrongly accused. They are all spies from other families, but they, the leaders of the filming, know the inside story. But they couldn't spread the news, and even took this opportunity to condemn Lin Hao. In this way, the enemy can be more convinced that Lin Hao is really isolated and helpless within the entire family. As for the grassroots personnel below, they will even less know the truth of these things. So when the time comes, what they show will be the best and truest reaction, so that the enemy will not be wary. So it can be said that Lin Hao also wants to introduce an illusion that he is forced into a desperate situation. But the leaders of these factions couldn't bear to let Lin Hao bear such tremendous pressure by himself. Because there is absolutely no doubt that they have seriously injured the entire family, and they also know that Lin Hao is the future and hope of the entire family. Advertisement: if Lin Hao is alone and under such tremendous pressure, anything will go wrong. Then the future of the entire family will be in jeopardy, so they can't make fun of the entire family's hopes. But they can't operate too obviously, so this puts them in a dilemma. But what they could do was not take the opportunity to condemn Lin Hao after he arrested these people. Although the effect will be greatly reduced, the grassroots disciples below, they will make these imperfect performances perfect, because they don't know Lin Hao's series of plans. We don't even know the true identities of the people Lin Hao arrested, so their performance is definitely the most realistic performance. Even if the enemy wanted to figure it out, any hint of conspiracy would be impossible. Originally, Lin Hao did not agree with what they did, but under the repeated insistence of these leaders, Lin Hao had no choice but to accept this, although the result of the entire plan was not perfect. But it is within the acceptable range. The most important thing is that this is also a concession made by the other party. Is it money? I also thought that insisting blindly would be a bit artificial, so Lin Hao also accepted the other party's kindness calmly. Lin Hao also needs to tell the whole sentence to these theater leaders, otherwise he will only rely on his personal strength. But it's impossible to mobilize all these forces within the family to where they should be. And this kind of mobilization needs to be done naturally and not too deliberately. Chapter 474 Transfer. If Lin Hao were to give orders to operate these things, it would be too obvious. It's like telling the enemy that these are some of the methods arranged by Lin Hao. Don't fail to pick out this trap. Regarding the mobilization of these forces within the family, it still needs to be left to the leaders of the filming, and they can only do it themselves. Only then can it appear more real. It will really create a feeling for the enemy that these filming leaders and Lin Hao are not on the same page at all. Without telling Lin Hao, he secretly mobilized the power within the family, which could also make 030 and others think. The situation within Lin Hao's family is also very bad now, which can also make them relax their vigilance even more. But it was impossible for Lin Hao to gather everyone together and tell them this series of plans. He just needs to do what every filming leader needs to do, and they need to use the power under their control. Telling the corresponding people which position to move to does not allow them to know their tasks from each other. In this case, even if the people below them get wind of the situation, they will only think it is a show, based on the mobilization of power carried out by Lin Hao. It won't generate too many other ideas. This will avoid the risk of exposure when the time comes. And the way is to let Lin Hao give orders to mobilize these forces. Compared with these people below, they must also be giving orders to Lin Hao. If it is not strictly followed, it may lead to these forces not being arranged in place, so it is just in case. Advertisement. It is also to ensure that the entire plan can be carried out smoothly. These steps are also needed. The leaders of each faction are responsible for doing this. Of course, they cannot show any goodwill toward Lin Hao. Otherwise, once any goodwill is shown, the enemy will be more vigilant. That's why we can dispel the enemy's vigilance. But now there are spies inside the Lin Hao family. Most of them have been solved, leaving only a few that were hidden very deeply and were not caught by Lin Hao. However, these people can no longer afford to cause any big troubles. Lin Hao is also the leader of these various factions. After making an appointment in his secret room, he explained to them individually their respective tasks, and then asked them to go down and start preparations. After arranging corresponding tasks, Lin Hao can finally breathe a sigh of relief. All the pressure has been on him alone, which really makes him breathless. But he must forcefully support himself every day, otherwise if he falls, the entire family will really fall. So he can't just shrink back like this, let alone have this idea, but no matter how powerful Lin Hao's ability is. In the final analysis, he is just a person, and people will get tired sometimes, but at least now Lin Hao. You can also take a long breath and enter. Now the corresponding plan has been laid out, and then it depends on the other party's actions. Lin Hao stood in his study room, looking at the bright moonlight outside through the window. The pale moonlight reflected on the earth. Chapter 475 Dispersion of Strength. Although the moonlight is beautiful, it reveals an infinitely desolate and chilling feeling. Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but he didn't know how to survive this crisis. How many people can no longer see this beautiful moonlight, but there is no way, there are many things that he cannot decide at all. It's not something that can be changed by himself, now he is the leader of the entire family. Then his responsibility and obligation is to maintain the operation of the entire family and lead the entire family to a more glorious moment. And this is also the promise he made to the previous family leader, so he must fulfill it. Then other people and other families are not within the scope of his consideration, if there is a family that wants to go against his family. Then he can't think about it, he can't be merciful to the enemy, otherwise it will be the greatest cruelty to himself. It is even more irresponsible to the entire family. Now I don't know what the heads of those families are doing outside. They must be a little anxious now, after all, the news they have sent out before. If we don't take this information seriously, we will suffer huge losses as a result. I believe it will also interfere with their judgment. I believe they are also very uncomfortable now. The Japanese side has obtained the information. It is also more serious, so no matter what their choice, they will have unbearable consequences. That is not a consequence they can bear, but if this information is true. Advertisement because the impact of this incident was also very serious, they could only choose to use this cautious approach. If there is a weakness in their encirclement and some of them escape, then the consequences will be there. 17. But equally, they have much more to worry about than Lin Hao and the others. Creating a weakness may give Lin Hao and the others an opportunity to take advantage of them, if Lin Jia and the others originally had no chance. Originally, Lin Hao and the others were already at an absolute disadvantage. Even the worst outcome would be the demise of the entire family. Please give me flowers. The leaders of the rival families are also very busy at the moment, although on the surface it seems that their strength has the upper hand. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the unexpected. In this case, even if the situation develops in a bad direction. Then they need to allocate a certain amount of strength to deal with these possible situations, so that they will be surrounded. This is also the reason why they took this risk, compared to Lin Hao's leisurely attitude. In the end, they will be able to and have the means to deal with it, so who makes them the one who chooses to attack? But they didn't know whether it was correct or not, and they had to find a way to verify it. But when they went to verify it, they found that it was more difficult to verify. Therefore, various consequences must be considered, but once successful, the benefits will be huge. This is what makes them tangled, but they have no choice but to choose a more cautious approach. Chapter 476 Interests are heartwarming. But this is not possible for them, if it is because of their temporary mistakes. This caused huge losses to their family. Under such a huge transformation, it was really difficult for them to escape death. It was a plan that was sure to win, but it failed, and the other party took advantage of this opportunity to grow. Then they are the sinners of the entire family. As the saying goes, 660, people are barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. Lin Hao's family is the one who is barefoot now. And those who are surrounded by the outside, these families are the ones wearing shoes. Lin Hao, they can do it without any scruples. But they really didn't dare, at least that's what the heads of these hostile families thought. At the same time, I couldn't help but secretly curse, Lin Hao is really too cunning, since your family has no hope. It's better to just surrender and capture them. This way, they can reduce their losses a little, at least they don't have to be as worried as they are now. I was afraid of any accidents, but at the same time I couldn't help but sigh. Lin Hao indeed has great abilities. In this case, it can also bring so much pressure to them and pay attention to anyone present. Why should we target Lin Hao's family? If this is to let Lin Hao grow up, then it will be okay. You must know that it is just Lin Hao now, and he does not have the entire family in his hands, so he can already reach this point. Then the benefits obtained are almost the same as the price they paid. Things have developed to the point where they are today, and they are no longer within the control of anyone. Advertisement. None of them have the confidence to be able to do what Lin Hao does. Now they can also understand the inside of the family. So they all know this in their hearts. You want to end the battle as soon as possible, otherwise you can win in the end. Otherwise, this fight will only continue unanimously, and the losses will only become more and more huge. Even the price they paid would be even greater, and then the gains would really outweigh the losses. As long as they think that Lin Hao has this idea, it is enough. This is the reason for them to take action. There is only one ending now, and one of the two sides must pay a huge price to end this impulse. In their opinion, it can be a reason for them to take action, but no matter what. It has to be said that as long as they have enough interests, nothing can stop them, no matter how unreliable the excuse is. But maybe Lin Hao has no intention of annexing other families, but these are no longer important. Judging from their own strength and the comprehensive ability of the entire family, they are probably no match. And if it develops to the end, the huge loss will definitely not be something that anyone can bear. It may even lead to the worst result, so the family decided to strike first. If the time comes, and the entire family is integrated into our hands, wouldn't it be possible to counterattack them? And they don't have Lin Hao's perverted abilities. It will definitely be very difficult for their family to deal with it. Chapter 477 Selfish. Although Lin Hao appears to be in a very dangerous situation within the family, things are not going smoothly. But in fact, he is secretly arranging other methods. On the one hand, he has his own confidants. In the layout outside, there are also leaders of those factions, and under their orders, they start according to the plan. Constantly mobilizing the power within the family, I have to say that the decision made by Lin Hao is also very correct. Under the leadership of these faction leaders, it is not that difficult to mobilize the power within their families. Furthermore, he walked out without any news. He thought it was the leaders of these factions who wanted to do it themselves. He didn't expect that all of this was a plan that Lin Hao didn't know about, and the most important thing was these powers. During the transfer process, it did not cause much commotion. Even in the eyes of these people, this was a normal thing. After all, they had seen very clearly before, and Lin Hao and the leaders of these various factions had not dealt with them at all. Whether it is Lin Hao or the leaders of these various factions, various conflicts often occur between them. It's so arrogant in mobilizing the power within the family like this, although they are also a little confused. But thinking about the current situation of the family, in this critical period, first of all, I want to find some way out for everyone in my faction. It is understandable that they want to break out from such a tight encirclement. After all, they can understand it. Advertisement people are selfish, and they have to consider other things on the premise of ensuring their own lives. This is especially true for those who are the leaders of factions. They not only have to consider their own life safety. They must be more responsible for the lives of other people in the faction they belong to, after all, since they are in this position. We must assume the corresponding responsibilities. We cannot wait until a crisis comes and only care about ourselves and ignore others. If this is the case, it will make the people below lose confidence in him. The most important point is in this situation. Just relying on individual strength cannot change some situations if some people unite. It can only be said that there is not much hope, but there is still hope after all, so when they have these powers. It didn't attract any attention, but instead made the enemy relax their vigilance even more. It seems that Lin Hao's situation within the family is not very good at all, otherwise it would be 277. At this critical moment of life and death for the family, these people within the family actually thought about just protecting themselves. Without taking care of other people, you can imagine how failed Lin Hao, the leader of the family, has been. It seems that even if he can control it, he can't use much power at all. In this case, no matter how perfect his plan is. But the power he controls is very limited, so when the time comes, the impact he can have is much less than they imagined, in this case. Chapter 478 Cunning. If they launch an attack then, or launch the final battle. There is no need to attach too much importance to Lin Hao and the plans he has made. Of course, it cannot be said that he just ignores them. No one wants to see their family suffer losses. Of course, the smaller the loss, the better. And even if Lin Hao doesn't have enough power to support his plan, it's always better to be cautious. After all, life belongs to you, and it only comes once, so there is no need to risk your life here. They came here for profit, not for their lives. Otherwise, they would have gained huge benefits in the end. But his life was gone, and the benefits he gained were just a wedding dress for others. They don't want to see this kind of situation. Of course, in this case, they don't have to be too nervous when targeting Lin Hao, backquote. So that when things get messed up, it is enough to treat it as a normal situation. In fact, in their eyes, Lin Hao is nothing to fear now, after all, although his ability has been recognized. But after all, if there is not enough strength to support it, outstanding abilities are just talk on paper. It can't cause any kind of storm at all, and it won't have much impact on them. But after all, Lin Hao is also very cunning. Who knows whether these illusions were deliberately made to show them? Advertisement. The purpose is to make them relax their vigilance and wait until they attack, thereby giving them a hard blow. Besides, no matter what they do, they are careful and there is nothing wrong. The most important thing is their own life. No matter what you do, you must protect your own life first. Only by protecting your own life can you do other things. What's more, if they hadn't maintained enough vigilance, I'm afraid they wouldn't be where they are today. So when it comes to being cautious, they understand its importance better than anyone else. Now it's a battle of wits and courage. They don't know what kind of methods Lin Hao will deploy. But they also believe that Lin Hao will never just surrender, he will definitely find a way. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he will definitely work hard to fight for it, because this is determined by Lin Hao's own character. It is also because of the responsibilities and obligations he bears that he must do this. Otherwise, if he didn't do this, it would be absolutely impossible for the previous family leader. Ma Zhao Zhao handed the entire family into his hands. The previous leader of the family was a very wise man. I would never make such a low-level mistake and leave the entire family in the hands of an irresponsible person. Although they are very reluctant to admit it, they have to say that Lin Hao does have a very unique ability. Especially in the face of this absolute dilemma, if it is any of them. Chapter 479 This is ability. I am afraid that when faced with such a huge crisis, it is very likely that I will not be able to withstand the pressure. I am afraid I haven't yet. When something happens to the enemy, they themselves will collapse first. Of course, this is not a shameful thing. After all, if you don't experience this kind of pressure yourself, you will never know the pressure involved. How great the need is when people face such a huge crisis and are under such huge pressure. That feeling really cannot be described in words. You can only understand it after you have experienced it yourself. That kind of feeling is really not something that just anyone can bear, so this is exactly why some people can become leaders. But some people can only live at the bottom, which is not unreasonable, considering how powerful they are. Then they can enjoy great rights. This sentence is not wrong at all, because the world is so cruel, and you may die if you are careless. Now both sides are seizing the last moment to prepare the final means, because they can also feel it. The day of the decisive battle is not too far away, and now the atmosphere of the ceremony is getting more and more tense. Walking on the road now, you can feel the tense atmosphere, and everyone's nerves are highly tense. After all, this is no joke. If you are not careful, it is easy to lose your life. It may even affect the entire family, so they cannot take it lightly and must pay attention to every little detail. Advertisement. This is not just a game, there is another chance. This is only one chance. If you miss it, then there will be no chance to do it again, and the price of failure is not something that everyone present can bear. So what they can do is to make better preparations, so that they can wait until something happens. Only then can they have enough energy and means to deal with it without being at a loss when the time comes. And now there is a steady stream of supplies being transported, as well as various weapons and various equipment. And now the management of personnel is becoming more and more strict, without orders or permission. Those who just walked around the streets at will could be thrown into prison and waited for the end of the war to be dealt with. In serious cases, it is even possible to be killed on the spot. After all, these are extraordinary times and extraordinary means need to be used. It is always right to be cautious, just in case someone in Lin Hao's family takes the opportunity to escape at this time. If they make trouble here, it will disrupt all their steps for their next plan. It is also a huge blow, so if there is nothing, or it is not very important, don't go out and walk around casually, otherwise, you don't know when, something bad will hit you on the head. When the time comes, you even die without knowing how. That will be the real injustice. You did not die on the battlefield, but it was given by one of our own people and solved due to some accident. Chapter 480 Don't be negligent. That's something that really makes people unwilling to accept, and even if they die like this, they will be very useless. And the most important thing is that if you die like this, you won't get any generous treatment. You may even be regarded as a sinner, and your family may be hurt at that time, so there is no benefit in saying this. So they all know how powerful it is. After all, it is really related to their own interests. So they all take all of this to heart, and as management becomes more and more strict, they could also feel the changes in the environment, and knew at that time that there was not much time left before the final battle. So they are also hurrying to prepare the last resort. After all, if a battle breaks out, that's really out of your control. Anything can happen on the battlefield. Anything you think of or can't imagine will happen. If they don't prepare more means, they may not be able to come back after going to the battlefield, but they still have to save their lives to enjoy it. All factors need to be taken into consideration, although the superiors have also distributed some supplies to them. But this amount of supplies is still somewhat insufficient compared to the brutal battle that will follow. Because as long as anyone with a clear mind will know that it is absolutely beneficial to them to take a look at that form. So their goal is to survive the next battle and save their own lives. You will use any means you can think of, and there will never be anything hidden. Advertisement. If Lin Hao and the others can turn defeat into victory under such circumstances, then there is no need for them to exist at all. And as long as you can survive this battle, there is absolutely no doubt about the final victory. 21. At least for them, it is a very rich resource, and it will be worth it no matter how much they pay. So they also began to use themselves and the resources they had accumulated in the past, although they were also a little distressed. But there is no way. If you still hide it at this time, you may lose your life. It is even possible that none of them would want to do something like giving others an advantage. This is very certain in their hearts, because now the absolute advantage is on their side. When the time comes, the fruits of victory will eventually belong to them, and they will also be rewarded with various rich resources by their families. At that time, no matter how generous the resources are, they will be nothing more than a pile of rubbish even if they have no life to enjoy. And when you really face the crisis of death, you will know that by that time you will give up everything. Although it was possible that the next battle would be very cruel, they had no doubt at all about which side would win the final victory. It can also be released better, so that we can ensure that we can survive in the final, desperate time. After all, 0 at that time. Please give me flowers. So the most important thing for them to do now is to prepare all these means until the time comes when they really have to fight hard. Chapter 481 Layout. Every second may affect the final result, if you delay it slightly by that second. It is possible that just because of this second, you will fail, and the result of failure will be to lose your life. While these people are surrounded outside, all members of the family are preparing nervously. Within Lin Hao's family, although it seems on the surface, they still have not obeyed the May 17th management from Lin Hao. But in fact, they were transferred to different places under the orders of the leaders of the major factions. As for what they will be asked to do at that time, they have not been told yet. Although they don't understand why the leaders of each faction do what they do, they also believe it. These leaders will never harm them, because they are the first line of defense to guard the family. If the leader of the faction wants to harm them, then it will not be of any benefit to them. It will only reduce their protective power. In the end, no matter how strong they are, they will not be able to escape death. Who said that as long as there is nothing wrong with their brains and they still want to live, they will not make unnecessary sacrifices? And those leaders were chosen by them, so these leaders must be on their side. And this is what makes them confused. After all, logically speaking, these leaders should be on their side. But they had no idea what the leaders' orders meant. Advertisement. Because each faction operates independently, their plans are strictly enforced. It is only circulated within one's own training and cannot be known to people from other factions when this order is issued. The people below were also a little confused, but they quickly realized that this was just a normal operation. After all, even in the past, when they took action, they usually did it in a concealed manner. At least it can't be done openly like this. After all, there are some things that should be restrained and must be restrained. Before everything has a real result, at least you need to give Lin Hao the most basic respect. So before that, they actually did a lot of such actions, so today they're carrying out such activities. I was just puzzled for a moment, and I reacted quickly, and then I didn't think much about it. Even if the leader's order is conveyed quickly, they must also be required to enter the corresponding position where they are deployed as soon as possible. I have to say that this is also the result of Lin Hao's careful consideration. If it comes to this matter, let Lin Hao give the order. If they were asked to make transfers, I'm afraid they would be sure of it, but they wouldn't agree with it either. 0.9. So when the time comes, I will definitely use all kinds of tricks, and I will definitely give Lin Hao a plan. It brings some unnecessary trouble, so Lin Hao is also very smart. He can make leaders of various factions. To mobilize these forces, this can also reduce the risk of exposure, and can also reduce some troubles during the mobilization process. Chapter 482 Reserves. It seems that these actions are also very time-consuming. In fact, if you actually arrange them, you can't waste too much time, especially in such a very stressful situation, and they know that. There isn't much time for them to waste, so it's time to act one by one. In fact, they are all very fast. It was originally expected that it would take a certain amount of time. Now it only takes a whole day to deploy them to the corresponding 14 positions. As for the next plan, it already depends on the timing, because even though the power is now deployed, it has already been deployed. But if the enemy does not launch an attack, his deployment cannot be actively exposed. And they are also more able to keep their composure than their enemies, because for them now, this is not a favorable situation at all, although if they are anxious by then, many flaws will be exposed in their haste. No matter how perfect the plan is, if it cannot be implemented smoothly, it may only be self-defeating. Not only will it fail to achieve the expected results, but it will also have some adverse effects on them. In this case, no one knows what impact these things will have when the time comes. Although on the surface, there are 947 favorable conditions on their side, they actually know it very well in their hearts. Judging from the resources they have reserved, they can continue and persist for a long time. Advertisement. Then the benefits obtained are not as good as the price they paid, and no one will make a loss-making transaction. But these people, I really can't hold on, among the people who formed the encirclement. In the end, I found out that the benefits I gained were not as good as the price I paid. This is a bit funny. What's more, the enemies outside should be more anxious than them now. But if the people below are not convinced by them, it will be very troublesome for them to manage them. A considerable part of it comes from those small families, which have limited resources. Because they are surrounded outside, forming a huge encirclement, the resources consumed every moment are astronomical figures. And because you need to take into account the emotions of your subordinates, even though they are the leaders of the entire family. But after all, the materials they consume in all aspects are much less than them, plus Lin Jia and his family. Especially in such a tense moment, it is easy to be taken advantage of by some thoughtful people to do something beyond the plan. And the more important point is that they have to consider the interests of their own family and cannot pay such a high price here. Their situation is not much better, although Lin Hao and the others are just surrounded in the middle. The consumption of resources is also far beyond their prevention and control, in this case, even if they can win in the end. So, it is impossible for them to continue to be in a stalemate like this, because if they persist any longer, at that time, it will also be a huge blow to their prestige within the family. Chapter 483 No stalemate. It is precisely because of limited resources that they will take this risk and join this action. We also hope to obtain some large enough benefits from this operation. If they have sufficient resources, they will not be stupid and take such huge risks to participate in such an action. He knows that such actions and words are not careful for a small family like theirs. That is definitely the risk of annihilation, because the strength of their family is there, in this kind of action. They must also mobilize all their efforts to contribute to this operation. Only then can they have a share in the final division of the fruits of victory, and only then can they be qualified to participate in the final division, if the power they sent is not enough. Then once a war breaks out, they will be absolute cannon fodder, and in the end it will be the time of victory and death. I'm afraid they have nothing to do with them, so they are also making a huge gamble today, betting on the fate of their entire family. But if they want to bet on the final victory of this battle, if they can win, then they will soar into the sky. If you fail, you will fall into the endless hell, so it is natural that life and death are only a matter of thought. Risks and benefits coexist. Although the risks to be endured are huge, the benefits obtained are also the greatest. The most important point is that their family does not have many resources to begin with, so if the stalemate continues for a long time. Advertisement for their family, it is also a huge burden, and they may even be unable to bear it. And once you can't bear it anymore, it will cause a mutiny among the people below, normally speaking. This kind of riot will definitely be suppressed by them with the most severe means, because this kind of atmosphere cannot be tolerated. Once tolerated, some interested people will take the opportunity to break in, so the most severe measures must be taken. But in this case, on the one hand, it is also necessary to appease the emotions of the people below, otherwise, something will go wrong. That is a result they cannot bear. So looking at the overall situation, they will definitely not be able to persist for a long time. This would not be of much benefit to them, although it could be given to Lin Hao and his family. It caused huge psychological pressure, but overall, the pressure on their side was no different. There is less pressure within the Lin Hao family, and for some of the people in the small families. The psychological pressure they bear is even greater than that of Lin Hao and the others, so these people are surrounded outside. They cannot, Nuo Hao, only consider the situation of those big families, but more need to be considered. The actual situation of smaller families is to understand that if they want to fight a war of attrition, they will not be the final winner at all. And this also contains too many changes, and for them themselves. Holding on is not a good choice, so it is very necessary to launch the final decisive battle as soon as possible. Chapter 484 Reduce mistakes in this way, it can not only reduce their consumption of materials, but also reduce the probability of changes. After all, the current situation is very favorable for them. If they seize the time, the final decisive battle will take place. Then the hope of victory will be greater for them if it continues to be delayed. They don't dare to have this guarantee, and if the battle ends this morning, then the benefits they can get in the end. It is also even greater. You must know that while they are consuming materials, they are worried that 633 is also consuming within their family. If we continue to delay, Lin Hao and his family will be almost exhausted of supplies. Even if they can achieve the final victory by then, so what? The benefits they can obtain. There is not much left, plus what I have consumed before, overall. They are also a very unwise business, which is definitely a huge loss for their family. Moreover, it will also rely on the strength within their family, BEDF, and other interested families will take advantage of it. Thus walking in the footsteps of Lin Hao and his family. So after a whole night of careful discussion, a series of combat plans were worked out. Of course, the people who make these plans are also the people in charge of the big families, as well as the people of the small families. I am only qualified to listen on the sidelines, not even qualified to offer opinions, of course. Advertisement, they are definitely cannon fodder in this battle, there is no doubt about this. After all, they are the weakest in strength, so they can only be used as cannon fodder in the front. And those people from the big families are the ones who will appear in the finale, because whether the whole battle can be won in the end. The most important thing is that it depends on these big families, because their strength is not proportional to their own strength. If we only rely on these small families. None of them had the courage to take action against Lin Hao and his family. The heads of these small families are also very clear about this. After all, they are very clear about their own strength and have a very accurate positioning for themselves. If they didn't even have this bit of self-awareness, then their family would have been expelled long ago. That is why they understand more clearly that there are many things that he can only know, but he does not have the ability to change them. But now for them, this is a very rare opportunity. Of course, this success can bring huge benefits. But if they fail in the same way, they will also pay a very heavy price, but in comparison, they are still willing to take this risk. Because if I take risks, there is still a possibility that my family can be formed one day, but if it continues like this, then their family can only maintain this state until other families develop. In the end, all they can do is be annexed. Other than that, there is no other way out. So if you want your family to continue better, there are some risks that must be taken. Chapter 485 Risks and Benefits. Because if you are afraid, you will not be able to bear the consequences of taking risks. Then for other small families whose strength is equal to our own, they will indeed be willing to take such risks. If the other party develops by then in comparison, even if their family has not regressed. Compared with the other party, they have already regressed. By the time of 980, they will only fall further and further behind. But falling behind in this cruel world can only lead to one end, and that is destruction. After all, resources are limited. If there is one more person to distribute, then on average the benefits that each person can distribute will be less. So they are also eager to have a few less families here, so if they don't have enough strength. If you are here to protect yourself, you will end up sooner or later. I think back then Lin Hao and his family were at their peak. Whether in terms of strength or influence, they are definitely only a handful, but so what? Only in this way can people survive and get longer, some of those sentimental people. It's not even as good as these small families, so their family is a living example. It is destined to be eliminated by this cruel world. There is no way, this world is so cruel. Only in this way can their interests be maximized, even if this battle is won in the end. Advertisement, no matter what level you are at, as long as you don't develop, you will definitely be swallowed up by other developing families. His current fate and their fate are still very miserable. It is no exaggeration to say that although Lin Hao and his family are. Because by then, if their family's strength is still almost exhausted, even if they can win. If you don't see progress, you will be eliminated sooner or later, no matter how far you can develop. You know Lin Hao's family, but these small families have to be outnumbered countless times, but so what? Now we still have enough strength or resources, but according to the situation. What they have to consider is how to preserve the strength of their family as much as possible in this battle. If you are allocated corresponding resources, so what, you will just become prey in the eyes of others. Asterisk 4.9 Don't doubt such a person at all. There are people like this in this cruel world. When we have enough strength to protect these resources, it will be a sin, and other families will take advantage of it. There is still no way to escape the fate of destruction, at least in the hearts of these small families, and they find that they have no hope. If Lin Hao and the others want to win, it will be extremely difficult, but these are not the leaders of his small family. They were able to win this battle because they were at an absolute advantage in a situation like this. But if their family's power is almost consumed, it will still be a loss of 10 electricity for them. Chapter 486 Preserving Strength. So for these small families, the top priority they have to consider is knowing that they will be regarded as sabotaged. How to protect their family and the power they can use. For them, these powers are the hope for the future of the family. He doesn't want all these powers to be buried here, at least as much as can be preserved. Only in this way can they bring some changes to their family. Otherwise, for them, this would really be a devastating blow. On the contrary, if they obtain some more resources by then, it will only increase the speed of their family's demise. This is true for all the small family leaders present. I know it very well in my heart, because the smaller the family, the more fights there are. Because they face more of the same kind, their competition is more intense, and they will have to use various methods to survive. That is also a cruelty that is unimaginable to you, and it cannot be explained clearly in just a few words. They are also stepping up contact within the family and asking them to mobilize all resources. Although these resources may not seem to count in everyone's eyes. But for them, it is the hope of whether the entire family can continue. Of course, they also know it. If all the resources within the family are mobilized at this time, what will this mean for the family? If they can succeed in the end, it will be okay. If they fail, it will definitely be a huge blow to the family. Advertisement: the entire family will stagnate or even regress due to lack of resources, and other families will also take advantage of it. But there is no other way. Apart from this solution, they can't think of any better solution. The most important thing now is to preserve the power of all the families present as much as possible. As for those resources, if the resources are gone, you can get them again, but if these powers are lost, I will try to train them when the time comes. It will take a long time, and during this period, other accidents may occur. So they can't take this risk. Mobilize all these resources and then allocate them to the family members present. They also need to pay more attention on the battlefield and try to save their own lives, of course. On the premise of keeping Xiaomi, consume as little as possible these resources, because these resources will be the hope for the development of the entire family. When the resources are more and better, the hope of development will be greater. Of course, if you compare it with Xiaomian, you won't hesitate to spend any amount of resources. As for the battlefield, all kinds of unexpected situations will happen, but these people here are all veterans. Especially people in such small families may have experienced many life and death battles because of the competition between them. It is also more intense. If you want to develop, you need to take various risks to obtain resources. You need to walk on the edge of death from time to time, so they say so. Chapter 487 Fighting Instinct. Because of this, they have developed very strong fighting instincts, which is no exaggeration compared to those in big families. They may just have a gap in strength, but if we look at it simply, in terms of their fighting awareness and ability, they are definitely many times stronger than those in the big families. Therefore, they and those in the big family only lack resources. If given the same resource supply, these people can definitely compare with those in big families. It can unleash more powerful fighting power, of course, for people from these small families. Living in this small family has its advantages and disadvantages, and it is because of this that they have developed such a strong fighting instinct. Frequent life and death battles also allow them to be more keenly aware of the various dangers in battle. You can better grasp the opportunity of fighting, but the bad thing is that you cannot get the corresponding resources. That is to say, let them stop at this point, so some things may not necessarily seem to be all bad things. For those in big families, although they have sufficient resources, in comparison, they have experienced relatively few life and death battles, and this also affects their combat experience. They are not as rich as the people in these small families, in this case, when they really take risks outside. Advertisement: if there really is a battle with people from these small families when there is not much difference in power, then the outcome will be really hard to say. All these arrangements are being carried out in an orderly manner, and some meetings have been held with people whom everyone respects. It also warned them that in this battle, they should participate in as many battles as possible while ensuring their own lives. This will help them hone their combat awareness, and in this highly tense combat environment, it is also easy to break through. You know why the disciples in the big families have sufficient resources. There are also various superior conditions, but why do they say that their strength can reach a very strong level? But if you want to reach that top level, you still need to add some fire. And more of the top strong people are the kind of people who rarely rely too much on their families. The reason is also because of the toilet. To become such a top-notch expert, you also need to go through the training of life and death, and only through the training of life and death. Only in this way can they exercise their fighting instincts and increase their combat effectiveness. Only in this way will it be possible. Let them strive for favorable conditions when fighting, because sometimes the difference in strength is not very disparity. Qian Wang Zhao. Why are some weak people able to achieve the final victory? Victory is precisely because they have much richer combat experience. And he knows better that he can seize the opportunities that arise during battles, even if he pays some price. For the disciples in the big families, they have never experienced this kind of thing. So when a crisis comes, I don't know how to face it. Advertisement Chapter 488 Battlefield Pressure. The most important point is that they have become accustomed to this superior life, if it is too dangerous. Naturally, someone will solve it for them, so they rarely experience the feeling of imminent life and death. So when they fight, they will inevitably make some mistakes, and you have to know that there were some mistakes at this station. Once I make a mistake, I will pay the price of losing my life, and I cannot make such a mistake. But they have never experienced it, so how can they know the mystery? So 757 said that this is exactly why. The reason why they cannot achieve a higher level of achievement is that for them. This is also a better opportunity for them to hone themselves when the time comes to fight. The pressure of life and death and the intense rhythm of the battlefield can put a person's spirit in a highly concentrated state. In this state, you are also more able to think about some issues that you have not thought about before, and you can also connect your own instincts. This produces unexpected effects, and overall, the situation can still be within their control. Even if they encounter any problems that cannot be solved by then, there will still be elders in the family who can help them. At least they can save their own lives, and no matter what the outcome is, as long as they can save their own lives. This is the biggest gain. In such a tense and exciting battle, being able to survive is also a kind of strength. At that time, it will be easier for them to break through those difficulties in cultivation. Although it is possible that it will be too late to rescue by then. Advertisement. But overall, it is much safer than letting them go out alone and experience this kind of test between life and death. And these people are also indispensable to the family. BB. Part of the improvement of the family's strength cannot be separated from these people. Because the strong men of the older generation will eventually leave one day, the rise and fall of the entire family also needs to be supported by the younger generation. Now for the younger generation, this is also a very good exercise, and their opportunity is just in this battle. Look at the potential they have unleashed, because sometimes, many things can be faked in normal times. Whether it's a person's character or a person's ability to handle things, but on such a tense battlefield. There are many things that you don't have time to think about or plan too much, so you have a lot of reactions. They are all subconscious instinctive reactions, and it is often these subconscious instinctive reactions. Only in this way can we better express a person's inner situation and his own character. At that time, we will be able to see more clearly what kind of abilities and status a person has. The advantage suits them best, so although it looks like it on the surface, it is just a very cruel battle. But in fact, it also has many functions that you haven't thought of at all. This can also be understood as a huge filter that eliminates some unqualified people. This can also reduce the burden on family resources. Chapter 489 Supervision. On this night, the heads of all families were called to a meeting, whether they were big families or smaller families with weaker power. Without exception, they are all gathered together. As for the people under them, there are also people supervising them. If they do anything strange when the time comes, they will definitely be merciless. Take action to deal with them directly. At this special time, even if they take action, there will be no dispute. Even if it turns out that you were wronged in the end, there is nothing you can do about it. Who put you at this special critical moment? Make some moves that can easily cause misunderstanding, and in the end, no one will defend your innocence. Because everyone here wishes they could have one less mouth to share the fruits of this huge victory. How is it possible to refute the whole for one person, those responsible for the small family? When I saw this posture, I knew that I was afraid that I would have to make an attack plan as soon as I got here. When the time comes, these small families will definitely be treated as cannon fodder and put in front of them. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly, but there was no way to use it, their strength was the weakest. There is no right to speak at all here, so you can only follow other people's arrangements, if you are not satisfied with this arrangement. Unless you have strong strength and can make rules, you have to abide by the rules set by others. This is the difference in strength and the different treatment it brings. Strong people can make the rules. Advertisement and those who are weak can only abide by the rules set by those who are powerful. I hope that the family can get some benefits from this big fight, otherwise, they will really get the short end of the stick. They know the meaning very well in their hearts. What is the strength of their family, even if they are in despair now? But it's definitely not comparable to those of their small families, not to mention that they have to be at the forefront to launch the attack. In this case, what they will face is Lin Hao's family's most powerful force, because it has not been consumed at all. Please give me flowers, therefore, it is definitely the most powerful state. In this case, their casualties will definitely be smaller. I hope that by then, those in the family will be smarter and try their best to save their own lives as normal. Don't keep rushing forward foolishly. You must know that in a battle of this level, you can't achieve results just by relying on the accelerator. Zero, and especially when this kind of strength has not reached absolute suppression, it is even more necessary to be cautious. Because you don't know when, from a place you don't know, a knife will fly over and attack you, killing you. Therefore, you must maintain a high degree of vigilance on the battlefield, and this vigilance must not only be for the enemy, but also for the people behind you. Because after all, this is also an attack launched by multiple families together, so they are talking about each other. They are not connected together, but because they have common interests, they are a group of people who are temporarily united together. Chapter 490 Divide. If Lin Hao and his family were to divide the interests after being solved, they would definitely turn against each other immediately. And there are also many families who are hostile to each other, although they are now reconciled on the surface. But who knows whether in such a chaotic place on the battlefield, you will be tricked behind your back, and if so, you will be tricked. No one in September 17th will pay attention to you, a little shrimp. The most common situation is those outstanding genius disciples from the top families. Only then will they get some attention, but only for a moment, and it is impossible to focus all the attention on them. At this time, if someone suddenly stabs you in the back while you are fighting, it will not be something you can bear. As the saying goes, it's easy to hide from an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden attack, especially someone who never knows when he will stab you. And as long as you do it covertly enough, you won't be discovered by others, and you will only die in vain in the hands of your own people. In this case, once the battle starts, each family will attack 3.2 with their own goals in mind. The heads of those families also gathered together to discuss some detailed steps of this attack plan. Those people under my command also began to gear up, began to check their weapons and equipment, and began to check their own means of protecting their lives. Can't we wait until we get to the battlefield to duel with the enemy? Only then will we discover that the means of saving our lives has caused some minor accidents. There is nothing they cannot betray. Just when the heads of these families were gathered together for a meeting. Advertisement, all the families rushed forward in a chaotic manner, unable to distinguish the priorities, and did not know who their enemies were. All hope must depend on yourself, because you never know when you will rely on the words of others. Only then can they maximize their strength and advantages, otherwise once the battle starts. Although the general attack plan has been determined, after all, this is no joke. This is a method that affects your own life, so there cannot be any accidents, so no matter how cautious you are, you can never be too cautious. In this case, there will be no confusion, everyone has their own goals. Whether others can make you completely dependent on you, after all, in this world of the jungle, as long as there are enough benefits. Never place your last hope on others, only when your own strength is strong is the greatest guarantee. Therefore, it is also necessary to maintain a high degree of vigilance towards everyone, which is regarded as an abnormal exercise for them. No matter when, you should never trust others easily, and no matter what you do, you must leave yourself a way out. If it cannot be used normally, it would be too embarrassing, just as they began to prepare their own means. Therefore, this plan also needs to be improved and all the small details need to be improved. At that time, the entire plan must be made more detailed and thorough, and each family must have its own responsibility. Chapter 491 Chaos. In this chaotic situation, all the advantages they have established before will be lost. And the more chaotic this situation is, the more opportunities it will bring to Lin Hao and his family to benefit from it. 1. The most important thing is that in this chaotic situation, those with careful thoughts may take advantage of the chaos. Then take action against your usual enemies, although their previous grudges have been banned under the rules. No one dares to take the risk of contradicting the entire big family to avenge their own personal revenge, but they must know that it is only when someone is watching them. There were people from the big families watching them, but of course they didn't notice anything. After all, even the strength of their entire family combined is no match for those who supervise. There is no need to ruin the fate of the entire family because of one person's grudges. They still know this very well. And even if they think of something, the person in charge of the family will definitely strictly prohibit them. So before, when order was still maintained, people from big families were supervising. The head of their own family is watching them, so even if they are on weekdays, they have some hatred in private. But I don't dare to show it at this time, but once you go to the battlefield, no one will be watching you anymore. There will be no one around to supervise your every move, and the family leader will have no time to supervise these people at this time. They also need to find a way to save their own lives on this cruel battlefield. Advertisement. How can I have so much time to care about other people? Wait until this time, those people who usually have hatred. Their ambitions will be ready to move, and taking advantage of this opportunity, they may very well strike behind their backs. This will cause turmoil within them, which will prevent them from moving forward in unity. These individuals will be disrupted, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. In this case, it will also create a gap in their offense, which will give Lin Hao and his family a direction to attack. For them, this is absolutely unacceptable. They will not allow it and hope to see a battle that is already guaranteed to win. In the end, because of some individual people, they missed the final victory. Such consequences and costs are not something they can bear, so before starting to fight, it is also necessary to arrange each family into their corresponding positions and to set good goals for them. Once the battle starts, each family will have its own goals. They will also launch an attack on their target in an orderly manner. When the time comes, if everyone in the family wants to cause trouble, you can also see clearly at a glance, and you can also know which family he is from and who ran away. In this case, even if you can't catch this person in the end. But their family cannot escape, if the entire family is buried with him because of his fault. Presumably the person in charge of that family will not agree to it, so when the time comes, the person in charge of these families will not agree. Chapter 492 Survive. He will definitely supervise the people in the family as soon as possible, and will also look at those who usually have hatred with other families. They control it strictly, of course. In fact, they know in their hearts that this kind of thing can never be terminated. But at least under the current circumstances, we can't show it, let alone ruin the offense. Otherwise, it is possible for their entire family to bury this person with him, of course, after this battle is over. At most, they will receive some benefits, and more will be distributed to them, which will allow them to increase their strength. They will look for opportunities to deal with their enemies in the future. In addition to this, they are also thinking of other better solutions. What follows is also a battle of interests. For those small families who know how to do things, they have already received the news in advance. Knowing the purpose of today's meeting, they assigned their family to the most dangerous place in order to avoid it. In order to allow the family to avoid serious losses, they have also made arrangements in advance and used the family's internal resources. Let people from big families arrange a place for their family that is not so dangerous in comparison. In this case, it is within the range that their family can bear, and it will not cost everyone in their family. Although they all died during the attack, they paid a certain price, but after all, it was compared with the rise and fall of the entire family. Those are just a drop in the bucket if people like them die here. Advertisement. Then there are only a few people in the family who actually have fighting ability, not to mention. Moreover, there is no one with strong fighting ability. In this case, they will become another family. The fish on the chopping board can only be slaughtered by others, so I would rather pay a small price in exchange for the hope of their survival. In this case, it is still possible for their family to continue to develop if they die here. Then there was really no hope at all, so even though they felt very sad before giving out those gifts. After all, for them and the entire family, these are a very huge resource account. But there is no way, if we don't send these resources out for management. Then it is very likely that when the time comes, they will be assigned to the most dangerous place, and in this case their entire family. Facing such a huge fighter jet from Lin Hao's family, they couldn't hold on for long before they would all be killed by the opponent. So there is no other way, of course, if the battle can be won this time. Presumably, Wang Hao. The resources they can strive for must be a little more than what they give away, otherwise it would be for them. This is a loss-making business. As for those small families who are stingy or do not have the ability to give gifts, then waiting for them feels like the most dangerous place. There is no way, who can let those other small families know about giving gifts? But their own family didn't give it as a gift. Chapter 493 Giving Gifts. This is considered a normal phenomenon. Sometimes this society is so cruel and there is no way around it. Since they didn't give gifts, they would definitely not arrange something good for them, of course. For these small families, absolutely no one assigned to them is a good job. But in comparison, being able to reduce their casualties and leave some hope as much as possible is a good thing for them. The main purpose of this meeting is also to distribute the interests among several large families, because these small families are not qualified to participate at all. What they can do is to follow the arrangements made by everyone, and they can only go wherever they are told. Only in this way will it be possible to give them some benefits in the end, otherwise if they are disobedient. Even if they could survive this battle, I'm afraid no one from these big families would let them survive. So people from these small families just sit and watch the people from the big families. Beef. For these interests, they started to fight there with red faces, but there was no way, even though they were very envious in their hearts. But their strength is not at that level, so they can only watch helplessly. They are very lucky to be able to gain some benefits in this battle. If you want more, you would be too greedy. You must know that greedy people will always die the worst. Advertisement. So they also understand this truth better and just do their own thing quietly there. Because after a while, once an attack is launched, they will also go to the battlefield. Although they are the leaders of the entire team. But in this case, the heads of small families like this are not even as good as some outstanding disciples from big families. So they must also go to the battlefield. On the other hand, when the time comes, if they ever go to the battlefield, it can also bring a backbone to the people under his command, so that their power will not be too scattered when the time comes. In this case, there is more hope that their power can be preserved. And those in the big families have also begun to distribute various interests among themselves at this moment. Although Lin Hao's family has declined, after all, it was once a rich family that has been passed down for a long time. The resources and interests they possess are absolutely beyond their imagination, so they must also distribute them. Otherwise, after the battle is over, if the distribution is uneven, there will be internal fighting among them. It will bring opportunities to other big families. They don't want to make wedding dresses for others after a brutal battle. So they also need to discuss it in advance, which can also reduce a lot of trouble. The more important point is that you can let the people under you have clear goals, and you will know their motivation when the time comes to fight. In other words, what is their goal? In this case, the combat effectiveness they can unleash is much higher than usual. Chapter 494 Making Plans. After a tense argument, all the details of the battle, or the plan, have been finalized. What they can do now is to go back and mislead these plans to their own people. When the time comes to launch an attack, we must launch the attack according to their planned destination. No matter how powerful the others they face are, they cannot admit any retreat and must always attack forward. Only when those in the big family achieve the final victory could they take a break. Otherwise, they can only go one after another to die. In fact, to put it bluntly, when people from these small families go to the battlefield, they will indeed die, because although they may have richer combat experience, but in fact, the gap in their strength is not so easy to make up for. The most important thing is in the face of the absolute gap in strength. No matter how rich the combat experience is, it will have no effect, but there is no way, since they have chosen to participate in this thing. Then you have to pay some price in order to get the final benefit, which has never been the case in this world. You can get it without going out. In the end, you can buy and sell the fruit of success, since you want to get something. Then something must be paid. This is something everyone knows, and as they continue to act, people within Lin Hao's family also felt the tense atmosphere, especially those who were involved in the crime. People who were transferred to different positions under the orders of the leaders of their respective factions also had a deeper understanding. Advertisement because these people who were transferred are relatively strong in the family, that's why they were transferred to the position. They are also places that are relatively easy to break through, and places like this are definitely places where the enemy will focus their attacks. These days, they have also seen the enemy, and they have become more active, and a steady stream of resources has begun to be delivered. Judging from this posture, they also know the enemy, and they are probably preparing for the final attack. And they know what their position is like. After all, they have always lived within the family. Request Flowers 0. He also has a very good understanding of the situation in various places of the entire family, so to speak, where they are now. If the time comes and a battle breaks out, the places where they are located will definitely bear the brunt. Although I don't know where the people from other factions have been transferred, there is no doubt. 0. Their position can definitely be called very dangerous, and they will definitely face a heavy attack from the enemy. Because as long as they can break through here and attack again when the time comes, the interior will be much simpler. And it can also reduce the casualties of the opponent to the greatest extent, so their place can be said to be a relatively dangerous place. It is also a very important place. This place cannot be lost. The enemy must conquer this place. So if the time comes, the pressure they will face will definitely be extremely huge, and it will also be very dangerous for their lives. Chapter 495 Can't back down. This made them a little confused, but when they thought about it later, it was normal. Because although the leader of their faction is not on the same page as Lin Hao, after all, they are connected with the entire family. If the family perishes, it will not be of any benefit to them at all. And if you look at the situation within the entire family on 813, they are also relatively powerful, and looking at it now. Everything has been figured out. He must be the leader of their faction. Seeing the family, I want to stay in such a crisis. Although they say they have nothing to do with Lin Hao, they still have to keep their mission in mind to protect the entire family. That's why they were transferred to this place, but they didn't consider the deeper reasons. I just thought that this was to resist others and give some time to those who were relatively weak within the family. Although they don't know what the use of delaying for some more time is, in their understanding. Why haven't they heard any news? So they are left to fight alone. At least then they would have a clear conscience and try their best to protect their loved ones. In fact, the arrangement of these leaders is also a relief for these people under 1.8, if the leaders of the factions let them escape from the battle. But they actually don't have his hope, because judging from the current situation, they are also at an absolute disadvantage. Advertisement. Resist the enemy's attack for the enemy's relatives. In this way, even if you die, you can buy some time for your relatives. They also have to hesitate whether to obey the order or not. After all, what if they are really asked to give the order? Their relatives died in front of them, so they had only one choice, and that was to stand in front of their relatives. Then their relatives will definitely not be able to withstand the enemy's ferocious attack, and they don't want to see it. This is just the actual situation. They also know that they are here, and if they continue to persist, it will have no effect. No matter in terms of combat effectiveness or in all aspects, they do not have an advantage when the time comes to fight. Even if death is what greets them in the end, it is a relief for them. That is to say, the only thing they can rely on is themselves. It seems that all hope can only be sustained by themselves. They were already considered isolated and helpless. No one would come to rescue them, otherwise they would have been surrounded for so many days. So when the time comes, there will really be some contradictions. Even if they can hold on for a little longer, they will definitely not be able to achieve the final victory. This is not something they are trying to do. But they can't retreat anymore, because they have no place to retreat. If they were asked to escape, it would be really difficult for them to do so, and it would be impossible for them to betray the entire family. Behind them are his relatives who are weaker than him, if they retreat. Chapter 496 I don't want to think about it anymore. After all, if the time comes, if they really choose to betray, then they really have to hesitate. After all, although they are in this faction, they are also members of this family after all. If the family is gone, they will not be able to survive. Then their faction has no hope of continuing and existing. So you want to put the interests of your family first, but the situation is just right now and it just doesn't embarrass them. It can be said that the final 14 results are still within the acceptable range for everyone, but for them. This is also a relief, because being caught between the two forces also makes them somewhat dilemma. Now we have moved them to the front line of the battle. This way, even if there is any danger, we will let them bear it. At that time, it will be regarded as a sacrifice for the whole family, so that they will feel less guilty. Even after death, he still has the face to face his family's ancestors, and he can also protect his relatives. No matter what, when they fight, they will definitely try their best. In this case, I have already tried my best. There would be no regrets. As for the subsequent result, it was no longer something they had to consider. It's an issue that the leaders of the family have to consider, but it depends on the current situation. Lin Hao's situation is not optimistic either. When they think of this, they can't help but feel a little regretful. In fact, judging from Lin Hao's ability, he is definitely a rare talent in the family, but he happened to have such a bad opportunity. Advertisement. If they give him enough time to develop, they have no doubt that Lin Hao can lead them to a new peak. But no one expected that such an accident would happen. There was no way, the reality was so cruel. Forget it, let's leave such a troublesome matter to Han Jing and the others. It's the responsibility of their subordinates. At that time, once the enemy launches an attack, you will have to risk your life to fight with the enemy. If they can fight hard, they can still buy some time, although they don't know how much time they will buy. What can it be used for at that time? What else can it be used for? For them, it means living more time and living less time. In fact, there is not much difference at all, but people are just like this, entangled, knowing that it is of no use. I still want to live a little longer. If I can't hold on, then I can find relief. They no longer have to think about such troublesome problems, let alone worry about when they will die. For them, this is a kind of relief. I have to say that growing up in such a big family also has its own difficulties, but everyone is like this. Everyone has their own difficulties, and no one understands you, so for them, this can be considered a better relief. They have already prepared all the means to suppress themselves. Once they are targeted by then, they will definitely not show any mercy, because they also know that it is as bad as it is now. There is no possibility of reconciliation. Chapter 497 Distributing Resources. Because the current situation has made it clear that one of the two sides must end in failure. There is no possibility of reconciliation in this battle. People on both sides know this very well. So they are also prepared to use more pressure as long as a battle breaks out. He will use all his strength to fight this battle, because if he is slightly negligent, then you will pay the price of your own life, and no one will make a joke about it. And this is closely related to their own interests, so they are more serious. There won't be any mistakes, and Lin Hao and the others are under a lot of pressure. Moreover, the number of enemies is also dominant, but no matter what, Lin Hao's family was also a big family before. The resources reserved in the family are also very considerable, especially now that all the clan members are gathered here. It can be said that all their remaining strength is concentrated here, except of course the previous family leader. Except for the means left behind, all the rest of the power is here. In other words, all the resources left in the family now. They will all start to distribute some to them, also to enable them to survive in this battle. At this point, it has no meaning anymore, and there is no need to seal up all those resources that are distressed. If the last battle ended with their defeat, then these resources would have been in vain to benefit the enemy. Advertisement. Moreover, allocating these resources to people in one's own family can once again enhance the strength of their side. It is also possible to increase the certainty of victory, and we also need to buy some time. Those on the outside turned around and faced the enemies outside, forming a two-sided siege. In this case, their chance of victory will come, and Lin Hao has also secretly shot out the troops. Then he negotiated with those families who had good relations with them, and asked them to send troops to help him when the time came. In this case, in the end, part of the benefits that can be obtained will be shared with them. When those families heard that, Lin Hao and the others had a last resort, and it sounded like the probability of success was still very high. They are also attracted by the interests behind these, as long as Lin Hao and their plan can succeed. Then they can all be allocated a large amount of resources, and the most important thing is that there are also some families among them. The relationship with them is not very good, so we can take this opportunity to suppress them, of course. This kind of thing must be considered carefully, because this battle is no joke. It does not mean that you can participate if you want, Didi Zhao, to participate, and withdraw if you want to withdraw. Once you choose, there is no possibility of continuing to repent. Once you choose to wade into this muddy water, your fate will be the same as that of Lin Hao and his family. Together we share weal and woe. If we can survive, then they and Lin Hao's family. We can survive together. If we are destroyed in the end, we will be destroyed together. Chapter 498 Prepare in advance. So there is no need to worry about someone playing tricks, but for other families who maintain good relations with the Lin Hao family. Although the benefits are very tempting, the risks involved are also very huge. And you have to know that this is risking the future of the entire family, so they have to be cautious. So this is not something that they alone can make a decision about, and they also need to worry about the elders of the family. At that time, we will discuss it with them to see how to make a decision on this matter. In fact, 067 looks at it according to their own attitude. In fact, they want to take this risk because they understand better than anyone else that if they want to gain benefits, they must take corresponding risks. There is no such thing as pie in the sky, and if we say that we have been tied up like this, the entire family will not develop very well and will only be constrained within a certain range. And among them, there is also a family that has a not so good relationship with them, and they also want to give each other away. Distribute various resources, especially those who are deployed to the front lines of the battle and those who face the greatest danger. So they were all waiting for an opportunity. Now that the opportunity came, they decided to take the risk. Once this happens, you won't be able to hold on for long, and you will be eliminated by your opponent. When the time comes, there will be no delay. When reinforcements arrive, all plans will fail. Advertisement. Who knows whether the next one will be their family, so they have to be careful about some things. Just like Lin Hao and his family. At that time, they will also fall into a very passive state and their family. So they can't take this risk. As for Lin Hao's family, this side is also starting to become tense. It's not as big as Lin Hao's family. It can still support it for a while, judging from the situation of their family. And how long it can be delayed depends largely on how long they can sustain it. If they can support it for a long time, then the time that these people with slightly lower strength can support will be even less. It is absolutely huge, and the strength of the people left behind is not that strong. If we say these are the most powerful people. Otherwise, it will be too late to prepare until the last thing happens. Bead. We also focus on allocating some resources to them, because we also know how huge the pressure they will face when the time comes. Because the most powerful forces have been mobilized to places that are easily breached, this will put them under great pressure. The most important point is that Lin Hao has formed an alliance with them. If Lin Hao and their family are in trouble, everything will be over. But really, if it ended last time, it would be a lose-lose situation in the end, and it would be a waste to others. But there were no opportunities before, and the difference in strength between lives was not that big. For them, there is no benefit, since it is found like this in the Lin Hao family. Chapter 499 Not Stingy. So now I am not too stingy, all resources are starting to be moved out from the warehouse. At that time, it will also be given priority to those combatants fighting in the most dangerous places, but for now. They still haven't discovered Lin Hao's plan, thinking that all this is just a struggle to survive after all. And they are all very hopeful, they all want to live a little longer, no one wants to die. So they all work very hard to fight for the hope of survival, especially behind their backs. They are also their relatives, they don't want their relatives to fall into the hands of the enemy. That fate would be even crueler than death, so they just wanted to fight hard when the time came. I didn't think about more levels at all. I have to say that this is the different level. The things you consider are different, and that's why some people can become leaders. But some people can only work hard on the front line because they are in different classes. Advertisement, the way we think about things and our concepts have changed, so some things are not natural. But acquired training is also very important. If you don't have that ability, you won't be able to reach that level. Moreover, those within the family who manage resources are also secretly authorized by Lin Hao. They are also asked to focus on allocating some important resources to those who are waiting at the front. Of course, all this cannot be shown openly, but orders must be given secretly. Only in this way can the plan be kept to the greatest extent. If Lin Hao issues an order now, then it will easily arouse the enemy's alert, and then they will definitely be more ferocious when attacking. At that time, the price they have to pay will be even greater, and the time they can persist will also be reduced. Therefore, Lin Hao only installed the order and did not publicize it openly, but for those who were fighting on the front line. They thought this was the leader of their own faction, using their own rights and interests to obtain these resources for them. Advertisement, please give me flowers, so everyone is very grateful and high-spirited. Since they already know themselves in their hearts, there is not much hope for them to obtain it. Then before that, you also need to train the 2 backpads, otherwise you will be dead. It's not a loss-making deal. Even if you die, you still have to let the other party know your true feelings. We also need to let them know that they are not just someone to bully, they all have their own dignity. Especially the dignity of being a big family cannot be insulted casually by these small and unworthy families. Seeing that the people under my command have such a high desire to fight, the leaders of each faction also feel uncomfortable. Because they know that it is a good thing to have such a high desire to fight. In this case, when the battle comes, there will be more hope of surviving. Chapter 500 Measurement. If fighting is included at that time, the enemy has already lost the desire to fight before the enemy launches an attack. Then when the time comes, when the enemy attacks, even if they have strong strength, they won't be able to show much. It is too unfair to stand in vain to gain advantage over the enemy and become a lamb to be slaughtered. So the current situation is very gratifying, but if you think about it from a 277 perspective, now the position of these people under their control can be said to be very dangerous. Once this breaks out, these positions will be one of the means, and these positions, they will definitely be taken care of by the other party, because if the other party wants to avoid maximum casualties and achieve final success, then we will definitely choose these places, which are relatively weak, to launch an attack. Only in this way can we do it. Let their losses be minimized, and the spies before making internal confirmation have also provided this information. It has already been passed on, but they don't have so much time to improve it. We can only transfer a group of relatively powerful people here, and we just hope that we can delay it for a little longer. As long as they can delay the arrival of reinforcements, they will have succeeded, and they should cooperate with the reinforcements by then. Even if all these enemies cannot be eliminated, they can still be seriously injured. For their entire family, this is also a force that cannot be ignored. If this force is hit hard by then, advertisement, it is a huge loss for their entire family, but they don't know it either. If this battle is over, how many of the people under my command will be left? Because when the time comes, the battle that will be experienced will definitely be the most brutal battle, and although it is said that Lin Hao secretly authorized it, some generous supplies have been allocated, but once a battle breaks out, the situation will be beyond their control. It's also a matter of life and death, but these supplies can also be a means to increase their survival. When the time comes, let them survive as much as possible in this cruel battle. In fact, to be fair, Lin Hao has tried his best and done his best, because now the entire family does not have much fighting power that can be used. Especially being able to hold on to the place that you want so much, there seems to be no one else but them. And it is also important to protect their lives, so some key resources are sent to them. Although the people under my command don't know why they can get such a large amount of resources. But as leaders, they are very clear about this. You know what would happen without Lin Hao's consent. Even if 0.2, their family faces huge risks now, and how much power will they control by then? As long as you are not the leader of the entire family, you have no right to mobilize these resources, so from this perspective, Lin Hao indeed had no intention of harming them, but also wanted to do his best to maintain the family and survive this crisis. Chapter 501 Understand. It was not until this moment that these leaders truly understood why the previous family leader made this choice. Let Lin Hao be the leader of the entire family, because no matter in terms of ability or measurement, they cannot compare with Lin Hao. Yes, people like them who have experienced strong winds and waves are still no match for a young boy, even though they don't want to admit it in their hearts. This is a reality that people don't want to admit, but the fact is that if this is the case today, if they are allowed to suffer, they absolutely can't do it, like Lin Hao, although they will distribute some resources when the time comes. But absolutely, we will leave the best resources to our own people, of course, although Lin Hao does not have them now. The strength that is cultivated within the family and belongs to oneself, but don't forget that Lin Hao also has it under his command. Some of his confidants, but judging from what they know, they still don't pay much attention to taking care of these people. It can be said that the treatment given to these confidants is a little worse than the treatment given to their leaders, of course. Because having such a leader to lead the entire family can also make the entire family move towards a better aspect. He is also a person who distinguishes rewards and punishments. As long as he can do things well, he will definitely be rewarded by Lin Hao. In this case, when Lin Hao takes control of the entire family, he will definitely settle their accounts. In this case, a big purge will be carried out within the family, which will also be a huge blow to the entire family. 11. Advertisement. He must be better than the ordinary people under his command, otherwise, his status as Lin Hao's confidant would be wasted. If by that time, they just gradually started to drink, then everything they did between them would definitely be remembered in Lin Hao's mind. In the same way, it can also be better to create the image of Lin Hao and let the people below know it. It will also waste a lot of the family's strength, so they also want to avoid this situation from happening. Of course, the most important thing now is to think about how to survive the crisis in front of us. But fortunately, Lin Hao is not that kind of person. If the time comes, the entire family will be left in his hands. That's useless. There's no place for him to play when the time comes. They can also feel relieved. Now Lin Hao can lead the entire family to a higher peak. Otherwise, if you can't survive this crisis, no matter how powerful you are, you will be able to survive. In other words, Lin Hao is wholeheartedly thinking about his family, so this point is even more convincing to them. Otherwise, when Lin Hao faced such great pressure, they would have followed Lin Hao's orders without reservation or doubt. So at this time, focusing on allocating some resources to them can be regarded as a kind of compensation for them. In this regard, Lin Hao will never be stingy, and will not target others just because they have prejudices or differences with him. One can imagine how huge the pressure on them is. Chapter 502. Playing a role. So next, they only need to play their role, as they are the leaders of each faction. He also knows where the respective forces of those under him are, and he knows better than Lin Hao. Where should they be placed so that they can maximize their abilities, so that they can be put to the best use possible? Let them exert their greatest strength and give the family the greatest chance of survival in this crisis. Therefore, the preparation stage before the battle is also extremely tense and urgent, whether it is Lin Hao's family or the enemy's side. Both sides are preparing very nervously. For the enemy, this is just a battle with a guaranteed victory. But what they have to do now is to win this battle with minimal losses. At that time, we will strive to obtain the maximum benefits. As for Lin Hao and his family, it is to delay as much time as possible to protect their own family. Although they are also looking forward to it in their hearts, a glimmer of hope will come to them when the time comes. But they themselves knew very well that this hope was almost impossible. Judging from the current situation of their family, even if there are reinforcements, they will come to rescue them. I'm afraid they too will not be able to hold on until that time, when the enemies will swarm up. I'm afraid that with their strength, they won't be able to sustain it for long, if the family's defense line is breached by the enemy. Advertisement. Then even if reinforcements arrive, it will have no effect, and if the family is really in this serious situation. So why didn't you come before? Now that the family has reached a critical moment, it is time to come to the rescue anyway. But until now, I haven't heard even a little bit of news, if there is any research on this situation. That will definitely be very big news, and if they come to rescue them later, there will also be a very big battle. No matter how well the confidentiality work is done, it is impossible that no rumors will be revealed, but now there is no one. It also proves that they have no reason anymore, and the only one they can rely on is themselves. Although there is a little despair in their hearts, there is also a little hope in the despair. Although they don't know where this hope lies, they always feel that they have hope of survival. So they also want to give it a try, and the leader of the faction also stays with them to fight together. This was what touched them the most, and it also let them know that the family had not abandoned them. You are going to live and die with them, the money is good. It also inspired the last fighting instinct deep in their hearts. At that time, no matter how fierce the enemy's attack is, they will still explode with all their strength. Have a final duel with the enemy. Even if you are about to lose your life, you will drag 10 enemies to be buried with you. This night, we were in a very tense atmosphere, and even the air was filled with tension. Chapter 503. Night. For others in the city, it was just an ordinary night. But for both sides of the battle, it was a very long and very tortuous night. The night that usually feels like it can be spent in the blink of an eye seems extremely long today. It makes them feel like they have been in a state of high tension for so long. Not daring to take any risks at all, this night is destined to be sleepless all night, for both parties and everyone. Even if they are allowed to rest, they themselves may not be able to sleep, but no matter for the enemy. It is impossible for them to launch an attack at night, although if they suddenly launch an attack on Lin Hao and the others at night. The 817 can indeed act as a surprise attack. It may catch Lin Hao and others off guard, but you must know that their opponent is Lin Hao. It is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. Since we know that night is a time when attacks may occur, we must be fully prepared. BEDB. It's even possible that the corresponding traps have been laid out, just waiting for them to fall into the trap themselves. In this case, if they launch an attack, they will definitely fall into Lin Hao's trap, and not only will they not be able to achieve their goal, and they will lose their own strength in vain. Therefore, to be safer, it is better to wait until dawn before launching the attack. As for Lin Hao, it is even more impossible to take advantage of the night to do some small tricks, because their strength is relatively weak. Advertisement: if they come out to engage in small tricks at this time, it is very likely that there will be no return, and their remaining strength will be wasted in vain. When the time comes for a formal battle, it will be easier for the enemy to break through their defenses. For them, there is no benefit, so for Lin Hao and his family, what they need to do now is to defend their defense line, so at this time, they will definitely not come out to make small moves, because this will not bring any benefits to them, so let's follow Lin Hao's ability. He would not do such a meaningless thing, but for the enemy, although they knew Lin Hao, they would not do such a stupid thing. But there is no guarantee that the people under his command will act without authorization, because the current situation of Lin Hao and his family is also somewhat special. Although Lin Hao is said to be the leader of the entire family, in fact, his control over the entire family is not that strong. So the people under my command are very likely to be unable to withstand such pressure, or they have the mentality of losing everything. Taking the opportunity to make small moves will also bring them some considerable losses. And this situation is very likely to happen, so they have to take some precautions. Otherwise, if such a thing really happens, it will disrupt their deployment of the next offensive plan. In fact, for Lin Hao and his family, they are under greater pressure, so they can't sleep even more under such circumstances. Chapter 504: Sleepless. If they knew, the enemy would not choose to launch an attack in this situation. But the current atmosphere is too depressing, even if we let them sleep peacefully. No one could fall asleep, so the two sides were in a stalemate, and both spent a sleepless night. In fact, no one can sleep in this situation, but for them, everyone knows it in their hearts. The final duel is not far away. I believe that it won't take long before there will be a final result. By then, they will have enough time to rest. There is no need to worry about this moment, otherwise they will be relaxed now. It is very likely to bring about some unpredictable consequences, and for them, it will also add some unnecessary losses in vain. So it was destined to be a very long night. Everyone is thinking about what's on their mind. No one knows how this battle will end, although the enemies are also full of hope. But they couldn't guarantee that Lin Hao had no other plans, judging from their investigation of Lin Hao. Lin Hao is not the kind of person who is easy to catch, but now Lin Hao really doesn't even make any moves, and this makes them worried. Please give me flowers. The first ones to attack were the people from the small families, because they did not have any powerful masters. But no matter what, no matter whether Lin Hao has the means to continue, they still have to maintain the highest vigilance. Advertisement: therefore, in this battle, they can only exist as cannon fodder, so they are also placed at the front. But if we can consume some resources of Lin Hao and his family, we can consume more. In this way, when they wait behind them and launch an attack, some casualties will be reduced. But if Lin Hao is up to something, there won't be any movement now. The final attack will be launched tomorrow. I'm afraid that by then, there won't be any chance to use me, but now they really haven't received even a hint. But like now, if there is no news at all, it's because you have something too scary, which is completely impossible to do. It is used to consume the power of Lin Hao and his family, although it will not consume much according to their strength. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning is on the ground, the enemy also begins to launch the final attack. Point 0. Some people were uneasy, and they also wondered whether Lin Hao was doing something secretly. But we can't capsize in the gutter at this time. The long night also passed in a tense environment. Even Lin Hao has arranged some means, but it has reached the current situation if it is not used again. This is a bit unreasonable, because even if the confidentiality work is done, no matter how careful it is, some information will definitely be revealed. Therefore, when the enemy launched an attack, they were aware of the situation immediately and quickly passed the alarm to the inner circle of the family. Everyone in Lin Hao's family has always maintained a high degree of vigilance in order to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack. Chapter 505. It begins. It also tells them to hurry up and prepare for the response, now that the enemy has launched an attack. Then they must also take corresponding measures, and they also need to report the situation on the battlefield in a timely manner. Although they don't know what the leadership situation is like within the family, it is their own obligation. They also need to report all the situations on the battlefield to their superiors in a timely manner. As for what their superiors will do, that's not what they have to consider, holding a quality that reflects a big family. Although their family is somewhat weakened now, it is still a big family after all. So some basic combat qualities still exist. You know what to do when fighting. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner because of the resources released under Lin Hao's secret authorization. Therefore, those who are currently guarding the first level of the family's defense line can also use these distributed materials. Consume the enemy's offensive posture, because Lin Hao also considers the enemy's changes once the time comes. It must be a very fierce posture, so when the time comes, the tribesmen who stick to the front line will definitely be under the greatest pressure. There is also some waste in using these cannon fodder, but judging from the current situation, there is no other way, because if we use these weapons on the more powerful enemies behind us, because they also know that these cannon fodder are just dispensable, and the real highlight is still behind. Advertisement. Although it is impossible to offset the lethality brought by these weapons, it is fully capable of avoiding the most important edge. Instead of doing this, it is better to use them where they can play their role. In this way, their defense can also be sustained longer. When these small families, who are like cannon fodder, have not yet approached the defense line of Lin Hao and his family. Because their strength is different from these cannon fodder, they are all people with real strength. By then, this line of defense will definitely be very difficult to defend, so let's just use these weapons. Therefore, it is okay for Lin Hao to give them more consumable and lethal tools. You can also use these weapons to consume them all, so that the strength of these guards will not be consumed. The damage this would bring to them is almost negligible, plus they themselves. I also carry 5.3 with a variety of healing elixirs, so when the time comes, the impact of these dangers will be minimal. So they, too, must always ensure that they are in peak condition. Not to mention how much damage it can cause them, whether it can hit them is another question. Or weapons. When such an enemy launches an attack, especially these small families who are used as cannon fodder. In this way, we can only be fully prepared when the real enemy comes later. Otherwise, if one's own state is consumed, then it will really defeat the enemy's wishes. Chapter 506 Can't Waste. Various weapons have been used, although these weapons are also used to consume these small families who are like cannon fodder. But after all, these weapons are not endless, and they are all owned by counties, so they also need to be more cautious. Don't waste it wantonly, because once these things are used up, they will be gone, and the family's internal reserves are not much. The amount allocated to them is not as much as imagined, 14 if they are all consumed now. Then when the enemy attacks again, it may be difficult to sustain it. They also knew that a battle like this might not be resolved in one go, but would definitely have to go through multiple back and forths of testing each other. The final battle can be decided in the end, so these previous battles are all tests between each other. It's not time to really fight hard yet, so they also need to pay attention to preserving their own strength as much as possible. Moreover, these weapons cannot be used all at once, but now because it is the enemy's first attack. Therefore, their momentum is also very high. They also rush forward bravely even if they know that they may die. Because they also know that if they retreat, they will only die, and they will die in the hands of their own people. If you rush forward now, you may still have some chances to survive. Coupled with the temptation of interests, it also allowed them to rush forward fearlessly. So at this time, we must use the sharpest means to repel their attack and let them know the cruelty of this battle. Advertisement. Only in this way can they lose their momentum, otherwise they will be allowed to maintain this momentum. If they continue to rush forward, it will not be of any benefit to Lin Hao and the others. Because in this case, Lin Hao's defense will not be able to sustain for too long. This is also a huge blow to their own affairs, so when it comes to this situation, Lin Hao and the others must be the same, trying to find a way to defeat the enemy with such arrogant momentum. Only in this way can they be able to support it for a longer time, otherwise it may not take long. Their defense line will be broken by others, and then there will be only a few people in the entire family who can be called upon. Then the enemy is just like slaughtering a helpless lamb, because these are within the family. There are still some capable people who have been sent to the defense line, if the defense line 593 is breached. Then within the family, there is not much left to continue fighting. The most important thing is the gap in strength and numbers between the two sides. It is no longer possible to make up for it, so they must also find a way to support their defense line as long as possible. Otherwise, it will really be a headache for them when the time comes, so that's why. In the face of this kind of cannon fodder that does not have much strength, but relies only on quantity to win. At this time, weapons of mass destruction are needed. Chapter 507 Function. Using this weapon to weaken the opponent's offensive momentum must also make them feel fear deep in their hearts. This way, we can prevent them from charging forward fearlessly like they are now. Everyone in Lin Hao's family understands this very well. Because no matter what they say, they are also people who have experienced all kinds of battles, big and small. So this situation can still be seen. All kinds of light groups suddenly appeared as if they were free of money. Flying out from within Lin Hao's family, the targets were those who fearlessly rushed towards them among the cannon fodder. The cannon fodder soon discovered the existence of these light groups, but they had no way to retreat. Although they also sensed the fatal danger from these circles of light, they could clearly feel the inside of these light groups. It contains power that they cannot match if they let these light groups fall on themselves. I'm afraid I think there will be no bones left, but there is no way. They can use their scalps to rush forward. They will definitely take action, but then there will be no need, they will die. Then they don't have to face those terrifying light groups anymore, compared with these terrifying light groups. It can be said that their speed is also very fast. Relying on the power of these cannon fodder, it is difficult to escape from the range covered by these apertures. It is just to take away their lives, and then their mission is completed. It can be said that this is completely the rhythm of death. Advertisement. So when these light groups appeared, each of them increased their horsepower and ran as hard as they could in front of the city. So they don't want to face this kind of problem, because it is no different from dying. Originally, they thought that if they could delay it a little longer, the people from the big families behind would definitely lose their temper. You must know that the purpose of developing these light groups is to target this large-scale cannon fodder. And if they were fast, they could rush to Lin Hao and his family in front of Feng County before these light balls fell. On the contrary, these people in Lin Hao's family are not that big a threat, because no matter what, the people in Lin Hao's family are not that big of a threat. And they won't release an attack as powerful as this aperture, so they can still do it. But facing this kind of light group, this level of attack is just a one-time consumption attack falling on them. Relying on numbers to fight each other and consume the opponent's strength, they still have hope of final victory when the time comes. No matter how powerful they are still just humans after all. Being humans proves that they have their own limits. Therefore, their own strength may not be that strong for people with some strength. But now, all of them wish they could have more legs and rush to the defense line of Lin Hao and his family. However, their efforts are in vain, because these light groups themselves contain powerful power. I said that if the cross-talkers retreated, the people behind would definitely put a knife on their necks and force them to move forward. Chapter 508 Fatal. You can withstand the power released by these light groups, but don't forget it. The most important thing about this kind of optical disc is that it covers a very wide range, and only in this way can the cannon fodder be consumed. So, facing such a wide range, these cannon fodders are not very powerful themselves. Otherwise, they would not be used as cannon fodder and would rely on their own strength if they wanted to escape from the attack range of these light groups. That was also very difficult, so even though they were speeding up and running away, the 740 didn't seem to have much effect. The discs were still flying towards their direction at a very fast speed, followed by several loud noises. I saw those light groups sitting in the sprinting crowd, bursting out with dazzling light in an instant, and after each light group exploded. A wider range of shockwaves will be released, and the covering range is also very wide, and if you feel it carefully. The power contained in this is also very powerful, if it is used to deal with these cannon fodder. It is definitely more than enough. Those cannon fodder running at the front are also somewhat lucky. The cannon fodder in the front and back are less lucky, because the disc falls in the center. Because there are people behind them resisting, because the main purpose of these light groups is to consume the number of cannon fodder. And there are people in the middle who will resist these forces for them, so the cannon fodder in the middle died the most unjustly and tragically. Seeing this scene, those cannon fodders, as if they had seen the King of Hell, began to run backwards desperately. Advertisement, and for them, such a death is very unjust, they didn't even see the enemy clearly. When they were happy again, another wave of light flew out from inside Lin Hao's house. If you don't know much about it, it's because they are short-sighted and have never experienced such a battle. Relying closely on their own strength also caused serious injuries to them, but compared to those cannon fodder who lost their lives. It was only after they experienced it personally that he realized the horror contained in these discs. The most serious battles on weekdays are just decisive battles between two families. When have they ever experienced such a big battle? Now they can also realize the terror contained in these halos, if they were afraid of these halos before. But even though they were thinking about it, how could they get down? A huge shockwave hit them. Therefore, the place where these halos fall is also the middle position of the entire crowd. Their fate is also relatively good, at least they have saved a small life, but not yet. In this way, the entire crowd, the two parts at the front and the back, were formed as cannon fodder. However, because of their sacrifice, some of the power of these discs was consumed, BECB. The power at the center is definitely the most powerful. The more it spreads outward, the flow will gradually decrease. Just dying inexplicably is meaningless even to them. Chapter 509 Impact. Now it's not easy to survive that kind of terrifying attack, and now there's another wave of such attacks. It would be strange if they didn't escape one by one, because relying on their strength, they have no ability at all to defuse such an attack, and they also know the reason why they took the photo in this position. It is also to allow them to consume the enemy's strength, but based on the current situation. They didn't even see the appearance of the enemy, let alone consume and finally see the power of their family. This is exactly how they were sent to death in the past, so none of them are fools and they know it. In this case, retreating backward is the wisest choice, if it is among these cannon fodder. If only one or two small families have such an idea, then relying on the war supervisors at the rear can force them back. But the entire small family that was used as cannon fodder also reached a consensus at this moment and knew that in this situation, the wisest choice is to retreat, otherwise they will give each other lives in vain. Advertisement. So everyone put down their weapons, turned around and ran directly to the rear. They could also see that the place that these CDs focus on is the middle of the entire crowd, now because we have just experienced a wave of bombardment of such CDs. It can be said that there is no one in the middle now. The place where these discs want to fall must be somewhere behind these people. So if they want to save their lives, they must run backwards. Escape from the areas covered by these attacks, otherwise they will not be able to escape death in the end. When the combatants in the rear saw this situation, they also took out their weapons. He killed several people who escaped quickly without hesitation, hoping to take these people back. Because an attack like this cannot mess up the position, if the people in front are greedy for life and afraid of death. Turning around would only impact the plan they had laid out before and the entire offensive posture. It will be completely disrupted. You must know that their corresponding positions are also well-arranged formations. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. 0. It is also to improve their strength, but if they are attacked by then, the entire formation will be disrupted. They would not be able to play their own role if Lin Hao and his family were to be pursued at this time. It will definitely bring them unimaginable losses, so no matter what, these cannon fodder cannot be allowed to run back in the opposite direction. 0. This disrupted their arrangement, so it was necessary to put them back down again and return them to their arranged positions. Let them play their due role, otherwise, it will really be a huge disaster for them. This is exactly why the existence of these exclusive personnel is needed, otherwise they would not exist. It will definitely turn into a mess, and the leaders above also gave them this order. That is, if the group of cannon fodder in front want to retreat, then deal with them all without mercy. They cannot be allowed to affect the square formation they have arranged. Chapter 510 Union. But what they didn't expect was that the cannon fodder retreating now was not one or two of the families. Instead, all the cannon fodder united and retreated backwards, which was beyond their control. If one or two of the small families retreated, they would not hesitate. And he also has the ability to get rid of them all, but now if everyone in 090 retreats together, even if they want to get rid of each other, they don't have the ability, and they are even less able to do so. Because if they take action then, these people will definitely regard them as their biggest enemies. Take action to deal with them first, and judging from the current situation, the supervisors are also in a weak position. Because all the cannon fodder are retreating back now, if they take action, they will become the target of attack by everyone, judging from the behavior of these people today. It is impossible to survive under so many joint attacks, so they will only retreat the fastest few people. After they were killed, they found that it did not have a deterrent effect. At first, they also thought about killing a few people. It will also serve as a deterrent to others, so that they don't have to go on a killing spree and can get the other party back to where they should be. But judging from the current situation, it seems that their plan did not work. After killing so many people, no one took their words to heart. Advertisement. Those people were still pushing me back slowly. It was obvious that they didn't take their words to heart. And now, they don't dare to continue taking action if they only killed one or two people before. Well, this group of people are too busy escaping for their lives and will not take this to heart, but if they are killed and massacred, then these cannon fodders will be united to deal with them, which will only make the situation worse. So when they found that they were missing a few people and it had no effect, they stopped using this method. Instead, I immediately went back and reported to my superiors, because the current situation is beyond their control. If this continues, it will definitely have a huge impact on their subsequent arrangements. But there is no way, it is no longer what they can handle, and what they have to do now. We also need to report the situation here. As for how to deal with it then, it depends on how the people above deal with it. At that time, they only need to follow the orders of the people above, and the situation is also very critical now. So they also burst out at 4.2, their full speed, but this monitoring is not used. There is no need for them to report. The leaders in the rear are observing the battlefield and taking advantage of the trends. They have also discovered the abnormality of the situation here, which also makes them a little speechless. Originally, they just regarded them as cannon fodder. I didn't take them to heart, and now I didn't expect that these people would become a stumbling block for them. Chapter 511 Pig teammates. Originally, they wanted to use each other to consume the strength of their family, but unexpectedly, not only did the expected goal not be achieved. On the contrary, it caused them to lose their position. They all doubted whether the decision they made at the beginning was wrong. But now is not the time to think so much, now that this group of cannon fodder has begun to retreat from each other. Well, although they had already considered it before, at this point they also set up those exclusive personnel. It is necessary to kill all the 14 people who escaped from the battle, so that they can serve as a warning to the monkeys. But what they didn't expect was that since everyone had united and escaped together, it was not the supervisors now. The problem can be solved. Next, they need to make a decision. If these people are allowed to rush around one after another, it will definitely disrupt their next arrangements, but it is impossible to take action and get rid of all these people. In this case, the method will be very bloody, and you must know that the number of these cannon fodder is also so large. If all of them were to be solved, it would be a huge loss. It can be said that the attack methods that had been prepared were no longer needed, and they were all wasted. Otherwise, if this kind of thing happens every time 007 launches an attack, that is to leave some space behind the layout to create a passage, and then let these people retreat through it. If you think about it again, it will take some time, but fortunately, the main body is not too seriously damaged. Advertisement. In the end, their order was to be issued as quickly as possible, and now they could not be allowed to delay it any longer. They can't retreat without permission, otherwise, when the time comes, don't worry about their ruthless men. A plan that was originally laid out perfectly was scrapped because of these, and they escaped before the battle, causing them to disrupt their position. Next, they also need to make some repairs. This will also give Lin Hao and the others a chance to cultivate some skills. Then after arriving at a safe location, we will settle the accounts with them. Today's matter must not be settled like this. Although there will be huge losses by then, no matter how huge the losses are and how tragic the battle is. So for their next plan, they also have to think carefully about today's problem. It only needs a little repair before it can continue to be put into use, but they also need to find the heads of those small families. Moreover, this would also be a huge blow to their own image, and there would be no one in the future. Not only will their strength be wasted in vain, but it will also be a huge blow to their morale. The passage must be left open. Dare to obey their orders. However, they did not hesitate too much and made a decision quickly. This will also bring some uncertainty to their next plan, but there is no way. The formation is now in chaos. We also need to explain this matter clearly to them, so that things like today cannot happen to them again. Chapter 512 Bad things. In this way, these cannon fodders can be evacuated from the passage without disrupting the methods they deployed behind them. And those in the big families who came into contact with the order responded quickly. The already arranged formation was opened with a gap in the middle, and these people evacuated from the gap. As for those small families, they originally thought that they were running away from the battle, even though everyone was united together. But they don't know what the consequences will be when the time comes, in the eyes of these big families. But there is only profit, if it is said that because these people fled before the battle, it caused them a loss in profit. Even if there are a large number of them, I'm afraid the other party will not show mercy when the time comes. So although all of them united and retreated, they were actually very uneasy in their hearts. But now that he sees the other party, he has no intention of taking action, and he has also left a passage for them to evacuate. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that my previous worries were unnecessary. Of course, they also know about today's matter, and they will definitely not let it go easily. They must have thought of a method. Waiting for them is definitely the Queen of Chu who will settle the accounts, but the Queen of Autumn will settle the accounts with the Queen of Autumn, and it is definitely impossible to kill them all. At most, it's just a strict warning or a general punishment. Save your own life first. Besides, they had not experienced such a struggle, and they never thought that today's battle would be like this. Advertisement. But after today's experience, they will also have corresponding measures if they don't take it. If these people were to go up and die in vain, they would not do such a thing. It seems that every big family cannot be underestimated, even if they no longer have the glory they once had. 17. But their methods are beyond the imagination of these small families. So when it comes to getting involved in this kind of thing, you need to think carefully about it. See if your own strength is enough, otherwise you will become cannon fodder in vain and die for others. But even though they were lucky enough to save one life, the next thing they have to consider is how to explain it. After all, they also know that what awaits them when the time comes is definitely not something they can fool through with just a few words. Even if the other party may take advantage of this opportunity, it is very possible for the lion to open his mouth, but there is no way. The occurrence of that situation was beyond their control, and everyone retreated together. If any single family among them, Li Zhao, stayed there, they would be sent to death. And the people under his command will definitely want to retreat when they see others retreating. After all, the attack at that time was too terrifying. If you stay there, you will die. It also has no effect, but people from those big families must not listen to these reasons of mine. So this is another problem, and when the time comes, it will also be a question of how to spend the money. Chapter 513. The grassroots. Among this group of small families who were used as cannon fodder, almost every family suffered heavy losses. It can be said that they did not expect Lin Hao and his family to be able to unleash such a level of attack. There was also a lack of preparedness for a while, so there were some considerable losses, but among these families that suffered huge losses. But there are two very different existences, one is the Yang family and the other is the Luo family. Although these two small families are not very powerful, they are the leaders of their families. But he is the kind of person who is very good at monitoring situations. It can be said that he is a well-deserved helper of 003. He can see which way the situation is going. They will quickly change their direction, so when they are fighting, they will not rush to the front line for the first time. Because they know that based on their own strength, it is definitely impossible to break through the defense line of Lin Hao and his family. If you break into the first line, you will definitely die in vain, but if you don't obey the command when the time comes, then the consequences are not something they can bear, so they have considered, this situation before and prepared gifts in advance. After some bribery, the leaders of the big families also ranked their families at the lower end of the entire team. In this case, even if the people in front really get into a fight, their positions will still be at the back. It can also reduce some losses, and even if there is an accident ahead, it will be very beneficial for them to retreat. It can be said that they had already thought about what to do next before the battle started. Advertisement. It is precisely because the heads of these two small families had this foresight that you talked about the massacre of those light balls. Because they were positioned relatively far back, they only prepared some shockwaves every day. Even if they were affected, they suffered considerable injuries. But overall, not many people died, and the reason why these families united to evacuate the people of these two small families. But the credit is indispensable, and I know that as soon as those light balls fell, even though these small families had some thoughts of retreating. But because the methods of those big families also left a deep mark on their hearts, even though they have this idea. But they didn't dare to implement it, and they had to know that if any of the small families among them retreated without permission. Even if then, those big families can survive the attack of this light group. They will definitely settle accounts with them, but the heads of these two small families are very flexible. I also know that if a single family is involved in such a thing, it will definitely be impossible to escape death. So they thought that if any other family retreated together, they would not blame everyone. Even those from big families want to hold them accountable, but if everyone unites together. Even if they want to hold people accountable, they certainly won't be too harsh, otherwise it would be these people. If they are not satisfied with their approach, they will also have a huge headache. Although the strength of these people is not that strong, they are numerous after all. Chapter 514. Accidental collision. And if a battle really breaks out, these people will definitely create the first line if all these things are resolved. Then we can only let the disciples of those big families grow up on the front line, even if there is a huge loss. They have to bear it themselves, so as long as those people from big families have no problem with their minds, they will definitely not be killed. At most, they will only be severely punished. As for some substantive punishments, there should be no real punishments. At least not now. As for whether there will be other punishments after this matter is over, that is not what they have to consider. The most important thing now is how to save their own lives. Moreover, the person in charge of giving gifts to these two families was the same at that time, so the positions they were assigned were relatively close to each other. Before launching the battle, the heads of the two families also communicated in advance. That is, no matter what happens on the battlefield, from two angles, these must take care of each other. You can't stab someone in the back, so the first moment those light balls fell. The heads of the two families were already preparing to retreat, and their thoughts on the battlefield. They are also observing carefully all the time, and they can also see that after the first wave of light attacks. Many small families present have already thought about retiring, but they have no intention of implementing it. At the moment, they didn't have the courage to implement it. In fact, they originally thought that if I said this disc would only have one wave of attacks. Advertisement, then they could grit their teeth and get through it, but when the second wave of light group launched an attack, they all retreated without hesitation. Moreover, two families retreated together. In fact, if we look at it from the perspective of the entire battlefield. Even if any one of their families retreats alone, it will not cause too much waves, just like small waves in the sea. It is even said that even if the two families unite to retreat, they will not cause such a big commotion. But, the crux of the problem is that the two families are in particularly awkward positions. Please give me flowers. After the first wave of light attack was consumed, the two families were located vaguely in the center of the entire battlefield. In this case, every move they make can be seen by the surrounding families, and every move they make next can be seen. Oh, it is possible that the actions taken by other families will have an impact, and these two families will be affected invisibly. Just like the leader of the entire battlefield, other families already wanted to retreat under the first wave of attacks. But when they think about it, the consequences if they retreat without permission are not something they can bear. So there was a little hesitation, and I was thinking about what to do next. I couldn't die in vain like this. Now that I see these two families in such important positions, I immediately think of the status of these two families. It was probably unusual. After the first wave of attacks, there was some chaos on the battlefield. Chapter 515 depressed. The remaining families don't know what they should do, so it's just a combination of circumstances. Think of these two families as leaders on the battlefield. See what these two families do when the time comes, and they will follow suit. It's like they have found a backbone. Originally, they were still thinking about what if these two families stayed here and fought to the death. Then should they still consider 790 and stay here with each other to die? But then, the next operation of these two families also gave them some coarse cloth machine rooms. It was originally thought that these two families would resist here this time. But unexpectedly, the two of them retreated without any hesitation, and the whole action was swift and resolute. There was no sloppiness, and they couldn't help but think about whether these two families came here to cause trouble on purpose. Otherwise, why are you retreating now? You are so skillful. It seems like this is not the first time you have done this kind of thing. But no matter what they thought in their hearts, since these two families took the lead in retreating, they had just set an example for them. And all of a sudden, he led the entire family to choose the path that should be least chosen. It was already pretty good, but things didn't go the way they imagined. Once someone starts this, and once someone follows suit, the entire battlefield will definitely be like them. At this moment, they were also a little confused, and they didn't know why other people would retreat with 3.0 in their family. Advertisement, but if they were held accountable afterwards, their family would definitely suffer. Since these two families have retreated, and they are still the leading family, there is no need for them to stay together here. This made them very depressed. This was a very good thing that could preserve the remaining strength of their family. Therefore, these two families have successfully led the entire battlefield to collapse, if there is a liquidation afterwards. They also quickly joined the retreating team, which could have supported the order of the battlefield. As a result, the entire battlefield order was instantly destroyed, and all the families started to ignore it. Other people actually ran away with them. Originally, they only wanted to allow them to escape. It is even possible that the victorious order will be stabilized because of the decisions made by the consciousness of these two families. But looking at it now, this doesn't seem to be a good thing, even though the family's power has been successfully preserved for the most part. So after the two families retreated, they immediately followed the pace of the two families. Retreat backward together. This is like a flood that breaks a bank. Once a small opening opens, it becomes an unstoppable flood. These two families were definitely destined to die, so the heads of these two families didn't think too much at the time. It started to rush out in a turbulent way. This is normal on the battlefield. Alas, this is exactly what it means to be defeated like a mountain. I just thought that in this situation, running away would be the most appropriate choice, but I didn't expect it. Chapter 516 Operation suffered the most severe punishment, because the rhythm was very good, just because of the actions made by their two families. As a result, the situation collapsed, and they themselves knew what serious consequences this would have. Although this statement does not blame everyone, and those big families, it is not impossible to drive them all away. But all that is based on the premise that we can't find out who is the mastermind, and everyone will bear all the sins together. In that case, even these big families must weigh the consequences of doing so if they want to punish them. But it's different now. The mastermind of this matter has been found, and it's just two small families. For those big families, they are existences that can be destroyed just by talking and laughing, and this is the case. It also made them feel suffocated and very angry inside. You said you could have taken advantage of it. They tried their best to capture Lin Hao's family, but because of these two small families, the overall plan was ruined. In this case, if we want to take down Lin Hao and his family, we don't know how much huge losses will be incurred. Advertisement and these losses were completely avoidable because of these two stupid heads of small families. That's why I made things so bad, so when the time comes, I think I will be severely punished. So when the situation became so bad, the heads of these two small families sometimes got together in their hearts. Because they know that they will definitely break the fraction when the time comes, but they are lucky now. As for the big family, they don't seem to know that the cause of this incident is because of them. He thought that all the families were united together. If this was the case, then he still had room to operate. The ending will not be as irreversible as it is now, if the operation is done well. 11 feet. It is possible to survive this crisis, but the next one will also require careful planning. Otherwise, the entire family will really face an unprecedented crisis, and they will not be able to survive the dangerous battlefield just now. Just because of this, the whole family was ruined, even in their eyes. Advertisement: if they encounter this kind of thing, they will be very angry, but people are always selfish. These things have not happened to them, so they are not what they have to consider. What we have to consider now is to allow our family to survive this crisis. It seems that it is very necessary for the two 440 families to have a good discussion next. The two families must discuss how to operate the operation in advance, otherwise there may be any loopholes. It would be very bad if people from those big families got caught. And with them, those small families who retreated back, although part of it was because they saw them retreating. Then they retreated together, but only those families close to them. Knowing that they were the first to retreat, as for those families closer to the periphery, they had no idea who ordered this chapter 517 massive bleeding. Originally, according to the plan arranged in advance, the people of these small families, were determined not to retreat. So when they saw someone starting to retreat, they felt very different in their hearts. Could it be that the higher-ups had temporarily modified the order? But why didn't they receive the order? So they were also very hesitant. Do they want to retreat together? If there is no order to retreat, then they are retreating without authorization? What awaits them then will not be a good end, but if the order issued here is true, then the other small families have retreated, and if they are left here alone, they will be imprisoned in vain. Their strength is not even considered ants in the eyes of Lin Hao and his family. At this moment, they were also very entangled, but the situation on the battlefield was also changing rapidly. The opportunity may be fleeting, so they cannot hesitate too much, so they made their choice in the blink of an eye. Regardless of whether the order to retreat is true or false, since they have already begun to retreat, then I will retreat with them. Even if this is the case, if the blame comes from above, then they cannot be blamed. This is a very favorable situation, which is what they need to do when the time comes. If all the families have withdrawn by then even those big families will retreat. It was obviously a little shaken now. Looking at the other families, they had begun to retreat. Advertisement: if they wanted to sell the scores after the fall, they had no idea where to start, and they saw that their friendly forces had already started to retreat. All we need to do is make deals between the small families that are close to them and shut them up. It can be said that the smaller this kind of family is, the more ambitious it is if they want to get rid of this tragedy. If we let this family stay here and stay together, then the people under my command will. As long as the foreign policy is unified and all the small families unite to retreat, then they will not be blamed. So after comprehensive consideration, these families all retreated together. I don't know each other, but we are more or less related to each other. It may increase the chance of death, so they are eager to leave this place as soon as possible. After all, they are just doing things following the direction of the public, and they also know that the law does not punish the public. But there has been no movement in my family, and everyone is very anxious. After all, I didn't stay here for a second longer. As for why they retreated, they actually didn't know it in their hearts, so for the two small families, the Yang family and the Luo family, I'm afraid I need to be severely punished, but there is no other way if I don't pay the price. And since some people have begun to retreat now, it is not an excessive move for them to follow suit. Then they can survive this crisis, even though Wang Zhao has lined up these small families around them. Then their entire family will suffer. Chapter 518 Investigation. Moreover, things like resources are gone, and they can be obtained again in the future, but if the entire family is gone. So if you want to obtain resources, you don't have the ability, and they also have to prepare these things in advance. In this way, we will be able to take some initiative when negotiating with them. And in the past, they also had to seize the time to find out the handles of these small families, or some unknown situations. In this way, when the time comes to negotiate, the other party's lion will not open his mouth. At least 437 will still have some chips in his hands. This way, I feel more at ease. If I don't have any chips in my hand, then I am really the lamb with Lan. It's up to what the other party says. Even if they offer an additional price, they must agree. So they will never allow this to happen and are now in a safe place. Then all the small families have calmed down from that panic state, and now they also think about it. It was not an order issued by the big family. It seemed that there were people on the battlefield who escaped from the battlefield. This was definitely a loss-free business, and they had completely forgotten about it at this time, if it weren't for those families who retreated without authorization. If we talk about what will happen to a family that is used as a scapegoat, they only consider the interests of their own family. This will bring them such losses. If you hand them over, then you can avoid these losses. Advertisement people are selfish, and the first thing they consider is themselves, so they don't think about that at this time. We also need to find the planner of this retreat, and only in this way can we avoid losses to their family. So now, they are very likely to have died on the battlefield. How can they still think so much here? This time they ruined the good things of these big families. Punishment will definitely be inevitable, and it is likely to be a very severe punishment. Even if the law does not punish everyone, then on average each family will have to pay some price. So for those small families who don't want to pay the price, reality is now starting to come alive. But after all, it is excusable. The price they have to pay will be much less, so they can avoid losses. It seems that he is also very angry about this unauthorized retreat and the methods of these big families. What should we do next? Just look at the leaders of the big families around you. It seems that they are retreating this time. If they don't want to pay the price, then they must find a scapegoat. In this way, all the sins will be taken away. When the time comes, they will also retreat together. And it led all the small families on the battlefield to retreat together, and look at the appearance of the people in these big families. They all know very well in their hearts that it can be said that people in the big family put interests absolutely first. There is no way, the reality is so cruel, and this is also a fact, and it is precisely because of those families who retreated without authorization. Chapter 519. Building power. But now these people have nothing to think about, now that they are out of danger. Then the next thing to consider is interests. As long as one's own interests can be guaranteed, no matter what kind of infamy he bears. No matter what, at least those are insignificant things. Only interests are closely related to one's own. Anyway, no matter what, if it comes to my own family, I will have to pay the price for this. Then those are the faults of the retreating family last time, which they will never forgive. So now they have already freed up their hands and started to investigate this matter. At the same time, these small families started to take action. Those big families also realized that this unauthorized retreat was not what it seemed on the surface. So simple, there must be someone among them, controlling this retreat. Otherwise, based on their understanding of these small families, it is absolutely impossible for them to act without authorization like this. And even if they act without authorization, it is impossible for all the small families to unite together. Advertisement. There must be some reasons for this that they don't know, and for them. This is also a very troublesome matter. If these masterminds are not caught, then it will indeed be unfair to the public. It is impossible to punish all small families, although they have their own advantages as big families. But if you punish them in a minor way, then your majesty as a big family will be gone. Otherwise, if we say that these small families did not obey orders at all and acted randomly on the battlefield. But the existence of these small families is also very necessary. It is impossible for the people of these big families to do everything. So this also made them very entangled. They could neither hit nor scold, but they had to punish them. 0. So when the time comes, we will definitely not be able to punish these small families too severely, otherwise, they will also cause trouble. We need to let those small families know what will happen if they don't obey orders. This is the only way. Advertisement. Even if they have any minor problems, Lu can be saved now. So for their next plan, it will definitely only bring harm to the market but no benefit. Please give me flowers. They didn't consider this issue before, thinking that by relying on their own methods, they could keep these small families together in the cold. This puts them in a very tangled situation, but if we talk about the mastermind behind this, only then can we let them get rid of those lucky thoughts in their hearts, and then be able to serve them better. At least in the face of absolute strength, they dare not use small tricks, but now it seems that they have underestimated this group of small families. It seems that the ambition in people's hearts does not let them know how cruel their methods are. And if these small families defect on the spot, it will be a huge loss for them. If you find out, you only need to impose the most severe punishment according to the mastermind. This can also serve as a warning to the monkeys. It seems that they will not do things obediently, but fortunately, the whole battle has not completely started yet. Chapter 520. Prompt processing. If this battle has entered a fierce stage, these small families are in trouble. Then the people from these big families won't be able to spare any manpower to deal with them. Because then all the power will definitely be used to deal with Lin Hao and his family. In this case, these small families can threaten them unscrupulously, and when the time comes, they will fight to ensure the 520 certification. To achieve final victory, they must agree to whatever the conditions are, not to mention how much they will lose in terms of interests. There is no place to put the face of a big family like theirs alone, so it is indeed very fortunate that something like this is happening now. At least in the budding stage, you can completely eliminate them, and don't wait until they grow out of control later. It would be too late to find out again. It is also necessary to go now and send people to investigate this time. Especially this is also a party related to their own interests, so each of them is very active. We must find out the mastermind behind the scenes. In fact, these big families also take some things for granted. In fact, there is no so-called mastermind behind this operation, it is just a joint operation between two small families. I never expected that it would trigger an avalanche of reactions if these big families were very anxious. Then the Luo family and the Yang family, these two small families, are even more panicked. Now the people under their command also know that this unauthorized retreat was because of the choice made by the leader of their family. Advertisement, and then it didn't. With the permission of these big families, that means they retreated without permission. According to their understanding of these big families, they are retreating without permission. When the time comes, those big families will retreat. They will definitely not let them go easily, and they will definitely be punished severely. As for what the outcome will be, they can also imagine that they will definitely be very cruel. This is not the most serious problem. The most serious problem is that because these two families acted without authorization, the entire battlefield, all the small families retreated together, which had a very bad impact on the next attack plan. It can be said that the unauthorized actions of the two families this time also caused huge losses. It was also a waste of the means that had been arranged before, judging from the temperament of those big family members. When the time comes, these people will definitely be punished, and as the culprits, these two small families. They will definitely be driven out and killed when the time comes. Only in this way can they establish their majesty and prevent other small families from daring to disobey orders. In other words, they just managed to survive on such a dangerous battlefield. Now we are entering another crisis, and this crisis is even more dangerous than on the battlefield. You must know that death is a probability event on the battlefield, and even if the battle is cruel, the probability is very small. Only then is it possible to destroy an entire small family. Death is a very normal thing. Chapter 521 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. After all, this is a battlefield. This is a battle where you die or live. There is no mercy at all. So it is inevitable to say that bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. This is also unavoidable. Of course, it is bloodshed and sacrifice. Why? There is a limit, and there can be no endless sacrifice, so on the battlefield, every family. There will definitely be sacrifices, but it is impossible to say that the entire family will be sacrificed. But if the time comes, if those big families of 14 are held accountable, then their entire family will be sacrificed. And he will become the chicken that is killed to scare the monkeys. This is not a bit of a fluke. They also know the methods of those big families best, and they will never hesitate to achieve their own goals. It can be said that when the time comes, once they know about this matter, they will definitely be unable to escape. But there is no way. The strength of these people is indeed too weak, and they cannot cause any big troubles at all. And now, the surrounding area is also tightly controlled by people from those big families, and not even a fly can fly out. The more they have an extraordinary heart, they don't want to die here like this, as long as there is a glimmer of hope to survive. So their idea can only be strangled in the cradle. There is no possibility of it being realized at all. In this way, it can be regarded as internal response. By combining internal response and external response, merit can also be established. And at this time, some people actually said that they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to join Lin Hao's family. Advertisement, especially people in these small families, have an even stronger desire to survive. Arguably they can. They all have to hold it firmly in their hands, otherwise they would not be able to take risks and retreat without permission on the battlefield. That is something as difficult as going to heaven. After all, the strength between the two families is placed here, which is an insurmountable punishment. Moreover, the family behind him will also receive severe punishment, and may even be liquidated as the culprit. Will you accept these people who rebelled against the past and just want to leave here to pass on the news? Surviving in such cruel competition, you can imagine how much they cherish it, and the more small people they are. The people of these small families have such a strong desire to survive, so they will try their best next. They can only stay here. If they want to leave here without authorization and keep warning them, they will be killed on the spot. But their ideas are indeed a bit naive, let alone Lin Hao and his family. You know, this is the fate of the entire family as a bet, and you can see it from this. In this case, even Lin Hao and others will not kill them all. This is already the best result. But if we just let them be so obedient and wait here to die, that is definitely not their temperament. That is to say, even if they want to escape, they can't escape at all until they get orders from the big family above. In other words, they are now, just like the difference in a dream, unable to escape even if they want to. Chapter 522 General Plan. Although they also knew that this time, things could not be fooled so easily. There will definitely be a heavy price to pay, but even if it is a big price, they can still pay it. At least he wanted to preserve his family and not be sacrificed like this, and judging from the news coming from the outside. The big family above. They have already begun to investigate this matter, according to the methods of those big families. I'm afraid it won't be long before we know the cause of this matter. Of course, we will definitely know the details. It won't be that clear, and it can be said that the surrounding families don't know each other. In this case, they still have a chance to save. So the leaders of the Yang family and the Luo family stayed overnight. We met quietly and discussed this matter. How should we solve it? We definitely can't give up so easily. Since he had disobeyed the order, retreated without authorization and survived the cruel battlefield. There is absolutely no reason to wait for death here in vain. The two of them also discussed in detail the whole night, when it was almost dawn. The guards of the big families were about to start their daily supervision before they returned to their respective families' locations. Although they did not discuss an accurate and reliable implementation method tonight, they already have some clues. The next thing to do now is to return to their respective families and the elders in the families. I'd like to discuss what to do next, because this matter will definitely have to pay a huge price. Advertisement. It's definitely not possible. Let the leader make this decision alone. He must also discuss it with the elders in the family. After discussion, they were able to make this decision. Now they have to discuss it with the elders in the family. See where the biggest price the family can bear is, then they will make plans. I also have a bottom line in my heart and know how to carry out this matter when the head of the Yang family and the head of the Luo family return to their respective families. After talking about this matter to the elders in the family, he kept it in their hearts. When I tell these elders about the expected price, they will look in disbelief in the future. It can be said that the price to pay is far beyond their imagination, although these elders have also thought of it. When the time comes, we will definitely have to pay a huge price to survive this crisis. But I didn't expect that the price to be paid this time would be so huge. It could be said that it was no different from killing their entire family. But after all, as long as people are alive, there is still hope for everything. If people, who get money or good, die. Even if there are more resources, it will be wasted. Of course, this is just an estimated price in the patriarch's heart. The details can still be discussed, but the final price to be paid is compared with what they expected. It won't be too different, but after all, it can save a little bit, which is a good thing for a small family like them. Resources are really, really scarce, otherwise. Chapter 523. Seeing the leopard through the pipe. They will not take huge risks to participate in this operation, and they know it. According to the strength of their family, they come here just as cannon fodder, but even so, they still had no hesitation and participated in this operation, which can prove that they are among these small families. How scarce are resources? It can be said that in order to obtain resources, they will not hesitate to pay some price. Since we have to pay a huge price this time to get rid of this crisis, this is an inevitable fact. 657. Then the next thing they have to do is to discuss how to reduce these costs to the minimum. Because when the time comes, it will definitely require some discussion, and it certainly cannot be said that the other party offers any chips. They have to agree, and they also need to negotiate. These bargaining chips should be controlled within a range acceptable to both parties. And to know about this matter, we only need to deal with the few small families adjacent to them on the battlefield. Even if they are only dealt with, the people sent by the big family to investigate will not be so easy to fool. So when it comes to this matter, the people who have been assigned to investigate by those big families also need to be dealt with. Only in this way can everything be foolproof. Otherwise, just getting rid of one of them will also prevent them from escaping the final crisis. But if this is the case, then the price they have to pay will only be more, never less. Advertisement, because people in those big families have the same vision, one is higher than the other, and things may be regarded as treasures in the eyes of these small families. Maybe in their eyes, it is worse than trash. If you want to satisfy their appetite, then you can only reluctantly give up. Just prepare some more careful treasures, and as long as the gifts they prepare are tempting enough, at that time, there will be no need to pay so much. At least in terms of quantity, it can be reduced a lot, which is better than imagined. And they also need to figure out what these small families are in short supply now, so that they can suit their needs. Only then can they minimize their own losses. Otherwise, they will need to pay more to quell this crisis. So sometimes, this information is very important, even though it may seem very inconspicuous at ordinary times. But it is undeniable that when you really need to use them, their value will definitely exceed your imagination. But for them, this is also a very huge project, if we put it in normal times. It is very easy to inquire about this information, but the situation now is different from before. But now they have been supervised, which gives them much less room to operate. And their every move is under the surveillance of those big family members, that is to say, if they arrive. If they are too obvious, they will be suspected, and if they are investigated emphatically at that time, then they will definitely not be able to hold on for long before they are exposed. Chapter 524. Huge work now. It's because people from these big families don't know who is behind all the actions this time. So they can only temporarily list all small families as suspects, so they can screen them. 11. The workload is not ordinary. All the small families must be screened before the final behind-the-scenes instructions can be determined. So the time it takes is definitely not a small amount, but if we talk about these two small families, if some actions are taken to arouse the alert of those big families, we will focus on investigating them at that time. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long, and their flaws will be revealed in the end. Waiting for that time. What awaits them is an unimaginable end, so that's why. If there was nothing wrong with their minds, they would know what to do. The most important thing now is to seize every possible opportunity. To delay time, it is not a wise choice to make trouble at this critical time. If they still want a good result when the time comes, what should they do now? Then I know very well in my heart that I must not act rashly, if such words are noticed by the whole family. Then the decision waiting for them will be a thunderous blow, so that's all their next actions. It must be done quietly, and no one in the big family can notice their actions. We can't let people from those small families notice it, otherwise, people from these small families will be killed when the time comes. Advertisement. If they know what they want me to do, they will definitely be on guard, and they will have some useful information when the time comes. If they can't investigate, then in the end, the price they have to pay will still be higher than imagined. Therefore, their current situation is not optimistic at all. On the other hand, there is not much time left for them. These big families must prepare quickly now to organize the next monitoring, and they are bound to win the next monitoring. This time we are not allowed to have any problems again, that is to say, we will launch the next attack at that time. Please give me flowers, we need to solve all the problems. This is the first time such a big loophole has appeared. So the solution is to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so the meeting must be held as fast as possible to find them out. Moreover, this battle cannot last for too long, otherwise it will be detrimental to both sides. 0. It's a huge consumption, not to mention that there are other families nearby who are watching covetously if the stalemate lasts too long. Then I made wedding clothes for other people in vain so that they can swim well, so all this needs to be done as soon as possible. In other words, the time for them to be dealt with is getting closer and closer, so they need to hurry up. I believe he can use all the time to find out the news. On the other hand, they still need to make a plan. After all, the price they have to pay will need to be discussed, or at least a bottom line that they can accept. 9 IG Chapter 525 Discussion. In this case, they will be able to do it when they negotiate, and they will know what they are doing, if they let the other party ask for a high price. Then it will take a lot of time to negotiate again, and the dispute will be longer. Then the risk of exposure will be greater, and it will also be for them, if it is them. It is impossible for too many people to participate, because the more people, 663, the bigger the target and the greater the risk of exposure. Why did they pay such a high price? Isn't it just to block all the news this time? If by that time, because of this negotiation, the news has spread, then in the end it will be a waste of time. So for the sake of safety, even if they go to work today, I will only send a few representatives from each family. We will sit together and negotiate at that time. In other words, if we wait until then to make a decision, it will be too late. Because within the entire family, this action requires the consent of all the elders. When the time comes, you can't bring me all the materials for this negotiation. It will be on their table after everyone agrees. It is completely unrealistic to make a decision again, so what they can do is to set the bottom line of what they can bear in advance. We have all discussed it. If that happens, this will be the bottom line that cannot be compromised. Of course, we can do it on this basis. It is best to save some, but it must not exceed their bottom line. When the time comes to negotiate, everyone will negotiate based on their own acceptable bottom line, so as to solve the problem in the shortest possible time. Advertisement. In this case, their delay time will be shortened, and the risk of exposure will be greatly reduced. And if these things are dealt with as soon as possible, they can move on to the next step, otherwise. Once this step of action cannot be carried out, then they will also be unable to carry out the next action. This will cause a series of subsequent plans to be hindered, if the big families wait until then. If the investigation leads to them, then they may lead the disaster, so now they are. It is also a very anxious time, for them, strength is life. They now also feel the imminent feeling for Lin Hao and the others. What exactly is it like? Moreover, their appearance would be even more dangerous. Because Lin Hao and others are still a big family, even if they are faced with the siege of people like them. It is also able to maintain a stable position, and can even organize its imaginary counterattack to buy itself some time. But for small families like them, there is no comparability at all, and their strength is also very limited. In this family, people can be eliminated with a wave of their hands, so that's their situation. It is also more dangerous, and we can only be cautious and buy more time. Come and arrange all these things. Only in this way can they survive this crisis. Chapter 526 Long Term. Among these small family troops, the Luo family ranks in the middle of the pack in terms of strength, and its strength is not considered strong. But they are definitely not weak. Junior brother can only be said to be average, but because they are the current leader of the family. We are also very stable in doing things, which means that everything is done to the best of our ability, and we don't take risks if we can. Everything was done in the gentlest way, which allowed their family to develop to where it is today. Although among these 14, some development opportunities may have been lost because of being too cautious. But it also avoids a lot of risks. After all, opportunities and risks coexist, if they want to seize those opportunities. Then they also need to face the risks behind these opportunities, for their small family. A slightly larger risk may destroy their entire family, so they cannot take this risk. Unless they have the confidence of their authority to give it a try, they will never do anything stupid. Of course, this kind of person is impossible. Take the whole family to a more glorious place. Otherwise, if the difference in strength is too great, it would be unjustifiable. But after all, now, we need to use them and take care of their emotions. They will definitely be placed in the front row and treated as the most worthless cannon fodder. It is impossible for them to put them in the middle and back. Therefore, the Luo family, a small family, is not only capable in terms of strength, but also can be justified. Advertisement, and it is precisely because of their very flexible handling methods that they have missed many opportunities for development. Although in the eyes of these large and small organizations, the so-called dissatisfaction of these small families is nothing more than a joke in their eyes. Still among those big families, they all handle their relationship with each other very well. The most important point is that they were already running a very good relationship before they started their relationship. Although among all the families in this terminal, they can still be ranked high. But if you want to keep the entire family within its current strength, then he is definitely the most suitable candidate. It is inseparable from the way they handle things, no matter in these small families. But you can get the safest position, which will also cause dissatisfaction from the people below. Otherwise, according to their family's business, if they go to the battlefield. You have to know that even if you go and bribe people in those big families, if your own family does not have some strength, you don't have this qualification at all, otherwise, you will be the weakest among all the families when the time comes. Thereby arranging oneself to a relatively safe position, so that it can be justified in terms of face. Therefore, only those small families with strength and respectability are qualified to bribe these people. But over the years, it has been vague that the family's strength has also made some progress, from the previous low end to the terminal. Chapter 527 Don't understand. Not to mention those people in the family, who were not satisfied before, why the family patriarch would spend so many resources within the family. To manage relationships with various families, in their eyes, this is a world of the weak and the strong. 11. As long as you are strong enough, you can win the respect of others, just by relying on interests like this. The relationship we are here to operate is not reliable at all. If something happens at that time, the relationship will be shattered. The so-called alliance is just a joke, and they are very dissatisfied. Because if the patriarch of the family mobilizes the resources in the family to manage the relationship with other families, correspondingly, the resources that can be allocated to them will decrease accordingly. When the time comes, I will influence them and improve my own strength, which is closely related to my own strength. So they are also very concerned about this. After all, in this cruel world, everyone wants to try their best to improve their strength. But after all, there is a family behind him, so no matter what he does, he will have some confidence in his heart. As the patriarch of the entire family, he is definitely not a member of the family who will lead the entire family to destruction. That's true if you think about it carefully. After all, he is the patriarch of the entire family, and the entire family is under his control. In this cruel world, if you lose the regret behind yourself, then it is very difficult to survive. Advertisement, even he himself will be implicated, so he naturally wants to do this to the patriarch, for him. The patriarch didn't explain too much to them, he just told them that there was a reason for doing so. Only in this way can we live longer in this successful world and not be used as cannon fodder by others. It can be done without having to do this, and he himself is also connected with the entire family. But since he did it, he must have his own reasons, and he definitely didn't mean to lead the entire family to destruction. But the reality is also very cruel. They have resisted the war before, and the patriarch did this. If anything goes wrong with the family, it will definitely not be of any benefit to him. Thinking of this, they stopped thinking so much, even though they didn't know why the patriarch did this. There is absolutely no need for him to do this. If he wants to harm the entire family, he will use his power. If the entire family is in trouble, then it will not be of any benefit to him. After all, this is the family that raised him. If he really does this, then he will also lose his biggest support, Qian Wang Zhao. Because when living like this, it is difficult for him to escape, not to mention that he has no reason to do so. But there is no doubt that all of them were suppressed by the clan leader, and when they asked the clan leader why they did this, it can be said to be a luxury wish. Although from their perspective, their current strength is not that strong, they are still just a small family toilet. Chapter 528. Figure it out if you are alone in this world, no matter in terms of obtaining resources. It is also very difficult to do things. First of all, in terms of obtaining resources, you can only rely on one person. Although you only need to use all the acquired resources yourself, this will also reduce some losses. Don't scatter these resources, but equally, if you want to obtain these resources. That is also a very difficult thing. After all, it is just a solo effort. On the other hand, it is dealing with 670 matters. No matter what things are dealt with at that time, if it is just one person and there is no corresponding strength behind him to support him. So in this world, there are some things that are difficult to move forward. Although this world is also a world that respects relying on one's own strength. But sometimes, a strong backer can also provide a lot of convenience. First of all, in the process of cultivation, various resources will definitely be used, and some resources are also very precious. It's not that easy to obtain. If you only rely on your own strength, then you want to gather all these resources. Then it is also a very difficult thing, unless you are strong enough to ignore everything. But no matter how invincible the strength is, it is first cultivated when you are weak. When your combat effectiveness is at its weakest, those precious resources are not available to you. Advertisement. Then at this time, the advantages of a family can be reflected. At this time, you can rely on the family to obtain those resources, thereby improving one's own strength, and when the time comes, the strength of the entire family will be enhanced, and then precious resources will be available. To allow yourself to improve your own strength, thus forming a virtuous cycle, Betty. By then, not only your own strength can be improved, even the strength of the entire family can be improved accordingly, so he wants to survive in this cruel world. On the one hand, you must not only rely on your own strong strength, but on the other hand, a strong backer is also very important. At least until you don't have strong strength, a strong backer can provide you with corresponding resources and certain protection. Only in this way can you grow up safely until the end. Only in this way can you have the opportunity to gain powerful strength. Otherwise, if you can't grow to that point, how can you be powerful? So considering all aspects, the clan leader will definitely not do something that would endanger the entire family. Because this is of no benefit to him, so when he thinks of this, he puts his heart into his stomach as well as them. I don't want to go there anymore and don't think about so many things. After all, the family's situation is also very dangerous now. Moreover, these matters are simply not something they can decide on. They can survive on that cruel battlefield. It was already a blessing among misfortunes, and now they too didn't want to think about it so much anymore. As long as they can survive by then, it will be fine, and they know it. Chapter 529. Cover up. In fact, if you say so, the team leader must have wanted in his heart so that the entire family can survive better. Only in this way can we carry forward the family, and then as the team leader, he will be able to enjoy better treatment. Otherwise, he would not take huge risks and choose to refuse to execute orders on the battlefield and escape from the battlefield. You must know that such a crime is no joke, especially as the leader of the entire family. If he is caught by then, his own fate will be much more tragic than that of these ordinary people. It can also be seen from this that the patriarch's heart must be towards them, and he also wants to make the family better. And it's not the case now. When we continue to cause trouble, we need to let the team leader handle the matter properly. Put all your energy on this, only in this way can it be possible to bring a glimmer of hope to the family. Otherwise, if they are unable to help when the time comes, they will instead make trouble for the team leader. At that time, it will only interrupt the clan leader's thinking and bring some bad effects to him, when they deal with this crisis. Advertisement. Something will go wrong. You know, once something goes wrong, it's not a trivial matter. The price they will be responsible for will be the future of the entire family, and they now know which is more important. They will not be listed as key targets of investigation. Of course, some of the tension that should be there still needs to be shown. And you can't show any panic or other strange emotions, you have to pretend to be very natural. Then you will make some noise, and if people from the big families notice it, they will die faster. If they want to survive, then they can only unreservedly believe in every choice made by the patriarch. After all, this matter is closely related to their own lives, whether they can survive. For them, there is no benefit at all, so as long as they are not fools. If you think about it according to human nature, Fan will definitely panic. In other words, even if it is the case, no matter how hard you try, you can't change the final result. Advertisement only in this way can he survive better in the end. We should treat this matter as having nothing to do with them. Only in this way will we not arouse the vigilance of those in the big family. And what they have to do now is to pretend that something is wrong and pretend that this matter has not happened. And even if they object, the final decision-making power is still in the hands of the clan leader. Point 0. It also depends on whether the clan leader can handle this crisis perfectly. They just know what to do, and they have no other choice besides this. Otherwise, if we say that all of a sudden, all these small families will be gathered together, and no reason will be explained. Please give me flowers, as long as the team leader makes a decision, they have no choice but to comply, and if they make a fuss here. Chapter 530 Pretending. Without their knowledge, gather them all together and consider this matter according to normal principles. Then they must have some panic mixed in, if they are very calm at that time. Then it seems that there is something strange about this matter, and there must be a monster when something goes wrong, when other small families are a little panicked. If their families, Chi-er-san, behaves too calmly, then wouldn't it be just right? It means that there is something wrong in their family's heart. So these details also need to be taken into consideration, otherwise any small details will be ignored by them. It may become a breakthrough for them to be discovered, and these matters can no longer be arranged personally by the clan leader. They also need the various responsible persons in front of them to consider these things, because now the patriarch also has more important things to do. The following things can only be discovered by themselves and completed in these small details. Luo Yonghao is a follower next to those disciples with background in the family, according to common sense. It is precisely because of his talent that even if it is just a follower, it also relies on this skill to obtain a lot of resources. 5.6. And he also quickly accumulated his own connections, even those disciples with backgrounds. It is impossible for the clan leader to handle everything by himself. After all, the clan leader is only one person. All are added to this one talent, that is, in terms of observing words and emotions, he is several times better than his peers. Advertisement. But there is nothing special about Luo Yonghao, even in terms of talent and other aspects. Moreover, his own strength and talent are not outstanding. Among all the disciples in the family, he can only be regarded as an average existence. When the time comes, give him some rewards so that they can survive in this cruel world. So when I was young. They have advantages in all aspects, but he relies on his own talent and skills. He is also a legendary figure. He has not been very popular within the family since he was a child. It is also to continuously narrow this gap. Of course, this is a flaw in the background and cannot be changed. And his experience is also very limited. It is impossible to cover everything. Luo Yonghao, the patriarch of the Luo family, has to say this. Moreover, his father is not a big deal within the family. If I want to be their person, I don't have a strong background or backer. This kind of person is also equivalent to a small and transparent existence. If you don't pay attention to him, you won't remember his appearance at all. It can be said that no one among his peers knew better than him. At least in their family, there is no such person. But maybe it's because of this that he also developed another talent, maybe all his skill points. Therefore, within the family, he is actually just an ordinary small role. This kind of person is within the family. They are just some lackeys of those disciples with status, so whatever they do, they have to do something. Chapter 531 Past Events. And although Luo Yonghao is just an ordinary disciple within the family, he also has his own ambitions. He is not willing to continue to be ordinary like this, and he also wants to create a career of his own. And he is not the kind of person who doesn't realize his ambitions once he has them. On the contrary, he is the kind of person who once he has his own goals. He will try his best to achieve these goals, but fortunately, he also has the ability to observe words and emotions to the extreme. 14. Not only can he figure out the psychology of his peers, but he can also figure out what the elders in the family are thinking. He also did things according to the ideas of those family elders. In this way, he quickly gained the favor of many elders within the family. Many elders were full of praise for the way he did things, thinking that he was also a rare disciple. At least the tasks assigned to him were often completed with excellence, and he had studied them carefully. The preferences of every elder in the family also know what style each of them likes. So when the time comes, they will have different solutions to the tasks assigned by each elder. Such words have also been appreciated by many elders, who also think that Luo Yonghao is also a disciple who can be cultivated. Of course, after all, Luo Yonghao is also within the family and does not have a strong background. So these elders only praised him, but they never thought about asking him to come to this whole family. Advertisement. After all, sometimes a strong background is indispensable, if it were Luo Yonghao like this. If a person without any background and a little transparent within the family finally became the leader of the entire family, then there must be some people within those families who will be unconvinced, and once these people imagine things, At that time, there will be chaos within the family, so out of various considerations, these elders are not there at all. Think about it more deeply. After all, Luo Yonghao doesn't have the qualifications, so to speak. Of course, Luo Yonghao's work is indeed in line with their wishes, so you will give him some special rewards from time to time. It can also be regarded as a reward for him. In the hearts of these elders, although Luo Yonghao said he would not be in charge of the entire family. But when the time comes, he will definitely be a good helper who can assist the next patriarch to lead the entire family. It can be said that they also want to train Luo Yonghao to be a helper of the clan leader, rather than the entire 007 clan leader. Especially compared with Luo Yonghao, all his peers seem to be unable to bear the heavy responsibility. Needless to say, those disciples who were from ordinary backgrounds like Luo Yonghao were not as good as those disciples with backgrounds in all aspects. Moreover, their talents are all average. The most important point is that they do not have Luo Yonghao's ability to observe words and emotions. So they are still the same, maintaining a very ordinary posture, and those disciples with backgrounds. Although they have a strong background and do internal work at home, it may be because of this that they have developed some bad habits. Chapter 532 Creating Opportunities. It is also beginning to develop in the direction of a playboy disciple. Of course, the situation is not that bad. But it is true that they have nothing, and their outstanding abilities can only be said to be average. There is no dazzling existence at all, no existence that makes the elders shine and feel that they can be trusted. It took a lot of effort to find someone who could speak to them, but in the end he was just a disciple without any background. So in their hearts, no matter how powerful this disciple is, he will only be able to become the clan leader's assistant. It is impossible to become a true clan leader, and some of those disciples with backgrounds are really not up to par. But it's not that bad, at least they are definitely not as good as those disciples from big families. It is also because they have some outstanding backgrounds that they do not take things so seriously in some aspects. It won't be like that. If you think about it carefully, I will let them choose and it will not attract the attention of the elders. What's more, because of Luo Yonghao's existence, his ability to observe words and emotions was also very powerful. In addition, his ability to do things is quite good, so when these disciples with background encounter difficult problems, they will also consider first and let Luo Yonghao solve it for them. In fact, these disciples have backgrounds at the beginning. I also didn't know that such a person as Luo Yonghao existed. After all, Luo Yonghao was also a little transparent within the family before. Advertisement who would have no problem paying attention to a little transparent person. If you have this time, you might as well do something you like. But in this world, opportunities are often earned, and Luo Yonghao is unwilling to remain ordinary like this. So he also seizes various opportunities to show his presence. He also knows that if things continue to develop in accordance with the normal order, then the achievements that I can achieve by then will be very limited, so if I want to get ahead, then you must seize every opportunity by yourself. If there is no opportunity, then you need to create it by yourself. God always favors those who are prepared, so Luo Yonghao knows this truth very well in his heart. Therefore, he would go to those disciples with backgrounds from time to time to show his value. It's not that I was courteous in the past, I just deliberately created some problems for them, although they were not that difficult. But at least for them, it is also very difficult. Of course, this kind of small problem will not bring any bad consequences. It's just that it will be very difficult, no Lin Hao, and then wait until those disciples with backgrounds are unable to do anything about it and are worrying. He appeared in front of them in time, and then he looked like he didn't know anything, and then kindly asked them where they were going. Do you need help? After going back and forth like this, slowly, Luo Yonghao's name began to spread within the family. Especially in those circles of disciples who are inherently lazy and have backgrounds. Chapter 533 Building Momentum. The name Luo Yonghao suddenly appeared in their circle like mushrooms after a spring rain, of course. There must be some disciples with background who are helping Luo Yonghao to promote his fame. Otherwise, even Luo Yonghao, no matter how obvious his value is, can only rely on his own strength. It is impossible to reach this point. It has also reached an agreement with some disciples with background. Therefore, each other also gets what they need, so that when the time comes, they will each get what they want. For those disciples with background, Luo 467 Yonghao's value to them is to help them solve some problems. They can't solve the tough problems, and for them, they need to pay. It's just a matter of spreading the news when the time comes, for them. In fact, there is not much loss. In this way, the problem I encountered is solved without having to pay any price. It can be called a good way to kill two birds with one stone, and for Luo Yonghao. Although he said that he wanted to help these disciples with background, BC, to solve problems for free, but for him. In fact, he is the real winner, because he has achieved what he wanted, if his fame can be made famous by then. Then when the time comes, more disciples with backgrounds will come to seek his help. In this case, the final benefit he can obtain is far more than what he has paid. Advertisement, and the most important point is that he will be able to when the time comes, so it is possible to enter a new world. So if he wants to satisfy his internal ambitions, he must first start with his recording power. There is no doubt that this is a very good beginning. Gradually, these disciples with background, they are also used to Luo Yonghao's existence, for sure, before they need Luo Yonghao's help. They also investigated Luo Yonghao's background and relationship clearly in advance. After all, the family was also full of all kinds of disputes. If this is some confusing method used by their hostile party, it will be to lure them into taking the bait. Then if I believe Luo Yonghao easily, I will fall into the enemy's trap. Originally, at the beginning, they heard about the existence of such a person as Luo Yonghao. Also with a dubious attitude in their minds if such a person really exists. Why did they not know about it before, but only found out about it now? So all of this is very questionable. Therefore, they must also investigate all the ins and outs so that they can avoid falling into unnecessary traps. However, the final investigation results made these disciples with background feel very relieved, because according to the investigation data, Luo Yonghao is just a low-ranking disciple with no background within the family. Moreover, his parents, within the family, do not belong to any faction. Mainly because his parents are too powerful and have no outstanding abilities. Chapter 534 Investigation. So even if his parents want to join one of the factions to get some resources for Luo Yonghao, no faction is willing to accept them. After all, for every faction, the resources they can obtain are very limited. If the time comes, they will bring in a few useless people. At that time, their resources will be wasted in vain, and they will be used as a breakthrough by people with hostile relationships. So no matter which aspect you consider, Luo Yonghao's parents actually have no way to join any faction. But this is just right, and it can also show that Luo Yonghao's background relationship is also very pure. In this case, they don't have to think so much anymore, and can rest assured and let Luo Yonghao help them solve some problems. And for ordinary disciples like this, they are actually very easy to deal with. You just need to give them enough resources. You can make them willing to do things for you, so when it comes to dealing with Han, Shin, they don't have to think about so many things, as long as they can provide resources to Luo Yonghao when the time comes. Advertisement, then they don't have to worry about anything, and Luo Yonghao doesn't have a strong background. Even if it is true, then, if there is any problem, it will only be based on their strong background. It is also possible to solve all these problems, and they will not suffer any loss. Therefore, after considering all aspects, these disciples with backgrounds finally let go of their last guard. Then, coupled with some people's deliberate publicity, Luo Yonghao's name spread quickly. There are also some elders who are too dazzling, even if they don't pay attention to them deliberately. Only in this way can we find a disciple like Luo Yonghao who has no background at all. It also quickly gained the attention of the elders within the family, after all, Luo Yonghao's recent performance. Because he has enough resources and he has accumulated a lot before, he is now strong. There has also been a rapid growth, and of course Luo Yonghao, this is like a new star that has suddenly emerged. They are all old foxes who have experienced great storms, and they quickly saw through the surface of this matter. Advertisement, and with these and the help of disciples with background, my strength, Luo Yonghao, began to improve rapidly. For the people behind the scenes, it doesn't seem to be of any benefit, no matter what plan he wants to implement next. I also know that behind all this, there must be someone who is adding fuel to the flames. As for what their purpose is, choosing Luo Yonghao is not a very wise choice. Please give me flowers. Logically speaking, even if they had any conspiracy, they would definitely find a disciple with a background. Zero, but what makes them very puzzled is that they can't even imagine what the people behind the scenes are going to do. It is still unknown, but there is no doubt that someone is behind this. You can hear your disciples talking about Luo Yonghao's reality, so they also sense that something is wrong. All this is not as simple as it seems on the surface, and they are also one by one. Chapter 535 can't figure it out. From the perspective of various interests, it seems that there is only one advantage to choosing Luo Yonghao, and that is that he will not offend any of the forces. But other than that, there is no convenience, so these elders are a little confused. So they too, out of an attitude of being responsible for the family, let the people below them do it. I went to investigate and found out the ins and outs of this matter. They had to take control of the matter in their own hands. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, they will not be able to bear the consequences, and for people at their level. If you want to investigate some internal affairs within the family, it will be easy and quick. The people below investigated the whole matter clearly and saw the results of the investigation. These elders couldn't help but admire that the driving force behind the whole thing was none other than Luo Yonghao himself. These elders also admire Luo Yonghao's ability in this incident. Only relying on his own ability, without any background, to help him, but he only relied on his own ability. It is only possible to reach this stage today. These elders ask themselves that they do not have this strength. So for a while, Luo Yonghao's evaluation was a little higher, and they could see it. What is Luo Yonghao's purpose? It is just to have some status within the family. He also needs to improve his own living conditions. It can be said that Luo Yonghao is also a very ambitious person. Advertisement in the hearts of these elders, they are actually not that scared. After all, ambitious people are not scary. As long as it is under one's control, it can become the sharpest sword in one's hand and open up territories for oneself. As for these elders, they have absolute confidence that they can control Luo Yonghao in their own hands. Because Luo Yonghao himself does not have a strong background, and in addition, they are elders in the family. The power in his hands is also very great, so he wants to control Luo Yonghao, an ordinary disciple, in his hands. That couldn't be easier. They also thought that since Luo Yonghao is so ambitious, then if, with his assistance, the entire family may be able to reach a better peak. The most important thing is diversity. This person not only has ambitions, but also has the strength to realize his ambitions. This is the most terrifying thing, and at the same time, it is also the most fortunate thing for their family. The hope of the family's future rebirth may have been placed on him until now. They never thought about handing over the position of clan leader to Luo Yonghao, and it was precisely because of this incident. Let these elders feel a little wary about Luo Yonghao, and for the disciples under them. 17. It seems that no one can match Luo Yonghao in terms of strategy, that is to say, no matter which disciple he is. After taking control of the entire family, it is very likely that no one will be Luo Yonghao's opponent. When the time comes, Luo Yonghao will. If they have other thoughts, such as wanting to usurp the position of clan leader, I'm afraid their disciples will. Chapter 536 Disagreement. No one is Luo Yonghao's opponent. If the elders like them don't take action, there will be no doubt about the result. The most important thing is that if one day comes, old guys like them won't be able to take action at will. After all, there are state laws and family rules, and for small families like them, the living environment is particularly cruel. In other words, when the time comes, according to the rules passed down by the family, whoever has the ability will be qualified to control the position of the clan leader. 14. But after all, this group of elders, also have their own selfish motives and cannot really control their position. It would be in their own interests to leave it in the hands of disciples without any background. It is also a huge damage, and when the time comes, they may not even be able to keep their position as elders. So no matter which angle you look at, it is impossible for them to hand over the position of clan leader to those disciples who have no background. Therefore, the position of clan leader has always been chosen among the disciples of these elders. If Luo Yonghao really uses this clan rule when the time comes, then their group of elders will be in trouble. At that time, no one can interfere except Luo Yonghao and the patriarch of the family at that time. Why can other elders control power and seek benefits for their own faction? Of course, now for Luo Yonghao, they can't take containment measures because no matter what, they can't use containment measures. Because for those elders who do not control the power, they are actually unbalanced in their hearts. Advertisement, we have to prepare them in advance, and we have to nip these unexpected changes in the cradle. And they can only become decorations like vases, and now it's hard to see that a person may break this rule. For the elders who have no power in their hands, they are actually very happy to see this scene. As long as they conduct a fair, just and open written examination, only the winner can become the patriarch of the family. But for the current patriarch of the family, 627, the faction behind him also suffered from various accidents. Due to various reasons, his current situation is somewhat special. The other elders all have their own strength behind them. Then there will be no doubt that the winner will be Luo Yonghao, so that's why. Now he is also showing his strength. This is for the current family patriarch, or those. I am already satisfied. They were also very happy to see it, but for the current family patriarch, he actually didn't have many ideas. Relying on him closely, it would be very difficult for the few people behind him to protect him. For him, it is actually not much help, after all, even if there are too many resources. If you don't have enough strength to protect it, you will cause yourself a lot of trouble. There are only a few people left now, so even if he can get more benefits. Therefore, he also made a very smart choice. Instead of fighting for it, he only needed to fight for the shares they needed. Chapter 537 The Patriarch's Expectations. And for him, he also hopes to see a delicately balanced attraction in all aspects within the family. Only in this way can he maximize his rights as the family patriarch, otherwise, if it is any one of them. If the strength is too strong, it will threaten his status, and he is not willing to see this happen. Therefore, if conditions permit, he also hopes that more forces will rise, so that they can contain each other. At that time, their energy will not be focused on themselves. In this way, they will have more places to play. Therefore, two different factions have formed in the leadership of the family, some of which agree with Luo Yonghao. To become the next family patriarch, a considerable number of people also disapprove of Luo Yonghao taking charge of the entire family. And both sides have their own reasons. It's hard to tell the difference for a while, and it's impossible to convince either party. So they are also in a stalemate with each other, but fortunately, they are not in a hurry now. They still have a lot of time to discuss this matter. The patriarch of this family is in relatively good health. So after discussion, both parties made a choice, that is, they will start now. It may be possible to produce some unexpected results, but if they are forced to participate, then you can give it a try, but once the news is revealed, it won't matter even a little bit. As a result, internal fighting has damaged the family's strength in vain, but they can't convince anyone. Advertisement in this way, if something unexpected happens, they won't be left without a leader, and they will have to compete for the position of family applause. It is still relatively abundant, but this matter needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. For these disciples who are promising to become the next leaders of the family, the assessment begins. If you just let nature take its course, then inadvertently, mention what those disciples said. That is definitely not worth the loss, and the fate of these old foxes is very clear in their hearts. Of course, this information, Biak, must be kept absolutely confidential and cannot be leaked to the slightest. If any elder leaks the information, then the corresponding disciple will be disqualified, and all the resources he has obtained will also need to be deprived. Each and every one of them put away their little thoughts, and if they did it perfectly enough, they would not be discovered by others. They can only become an ordinary disciple. In this case, they will not dare to act rashly in the face of serious prescriptions. Originally, those who held opposing views wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to play some tricks, but now they see such serious consequences. And even if they reveal this news, they may not be able to achieve the results they want in the end. So we have to make sure things don't push him in a direction that's not good for him. I believe that it can be sustained for a long time, but although it is said that it is left to them, then they have no chance to turn around, so they don't dare to take this risk. Chapter 538 Punishment. They also understand why the family patriarch made this decision, because they also know it. These opposition parties will definitely not give up so easily, but for Luo Yonghao, he does not have any strong backing within the family, although he is now relying on his own efforts. He has gained quite a reputation, but in the eyes of these elders, these reputations are so childish and ridiculous. It can be called vulnerable. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is indeed like this. Because Luo Yonghao is trying to make a name for himself, but after all, he does not have a strong backer. The resources he obtained were all addresses with backgrounds. Of course, there were also some elders who had a good impression of him. But these elders are also within the family, and they have no say at all in such important meetings. In other words, Luo Yonghao, in the leadership within the family, does not actually have any strong backers. These little tricks he plays can be destroyed by these elders among themselves. Advertisement. So they didn't take Luo Yonghao seriously before, and they didn't take them seriously. They all play important roles within the family, and they use their power when the time comes. If you bring some help to your disciples, you can defeat Luo Yonghao easily. But such a result is not what the elders and clan leaders who hold the same opinion want. On the contrary, if you have this ability, but you are unable to complete things, that is in vain. So for Luo Yonghao, this is actually an opportunity and a test. It must not be wasted so easily. Even if it comes to that, he will not be able to serve as the patriarch of the entire family. If you can't even handle this small matter within the family, then how can you lead the entire family? There is nothing they can do about this, and they cannot avoid it, and this can also be regarded as a test for Luo Yonghao. Zero after all, this world is also very cruel. If you don't have this ability, you absolutely can't do it. Advertisement. This would also allow them to restrain their actions. Of course, they would definitely not give up so easily. They can't use any means on the surface, but secretly, they will definitely use some small means. But on the contrary, if he cannot survive this crisis. As for what the final result will be, it all depends on his own choice and his experience in this test. Then he can only become a tool to assist the clan leader because of his own talents. Ask for flowers 00.0. They also know what these opponents fear most, so they also use what they fear most as punishment. But we must maximize his abilities, so he can only serve as an auxiliary tool. Therefore, if Luo Yonghao can survive this crisis safely, then he will be able to realize his ambition in the end. What kind of abilities can be displayed? These elders and clan leaders who agreed have already tried their best to be kings. Chapter 539. Try your best. They will do their best to help Luo Yonghao and make this duel fair. For the elders within the family, they all know each other very well, sometimes in order to protect their own interests. That can really be said to be unscrupulous, and Luo Yonghao does not have a strong backer within the family. At that time, if these elders who hold objections to 700 want to use any means, then he will definitely suffer loss. Of course, these things do not mean that they can be made up for in one go. So the help they can give Luo Yonghao now is limited to this, of course. If Luo Yonghao can win in the end, then these elders will definitely give him greater help. Of course, all this also needs to be based on the premise that Luo Yonghao can succeed. If Luo Yonghao cannot achieve the final victory, then all this is just in vain. Even in their hearts, they hope that Luo Yonghao can succeed. How to put it, everyone has their own ambitions, and of course they don't want to spend their lives mediocrely like this. And behind them, there is also a faction of their own, which needs to be supported by themselves. They have been suppressed very miserably over the years. I don't want this situation to continue, and I especially hope to break the current deadlock. However, this situation has been formed for a long time, and the power to warn them may not be an example. And the appearance of Luo Yonghao made them see this hope, so in their hearts, they also want to succeed in how long it will take. Advertisement. The current situation can be broken by then, because if Luo Yonghao takes control of the entire family then these people who once opposed him will definitely not get any good fruits to eat, and I will definitely take action against them. Then when the time comes, they will have the opportunity to allocate some resources. So they also very much hope that Luo Yonghao can succeed, and it is precisely because of this. They will agree to the patriarch's proposal, although the current situation looks like it, for Luo Yonghao. It's not that much of an advantage, but this is the limit of what they can do. If they want to strive for more benefits, then I am afraid those people will not just go to work and rest happily. If this leads to internal fighting within the family, they will not be able to live with it. At that time, he will become the sinner of the entire family, not to mention turning over. Even whether he can survive is still unknown. Of course, although they can no longer obtain some favorable conditions from Luo Yonghao. But it is also possible to let the disciples under you 1.7 teach Luo Yonghao well, and then give it to the disciples under you. Save more resources, and then pass these resources to Luo Yonghao indirectly through the hands of these disciples. Let him make reasonable use of these resources, then it is still unclear who will win when the time comes. Although this method can be called a bit of cheating, there is nothing that can be done about it. Chapter 540. Grasp. After all, the strength of the opposition is too strong. If Luo Yonghao only relies on his own strength, there is simply no way to change the final situation, even if they don't use any small means, just relying on this resource advantage. They can completely crush Luo Yonghao, so if they want to win the final victory, Therefore, some small means need to be used, and this is within the scope allowed by the rules. Since they 14 can think of this method, then those elders who hold objections must also be able to think of such a method. Moreover, the resources they control are far greater than these, and there are many more elders who agree. Then when the time comes, they will have much more resources to reward, so if we look at it all together, Luo Yonghao still doesn't have too much of an advantage, but it doesn't mean that the gap between them is too huge. So for these next exhibitions, we have done everything we can. First of all, what will be the final result? It depends on Luo Yonghao's own luck, if he can be keen enough to detect changes in the situation. It's okay. They can take part in this competition. As long as they can pass, they can become one of the 177 candidates. For Luo Yonghao, this is also his last and only chance. Of course, the fate of this opportunity is also in his hands. Later, the family held a general meeting and called together all the younger generation disciples. They don't dare to do anything too blatantly, otherwise they won't be able to bear the consequences. Advertisement they also have to hold on tightly. They are only thinking about this great news now. For those without any background, this is definitely a great opportunity. You must know that in the previous selections, it was entirely the stage for those disciples with backgrounds. These disciples above did not have deep backgrounds. I can only watch from the sidelines. They also want to change their destiny and don't want to continue to be mediocre. Even if you want to cheat, you can just secretly give them more resources, that's all. There are no requirements for the background of disciples, which means that those disciples among common people do not have strong backgrounds. Then these elders who hold the same opinion will accept their fate. After all, what if? It was announced to them that the competition was about to begin. He also tells them that the one who can win in the end. So I believe that with his mind, he also knows what to do if he can't discover the mystery. But I have never had this opportunity. Now I finally have this opportunity. If you can't even understand this situation, then leaving the entire family in his hands is not a wise choice. You can become one of the candidates for the team leader, and they also value it and emphasize the selection this time. Then there is no other way, which means that he simply does not have the ability to take on this important responsibility. So these elders, this is how an agreement was reached. At least on the surface, there would be no targeting of any one of them. Chapter 541 Opportunity. They felt that their destiny could finally be changed, but they forgot one thing. Even if we give them the opportunity to participate, we can rely on their abilities. And judging from what we can and the resources we have, I'm afraid it's not possible. For example, in the end, first of all, in terms of strength, these disciples with backgrounds have the support of various resources on weekdays. It can be said that their strength is generally relatively strong, and their backgrounds are also relatively deep. There are also various treasures that can be used by them, so that even they can participate in this selection. Then it's not like the opponents of those disciples with backgrounds. At most, they're just going through the motions. It is simply impossible to achieve the final victory, but they are in a state of excitement now. They didn't consider these things at all. Now they couldn't wait to go back immediately and tell their parents the news. Let them know that now they have the opportunity to change their own destiny. I believe their parents will also be very happy. Now, one by one, they are beginning to outline in their minds, if they can stay until the end. Then when the time comes, you can get rid of this current situation and think about the beautiful days to come. I couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement, and I also quickened my pace, eager to return to my yard. Among these disciples with no background, there are only Luo Yonghao and a few people in his small team. Advertisement. They did not let this kind of joy go to their heads. On the contrary, they also looked thoughtful, and they were also keenly aware of it. This seems like great news, but if you think about it carefully, he discovered this. It's not as simple as they thought. Luo Yonghao is a very flexible person, so when the news was announced, he also immediately understood the power of it. As for the remaining few people, it was a few people in his small team because of the abilities he had shown before. It also allowed these disciples with no background to see hope, so they also wanted to join Luo Yonghao's hands. At that time, I also hoped to be able to stand out and change my destiny, but Luo Yonghao has no background in this like myself. But these disciples who were capable also attach great importance to keeping them by their side. And from time to time, he taught them how to do things. In his opinion, his daily teaching was not in vain. These people were not surprised by this seemingly surprising news. They also considered the same thing as themselves, the unusualness behind this matter. Hao Wanghao, it seems that they will do it next. We also need to carefully discuss countermeasures. This selection is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. And Luo Yonghao also vaguely felt that this was a good opportunity for him, and it was also the only opportunity. If I miss this opportunity, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from. Chapter 542 Intuition. But his intuition told him this. Luo Yonghao has always believed in his intuition. The reason why he is able to achieve what he has today is inseparable from his intuition. 17. So he also chose to trust his intuition for the first time, but he did not show any abnormality. I just exchanged glances with several other people in my team and understood each other's thoughts. It seems that after returning home later, we will have to discuss carefully what to do next. They have also noticed that this time the 007 selection is different from before, and look at the appearance of the elders. They also know what's hidden in it, but they don't have a strong background. So they don't know the behind-the-scenes information behind this, but the only thing they can be sure of is this. This is also a rare and good opportunity for them. What they have to do is to try their best in this selection. Get a good name, their instinct told themselves, if they perform well enough this time. So although it will not change, their fate, it can at least improve their current situation. They could only watch from the sidelines, and they didn't know what kind of accident happened this time. Surprisingly, these disciples with no background were able to participate. The elders in the family did not inform them. Only disciples with backgrounds like them are eligible to participate, as for those disciples without any background. Advertisement in fact, they don't know either. It seems that they will have to pay a visit to their elders when they go back soon. As for those disciples with backgrounds, they looked confused and looked at each other. If they don't figure out the situation, they will definitely regret it for the rest of their lives if something goes wrong. I also know that for the first time, it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. As for the reason behind it, although their heads are not as flexible as Luo Yonghao's, the environment they're in. What was the reason for this? What caused such changes in this selection? The elders said some words of encouragement. This made them a little confused. They didn't know what kind of medicine these elders were selling in their gourds. Looking at what is going on, their intuition also tells them that this time the situation is different from before. These disciples with background don't know what happened, and they don't know about this change. I'm afraid they don't know the reason. Luo Yonghao had a rough guess when he saw this. I don't know what happened. According to their previous experience, trials like this will happen. Even if he goes back and asks the elders, he may not get any useful information, which makes Luo Yonghao a little confused. Luo Yonghao also keenly observed the expressions of these disciples with backgrounds, and he could also infer from these expressions. I'm afraid that this change was caused by the elders in the family and these disciples with backgrounds. It also makes them understand all kinds of calculations since they were young, and they also have very keen perceptions. Chapter 543 Go back and prepare. Then he asked all the disciples to start going back to prepare, and those few people in Luo Yonghao's team. They also walked quickly to Luo Yonghao's position. They also wanted to discuss it with Luo Yonghao. Regarding this selection, Luo Yonghao also winked at them just when they wanted to speak, instructing them not to talk here until they go back. Those people understood what Luo Yonghao meant. I also know that there are many people here, and if the time comes, some thoughtful people will use it to make a fuss. It will be more than worth the gain. So everyone shut their mouths and headed towards their usual gathering place. And those disciples with backgrounds are the ones who work together in twos and threes and are usually relatively good people. They also get together to discuss these things, but for them, it's not so particular. They all have backgrounds, so there is nothing to be afraid of when talking about these news. Moreover, this news was also revealed by the elders of the family, so they wanted to talk here. Advertisement. There was nothing against the rules, but after they got together in twos and threes to talk, they didn't get any useful information at all. They didn't know why these elders did this. It seems that just relying on these people, if they get together, they can't come up with any results. But their idea was destined to be shattered, because they would definitely not be able to find out such news. So they also wanted to go back to their own courtyard and ask the elders of their faction for news. So they also want to strive to achieve that position, so that they can get the benefits when the time comes. Therefore, each of these elders knows the interests involved better than anyone else. It will also be far beyond their imagination. For them, this is absolutely impossible to give up. And they also feel that there are some unusual changes this time, so they must have a clear grasp of the situation. Then it means that they will be deprived of the qualification to participate, and then the gain will outweigh the loss. Advertisement. But for the sake of insurance, it's better not to raise this eyebrow, because if it happens now. Because these are related to whether they can achieve the most precious position in the future. 0. Because those elders will definitely not tell them the news, because once they are told, they also know better than ordinary people what benefits it will bring to them if they can sit in that position. Everyone is also ambitious, especially since they have a more prominent position than others. Anyone who offends this brow will definitely be treated as a first-timer. Please give me flowers. They don't have anyone who wants to stand out like this, although they don't know if they will really do it when the time comes. See if we can get some useful information. For them, this is also very important. There cannot be any mistakes. If not, any inconspicuous mistake may lead to their subsequent failure. Chapter 544 Something bad happened. It will become a case of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, and the chicken that is killed will definitely end up very miserable. It can be said that everyone is waiting for the first person to make a mistake, which is fine. I have been waiting on and off for that impatient person to be the first unjust death. So he is the one, and of course it is impossible for him to be the first one, so it is absolutely impossible for them. Reveal this. 807 Private information, but all they can do is give them more resources when the time comes. In this way, whether they can understand the meaning depends on themselves. If they cannot understand it, this also proves that they have no fate with this selection, so they will no longer be considered. If they can understand the meaning, then they won't mind allocating more resources to them. Being able to understand the meaning proves that they have corresponding abilities, and they are worth cultivating. If you can't even see this, then you don't even have the qualifications to train. In this way, a lot of resources can be saved to train those truly capable disciples. After all, although they are the elders within the family and control certain resources, no matter what they can control is very limited, and it is better to let them squander it at will. So they also have to use limited resources in the most reasonable place and not waste them in vain. Advertisement. Otherwise, if we allocate resources to them, then in the end it will be all in vain. Then it is also a waste of power. So this counts. do a small review of them in advance. If it can pass. If you pass this review, you will be eligible to participate in the next competition. If even this small review cannot be passed, then the subsequent actions will be abandoned as soon as possible. You must know that this battle will definitely be very fierce and cruel, so I may lose my life if I am not careful. If you can't even pass this small review, then if you participate in the subsequent competition, you will die in vain. They don't want to see such a situation happen, so they try their best to avoid the casualties of their disciples. You must know that when the time comes, once the fight starts, there will be no room for mercy. Because every more person involved means the enemy they will face when the time comes. If there is one more, the competitive pressure they have to face will be even greater. This is what everyone thinks. Therefore, the first thing they have to do is to reduce their competitors as much as possible. In this way, their competitive pressure will be reduced. Otherwise, if the time comes, they will have to compete with some powerful opponents. 0.4 Fighting to the death. I finally got the last business, but it was lost to those who did not have strong abilities. If they reap the benefits, it would be too much of a pity for them, so before engaging in the most brutal competition, we will definitely clear out all those small miscellaneous fish, so as to prevent them from fishing in troubled waters and getting an advantage in vain. Chapter 545 News. So if they set up a small audit and fail, then when the time comes, they will definitely be the first group of people to be cleared out, and for these disciples under their own hands. These elders also know very well that they are not the kind of people who would give up easily. Especially when faced with such a temptation, you will definitely fight until the last moment, and then such an ending will occur. When the time comes for them to resist, the end is often not very good. In this process, it is very likely that they will lose their lives, so for the sake of their own life safety, in order to preserve the existing power, I said it was impossible to let them go and die in vain. It is also necessary to select some people who are capable of participating and let them go and participate. Those who are unable to participate will just stay here honestly, so we disciples with background. When they returned to where their respective factions were, they asked their elders about the situation of this trial. These elders also told them in a unified voice that they could not disclose any meaning to the outside world about the selection situation this time. I'm afraid, now that they have received this news, the competition they will face will be very fierce. If you want to get to the last step, don't try to be clever, otherwise you will only lose more than you gain. Otherwise, they will be disqualified when the time comes, and these disciples. Advertisement. Moreover, those disciples without any background can also participate in order to change their own destiny. Although their minds are not as active as Luo Yonghao, they have been nurtured since childhood. If this can change your destiny, but judging from their daily behavior, these people are definitely the most desperate group of people. They will also work hard, even though they have not experienced the life of a disciple without any background. Since they can know that this competition is so important, they want to be better than other disciples with backgrounds. I also hope that they can seize the opportunity in this game, if they miss this opportunity. Otherwise, they will be disqualified from participating when the time comes, and I keep telling them that. It also made them very keen and grasped the key points. It seems that the result is indeed what they imagined. It should be different from the previous ones, so this time the selection competition can be regarded as a major reform. This also tells them that this time the selection competition is indeed what they suspected. I'm afraid there won't be such a good opportunity in the future, but then there are new problems that are bothering them. Therefore, they must also seize the opportunity during this turning point, if they miss this time. Then when the time comes, they feel that they will regret it for the rest of their lives. As for more information, they cannot continue to disclose it. This time the selection competition is indeed different from any previous one. It can be said that this is also a major turning point. Chapter 546. Thoughtful. I'm afraid this group of people don't care about any cost, and it can be seen from this. How deep their inner obsession is. Please allow them to participate in this competition. 1. It can be said that they are also the most unstable factor in this game, especially in this lap. Among the disciples without any background, there is a very scheming person, Luo Yonghao. In fact, judging from the original situation, if it is just such a group of loose sand, then of course they don't need to be afraid. I'm just afraid, if the time comes to gather all these disciples together, then you are a very powerful force, even though they all have profound backgrounds. We have relatively abundant resources in our hands, but if we are not careful, we may capsize in the gutter. They are all aware of Luo Yonghao's ability, and almost every one of them. Luo Yonghao has been asked to do things for them, so they all know it very well. If Luo Yonghao really brings these people together when the time comes. Otherwise, there is absolutely no need to let this group of disciples without any background participate in this competition. It will definitely be more difficult. Originally, they have a profound background and are definitely the most powerful successors to the next team leader. You must know that according to the previous practice, they are not qualified, and this time the reason is to break this practice. Advertisement. But now suddenly, such a good show has happened, and now I don't know who will win. Just to get Luo Yonghao involved, once this idea appeared in their minds, it was like a seed taking root in the soil. I'm afraid it's also because the abilities displayed by Luo Yonghao make people above him very optimistic. So we might as well just involve all the disciples who have no background. If only Luo Yonghao is allowed to participate, then it will be difficult to explain to the other disciples who have no background. It can also provide some help to Luo Yonghao, if only Luo Yonghao is allowed to participate. The situation was absolutely unfavorable to him, but it was difficult for the higher-ups to say anything for him. Thinking of this, they also reacted quickly. Could it be that there was such a big change in this game? It sprouted quickly and calmed their hearts. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this idea was very possible. So they also wanted to give Luo Yonghao a chance, so they directed such a play. If he has gathered such a group of people who are not afraid of death, then what is the situation of these disciples with backgrounds? Then when the time comes, this will definitely be the biggest difficulty in the game. Luo Yonghao is already enough to give them a headache. Then these disciples with background will definitely target Luo Yonghao first, and he will fight alone. In this case, it would be hard for them to say anything more, and the strength of these disciples who have no background. In fact, Qian Wanghao is not that powerful, and it will not affect the final result, and if people let them participate, it will reign. Chapter 547 Alliance. After all, in this kind of selection competition, everyone must rely on their own abilities and cannot ask for help from outsiders. Of course, they can form an alliance with each other. After all, this can be regarded as a kind of their own strength. Being able to combine to form a powerful alliance is also a kind of ability. It is impossible to survive in this world for a long time by working alone. Therefore, the elders above did not prohibit those participating in the competition from forming alliances with each other. I'm afraid this can also be regarded as a test of their own strength, and these disciples with background. There are often people who are better than themselves. In this case, once they participate in the competition, you can quickly form a small group of several people, and the combat effectiveness can be unleashed by then. It will definitely be much more powerful than fighting alone in the future. Even Luo Yonghao will have a perfect strategy by then. In the face of the absolute power gap, it can't play any role at all, so let these disciples with no background regulate. If all of them are involved, Luo Yonghao will unite them all together. Advertisement. Then at least some situations can be saved. This is also equivalent to Luo Yonghao. Some help from the other side. Otherwise, let him estimate someone by himself and join in. Because now they also know that the attitude above Luo Yonghao is somewhat ambiguous. First, remove Luo Yonghao from this game, so that the biggest threat above has been eliminated. They also want to give Luo Yonghao a chance, if they spread the news now. The first thing they think about now is that they will also need to unite with other disciples with background. All have considered this aspect, and only a small part have, and these take into account these disciples with backgrounds. We still have to choose from them, these disciples with backgrounds, no matter who can be elected. So if you think about it this way, then all this can make sense. To test Luo Yonghao's ability, that is to say, in this game. Advertisement. I don't want to see this situation happen, so I made such a request. There is no difference between letting him die. There must be someone among the elders above. Then when the time comes, if the above purpose is not achieved, then they are poor ghosts. Apart from this, the remaining disciples who have no background are not enough evidence, so it comes to the final selection of the group leader. Their most powerful potential opponent is Luo Yonghao. Of course, not all disciples with backgrounds are involved. It's just a slap in the face, but this news cannot fail to spread. If Luo Yonghao is really successful in being elected, then for disciples like them with background. It's like passing Luo Yonghao, a disciple with no background, to be elected, if the time comes. Why is there such a big change in this competition? It seems that it is all the people above. Then Luo Yonghao has been sentenced to death. He has absolutely no chance of succeeding. Chapter 548. Collision with the muzzle. It will definitely become the source of anger for the elders above. The most important point is that the patriarch has the right to choose. It's still in the hands of these elders. If we let it go, they would be unhappy. This will have a bad impact on yourself, and you will miss the throne of team leader when the time comes. Therefore, it is impossible for them to do such stupid things, nor take the risk to tease the majesty of the elders above. So they, considering these factors, are helpless. After all, they can't. They wantonly united to target Luo Yonghao, but they also believed it, and I'm afraid they didn't believe it either. This small group must have taken these factors into consideration, among these disciples with backgrounds. There are definitely people who have taken this into consideration. When the time comes, all we need to do is find these smart people and join forces with them. With Luo Yonghao's words, the elders above will have nothing to do with them. After all, there was no discussion between them, it was just a tacit understanding between them. Advertisement without conclusive evidence, those elders cannot do things at will based on their own ideas. Otherwise, the elders behind them would not be able to watch this happen. The goal now is very clear. The main goal of these people is to eliminate Luo Yonghao first. Only in this way can the biggest threat be solved, otherwise Luo Yonghao would be given a chance. Then each of them may be plotted against Luo Yonghao by the other party. They all experience it very deeply. When Luo Yonghao was asked to do things for them before, Luo Yonghao did it perfectly. But they also appreciate it very much, if they face such an enemy now. They also have a lot of headaches. So for this group of disciples with background, the first person to deal with is Luo Yonghao. Because for them, Luo Yonghao is the real most friendly person, because of the period of contact with Luo Yonghao. They also deeply realize that a person's ability can really be so great. Advertisement. Please give me flowers. Almost every one of them has asked Luo Yonghao to help them with things, so that's why. They all have a deep understanding of it, and they also know that if they were to face Luo Yonghao alone, there is simply no chance of winning if we let such a person be our opponent. That was really a nightmare, and even if they were to unite, they would deal with Luo Yonghao together. I'm afraid it's not that simple. I believe Luo Yonghao is also aware of these situations. Even if they don't say anything, Luo Yonghao can guess this based on his intelligence. And Luo Yonghao is not fighting alone now, he also has his own team. Why? There are many people around him who are also very smart like him. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Then the people gathered around Luo Yonghao are also people with certain abilities. Otherwise, you don't have the qualifications to actively talk about the people around you in the future, so that means Shan. Chapter 549 Luo Tianyi. If, by then, they gather together and choose to deal with Luo Yonghao. Then what they will face when the time comes is a group of people similar to Luo Yonghao. Although these people are definitely not as smart as Luo Yonghao, they are in the same family after all. It is already extraordinary to have a smart person like Luo Yonghao appear. Especially among their 1, 4, 3, small families, it is rare to see them, and it is impossible to say that they will appear in batches. Even God would not arrange such a bloody plot. Of course, the intelligence of these people cannot be denied. Moreover, among these disciples with backgrounds, not all of them are the kind who talk a lot, nor do they have any real ability. There are also quite a few disciples with backgrounds and very strong abilities. They all work very hard and know the responsibilities they bear. They all want to be in the most precious position, although these people may not be Luo Yonghao's opponents in some aspects. Advertisement, but in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is useless. At least that's what they think in their hearts, these smart disciples with backgrounds. They definitely want to far surpass Luo Yonghao, that is to say, if they use tyrannical strength by then. He is no match for disciples like them with background, so when the time comes, he will definitely find a way to hide first. Slowly looking for opportunities, I will definitely not confront them head-on, because in that case, it will definitely be Luo Yonghao who suffers. Luo Tianyi is one of the best. It can be said that Luo Tianyi is also among this group of disciples with backgrounds. He also knew that among these disciples with backgrounds, no one could compete with him for this position. If Luo Yonghao is dealt with directly, then it is not too difficult. Then, when the time comes, the strength of this group of disciples with backgrounds will be useless. But that's why things became troublesome. Luo Yonghao must also know his own strength. Advertisement, it is very likely that it is Luo Tianyi, and Luo Tianyi is very clear about this in his heart. They also have abundant resources that can be provided to them, so in terms of strength. So his strength can also be ranked at the forefront among these disciples with backgrounds. As for those who are on par with him, he has reached an agreement with them privately. This feeling is also very bad. Among this group of examples with backgrounds, there are also many smart people. Just like a heavy punch hitting cotton, it makes people feel a deep sense of powerlessness. This feeling also makes people feel very uncomfortable. I believe that according to Luo Yonghao's intelligence, he will definitely choose other plans. If we follow this trend and develop to 5.0, then the next family leader will not be surprising. Combining various factors together, Luo Tianyi vaguely wanted to be the first among these people with background. His status is also relatively noble, because his background is relatively strong, and he is also very smart. Chapter 550 Target. When the time comes, you only need to pay a certain price, and then they will obediently not compete with you. In this way, you will save yourself a lot of trouble. And when the time comes, as long as you can sit in that position, you will have to pay some price. There is no problem, and compared with sitting in that position, the price paid. It's nothing to mention, and his goal is very clear. Luo Tianyi just wants it. By occupying those 14 most valuable positions, he will definitely gain huge benefits based on his abilities. At that time, even if you have to pay some price, it will be acceptable. After all, nothing in this world is profitable. You must pay a certain price in order to gain something, and it is impossible to get nothing. Of course, if these people did not agree in the end, Luo Tianyi also had this confidence. You can get rid of them all, because no matter what aspect you consider, they are not your opponents. Advertisement. If they want to deal with themselves, they must unite together. But according to Luo Tianyi's understanding of the characters of these people, it is impossible for them to do such a thing. Let Luo Tianyi experience the superiority of being a family leader in advance, and he is already prepared. Those disciples without any background are not eligible to participate in the selection, and Luo Tianyi also knew something about Luo Yonghao before. At least in Luo Tianyi's eyes, it seems like this. The rules in the family for many years. They will also leave these things to others to handle. They are all doing things for themselves anyway. Moreover, the other disciples are also very discerning and do not compete with each other, and they are also very respectful to him on weekdays. After all, sometimes, he also has some very difficult things that are not convenient for him to deal with. Because of their own character, they don't disdain to do this kind of thing here. It was also early on that he had regarded the position of the next family leader as his own. Advertisement. Luo Tianyi is very clear about this. Although he is full of pride in his bones, pride does not mean that he is conceited. So he usually asks Luo Yonghao to do something for him, and judging from his contact with Luo Yonghao. When the time comes, the elders announce that I will become the next leader of the family. It is stipulated that the leader of the family can only be selected from among the disciples with higher status in their group. Of course, you have to choose a method that is reliable and can make you worry-free. Then there is no doubt that the person who wins in the end will be Luo Tianyi, so Luo Tianzhen. At least then he won't have to face groups of enemies if he has to fight Luo Tianyi one by one. Moreover, their pride does not allow them to do such things. It can be said that Luo Tianyi's situation is relatively safe. Luo Yonghao is really a talent, at least in terms of doing things, absolutely. At least I am not his opponent. But they didn't expect that Cheng Yaojin suddenly came out halfway. These elders were really crazy. Chapter 551 Positioning. He also has an accurate positioning for himself, and he can clearly feel it. There is still a certain gap between himself and Luo Yonghao, but it is only in some aspects. If we consider all aspects of the situation comprehensively, then Luo Yonghao is definitely not his opponent. What's more, Luo Yonghao also has a fatal flaw, that is, he does not have any background. So when Luo Yonghao showed his strong strength, Luo Tianyi was a little panicked. If such a person is allowed to participate in the selection, it will definitely be a huge threat to himself. In order to keep his promising results, he once tried to get rid of Luo Yonghao through ideas. Create all kinds of accidents to make it look like he died in an accident, so that he won't be held accountable. Because no matter what time it is, in any family, the most taboo thing is for the family to kill each other. If by that time, it is known that he devised methods to harm people within his family, I'm afraid his good days are coming to an end, no matter how outstanding his abilities are. It is impossible for him to sit in that distinguished position, and he may even be expelled from the family by the elders. The worst plan is to lose one's life, but in fact, things will not reach the worst point. Because he also has a background, and Luo Yonghao does not have any background, which means that when the time comes. Advertisement. Even if the incident comes to light, at most he will lose his qualifications and receive a symbolic punishment. It would definitely not endanger his life, but Luo Tianyi also thought about it carefully. There is absolutely no need for him to do this, because Luo Yonghao's biggest shortcoming is that he does not have any background. But that point has cut off his hope and possibility of competing with himself for that precious position. So after careful consideration, Luo Tianyi simply didn't take Luo Yonghao into consideration. To be precise, I don't regard it as an obstacle to myself, because it is simply unable to pose much of a threat to myself. I have no need to risk my future because of an impossible threat. His goal is very clear, that is, to reach the most precious position. But you can't cut off your hope just because of this little accident, but what you never expected was. Things have turned around like this. Now it seems that we have to reconsider this matter. Luo Yonghao will definitely become his biggest obstacle, and Shin, who currently has the most advantage, will become his biggest obstacle. It is his rich, Li Qian's, resources and strong strength. In these two aspects, Luo Yonghao is definitely not his opponent. In other words, if you meet Luo Yonghao then, it is still unclear how casual he will be. And he also knew that there was still a group of people gathering next to Luo Yonghao, but he was also not a fool. It's definitely impossible. If you just rush in alone, you will definitely have someone who belongs to your own team. Chapter 552 Team. After all, no matter when, it is impossible to rely on yourself and achieve a career by working alone. As for the group of people surrounding him, if he gets to sit in that precious position, then he will be the best. Then their status will also rise, and they will become their own confidants within the family. By then, their treatment will be far from what it can be compared to now. And judging from their own strength and abilities, it is probably impossible for them to achieve this precious 260 position. If they want to achieve something, then the best choice is to stay with Beiji. When the time comes, make a contribution to yourself. In this way, Luo Tianyi will be able to remember their efforts. After he takes control of the entire family, he will definitely not treat them badly. As for why, he chooses to follow Luo Tianyi. Because Luo Tianyi is the most powerful among these disciples with backgrounds, and considering all aspects of his abilities, it is also the most appropriate choice. Beb. As long as there is nothing wrong with your mind, you will know who to choose. As for the other candidates, he is also determined to win. Except for Luo Yonghao, they also need to discuss it. Either their personalities are too aloof, or their abilities are not as strong as Luo Tianyi's, so these people are also very smart. At least if there is a head-on conflict, then you definitely don't have to worry about anything going wrong. He also has to prepare all means, so that no matter what kind of accident happens when the time comes. Advertisement. In this selection, he must ensure that no accidents occur regarding the identity of the heir this time. You will become helpless and fall into a very passive situation. Of course, he also needs to communicate with these people in his small team. So the next thing I have to consider is to worry about Luo Yonghao and the others, and what kind of conspiracy will they pull then. It is also the only person who has been tested by him and is indeed capable, and his strength is relatively strong. He also knows that even if he makes a perfect plan now, something unexpected will happen when the time comes. He can cope with it, and he won't be in trouble if things don't go as he planned. However, no matter how perfect the plan is, it cannot keep up with changes. Luo Tianyi knew this very well in his heart. Let's discuss the next steps carefully, because among the people who will go in then, except Luo Yonghao. No matter what aspect you consider, Luo Yonghao and the others are no match. Then all the plans he made will be useless, so now. Knowing how to choose, of course, Luo Tianyi is not someone who can accept anyone. So Luo Tianyi doesn't have to worry about this at all. The team next to him is definitely stronger than Luo Yonghao's team. Only those who are qualified to become his subordinates, like those very ordinary disciples, are not even qualified to become Luo Tianyi's subordinates. There are several other people who can be called opponents, and they cannot be taken lightly. Chapter 553 Discussion. How to deal with those few people who can be called opponents, even though they have been there before. They have already negotiated terms with themselves, but who knows what kind of accident will happen when the time comes. In case the other party changes his mind temporarily, However, he didn't have any means to deal with it. Wouldn't it be possible to fall into a very passive situation because of a small oversight at this moment? Thus ruining their bright future. They would not let them go if they were ghosts. Of course, the most important thing is that they also need to discuss Luo Yonghao's usual methods of doing things. I also hope that we can summarize some useful information from it and make plans when the time comes. It is also more targeted, so that their deployment can play the greatest role. And these people almost all let Luo Yonghao do things for them, so they are more or less involved with Luo Yonghao. They all have had some contact with each other. In this case, things will be much easier to handle. Advertisement. Everyone will talk about their own opinions on Luo Yonghao based on their own impressions, and everyone's opinions will be summarized at that time. There was a rough plan to travel, but at this moment, Luo Yonghao didn't know that he was already being taken care of by others. They will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of those disciples with backgrounds, especially those who have asked them to help with things. They must be well aware of their abilities if they are to participate when the time comes. They are completely cruel, and the vast majority of those disciples with backgrounds can be said to be in order to consolidate their status when the time comes. Of course, in the eyes of this group of disciples with background, Luo Yonghao is like this. Gathered together to discuss this selection competition, they can all see it. And they also know that if the time comes, they will participate. It is entirely possible for him to turn a completely unfavorable situation for him into a victory. It is precisely because of such worries that they will definitely unite and target Luo Yonghao and the others first. Advertisement, and they are also a very powerful enemy. They are also the people of their own small group now. There is definitely something fishy about this selection competition, otherwise such changes would not have been made. Except in terms of strength, he is no match for those disciples with backgrounds in other aspects. If a perfect plan can be used, it is possible to turn this situation into victory. First eliminate Luo Yonghao and the others, and then compete within ourselves. In this case, no matter who can. The first thing they will definitely do is kick Luo Yonghao and his group out of this trial. Please give me flowers. It might break out at some point. Although he is not an opponent in terms of strength, sometimes strength does not determine everything. Because the existence of this group of people is like a time bomb, buried around them. The final victory this time will happen among their group of disciples with background. Then the situation that none of them want to happen will not happen. Luo Yonghao and the others know these soldiers very well in their hearts. Chapter 554 Tactics. They also know why today's situation is caused. If they have the ability, they can do the best thing possible. This is not the reason for them to be excluded like this, it is the most fundamental reason for ostracizing Luo Yonghao and the others. It's also because Luo Yonghao and the others don't have a strong background at all. This is the original sin. Although you alone cannot determine your own origin, it is undeniable that this is also very important. Sometimes, if you don't have this background, no matter how powerful you are, it's impossible to achieve your goal. It's obvious that Luo Yonghao and the others are the best. Here's an example. It is precisely because they do not have a good background that they're targeted like this. Even if they have powerful abilities, they still can't escape this fate. It is also precisely because they do not have a good background, but they have powerful abilities. Only then will they become the target of those disciples with backgrounds, so Luo Yonghao and the others also have to find a way. Advertisement. How to face the current situation. We definitely cannot confront each other head-on as soon as we come up. In this case, they have no advantage at all, because their background is not very good. Just saying that this is not the decisive factor, sufficient resources are also essential. They are on the disadvantaged side, and the good conditions they occupy are their abilities. They definitely want to avoid meeting these disciples with backgrounds at the beginning of the competition. This has changed the current 3.4 situation, which is very embarrassing, so it is also necessary to strike first. Eliminate them, so you don't have to worry about anything happening in the future. I'm afraid those with backgrounds also know about it, because they have asked Luo Yonghao and others to help them with things before. It is much stronger than these disciples with background, and it is also because of Luo Yonghao's guidance. Those are all empty promises and have no effect. So in terms of strength. Advertisement. In terms of strength, it is still not the opponent of those disciples with background, because sometimes they will definitely not leave a chance for Luo Yonghao and the others. They must eliminate Luo Yonghao and the others at the beginning of the game. Therefore, their abilities have also been greatly improved, if strength is not considered. Simply relying on your own efforts cannot change anything. Of course, it does not mean that there will be no rewards for hard work. If today, you only have the enthusiasm to work hard, but do not have sufficient resources. That is to say, when Luo Yonghao and the others formulate tactics, they will also have to arrange their development first. Therefore, the abilities of people like Luo Yonghao are very clear. So, the resources they have access to are very limited, which means that no matter how hard they practice, they will be able to cultivate. In this way, we can avoid future troubles, avoid long nights and dreams, and let Luo Yonghao and the others get some unexpected gains if the time comes. Then they can completely defeat those disciples with background and make them unable to find the north. Chapter 555 Pressure. You can try your best to conserve your own strength, and then look for opportunities to take action. Because of the head-on confrontation, they were definitely no match for them, so they rushed forward so recklessly. It will only allow those disciples with backgrounds to get their wish and eliminate them. As a result, they lost this precious opportunity. Luo Yonghao and the others knew it very well. Knowing that this is the last chance for them, if they don't seize it this time. If you want to wait until next time, you may not have the opportunity of 14, so no matter what, you must firmly grasp this time. So next, when formulating a tactical plan, you must be very cautious and not be reckless. And Luo Yonghao also knew this, so he didn't make the decision alone. Although he is the most capable person among this group of people, the people around him also treat him as a top priority. But even if it is a perfect plan, there will eventually be some omissions. Advertisement in Luo Yonghao is far from reaching that level of perfection, so no matter how thorough his plan is. At that time, there may be some loopholes left, although these people next to him are far from Luo Yonghao's opponent in terms of ability. Then when the time comes, the pressure that I will face will definitely be unprecedentedly huge. Because now, he has already considered his plan, and there are many flaws in it. But considering the aspects of things, Luo Yonghao did not consider some aspects after all. Then they can call it quits. Therefore, Luo Yonghao also wants 350 to make up for these loopholes as much as possible. In this case, the probability of final success will be greater. After all, they will not have another chance. That's why we let each of these people express their own opinions, even if it comes from Luo Yonghao's heart. There should be no mistakes, and Luo Yonghao also took this into full consideration. Then absorb their opinions and improve your plan as much as possible when the time comes. Advertisement if the time comes, if those disciples with background are allowed to catch their own flaws. Therefore, they must be firmly grasped, and I cannot show any meaning. In this case, he can improve his plan as much as possible and reduce some flaws. Because he also wants to change his destiny, and he also wants to firmly seize this opportunity. The most important point is that there was a voice telling him vaguely in his heart. Of course, it is impossible to say that his plan does not have any flaws, but it can be reduced as much as possible. He also knows that it is impossible to make up for everything, but he can try his best to reduce it as much as possible. There is also a rough plan, but it has not been perfected yet, so Luo Yonghao also wants to hear other people's opinions. This incident must have happened because of him, so when the time comes, those disciples with backgrounds will definitely target him crazily. If you miss it, you will miss it forever. If you want to make a comeback again, I'm afraid you won't have this opportunity. Chapter 556 Cannon Fodder. If you don't think carefully in advance, then you will feel that you will fall into a very passive situation. And those people will definitely not give him a chance to make a comeback. It will definitely be straightforward. All of Luo Yonghao's hopes were shattered, so that they could proceed with peace of mind for the next game. Otherwise, letting Luo Yonghao be around would make them feel very uneasy. Luo Yonghao also took this into consideration, so he also wanted to absorb other people's opinions. Others also expressed their opinions one after another, because they also knew it. This time is a rare good opportunity for them, and they also want to seize this opportunity. To change their own destiny, they knew very well that Luo Yonghao's abilities were far superior to them. But now that Luo Yonghao is asking them for their opinions, it explains Luo Yonghao's plan for this time. They were not completely sure, and this made them feel even heavier. Advertisement. It seems that the pressure they will face when the time comes is absolutely huge. But it should still be within their acceptable range, and for this game. The most important point is that Luo Yonghao is the most powerful among their group due to his ability. Then except Luo Yonghao, everyone else must be used as cannon fodder to attract the other party's attention. In the end, he could only obey obediently. Now it seems that Luo Yonghao also wants to save them together. They are even ready to be used as cannon fodder by Luo Yonghao. Because this is also an unlikely thing, and they can't think of it, except treating them as cannon fodder. So this glimmer of hope must be with Luo Yonghao, if they are going to be targeted by then. Even if I have an idea in my heart, it will have no effect, because the final decision lies with Luo Yonghao. This means that Luo Yonghao has no intention of treating them as saboteurs. Otherwise, there is no need to ask them what they want. Advertisement. Then they still have hope of success. This is the best plan they can consider. Have you ever seen someone ask cannon fodder for his opinion when making a plan? The reason why cannon fodder becomes cannon fodder. To protect Luo Yonghao, as long as Luo Yonghao can survive, their plan will not fail. Luo Yonghao can still think of some way, but now Luo Yonghao also wants to ask their opinions. When the time comes, I will sacrifice them to save Luo Yonghao. I don't think about myself being able to survive safely until the end. They all have their own opinions, and of course, they know it very well. It's because they are not taken seriously by anyone at all, since they are not taken seriously. Because they also know how huge Luo Yonghao's ambition is. If we talk about participation, there is still a glimmer of hope for success in this competition. Why go to the trouble of asking their opinions? It doesn't matter what their opinions are anyway. Chapter 557 Practice. When I think of this group of people here, I feel very excited. After all, this is a rare and good opportunity. It's a huge temptation right in front of you, right here, if you ask them to give up. No one will be willing to do so. If there is any glimmer of hope, they all want to fight for it. But if Luo Yonghao really made a plan when the time came, then they would have no choice but to follow it. Apart from this, there is no other way, because Luo Yonghao is the one who really makes the decision. They all can only obey Luo Yonghao's orders, even if such a huge temptation is placed in front of them. Even if it was within reach, without Luo Yonghao's order, they would not be able to make decisions without authorization. Of course, if when the time comes, Luo Yonghao really does not take into account their considerations, then they will definitely be dissatisfied by then, and I'm afraid Luo Yonghao won't be able to sit in his seat for long. I'm afraid Luo Yonghao has just considered this and knows this, if he wants to succeed by then. Advertisement, it is also inseparable from this group of people, and we must have their help to achieve our ultimate goal. If you let yourself fight alone, you will definitely not be able to succeed. This makes this group of people feel very moved towards Luo Yonghao. It seems that the choice he made was not wrong. Luo Yonghao is not the kind of person who only considers himself. Following such a person and doing things behind their back will make them feel very at ease. Don't worry about being abandoned when you arrive, and if you achieve anything by then, they will definitely have their share. For people like them, the most chilling thing is that they are working hard to do things. But in the end, instead of being recognized, he was treated as an abandoned chess piece. That feeling is really, very uncomfortable, and it is also the greatest sadness. But fortunately, their choice is not wrong now, since they chose to stay with Luo Yonghao. Advertisement, then Luo Yonghao will only treat them well. But of course, the premise is that they cannot have any thoughts of betrayal. Since they choose to follow Luo Yonghao will definitely treat them well. But if they have other thoughts, don't blame Luo Yonghao for being cruel. You know, Luo Yonghao is also a smart person. It is absolutely impossible for him to show all his trump cards. Secretly, there must be some other preparations, even if these people take refuge in his hands. Luo Yonghao was also on guard against them. Who knew if this was a secret spy planted by others? In this kind of family, it is absolutely right to remain vigilant, so Luo Yonghao said in his heart. He also understands this matter very well, and now, he has become a thorn in the eyes of some people. I can't wait to get rid of him immediately. In this case, Luo Yonghao also needs to be more careful. It is also necessary to be careful at all times, otherwise, a small mistake may cause a huge difference in the final result. Chapter 558 clear, and for the people under his command, Luo Yonghao also tried his best to treat them. Because everyone is the kind of disciple with no background, Luo Yonghao also knows that feeling very well. Without background, what kind of experience is it, and the resources that can be obtained in daily life are also very limited. Luo Yonghao understands this very well, so even if these people rely on his own mobile games to work. After taking refuge, I was not harsh on them. On the contrary, I tried my best to give them more resources. Let them supplement themselves as much as possible, similarly if they can enhance their own strength. So for Luo Yonghao, it is also a good thing, at least it will be able to provide him with greater help when the time comes. Then you can help him complete things better, so that you can get greater benefits later. This is like a virtuous circle. If Luo Yonghao deducts the resources of his subordinates everywhere, then it is inevitable that the people under his control will have other thoughts, and their strength, if it is too weak. Advertisement, when the time comes to perform the task, it is also for myself, and I'm afraid I won't be able to provide much help. On the contrary, it will become a burden to himself, and the cycle will become a vicious circle, which is of no benefit to him. Luo Yonghao is also a smart person who knows what he should and shouldn't do. Leading the people under him to get through this crisis together, then the people under him will be even more grateful to him. This is also a very good help, not to mention if it can really achieve the expected purpose in the end. So that he can keep this kindness in his heart, which will only make his comrades and leadership more stable. Attracting hatred made him grow obscenely, not to mention that he, Luo Yonghao, also knew about it. But then, he also realized that his situation was actually not that good. Please give me flowers, there will be no one who can threaten his status and his future development. Advertisement, then you are really surrounded on all sides and helpless, if there are people around you. So Luo Yonghao immediately rejected this idea, and he also wanted to come up with a better way. 0 When the time comes, there will definitely be many people targeting him, if at that time, he has no one to help him. So the biggest winner is Luo Yonghao, although he will have to pay some price when the time comes. On the contrary, it will gradually create a gap between yourself and the people under your control. This is really harmful and useless. Even if he betrays all of his subordinates, he may not be able to change his current situation. But it's better than the feeling of despair. In fact, this thought was also in Luo Yonghao's mind at the beginning. In this selection match, if he only relied on himself, his personal strength would be completely useless. So there is still a glimmer of hope. Of course, Luo Yonghao doesn't know how huge these hopes are. So now, he has no choice to abandon the people under him. Chapter 559 Preservation. There is no comparison at all. Luo Yonghao also knows how to choose. So Luo Yonghao had already thought of the plan before they discussed it. For these people under my command, no matter what, I must find a way to protect them as much as possible. Only in this way can we leave hope for him, otherwise if at May 13th, people under his command. When the time comes, if they are all defeated by Zhou, then he will also have no advantage. Because although Luo Yonghao is very smart, his strength has always been his shortcoming. After all, this is something that cannot be helped, and the resources he has obtained are also very limited. In the most golden stage, the final resources were not obtained, which is why the current embarrassing situation occurred. Although Luo Yonghao is said to have a smart brain, he does not have the strength to match it. This is also one of his shortcomings. If those disciples with background want to take down Luo Yonghao first. Advertisement. If he were to take pictures, then he would definitely make plans to target Luo Yonghao based on his shortcomings. So Luo Yonghao's most obvious shortcoming now is that his strength is not at all a match for those disciples with backgrounds. If we have to face a head-on confrontation when the time comes, there is no doubt that Luo Yonghao and the others will be completely defeated. So, when they make plans now, the first thing they have to consider is to avoid meeting other teams as much as possible. At least in the early stage, don't meet them, and try to search for some resources to supplement yourself. If some miracle happens and their strength breaks through, then they will be in crisis. It will also be cracked, otherwise, if it comes up, it will be head-on. Then there is no doubt that he and the others will be annihilated. Luo Yonghao now has a rough idea in my mind. But some details are not perfect yet. He also has to deal with himself and the people under his command. Discuss with yourself and improve the details. After all, this plan is also of great importance. Advertisement, there can't be any mistakes, so it must be as perfect as possible. Telling the people under me this plan is also because of the people gathered around me now. It is also something that I can absolutely and trustworthy after a long period of testing. I also found that they did not behave strangely, which meant that these people could be trusted. Similarly for them, this is also a test, if they can help themselves. If they complete this mission, then I will definitely not treat them badly when the time comes. If they can't do this job together, then 2.0 doesn't blame them. After all, this task is originally very difficult. Even if there is no way, it is excusable to achieve it. There is absolutely no need to force others to do these things, otherwise, I would be very clear in my heart. In this world, no one owes you anything, and others are free to help or not. Chapter 560 Interest Relationship. If others help you, you have to be grateful. If others don't help you, that's their duty. You are not qualified to accuse others. Luo Yonghao also has a very clear positioning for himself. No, because I am now the leader of this small team. He feels that he is superior to others, or that he is qualified to ask others to do something for him. Luo Yonghao knew that if he had these thoughts, his own demise would not be far away. Never have the thought that no one owes you anything in this world. Only interest relationships are the most reliable, and only sufficient interests can make relationships stronger. If there is no benefit at all, then no matter how strong the relationship is, it will break down one day. Luo Yonghao also knew it, although he said that the plan he made felt very perfect. But in fact, there are still many loopholes. After all, his ability alone can only take into account the scope. They are all very limited, but now I tell them this plan and trust them. You can also discover some problems that you have not considered. In this case, solve these problems first. If such an emergency occurs, they will be able to respond in time. Otherwise, if we wait until the situation occurs and then find a way to solve it, it will waste a lot of time. Advertisement, on the other hand, it will delay their manager. If the time comes, he will be entangled. This will increase their risk of exposure, because they need to conceal their whereabouts from the beginning. They cannot be discovered by those disciples with background, and their team can only look for opportunities at the last moment. In the early stage, there was definitely no chance to play. This was in the minds of everyone present. They are all very clear, and this is actually related to their own interests. So everyone present is trying their best to supplement this plan with their own brainpower. Add in as much as possible the situations and dangers that you can consider. Although they have no experience in this area, after all, they have been in every selection competition before. Only those disciples with backgrounds are qualified to participate. People like them have never participated. So let alone what experience they have, they can refer to it. Everything can only be done based on their own feelings. 880. And what they can do is to take into account all the dangerous situations as much as possible. Thereby taking corresponding measures and means, so that when the time comes, you won't be in a hurry. Of course, when it is certain, there are some other special situations that are not within the scope of what they imagined. At that time, there will be no choice but to rely on their ability to adapt to changes on the spot. But now, as much as possible, we must take into account all possible situations. And before, when they were helping those disciples with backgrounds to do things, they also listened to their discussions. Chapter 561 Giving opinions. At that time, they felt bored, so they talked about this topic. And Luo Yonghao and the others in this small team remembered everything they said. Now it seems that it can indeed come in handy, of course, from just a few words. I definitely can't get any important news, but it's better than nothing. Luo Yonghao and the others wanted to capture as much useful information as possible to make a response plan. The best way I can think of now is that there is no other way. After all, these people in the faction they belong to. No one has been qualified to participate in this kind of competition before, so basically, there is no experience for them to refer to. This is also a challenge and an opportunity for them, if they can grasp it. From now on, you can rewrite your own destiny. If you can't control it, you can only continue with your current destiny. When the time comes, even the chance to stand up will definitely not be left to them, and they know this very well. After all, they still understand very well the principle of eradicating the roots. They actually said that this time, let them participate in the medical treatment. Then it is possible next time, let them participate, so in order to avoid this situation from happening. What if the final winners this time are those disciples with backgrounds? Then these disciples with no background will never have the opportunity to participate in this from now on. Advertisement. If we let them, this group of disciples with no background, win the final victory in this trial. Then the fate of all their disciples without background can be rewritten from this time on. Then they will all have the opportunity to participate in this kind of competition in the future, which is also a good start. As long as you slowly accumulate strength, you will eventually succeed one day, but all of this and all possibilities are based on it. The basis for Luo Yonghao's success is that among these disciples with no background, only Luo Yonghao has this ability. And they also know that the reason why this situation happened in this trial. It was entirely because of Luo Yonghao's ability that he attracted the attention of the elders. That's why we will give them this extra chance. If Luo Yonghao does not succeed this time, then I am afraid that they will never have such an opportunity again from now on, and they will be suppressed even more severely when the time comes. There won't even be a chance to stand up again. That's why they have to contribute their greatest strength to help Luo Yonghao Cheng. I feel that this time, even though I was able to succeed in the end, the person who sat in that precious position was not me, Wang Qian Zhao. But as long as Luo Yonghao can sit in that position, his destiny will be sealed. Then why not do it, if those disciples with background can sit in that position? Then their fate will be even more tragic, so in comparison, it is better to let Luo Yonghao sit in that position. It is the most beneficial choice for oneself, so these people also did it one after another. Chapter 562 in full swing. After putting forward his own opinions and pointing out some loopholes, Luo Yonghao was not angry. On the contrary, all their opinions were adopted, and there were people who set examples in front of them. Then the remaining people will feel relieved. They were worried just now. Is this an excuse for Luo Yonghao to test them? After all, there must be a leader in every group. Although they didn't say it clearly before, in fact, the leader of their small group is Luo Yonghao. Now, faced with this 177 major choice, Luo Yonghao also needs to ensure his position as a leader. In this way, you can avoid a lot of trouble if you participate in the competition when the time comes. If internal strife arises due to leadership issues, the situation will be very bad. The reason why Luo Yonghao asked them about this opportunity was because he wanted to see what they thought. They also have some worries if they put forward different opinions from Luo Yonghao. Will it make him unhappy when the time comes, causing a series of bad influences and consequences? So at the beginning, no one put forward any opinions, but in the end, one person really couldn't hold it in any longer. He cautiously put forward his own opinions while looking at Luo Yonghao's face. At the same time, he was mentally prepared that he would be unlucky when the time came, but what he didn't expect was advertisement. Luo Yonghao did not show any angry expression, nor did he say he was angry because of it. On the contrary, he was very calm, accepted the opinions he put forward, and asked him for solutions. This also gave him a sense of reassurance. It seemed that Luo Yonghao did not want to take this opportunity to express something. He really wanted to perfect his plan this time, and if that was the case, he was on the same page. Speak out all the thoughts in your heart, and other people see that this person has put forward his thoughts. Luo Yonghao is not angry at all, and he still looks very humbly accepting. It immediately made them feel a lot more at ease, so they all expressed their thoughts one by one. Regarding the opinions they put forward, they all thought about it themselves first. For some opinions that were nothing or too necessary, they have also been ignored. Some very important opinions need to be discussed carefully with them to find solutions. Because sometimes, although a problem is found, the solution is not perfect. So if we talk about these things together and discuss them together, we may come up with a better solution. After all, the power of a group is powerful. One person can never say he can fix one thing. All aspects are completely taken into consideration when such powerful people consider things. After all, there will be some small aspects that are overlooked, so the situation that was originally a little deserted suddenly became full of excitement. If an uninformed person thought that they were gathering people to gamble, Chapter 563 Management. But fortunately, the location they chose is relatively remote, and it can also be regarded as their, usually a secret base. No one will find this location at all, so even if they are noisy at the moment, there is still some excitement. It won't attract anyone's attention either. If so, put it somewhere else. It will definitely be eavesdropped by someone who is interested, and their deployment will definitely be targeted at that time. Luo Yonghao looked at the heated discussion below and felt a little comfort in his heart when these people followed him. Luo Yonghao is very clear about the abilities of each of them, to be honest. In fact, the abilities of these people have not reached Luo Yonghao's standards, but other than that, there is no other better choice. Among these disciples with no background, their abilities can be said. It was almost the best, but Luo Yonghao felt vaguely disappointed. After all, they did not meet their own standards, but after this period of training, advertisement, the abilities of these people have also been significantly improved, and what they are discussing at this moment is the best proof. According to the situation they discussed, it can also be heard that their abilities are indeed better than each other. When I first followed myself, I would have made a lot of progress, if this trend continues. At that time, they can also provide huge help to themselves, if they can really sit in that position. Then with these people helping you manage this family, the pressure on you will be much less. The most important point is that these people were trained by themselves and their leaders, so for them, Luo Yonghao can also maintain relatively more trust, so that he doesn't have to worry about everything. Let yourself do it all by yourself. If that's the case, let yourself be the one to do the whole family. If he had to manage things, then even if he could learn the clone technique, he probably wouldn't be able to manage it. This is precisely why this competition is not prohibited between these disciples. I'm afraid these elders also know the reason for forming a team with each other to participate in this competition. Advertisement, please give me flowers. If you rely solely on the strength of one person, you will definitely not be able to lead the entire family to a more glorious peak. It will definitely take more people to work together as one to improve the strength of the entire family. So this is a test of a person's management ability, how to make the people under him work for him willingly. Point 0. And there are no other ideas, which in itself is a very difficult thing. If this one thing can be done well, then managing the entire family will be a piece of cake. You must know that the biggest problem that has plagued leaders since ancient times is management. If it is managed well, then half of the conditions for success have been met. The rest is a resource issue. If even the family can manage it well, then resources are not an unsolvable problem, as long as they can set aside enough time. Chapter 564. Faced by then, the problem of resources will be easily solved, so let's talk about a person's ability. Not only in terms of his personal strength, but more importantly, his abilities in other aspects. Of course, this does not mean that personal strength is not important. On the contrary, personal strength is also very important. Because the leader of a family represents the whole family. If 690 said that the strength of the family leader is very weak, then the whole family's face will not have much luster, and it will only make others think that their family is too rubbish. Some resources cannot even support a family patriarch, so if you do things with such a family, I'm afraid that by then, I won't be able to afford my share of the corresponding resources. So when the time comes, the image of your family will definitely be greatly compromised, and no one will come to join them. It is definitely impossible to carry forward the family just by relying on these people within the family. At that time, the strength of the entire family will still need some external support, otherwise it would still be very difficult to rely solely on the entire family and internal strength to promote it. So at this time, all the face-saving projects must be completed. Only in this way can we attract others to come. Otherwise, if you can't even do a decent job well, then I'm afraid you won't be able to attract many people. Therefore, whether it is personal ability or other abilities, it is very important. Advertisement, both are indispensable. No matter which ability is missing, it will not be able to lead the entire family to a more glorious place. Luo Yonghao also knows very well what his shortcomings are, so this is an opportunity for him. If you can seize this opportunity, you can find an opportunity to break through in this competition. Because now, Luo Yonghao also feels vaguely that his ability has reached the bottleneck period. If you can break through this bottleneck, then your strength will definitely be raised to a whole new level. Although by that time, it will not be able to compete with the strength of those top elite disciples. But the gap will continue to decrease, and it will be combined with your own plan. Even with those elite disciples, they can still compete with each other if the time comes. If you sit in this position, you can convince the public, otherwise, if your strength is too weak. Even if I were lucky enough to win in the end, I'm afraid the people below wouldn't be convinced. What's more, those disciples with backgrounds will definitely not go and just give up. I will definitely think of various ways to stop myself, and then my own strength will become their biggest leverage. So when it comes to Luo Yonghao, it's not just about winning, it's enough to win this game. What's more important is to improve your own strength in this competition. Only in this way can it be guaranteed that after winning the next victory, he will be able to sit in this position safely. Chapter 565. Strength is respected. Otherwise, even if you win, you won't be able to sit in this position, no matter when. This is an era where strength is respected if there is not enough strength. It is definitely impossible to obtain the corresponding status. This is also an eternal truth. But this time the competition is also full of various risks. First of all, they no longer have the advantage in terms of strength. And I don't know much about the situation inside at all, so I would just go in rashly. You will definitely suffer a loss by the 14th hour, and those disciples with background will have some understanding of the situation inside. When the time comes, they will definitely be more flexible and able to deal with it than people like myself. Then they will be in a completely passive situation, so before that, they also need it. Make various backup plans so that if something happens, you can respond in a timely manner. Don't think of temporary solutions. You must know that at a critical moment, even 1 second can change a person's destiny. Advertisement. The decision-making between the last time is often made in that second. In 1 second, there is no room for you to think. So all you have to do is prepare the plan in advance, so that when the time comes, you only need to make a choice. It is completely necessary, and giving them some is hope to better stimulate their inner abilities. I have no hope of achieving final victory, but such a big temptation is right in front of me. Being able to gain a glimmer of hope is like a life-saving moment for them. 563. A straw must be firmly grasped. No matter whether it can be obtained in the end, the result is at least this process. Then when the time comes, the resources that can be obtained will be more, so let's talk about them. In this way, they will have a greater chance of survival, although they also know it. But there is no way, this is the limit of what they can do, because they are responsible for the intelligence. But there is no way, their lack of intelligence is also an unchangeable fact. It is no exaggeration to say that if it is to let them have more information. Advertisement. This is also closely related to their own interests, as long as they can survive longer. Put these situations into perspective. This plan has been improved a bit, although they are still very dissatisfied now. It is also very limited. The most complete plan has been made for this limited information. By then, everyone will be motivated to do things, so that's the most important point. If you just let yourself give up willingly, I'm afraid no one can do it. It is enough to cope with most emergencies, which will also reduce the danger to the minimum range. But this also made them feel a little relieved, because judging from the situation where they live now, instead of reacting hastily, after intense discussions, they were almost the same. I will also find ways to let myself live longer as much as possible. Then they can declare that the final winner of this competition will be them. Chapter 566. Insurance method. Luo Yonghao had the same idea in his mind. Because he also knew that he would not be able to survive to the end by himself alone. And even if you rush to the end, I'm afraid you won't be able to get a hold of the final victory. The only hope Luo Yonghao has already considered is to combine them all. Then when the time comes, he will choose to take action according to the situation. In this case, it is already the safest plan that he can calculate. If you are just one person, there is no hope at all, and in these debates. Luo Yonghao also saw several very creative suggestions, even these suggestions. It can not only be applied to this situation now, but also to other situations when the time comes. When there is no situation that they can consider, they can also use it as a reference. It seems that the choice he made was not wrong. Luo Yonghao also thought so in his heart. Advertisement. It seems that it is indeed a good way to let these people brainstorm to solve the problem. At least there are a lot of shining points that I haven't discovered yet. In this case, it gives me one more choice. At least then, when facing danger again, there will be one more kind of judgment that can be made. Of course, they knew in their hearts that the preparations they had made now were far from enough. Because they don't know what's going on inside, and the most important thing is also the biggest danger. It's not about the selection competition itself, but about those disciples with backgrounds. When the time comes, they will definitely try their best to eliminate this group of people first. Therefore, they are the disciples with background who need space most, and they are familiar with the situation inside. The mastery is far more detailed than that of Luo Yonghao and the others. When the time comes, Luo Yonghao and the others may even want to stagger the edge with them. I'm afraid it will also be very difficult. Once the competition starts, those disciples with background will be able to compete. I will definitely go first to find Luo Yonghao's location and then eliminate him first. Advertisement. This is not a good situation for them, and in this case, their living space. It will be greatly reduced, but now it is the only situation that gives them some comfort. It's because in every trial held before, only those disciples with background participated. So the number of people is relatively small, so not all trial areas are open. Only a small part of it is opened, and just this small part is enough for those disciples with background to start competitions. But this time is different, because there are also many disciples who have no background. In this case, there will be a very big improvement in the number of people. When the time comes, it's better, let's talk about it. If we still use the areas we developed before, I'm afraid it will be far from satisfactory. So when the time comes, it will definitely be appropriate and more areas will be opened one after another. For Luo Yonghao, or those disciples with background, those newly opened areas have not been explored. That is to say, for both parties, this is an area that has not been controlled, for Luo Yonghao and others. Chapter 567 Choice. This is also their hope, because those disciples with backgrounds don't know what's going on there. So when the time comes, if they hide in, they may be able to escape from their current predicament. Of course, there is another question, who can and can guarantee it in these newly opened areas? There is no more powerful danger. You must know the reason why these were not exposed in the previous trials. On the one hand, it is also because of the relatively small number of people and in order to avoid waste, these areas are not opened. On the other hand, it may also be because there are more dangers in these 677 areas that are not open. Relying on a small number of disciples with backgrounds is far from being able to cope. Therefore, for their safety reasons, they opened the door relatively. Some areas are less dangerous. In this case, that is to say, there must be some unpredictable dangers in these newly opened areas. This is true for both Luo Yonghao and these disciples with backgrounds. Advertisement. In this way, they will have one more situation to consider when the time comes, and these situations are completely uncontrollable. It all depends on their ability to adapt to changes when the time comes, if it's time to make a decision. If you are not decisive enough, even for that second, it may lead to a huge difference. For those disciples with background, although they have participated in this kind of trial competition before. And there are still more detailed information, but for these newly opened areas, they also have no clue at all. For them, this is not good news. Because then, if Luo Yonghao hides in these newly opened areas, then it will be difficult for them to quickly find Luo Yonghao's exact location, if that is what they want, BEDC. If too much time is wasted on Luo Yonghao, then their own preparations for the next step will be insufficient. Moreover, there is an opponent whose strength is equal to his own, watching with eager eyes if the time comes. Advertisement. If you are not fully prepared, you may be taken advantage of by your opponents. In this case, it will be an advantage for his opponents, even though he will win in the end. As long as they can be produced among these disciples with backgrounds, that is their biggest goal today. But if you have the ability or the opportunity to give it a try, then you will win in the end. No one would willingly give this victory to others. So they will definitely not allow this to happen, and they will definitely find ways to do it. Try your best to win the final victory, which means that if the time comes, it will be before. If the location of Luo Yonghao and the others was not found within the planned time, then we can only give up on eliminating Luo Yonghao and the others first, and seize the time to invest in my own preparation, because at the end, the competition is the most intense. If the early preparations were insufficient, which would lead to the final battle and be in a disadvantageous position. Chapter 568 Hope in Crisis. That's really like picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon, but if you go by it, how cunning Luo Yonghao and the others are. I'm afraid that once they start the game, they will definitely escape to these newly opened areas first. In this case, even they are helpless because once they enter the game, the location where everyone appears is random. This means that it is impossible for them to predict it in advance. Where will Luo Yonghao and the others appear, and if they do in the end, start the game? If they just flee directly towards those newly opened areas, they will not be able to intercept them. Because the entire open area sideline is a very long distance, it is impossible for them to block the entire sideline. So for them, this is definitely bad news, and it's also good news. The newly opened area proves that it has never been explored before, which explains why. There are still various opportunities and resources in it. You must know the areas that have been opened before. Advertisement, almost all of them have been searched, and the information in them has been mastered very thoroughly. It can be said that there are no resources or opportunities left for them to take advantage of. But these newly opened areas are different because they have never been explored before. So there are still opportunities, so when they go in and explore, even if they can escape, if they are pursued at the beginning, they will definitely be in the final stage of the fight. It has also been diluted a bit, and for Luo Yonghao and the others, this is their last hope. If you can grasp it and improve your strength, then for the final battle. This will improve their strength, and then when the final battle comes, their winning rate will be higher. Please give me flowers, even if Luo Yonghao and the others are not eliminated by then in the end, if I can make a breakthrough. They are uniting and it won't be too late to eliminate Luo Yonghao and the others. Thinking of this, they are worried. Advertisement then in the final battle, it will also need to be exposed, if you wait until then. Then gather there, and then explore these newly opened areas as much as possible. This is also the best solution. Otherwise, if we say, rely on their current strength. Because these newly developed areas are a brand new area, then once they start the competition. It can only be said that there are good and bad things, but these disciples with backgrounds are thinking about it now. Also at a disadvantage, this is also a mountain. Luo Yonghao and the others will definitely not be able to afford it. If a big storm comes, it will cost them no time to hide. It will also add some hope, so this is not just bad news at all. See if you can be lucky. If you're lucky, you can encounter some opportunities or resources. If by then, we can get some opportunities in these newly opened areas. According to the current plan, the first thing to do when the time comes is to go to those newly opened areas. Chapter 569 Unanimous Agreement. It was unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Because they are not fools, on the contrary, they are all very smart, precisely because they are all smart enough and know what is best for them based on the current situation. Now it seems that apart from this plan, they can't think of other plans with a higher probability of success. After all, in itself, their strength flaw, 3, 4, 7, is a hard gap that cannot be ignored. If you want to make up for this gap, you can only hope for the opportunities in those newly opened areas. Because the resources they have obtained are already very limited, it is impossible to say that they can change the status quo with resources alone. And the most important point is that they were able to escape the pursuit of those disciples with background in the early stage. In this case, leave them enough opportunities to develop if the time comes. If they don't get any opportunities and resources, then they have nothing to do. Advertisement, after all, it was already doomed, and they had no way to change it because they couldn't face the reality when the time came. However, they still have some hope in their hearts, because based on what they got. Looking at the fragmented information, these selection places opened by the family are all rare and good places. At least among a small family like theirs, it is already rare, and they have been tested before. Because they don't know what kind of danger there will be inside, but there is nothing wrong with being cautious. After all, for them, no matter what happens in the future, they are just ducks that are delivered to their door. You can only rely on luck. If you have bad luck with 4.9, you will meet those elite disciples as soon as you enter. As long as they can gain something, it is an encouragement to them. Of course, they dare not say how huge their gains will be, but they will definitely not return empty-handed. Their locations appear randomly. There is no way to change this. Thereby improving one's own strength, and thus improving one's status within the family. Advertisement. There are still many opportunities in these pilot areas, otherwise they would still believe in people. Then there is nothing they can do. After all, their strength is definitely unbeatable. Therefore, the plans they are making now are made around these newly opened areas. And when the time comes, if they meet face to face, those examples with background will not let them run away. Those disciples with backgrounds also received many opportunities in those trial areas. Otherwise, how do you think they became disciples with backgrounds? It was all in the beginning. Then, when the time comes, more resources within the family will be obtained, thus forming a virtuous cycle. So in the beginning, they also relied on their own luck, which shows. And the most important point is that if the trial starts then, after entering the trial area, relying on his numerical advantage, he will definitely gain something in these newly opened areas. Everyone is at the same starting line, but they are luckier and have been given opportunities. Chapter 570 Consideration. How could it be possible to let the duck fly away? Except for these people who are not very lucky, most of the remaining people. Probably not. I have contact with those disciples with background right away. Otherwise, according to the gap in their strength, they will definitely end up being solved as soon as they meet. In this case, the whole trial will be less fair, because of those elders. I also want to take this opportunity to test Luo Yonghao's ability, if it comes to it. If they are assigned together with the 14 disciples with backgrounds, these problems will be solved. So what is the purpose of holding this trial, said the elders. We will definitely avoid this situation from happening, even if we talk about where it will appear when the time comes. It's all random, but as elders, they will definitely have some means to avoid this happening. Of course, although there are means to control the appearance of the location when the time comes. Advertisement. There will also be some uncontrollable situations. If we encounter that kind of uncontrollable situation, then you can only say that you are unlucky, as long as in general, such mistakes will not occur. As for the next development, it depends on Luo Yonghao and the others. After all, this is a test for Luo Yonghao. The solutions that come to mind are all the best, and the rest is just waiting for the game to start. As for how to implement it at that time, we still need to make a decision based on the situation at that time. The general direction of the plan is already very clear, but there may be some discrepancies in some small details. So it's definitely not possible, just put them all face to face when they come up, otherwise. Luo Yonghao immediately thought of this, although when the time came, their locations would be random. It might be even worse than they imagined. All of this is uncertain. It's time to start preparing individually, prepare some life-saving means, and wait until you encounter danger. Advertisement, because by then, 950 will be full of infinite possibilities, and maybe the situation will be better than they imagined. This is a unilateral crushing without any suspense, and they will be unable to achieve their original purpose. Thinking of this, their biggest worry can be solved in this way. But these are no longer important, and who can guarantee that everything will be okay by then? But the purpose of those elders was to test themselves, this group of disciples with no background. In case you don't find the team member at the first time and place your order. There is no guarantee of what will happen then, so the time they have left now. If even this cannot be solved, it can only mean that their initial optimism was misguided. Basically, judging from the current situation and the plans they have made, they can do it. It will develop according to their plan, so these plans only give them a general direction of action. I can save my own life, after all, once the game starts. Chapter 571 means the situation is very dangerous. Judging from the average strength of this group of people, once they are alone, it means certain death. As long as you encounter people randomly after being alone, a disciple with a background can take care of them. After all, the gap in strength can be easily made up by no strategy. Therefore, they can only borrow foreign objects, and now they are making up for the gap in strength. When the time comes, try your best to escape from the opponent's hands, and then find the main force. In this case, they still have a glimmer of hope. At this time, it is time for each of them to perform. They will not be forced to do anything, and everyone's methods are strictly confidential. After all, when the time comes, it will also be his own life-saving means, and he can leak it in advance. In case something is accidentally exposed, let those disciples with backgrounds take precautions in advance. So all the preparations they had made now were in vain, and there was no one left. Advertisement. What kind of mistakes would they make when surfing the internet in this regard? After all, this is not only related to their own interests. It is even more related to their own lives, even though they have been warned in advance. During the game, lives cannot be harmed, but once the game starts. So in such a large area, even these elders cannot be photographed. It is also impossible to supervise every contestant all the time, and once the time comes. If any kind of accident occurs, there are many ways to control it. Let them appear to have died in various accidents, none of which I know of. No one knows what kind of dangers there may be in the new areas that have been explored. In other words, it is a fatal threat. When the time comes, all the faults will be pushed onto these illusory dangers. Presumably they are the same, they can't find any explanation, and they just want to eradicate the root cause. They still understand very well, whether they are disciples with backgrounds or people like Luo Yonghao. Advertisement. Disciples without any background will know that once the situation is critical. I won't pay attention to so many things, and I will definitely think of every possible way to protect myself first. You can use yourself and all the means you can use, and you will definitely be there when the time comes. Under the premise of ensuring that the information will not be leaked, kill as much as possible. In this case, their competitiveness will be less, and the probability of accidents in the future will also be reduced. So this game, although it looks like it on the surface, is not dangerous at all. It is already a strict requirement. They must each show mercy if there is a human life. Then when the time comes, Wang Zhao, he will be severely punished, but everyone knows it in their hearts. If the time comes, as long as it is handled cleanly and without leaving any traces. Even if those elders wanted to punish him, they couldn't find any excuse. In this way, you can not only permanently solve your own troubles, but also achieve your own goals. That's why not. After all, no one would like to risk staying by their side. Chapter 572. The mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, both Luo Yonghao and the others, as well as the group of disciples with backgrounds, also know. This competition is far from as simple as it seems on the surface. Because Luo Yonghao's existence also made these disciples with background aware of the threat. Although this time, people like Luo Yonghao can participate in the selection competition. But if they perform well in this competition, who knows whether they will be allowed to participate again next time. Now is the only way. The one who made them feel threatened was Luo Yonghao, so 003 wanted to find a way to keep him here permanently. You must know that Luo Yonghao can develop to this point now, if he is given enough time. Then no one knows what kind of disaster he can become in the end, and he will be trouble in the end. Therefore, for the sake of safety, we must try to avoid risks as much as possible, and once the game starts. Advertisement. It will leave them with a lot of room for maneuver. Who can guarantee that? Those elders can maintain absolute impartiality, and, after all, this is also a matter of their own lives. Therefore, it is necessary to take it seriously and not take any chances. So in the next preparation stage, they will definitely do their best and will definitely put themselves in the best position. All the means to suppress the situation are used, no matter it is for these disciples with background. There are disciples like Luo Yonghao who have no background, and they are all like this. They will try their best to prepare their positions with all the means they can use. When the time comes, we will be able to achieve a better ranking. This time the meeting also ended hastily. The rest is the same, they need to be left with enough time to prepare the next means. And Luo Yonghao also has his own things to do. After all, he is the protagonist of this reform of the selection competition. There are some things that he doesn't need to think about on his own, since there are people who would make such an arrangement. Advertisement. It also proves that there are people who hope that he can achieve better results in this trial. Therefore, we will definitely prepare some means for him in advance. Of course, the most important point is this. Luo Yonghao wanted to know who was the mastermind behind this time, although he also saw such a result. He is also relatively happy, after all, as long as he can gain benefits. But Luo Yonghao is not the kind of person who can forget everything when he sees benefits. He is also a very calm person. In the beginning, he was indeed very excited, but then he reacted. There is no free lunch in the world. Now that he can get it, he has everything now. That also proves that he will have to pay a certain price when the time comes, but so far, no one has come to find him. Explain to him that this made him feel a little panicked. He didn't know who was behind the scenes. The purpose of arranging all this, what is it, as a smart person, is never to put yourself. Those who are placed in dangerous situations will take all situations into their own hands. Chapter 572. The mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, both Luo Yonghao and the others, as well as the group of disciples with backgrounds, also know. This competition is far from as simple as it seems on the surface. Because Luo Yonghao's existence also made these disciples with background aware of the threat. Although this time, people like Luo Yonghao can participate in the selection competition. But if they perform well in this competition, who knows whether they will be allowed to participate again next time. Now is the only way. The one who made them feel threatened was Luo Yonghao, so 003 wanted to find a way to keep him here permanently. You must know that Luo Yonghao can develop to this point now, if he is given enough time. Then no one knows what kind of disaster he can become in the end, and he will be trouble in the end. Therefore, for the sake of safety, we must try to avoid risks as much as possible, and once the game starts. Advertisement. It will leave them with a lot of room for maneuver. Who can guarantee that? Those elders can maintain absolute impartiality, and, after all, this is also a matter of their own lives. Therefore, it is necessary to take it seriously and not take any chances. So in the next preparation stage, they will definitely do their best and will definitely put themselves in the best position. All the means to suppress the situation are used, no matter it is for these disciples with background. There are disciples like Luo Yonghao who have no background, and they are all like this. They will try their best to prepare their positions with all the means they can use. When the time comes, we will be able to achieve a better ranking. This time the meeting also ended hastily. The rest is the same, they need to be left with enough time to prepare the next means. And Luo Yonghao also has his own things to do. After all, he is the protagonist of this reform of the selection competition. There are some things that he doesn't need to think about on his own, since there are people who would make such an arrangement. Advertisement. It also proves that there are people who hope that he can achieve better results in this trial. Therefore, we will definitely prepare some means for him in advance. Of course, the most important point is this. Luo Yonghao wanted to know who was the mastermind behind this time, although he also saw such a result. He is also relatively happy, after all, as long as he can gain benefits. But Luo Yonghao is not the kind of person who can forget everything when he sees benefits. He is also a very calm person. In the beginning, he was indeed very excited, but then he reacted. There is no free lunch in the world. Now that he can get it, he has everything now. That also proves that he will have to pay a certain price when the time comes, but so far, no one has come to find him. Explain to him that this made him feel a little panicked. He didn't know who was behind the scenes. The purpose of arranging all this, what is it, as a smart person, is never to put yourself. Those who are placed in dangerous situations will take all situations into their own hands. Advertisement. Chapter 573. Borrowing. Although relying on oneself, the current strength cannot change one's destiny, just like it is now. He knew that someone wanted to use him to do something, but he also had no way to change it. He could only passively obey. In the final analysis, my own strength is still too weak, if my strength is strong enough. You can control your own destiny in your own hands and no longer have to look at other people's faces. Of course, if there is a strong enough background behind him, then he will not be beaten by others. Use it as a chess piece, but there is no way. After all, his current strength is not enough to support him. To get rid of his current fate, there are some things that he still doesn't have the ability to resist even if he knows about them. On the contrary, you have to show very obedience, otherwise, I am afraid that the enemy will kill you before you can. It has already been solved by our own people first, but this does not prevent him from finding out who it is. Being the mastermind behind all this, at least let me have a bottom line in my heart, and of course, let him. Advertisement. You can have a clear understanding, and it will be able to provide you with some help when the time comes to make subsequent plans. Because he also knows that if we only rely on the power they control now, it is simply impossible to achieve the kind of results that the mastermind behind the scenes wants to see, so it is necessary. All this can be achieved only by borrowing his means and strength, so he must also figure it out. Who is behind all this? Only then will he be able to make better use of these powers. To help yourself and achieve your final goal, of course, the more important point is also. He can't just be stupid and be used as a gunman by others, and he must be on guard. And now, if someone wants to take advantage of him, then he definitely can't just be stupid and let the other party take advantage of him. This is also a good opportunity for him. At that time, he can use the background of the person behind the scenes to gain some convenience for himself. Now he also deeply feels that if he does not have a strong background, he wants to do something. Please give me flowers, advertisement how difficult it is, so this is a very good opportunity for him. It can not only achieve the purpose of using the tiger's skin to make a banner, but also make use of his power. Come and help yourself achieve the goal of winning the final victory in this trial. But now some people are wondering about him, because the people behind the scenes are not taking the initiative at all. Zero contacting Luo Yonghao made him feel a little unsure, logically speaking. Since it is possible, the development of the situation to this point is definitely inseparable from the means behind the scenes. Logically speaking, he must have paid a huge price, but since he paid such a huge price, now is the time to come find yourself. After all, no matter what happens, interests come first. Since the mastermind behind the scenes paid such a huge price, he definitely wanted to get something from himself. Luo Yonghao also doesn't know what he has in him that can make the other party like him. Chapter 574 Difficulties. But after thinking about it, with my own brain, I was able to come up with some strategies that the other party could use. But now the game is about to begin. If the other party doesn't come to find me, then I'm afraid there will be no chance. Because once the competition starts, no information can be exchanged inside or outside the trial venue. No matter what purpose he has by then, 587, may have been unable to be realized. And now is the time when I need help the most, if he shows up now. In other words, if he is looking for himself, then he will offer some conditions when the time comes. I'm afraid I can't refuse, after all, in order to achieve the final victory when the time comes. It is inevitable to make some concessions, especially at this time, even if it is a slightly excessive request. Then Luo Yonghao has to agree. It can be said that if he came to Luo Yonghao at this time, it is absolutely possible to maximize his interests, but I don't know why the other party. Advertisement. It doesn't seem to mean that at all, but now Luo Yonghao can't think about it that much. Because although he is now the mastermind behind the scenes, he has enough time to spend. But there is not that much time left for Luo Yonghao, and now the game is about to begin. Moreover, Luo Yonghao still has many means, but he is not ready yet, and he will not know when the time comes. Funds that were not abundant to begin with have become even more tight, so that when the time comes he will be able to. What kind of dangers will he face? But there is no doubt that he will definitely be targeted when the time comes. He should first think of a way to solve his own life-saving means, because he will need it when the time comes. There will definitely be a price to pay, much more than usual, which will make Luo Yonghao. I'm afraid that by then, we may really fall into a dangerous situation. Luo Yonghao has been operating for such a long time. So even if the person behind the scenes doesn't come to him now, he will still want to. After all, now too, many people can participate in this competition. Advertisement. Luo Yonghao will also deliberately arrange people to target them, if Luo Yonghao wants to obtain any resources. In addition, when the time comes, those disciples with backgrounds will definitely target themselves. So Luo Yonghao must prepare more means, and that's the only way. There will definitely be people who will block it and won't let him get 3.7, and even if he can get it. I also have some connections of my own, and I also have my own channels. I'm afraid the situation will be worse than he imagined, so if he doesn't prepare some measures in advance, when we face danger, we will have more chances to save our lives. Therefore, they must be prepared and must be prepared, which will cause a very shortage of resources. The amount of resources obtained will still be reduced than before, which will cause him. What we are facing is more dangerous than imagined, and judging from the information obtained now, I'm afraid now that if you want to participate internally, it's unlikely that you can obtain some resources. Chapter 575 Get Out. In the end, the means that can be prepared will be much less than expected, so when the time comes, the chance of saving his life has plummeted. Luo Yonghao also knows these truths very well. Therefore, he was not prepared to obtain these resources within the family. He is ready to use his connections and channels to go outside the family to obtain the resources he wants. Because quite a few of them are what he needs very much now, and Luo Yonghao also has several ways to save his life. But now, there are no materials in hand 14, partly because the value of these materials is also relatively expensive. Luo Yonghao has never made up his mind to prepare these. On the other hand, he has prepared these means. In fact, it is not used at all, because if you perform tasks internally, it will not be very dangerous. And using his smart brain, he can solve many problems, as long as he is more careful when the time comes. It is impossible to encounter that kind of dangerous situation, and when Luo Yonghao takes over the task. Advertisement. He must have thought about it in advance. If there was such a very dangerous mission, he would definitely not accept it. So no matter which aspect you consider, it is expensive to prepare these means. It's completely unnecessary, but the situation is different now, and he will be in danger when the time comes. I'm afraid there won't be another chance. When the time comes, he will definitely become the target of everyone's precautions. To obtain these resources, although outside the family, there are many types to choose from. Maybe he can save his life by then, but now Luo Yonghao is determined to prepare. So he also deliberately made a few more detours and successfully eliminated those followers who were following him. When the time comes, if he wants to obtain resources to develop, it will be a difficult problem. Some more discounts will be given, so after the meeting, Luo Yonghao also walked around the family for a few times. And it requires a relatively large number of resources purchased by 633, if the quantity is large. Advertisement, but there is no way, Luo Yonghao has missed that opportunity, and now he can only go outside the family. Doing internal work at home is definitely the most convenient and cost-effective way to obtain resources. The additional costs of these increases are not worth mentioning, and Luo Yonghao feels a little distressed. Actually, when Luo Yonghao came out of the meeting, he was already being targeted. But he no longer has this opportunity, because if it were normal times, it will definitely exceed his imagination, so these confidentiality methods must be prepared. But at the same price, there will also be an increase, but compared with the current situation. What's more, Luo Yonghao also has his own channels, and he will also be able to get some discounts when the time comes. Then after making sure that no one was following him, he left the family. He can't care about it now. After all, this is his only chance, if he misses this opportunity. However, Luo Yonghao's consciousness is also very strong, in order to prevent this situation from happening. Chapter 576 Meeting. After getting rid of them all, Luo Yonghao left the family after ensuring safety, in this way, his own channels. Then he will not be exposed. Look at the time when those disciples with backgrounds will not be able to target him. Now all information that can be kept confidential must be kept as confidential as possible, so that when the time comes, the means he has prepared can only come in handy if his trump card is known to the enemy in advance. And if you are on guard, then you can no longer call it your trump card. When the time comes, it will also delay his major events. After leaving the family, Luo Yonghao also accelerated his pace. After all, there isn't much time left for him now, and he can't guarantee it. You know, you can gather all the resources you need in a short period of time. Although its channels are relatively extensive, among the resources it requires, there are also several relatively rare ones. When he asked about them before, the number was already very small. Advertisement, he doesn't know if there are any left, but the resources he needs are relatively unpopular. So if there are no special circumstances, I am afraid it is possible and a certain number will be left. Just when Luo Yonghao started to prepare his own methods, the team leader and others were also with a few people. The elders who supported him held a brief meeting, mainly for discussion. It can be said that the decision they discussed today will basically become the rules for the selection competition at that time. And these elders who hold great power are the confidants of the team leader. If not, these elders who hold great power are the confidants of the team leader. This is all a matter of concern. The game of their destiny, if it is Luo Yonghao. When later, when their king's strength accumulates to a certain level, the entire family will fall under their rule. Even if the people under his command want to take the opportunity to cause trouble, they don't have a tenable starting point. Because no matter what, the clan leader now also occupies a very advantageous position legitimately. If we can win this game. Advertisement, because there are relatively few elders who support the group leader, but there are also a few Changni who hold great power. It is also slowly, step by step weakening the power in the hands of the patriarch in this case. But it's not that easy to be shaken, that's why they can. So even though the team leader's rights now are not as powerful as before, but the most important decision, whether it can become a rule, still lies in the hands of the clan leader. Come up with this method to check and balance the power in the hands of the clan leader, and achieve the goal they want. The clan leader was also very keen and discovered their conspiracy, so that's why it happened. Of course, the remaining big guys will definitely need to add some details. If he is loyal to himself, he may not be able to go to jail for the position of team leader. Not many people participated in this meeting regarding some detailed issues in this selection competition. This time is something special. This time, it can be said that this trial is for both sides. Chapter 577 Imbalance. Then the glory of the clan leaders will continue. And once Luo Yonghao makes this move, the rest will be like the flood that bursts the embankment. In a steady stream, there will be more and more civilian disciples controlling the power within the family. You must know that these civilian disciples have no background, so they are born. They are in a hostile relationship with those disciples with backgrounds. It can be said that they are between two factions. It is completely an irreconcilable contradiction, even though these disciples with backgrounds are talking about it now. Relying on the elders in his family, he occupies some positions with power, and also has a lot of resources in his hands. That's why we have this advantage now, but it's precisely because of this that it causes those. The imbalance in the hearts of civilian disciples is why they are all from the same family, and why do they have to enjoy such treatment? Especially for those relatively outstanding civilian disciples, the imbalance in their hearts is even more obvious. Advertisement in their eyes, their abilities are far stronger than those idiot disciples with backgrounds. However, they have to suffer such unequal treatment, so they also need an outlet. And the patriarch also understands this truth. He also knows that if the people below say that this kind of emotion has been accumulated for a long time, at that time, it will evolve into uncontrollable restlessness, so it must be at a suitable opportunity. They broke out, but what the team leader was thinking about was how to deal with this inevitable agitation. When an outbreak occurs, there is also a lot of room for maneuver in order to obtain the greatest benefit for oneself. If you operate it well, it can also bring you unimaginable benefits. Moreover, the team leader now also occupies a very favorable situation, because he is also standing on the commanding heights of morality. So when it comes to many things, Bede can also hold the right to make the final decision. Moreover, his relationship with these disciples and the elders behind them is relatively rigid. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, which can be said to be the current clan leader, Luo Yonghao and other civilian disciples. Advertisement: they are on the same front, if Luo Yonghao can succeed when the time comes. Correspondingly, he can also consolidate the rights in his hands, but if we talk about Luo Yonghao, if he fails, then he will already have no strong bargaining chip in his hand. When the time comes, I will scheming with those elders who are against me. But we are in a very disadvantageous position, if this continues. Then sooner or later, one day he will fall into a tragic situation. Therefore, this can be regarded as a self-rescue purpose of the patriarch, and it is also to consolidate the power in his hands. Moreover, these elders who opposed him have also enjoyed superior conditions for too long. This superior condition has made them and their disciples no longer available. That kind of aggressive mentality, at least most of the disciples, no longer have this mentality. It can be said that they occupy a lot of resources. Chapter 578 Fight for. But these resources are not used in the most appropriate place. The resources within the family were wasted, making the gap between them and those hostile families wider and wider. So in order to change this situation, he came up with this method. Actually, this is also a combination of many factors, and there is also a certain element of luck in it. If Luo Yonghao didn't have these abilities, then the clan leader would be. Some clever women can't make a living without rice. After all, even he has a perfect plan. If there is no suitable candidate to implement this plan for him, it will be in vain. It can be said that these conditions are indispensable. It is precisely the combination of many factors that led to this situation happening today. Now things are gradually getting out of the control of the clan leader, and the team leader has no choice now. First of all, he doesn't have the ability to change the whole thing in the direction of development. Secondly, he can't tell for sure whether this change is good or bad. It can be said that he has no way out now. Advertisement: if this development is prevented, then he really can only wait to die. It's better to let go and try hard once, just in case Luo Yonghao can succeed by then. Then it really is possible to change his destiny. So in this regard, the team leader has no ambiguity. He also used his best ability to obtain the most favorable conditions for Luo Yonghao. Because he is very clear in his heart that the shortcomings in resources cannot be made up for casually. If Luo Yonghao is allowed to participate in the competition in their current state, then the probability of final success is almost zero, but he now has control over the family. It's not that strong anymore, so there are some things that he wants to do even though he says he wants to do it. But it is no longer possible, and it is precisely because of this that the team leader is urgent. There needs to be a revolution to change the current situation, otherwise it will be a dead end if it continues to develop. And based on his understanding of the elders who oppose him, they will definitely beat up the fallen dogs when the time comes. Advertisement: please give me flowers. One can imagine their own fate, and they all want to get out of their own way. As for the question in Luo Yonghao's mind, it is actually very simple, because the clan leader is now. All the means that he can obtain have been obtained for him. Point 0. There is no need to contact Luo Yonghao again, let alone him now. The focus of the elders under his command is if he acts rashly. They will definitely get the news as soon as possible if they want to use it as an excuse to say that he destroyed the fairness of this game and expel Luo Yonghao. The gain is really not worth the loss, and he also gave orders to the elders who supported him. Once the competition starts, let each of them and their disciples find Luo Yonghao to meet up first. Then as much as possible, he will help Luo Yonghao obtain Ding. Chapter 579 Connection. This is the only way to win this time. They still have a glimmer of hope, and this is currently the best solution he can think of. Otherwise, you really can only wait for death obediently. The team leader is not that kind of person who will just surrender. As long as there is any hope, he will not hesitate to fight for it to the best of his ability. After all, the fact that he was able to reach this position from 0 was not achieved by relying on his good temper. It was only through his tough tactics that he got to where he is today, and in fact, he didn't do it. If he had contact with Luo Hao, he would be the same and would have nothing to say to him. There was even less support from resources that Luo Hao wanted. Now the team leader can't give it to him, because if he ever makes any slightly bigger move for the clan leader, the news will definitely be received by those who are secretly watching him. Now, all Luo Hao and the others can do is to prepare for the game with all their strength and act accordingly. Advertisement anyway, I want myself and my disciples to do their best to help them when the time comes. If Luo Hao cannot obtain the final victory under such circumstances, then there is no other way. No matter how many means he arranges, it will be useless, because no matter how many means he arranges, it will be useless. It is also necessary for all subsequent implementations, if Luo Hao does not have this ability. There is really no hope of winning, so let's talk about today's meeting. But in some important positions, there are still 2.1 people ranged by themselves, so that's what I said. If we fight internally and consume our strength, then this is intolerable. After all, they are now at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Although he and the elders under his command do not have any substantial rights. The elders with ulterior motives found their own excuses, so they chose the place for the meeting today. Then their fate can be imagined. Advertisement: it is also highly required to be kept confidential. It cannot be leaked out to handle matters, otherwise it will be exposed by those people. Then their future will be very broad if Luo Hao fails. After all their hopes were placed on Luo Hao alone, and Luo Hao could succeed. Including the surrounding guards, they are all completely reliable and trustworthy people, after a heated discussion. He doesn't know how to perfect the method, and he doesn't have it, of course, it is within the scope allowed by certain rules. They also formulated some detailed rules and started to make preparations. Don't worry, if you haven't met the hostile people yet, your own people will start fighting among themselves first. The team leader also tried his best to give Luo Hao the green light so that he could be more fully prepared. 11. If Luo Hao needs anything, he can satisfy him as much as possible. On the other hand, you also need to coordinate well with each other and the disciples under your control. The purpose of their meeting today was to discuss some detailed rules for the next competition, Chapter 580 Wink. After the elders under him left one by one, the patriarch was also sitting on his chair, staring at the sky outside, not knowing what he was thinking. The guards next to them were also very discerning, standing aside and following the surrounding situation closely. They didn't speak, interrupting the clan leader's thoughts, even though they didn't know. What are the clan leaders thinking about at this moment? In their opinion, all the means they can prepare now are ready. As for what the results will be in the next 14 years, that is beyond their control. It depends on Luo Yonghao, how he will perform when the time comes, but as a qualified subordinate. They also know what they should do when and what they need to do now. It is to solve the surrounding situation well to prevent any unexpected situation from happening. You must know that the clan leader is also deep in thought now. It can be said that now is the time when he is at his lowest vigilance. Advertisement: if someone wants to assassinate the clan leader at this time, then I'm afraid they are. It was really difficult to react, so they had to cheer up now. Observe the surrounding environment carefully and react immediately if there is any disturbance. The patriarch looked at the sky outside and was also lost in thought. Now he is also thinking. 27. Since the family does not have the ability to flourish in its own hands, then it must be allowed to flourish in the hands of its heirs. Indirectly, this means that his contribution to the prosperity of the family is also part of it. Leaving his position to Luo Yonghao, he knew very well about the elders under him. There is a firmer control and it can be passed. This competition is a good test of Luo Yonghao's ability. Further concentrate the power within the family in your own hands, allowing yourself to control the entire family. On the contrary, it will delay the entire family, so he also wants to find a better leader for the family. Advertisement: after all, when the time comes, the people who will carry it forward will also be selected by themselves. I also have the face to meet the ancestors of the family, the patriarch also said silently in his heart. Luo Yonghao is now able to prepare all the means for you. As for what to do next, if he loses the bet, then he will be the one who dies without a burial place. Although the risk is very huge, the same thing will happen if it succeeds. It's all up to you. Don't let me down, I'll give you all my chips. Then the benefits that can be brought are also very considerable. When the time comes, he can change the current situation. Although they now hold some rights as elders of one party, they are only suitable to hold some rights. All the chips have been laid out. It can be said that this is also a good gamble. If he can really take on a big responsibility when the time comes, then he won't mind. If they were asked to coordinate the entire family, they would never have the ability. Chapter 581 Heavy Burden. It's all placed on you alone. The burden you carry now is not small, and the responsibility you bear is also very important. It can be said that the future of the entire family depends on you. I hope you won't let me down. Of course, it is definitely impossible for the patriarch. To put it this way, apart from Luo Yonghao, there is no other method. He still understands the principle of the cunning rabbit's 3 holes. No matter what time, he can never give up hope. It all depends on one thing. No matter when it comes, you must leave yourself with the means to prepare. In this case, even if any unexpected situation occurs, it will be completely under one's control. Moreover, this game is also full of uncertainties. Even the clan leader himself is a little worried. Whether Luo Yonghao can achieve the effect he wants, he has already prepared the means in advance. It's just that this method is also a bit cruel if we don't talk about the critical moment. Advertisement: the clan leader also doesn't want to move. Using such a method is a life and death method. At that time, if Luo Yonghao fails in the game, then they will have the only way to go. Regardless of the elders who resisted him, whether they took action or not, he must take action. If they don't take action, they can still take action by themselves and gain a head start. But if they take action, it will prove that they are fully prepared. Regardless of whether the clan leader wins in the end, or those who resist the elders win. And by then, their ending will be determined. It's just a matter of time. Maybe you can catch the opponent by surprise and achieve some unexpected results. It will definitely lose a lot of resources and strength within the family, and in the end no one will be the real winner. Relying on themselves alone, the power they currently control is definitely not their opponent. If the family's strength falls into a weak stage, it will only make the enemy sink. Advertisement: if you strike first, you will be stronger, and if you strike later, you will suffer disaster. This is the unavoidable result anyway. Otherwise, if you can't even save your own life, it's useless to think so much of Lin Hao. But there are always some people who want to realize their ambitions, so there is no way around it. Then we can only take one step ahead and occupy a favorable position, of course, if we say once. For the family, it is a huge blow when the time comes during this battle. No matter from which point of view, it is not beneficial to their family. So it can't be said that at the last step, the clan leader didn't want to use such a method. But now, it is useless to think about so many things. You must first ensure your own life and death before thinking about other things. When it comes to using this method, it means that this matter has really reached the point where it cannot be reconciled. This is exactly the rhythm of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800, not to mention that these are all members of your own family. Rather than suffering in the long wait, it is better to solve it quickly and happily. Chapter 582 Guard Commander. There are some things you don't want to do, but they are not under your control and will force you. If it develops in the direction you least want, the team leader will have to be fully prepared to deal with accidents that may happen at any time. The clan leader also reacted immediately and pulled his thoughts back from his meditation. He also waved his hand and called the guard commander next to him, and the guard commander next to him saw it. The clan leader called him, and he hurriedly came over. Since he could become the commander of the guards, he would always be with the clan leader. This also proves that this guard commander is a close subordinate of Patriarch 357, and he can know some things. And most of the things are handled by him single-handedly. It can be said that this is a completely trustworthy person. So there are many things that have to be left to him, because the team leader thinks so. If he left these things to others, he would always feel uneasy. And now I can't find the time to solve these things, so I am the most reliable. Advertisement. It is also best to leave it to the commander of the guards to do it. This way it is safe and will also test the capabilities of the commander of the guards. The team leader is relatively relieved. If the guard commander is incompetent, I'm afraid he is too. He will not be promoted to his current position, and for some of his own means. The guard commander is also relatively clear, so if you leave these things to him, you are very relieved. And the efficiency is relatively high. The clan leader said a few words in the ear of the guard commander, and the guard commander responded quickly. Then he left here and started to prepare. This time he also chose everything. He asked his most trustworthy subordinate to complete this task, because this task was also relatively important. It is important enough to be related to his own life, so this task can only be left to himself. Only the most trustworthy subordinates can do it. After all, when it comes to life, there can never be any carelessness. And this is no longer the life of one person, but the lives of a large group of people. Advertisement. So he must maintain a high degree of vigilance, and also to avoid accidents that may happen at any time. It is most reliable to leave important matters like this to one's closest subordinates. Otherwise, if I hand it over to just anyone, I'm afraid some information might leak out. Then all their plans will be in vain. In any case, the Luo family is in this city. After all, they still have a certain right to speak. After all, they are also a family, although they are not that kind of very powerful family, but among them, in this area, they are also relatively powerful. Therefore, the words of the head of the Luo family still have a certain weight in this area. What he has asked the guards to do now is to secretly help Luo Yonghao to achieve his goals. Although now, according to the situation he has grasped, the clan leader does not know what Luo Yonghao is going to do. But judging from his own years of experience, Luo Yonghao must be the same now. Be prepared to save your own life. Chapter 583 Unable to help. After all, when the time comes, a period of time begins. That's really someone else. Even if they want to help, they can't get involved. Everything. They can only rely entirely on themselves, and Luo Yang is already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. If he doesn't prepare some means to save his life, then I'm afraid the time will come. It is really possible to fall into this game, and the team leader knows it very well. The elders under his command who are against him now definitely want to kill Luo Yang. Although it was clearly prohibited before, no life-threatening incidents could occur, as long as they were handled cleanly. As long as nothing is left behind, even if I want to punish them when the time comes, I can't find a suitable excuse. Moreover, Luo Yang's appearance also made them feel the crisis. After all, they were under their control. There is also no such outstanding disciple, so no matter what, he consolidates his rights. Or from the perspective of his own disciple, Luo Yang must be dealt with. Advertisement. In this way, we can avoid future troubles. Who knows when the time comes, if Luo Yang is given enough time. If he is allowed to develop, he will definitely become a serious problem for them. You must know that Luo Yang now has a natural flaw in terms of strength, if he does not seize this opportunity. If his shortcomings in strength can be compensated, it will be very difficult to deal with Luo Yang. Only in this way can this competition be fully fair, but for those elders. 0. It did not directly help him. In this case, it would not be considered as destroying the fairness of this game. Those elders are still not satisfied and want to use this matter to force themselves to give in. So it is conceivable that they will definitely seize this opportunity. How dangerous Luo Yang's situation will be by then. It can be said that the team leader's plan this time is also relatively selfish. Then the clan leader won't mind and will take advantage of it if they ask for it. Advertisement. Moreover, those disciples with backgrounds already have an advantage in resources if the time comes. They won't come over to cause trouble. If they can't think about it, they will come to make trouble for themselves. There was nothing to say. After all, he had not directly contacted Luo Yang. If you go to provide some indirect help to Luo Yang, even those people want to take advantage of themselves. In other words, even after taking Luo Yang's life and death into consideration, it did not change his final decision. Although the clan leader cannot directly provide help to Luo Yang, he can let his confidants do it. Please give me flowers. They will definitely not allow this to happen, so if they are smart. If this competition is to remain absolutely fair, then corresponding resources must be prepared for those civilian disciples. He only considered his own interests and did not consider Luo Yang's life or death at all. After all, compared with one's own interests, nothing can be more important than one's own interests. Chapter 584 Help well, I don't mind giving them physical pain, so far. The help that the Patriarch can give to Luo Yang has been achieved. As for how to develop next, that is completely up to Luo Yang himself, of course, as the leader of the entire family. The Patriarch is also very clear about Luo Yang's secret tricks. He also knew that, 630, Dao Luo Yang had developed his own channels outside the family, but the Patriarch did not interfere. He didn't ask, after all, Luo Yang and the others were already at a disadvantage in terms of resources. I can't cut off these channels for him. In this case, they really won't have any chance to make a comeback. And the stronger Lin Hao will be when the time comes, the more benefits it will bring to him. The greater the benefits that one can obtain, it can be said that this is a transaction that does not result in any loss for oneself. There is absolutely no need to cut off one's own financial resources, and judging from Luo Yang's current situation. Advertisement, no matter how he develops, he is still within his control, so that's why. He is also the clan leader, so there is no need to worry, and the clan leader originally planned to pass the position of clan leader to Luo Yang. How difficult it is, from this we can see how powerful Luo Yang's ability is. It's already very difficult for those disciples with a background to achieve what they are today. It's not called a problem, it's also the opposite. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how small the problem is, it will be a difficulty that you can't solve. Strength is still respected. As long as you are strong enough, then all problems will be solved. This is completely a matter of losing the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds. Only in this way can we achieve the final position, otherwise everything will be just empty talk. Since the Patriarch cannot directly provide him with help now, indirect help is indeed possible. On the contrary, he is also very optimistic about Luo Yang. After all, he can achieve this step by virtue of his status as a civilian disciple. Advertisement, it can be said that this is a stage that Luo Yang must go through to improve his strength. Otherwise, even with his own support, it may be difficult to shut up those elders. So he would not shoot himself in the foot to prevent Luo Yang from improving his strength. It is very difficult. It is conceivable that he has no background to rely on to develop to this point. So, it is also necessary to let Luo Yang have enough strength, in this case. So before that, we must make sure that the opponent's strength is improved as much as possible. 0.6 Giving him the position of clan leader is something that you will definitely not regret if you give him the position of clan leader. But if compared with Luo Yang, the role they can play is somewhat limited. Those who have objections will not take the opportunity to make trouble when the time comes. After all, this is the world. If left to those disciples with background, they would not be able to bring the family to destruction. Advertisement Chapter 585 Low-level error. So the clan leader would not make such a low-level mistake. Even if there are more objections by then, as long as it is beneficial to the entire family. Then he will do it without hesitation, in the Patriarch's heart. First of all, he is the Patriarch of the entire family, and secondly, he has other identities, which can be said to be the interests of the family. He puts it first. As long as it is beneficial to the entire family, he will do it without hesitation. The same is true in the case of Luo Yang, although if 14 let Luo Yang serve as the family Patriarch. It was indeed against the rules, but as long as it was beneficial to the entire family, he didn't mind breaking the rules once. I believe that by then, even if I go to see him, the ancestors of the family will understand what I have done. After all, there is nothing more important than the prosperity of the entire family. The remaining rules cannot be copied completely, and we must learn to be flexible. Advertisement otherwise, you will just blindly abide by the rules left by your ancestors. Then the whole family will never have a new life. After all, times are constantly changing. The rules left behind along the way were only adapted to their time. Times are also changing now. If they don't know how to adapt, they only know how to stick to the rules. Then what awaits them must be destruction. This is also very clear in the Patriarch's heart. He also knows what he should and should not do, as long as it is beneficial to the entire family. Even if the time comes and I bear some infamy, it will be nothing, and when the time comes, everything will be verified. If it is him, he can really prosper under Luo Yang's leadership. Then when the time comes, the infamy that I have been burdened with will naturally follow and dissipate on its own. After all, the ironclad fact was right in front of them, and the family was indeed prosperous. Then not only can he get rid of the infamy, but he will also become a hero of the entire family. Advertisement, of course. In fact, he also has to bear certain risks, because he can't guarantee it. When Luo Yang comes, he will be able to carry forward the entire family, even though Luo Yang is now. The ability shown is indeed stronger than that of other disciples, but who can guarantee it? Whether this ability can continue forever is uncertain. But the head of the Luo family is indeed willing to take this risk, because for him, there is no better choice now. 950. If you want to hand over the position of family patriarch to other disciples, it may not be as good as Luo Yang now. At least based on the current situation, Luo Yang is the most suitable candidate. As for how it will develop in the future, that is not something he can worry about. After all, it was impossible for him to keep watching Luo Yang develop like this, because he too didn't have that time anymore. Otherwise, he would not have been worrying about preparing for the selection of the next family patriarch so early. He also had a vague hunch that the time left for him was almost at the end. Chapter 586 Anxious. That's why he wants to screen out the family's candidates within his limited time. Otherwise, when the time comes, once he dies, if the family does not elect a patriarch. So according to the current situation, the family will definitely fall into endless disputes. When the time comes, it will be given to the enemy for free, so many opportunities will be provided to take advantage of it. He has really become the center of the entire family, so he is a little anxious now. There are actually reasons for wanting to select the candidates for the next clan leader first. So even if you take a certain risk, you still have to do it, and then it will be the time. Luo Yang did not lead the entire family to achieve the goal he expected, but it was still easy. At that time, the family will experience a turmoil, and now the family cannot withstand any turmoil. Of course, when a clan leader makes such a decision, he usually makes it carefully and carefully. Advertisement it definitely doesn't mean that he has to make a choice on a whim. He must have already made a choice for Luo Yang. After a period of observation and understanding, and after confirming that Luo Yang was worthy of entrustment, I made this choice. And when it comes to handling things, he has already done something that is more in line with what a family patriarch would do. But at least it can be guaranteed that the family will not decline in his hands. In fact, this is the purpose of the patriarch here. Otherwise, if Luo Yang is that kind of playboy who sometimes seems to be incompetent, except for not meeting my own requirements in terms of strength, in other aspects, it is already basic and meets my own requirements. Then the patriarch will definitely not even consider him anymore, after this period of secret observation. Then a family will never be formed, and sometimes it is necessary to take a gamble, because opportunities and risks coexist. He can't just guarantee anything, and this is especially true for Luo Yang. So based on their current situation, Luo Yang is indeed the most suitable candidate. Advertisement, for these young disciples, he did not ask too much, because he also knew that these disciples were still young. I believe that when the time comes, we just need to spend some time and slowly cultivate him so that he can experience more things. It has been achieved, because everything is full of infinite possibilities. Being so cunning, some things are the same, only after they experience it can they understand the truth. He can definitely become a qualified clan leader, let's not talk about whether he can represent the family and achieve the peak celebration he expected. The patriarch is determined, and the position of patriarch must be passed on to Luo Yang, which can be said to be Luo Yang now. The clan leader is also willing to take a gamble. If he is so cautious and submissive about anything, he dare not let go and do it. Li Zhao, as long as Luo Yang can meet the most basic requirements to become a clan leader. There are still many things that they have to go through by then, and it is impossible to ask them to be like themselves. Then, it means that it still has room for development in the future. So for the prosperity of the family. Chapter 587 Conspiracy. There is nothing that can provide high returns without experiencing risks. If there is, then it must be a scam, and only naive people with little experience will believe it. The patriarch is not the kind of person who can be coaxed with a few words and has little experience. On the contrary, he has stayed in the position of clan leader for so many years and can be called a cunning old man. Although it can't be said that no conspiracy can escape his eyes, but for most of them, common conspiracies can still be distinguished. 437. Because of this, he understands this truth better. There is no free lunch in the world. If you want to get something, you must pay a corresponding price. If one day, if someone tells you, you can do it without paying any price. If you can get attractive rewards, it is definitely lying to you, or there is some conspiracy. What does he want to say to you, so if he wants to lead the family to a higher peak? Advertisement, then it is also necessary to pay the corresponding price. He also has to take this risk, of course. This risk is also within the controllable range, because it is also, after a period of understanding. But if Luo Yang cannot bear this responsibility, then this family will also come to an end. But no matter what the result is when the time comes, it's not something he can change. But now he doesn't have the time or ability to make up for it, so it's a mess. It can be said that if the family is called into the hands of Luo Yang, there is a high probability that it can lead the family to better development. What's more, it was Luo Yang, but he had a vague illusion that Luo Yang could complete this task. It doesn't matter whether he is heading towards better things or confused like this, at least he has tried his best. That is already an incredible achievement, considering the current situation of the family. And regarding the family's mess, he doesn't have much confidence that he can solve it. Advertisement, of course, it can at least ensure that the family will not decline, and at least it will be better than the current situation. We still have to leave it to Luo Yang to deal with it. It can be said that by then, if Luo Yang becomes the family patriarch. Although the pressure he has to bear is also very huge, he also believes in Luo Yang. Then what he takes over from his own hands is also a mess, and the burden will be on him when the time comes. It's not that good, it also has a lot of loopholes that need to be made up for. This choice was made just now, so Luo Yang completely meets his requirements. If he can bear it, then the family can achieve better development. It's still very heavy, but I don't know if Luo Yang can bear this heavy responsibility when the time comes. This kind of trust has no basis, it just appears in my mind for no reason. Of course, he didn't dare to make any guarantees about whether it could develop to that peak moment of glory. Chapter 588 Intuition. Chapter 588 Intuition. It can be said that it is an intuition of the patriarch. The patriarch has always believed in his own intuition. Of course, that doesn't mean I completely believe it. But most of the time, the intuition you generate can still be trustworthy. Of course, you can't make a decision on this matter just based on your own intuition. So it is also a decision made based on Luo Yang's recent performance. It can be said that if Luo Yang takes over by then, the entire family should be able to solve these big troubles. So before that, I also need to do my best to help Luo Yang. Try to deal with some troubles as much as possible, and also help Luo Yanglai to improve his own strength. Only in this way, after he takes charge of the entire family, can he be within the family. Have more say, although if you have people under you, they are just your own elders. Listen to your own orders, but if so, after you die, you will give Luo Yang's orders. He also did not dare to ensure that the elders who supported him would still listen. You must know that human greed and ambition have no limits. Once you taste a little bit of the sweetness of power, it is like a flood that bursts its banks and can never be taken back. It will only become more turbulent, not to mention that when the time comes, if he is gone, Luo Yang will be the only one left. Facing many elders, I'm afraid the path will be very difficult, so let's talk before that. He also wants to prepare corresponding means for Luo Yang to handle things, of course. The most important point is to prepare some reliable elders for Luo Yang to help him manage the entire family. Of course, when the time comes, Luo Yang will definitely want to develop a team of his own elders. That is understandable. After all, every family patriarch must have his own team of elders to support him. And they also want to control some more important positions within the family. Only in this way can we ensure that the position of the clan leader will not be shaken and only have real rights. Only then can we have enough voice, otherwise we can only be like a puppet. Kong has this title, but he can't use it at all, and his corresponding rights are in vain. So what I can prepare for Luo Yang is just a transitional stage. First prepare some elders for him to help him take control, and then the whole family will stabilize the situation. When Luo Yang has time to grow up slowly, he is cultivating his own team of elders. Only then can the entire family be firmly in their hands. If you don't have a team of elders of your own, then everything is just empty talk. Even if the entire family is under your control is not very reliable. Regardless of whether it is the head of the Luo family or Luo Yang, they actually understand this truth in their hearts. Of course, Luo Yang didn't think that much now, because he didn't expect that he would have such a day. Of course, he has this big ambition in his heart, but at least this ambition has not been realized yet. Chapter 589. Take precautions before they happen, and the patriarch is trying to nip it in the bud, because he also knows what will happen if the time comes. After handing over the position of clan leader to Luo Yang, it will arouse opposition from some of the elders below. If you are still alive, you can still suppress it, but if you are dead, then no one can come to give Luo Yang normalcy, and then he will face the situation. He will be very passive. After all, his entire group has not yet developed. It will be very troublesome to deal with it at that time, if you are not careful at all. It is even possible that it will cause the family to enter into a turmoil, as the patriarch of the family. He didn't want to see this happen, so he wanted to avoid it. He also wants to prepare some trustworthy elders for Luo Yang in advance. Moreover, these elders are his true confidants, and their subordinates will absolutely obey his orders. And when the time comes, I also need to negotiate with Luo Yang to let him know. These elders who have entrusted themselves to him are completely trustworthy, and I hope they will when the time comes. In the future, he should not kill them all, but also leave a way for them to survive, because he also knew that if Luo Yang once happened. After taking control of the entire family, we will definitely conduct a comprehensive cleansing of the family. That's the only way. Only then can he hold the entire family more firmly in his own hands, and all he has to do is give these close men of yours a way out, and the price they need to pay is the same. It was after Luo Yang took control of the entire family that he tried his best to assist him, and only those who paid would be rewarded. This is also a very fair and cost-effective deal. Luo Yang needs to stabilize the family's situation. And these clan leaders' confidants are trying to find a way out, each getting what they need from each other. It's a completely cost-effective and win-win deal, especially for Luo Yang. If at that time, once you let yourself take control of the entire family, then these are the things left by the old patriarch. These close men are no longer anything to be afraid of, and by then they will no longer be afraid at all. What little sticks will they give themselves, if they know the current affairs? When the time comes, if you put your tail between your legs and do things well, then you may be able to spare their lives. These are not impossible things. But if they have other small thoughts in mind and want to do some small tricks for themselves, then you can't blame me for being cruel, but he didn't like it and left the danger until the end. When he breaks out, usually when there is danger, he will try his best to deal with them all. So if they were doing things well, I wouldn't do anything to them. But if you have other thoughts in your heart, you can only be cruel and attack them. There is nothing he can do about this. After all, he cannot continue to grow despite the same risks. In the end, he will definitely suffer a big loss. Luo Yang is not such a fool. Chapter 590 Decisive. It can be compared, and his character is also very straightforward and decisive. It is not comparable to those ordinary disciples who have not experienced anything. Therefore, in fact, there is no conflict between Luo Yang's purpose and the old patriarch's purpose. If this trend continues, it will definitely be a win-win situation. Of course, the premise is that these people have no other small ideas, of course, if that time comes. The old patriarch can't control that much anymore, because whether he can still live is a question, and even if he is alive. It is estimated that Luo Yang will not give him this face. After all, this is also a matter of his own life. This is not a joke, and no ruler will allow this to happen. Even if the old patriarch wants to do something when the time comes, he knows these things very well. So if the time comes, these people under my command will have some thoughts that they shouldn't have. Then I am helpless. After all, I am looking for death, so I may not be able to save them. Of course, the premise of all this is that Luo Yang can successfully win this competition. And sit in that position, otherwise, even if you think too much, it will be useless. If Luo Yang cannot sit in that position by then what they are planning now will be meaningless. So the most important thing back then was to give him some thought on how to help Luo Yang get into that position. Now for the clan leader, he has used all the means at his disposal. Now he is sending his close men over to provide some help to Luo Yang indirectly. This should be the limit of what he can do, if he wants to do more, something. I'm afraid it has exceeded that limit. By then, the opposition elders may also attack themselves. After all, now is also a more critical time. If something happens again at this time, some trouble will happen. It is very likely that everything will be beyond one's control, causing some unnecessary trouble and panic. Therefore, the scale of this needs to be grasped by oneself, so that no surprises can occur. Try your best to nip some uncontrollable risks in the bud, as for everything that follows. At that time, it just depends on how Luo Yang himself performs, if he can win the final victory. Then I will definitely hand over this position to him without hesitation, but if I talk about him. If you can't achieve that position, then there's nothing you can do about it. After all, it's already time to do things according to the rules. And I, too, have already broken the rules once and made an exception for these disciples who have no background. Participating in this selection competition is for those elders of the opposition. This is already the biggest concession they can make, if we talk about the old patriarch and the others. If they want to push further, the elders of the opposition will definitely start to protest. Chapter 591 Beyond Control. That would make things a mess, and it would also make things beyond the control of the old patriarch. This will cause unnecessary trouble again. Although I also know that I can't be too pushy when doing things, I must also grasp a good scale. Otherwise, if you push too far, it will only annoy you and get the opposite effect. What's more, the current situation is already chaotic enough. If some more variables are added, then he really can no longer control it, and when the time comes, the expected goal will not be achieved. It will make them fall into a more passive situation, and even if they are themselves, no matter how thoughtful they are. When the time comes, the plan will not be able to keep up with the changes, and Luo Yang has no means at his disposal. In fact, the old patriarch didn't have much confidence in his heart. After all, it was just. On the surface, these methods exposed by Luo Yang are not very powerful when viewed individually. However, according to the old patriarch's vision and keen awareness, if these methods are combined, the power that will burst out at that time will definitely be more than what appears on the surface. And he can also see that Luo Yang divided these into seemingly inconspicuous ones. There are not even very lethal methods, and I am afraid that one of them is to confuse those disciples with backgrounds. After all, if Luo Yang's methods were to show by then, they would not be so powerful. Then for those disciples with background, Luo Yang's threat would not be so huge. Then, Luo Yang will not be too targeted. In this case, Luo Yang will have more opportunities to develop and grow. This is actually a rare good opportunity for Luo Yang. And this can also make these disciples with backgrounds become careless. In this case, they wouldn't have much defense against Luo Yang, and Luo Yang would suddenly use such a powerful method. He will also hit them to catch them off guard, which can have an unexpected effect. It can be said that it is also a good way to kill two birds with one stone, so the old patriarch is for Luo Yang. I also feel a little unsure in my heart. Although it looks good now, the situation is very dangerous. Those disciples with background will definitely focus on him, and they can now exert their fighting power. We are also in a disadvantageous position. If a battle really breaks out, then Luo Yang and the others will be killed. It's really within reach, but when combined with the methods Luo Yang has deployed now, it's really within reach. Patriarch Luo also felt that Luo Yang was not as simple as it seemed, and he definitely had other means. He was not sure what kind of method it was, but there was no doubt that it was definitely not a simple and ordinary method. It can definitely have some impact on the final result, and Luo Yang's mind is very smart. He has accumulated his own channels outside the family, so Luo Yang has many means. Chapter 592 Omission. The old patriarch actually didn't know at all, because if it was Luo Yang, if they don't obtain resources within the family, then they will have no way of knowing what Luo Yang is preparing. Although Luo Yang has developed his own channels outside the family, it will be much easier to obtain resources when the time comes. But similarly, the price paid will be a lot, but there is also a benefit to doing so. That is, he will not let the enemies within the family know what kind of methods he has. After all, they don't know what kind of resources Luo Yangdu has obtained, so they can't guess. What kind of means is he preparing? If it is Luo Yang, all resources will be obtained within the family. Then those enemies can clearly understand what kind of methods Luo Yang is preparing. In this way, you can make corresponding preparations and restrain Luo Yang's methods. This would put Luo Yang in a very dangerous situation, but now they have control over Luo Yang. It is already incomplete, so even if they do, they want to deploy some means against Luo Yang. It's impossible because they don't know what kind of methods Luo Yang has prepared. It can be said that for Luo Yang, this is also an unexpected gain, after all, when he did this in the first place. Just consider yourself, the amount of resources you will need will be very huge. But I didn't expect that there would be this level of convenience, but anyway, this is very beneficial to Luo Yang. And judging from the old patriarch's understanding of Luo Yang, he definitely doesn't do that. He will do things that he is not sure about. If he once does something, he will definitely be prepared in advance. At least, you will do it only when you have a certain degree of certainty, for things that you are not sure about. Luo Yang has never put himself in danger. It is precisely because of this, Luo Yang's behavior. Only the old patriarch would choose him as his successor, otherwise, Luo Yangzong would only show off. Then the old patriarch would not take such a risk and break the rules to make an exception to allow them to participate in this selection competition. You must know how much pressure the old patriarch has endured for this change. It can also be said that he placed all his bets on this competition. If Luo Yang and the others failed, then the old patriarch would not be able to escape his responsibility. In the end, it will definitely end in ruin, so the final result is closely related to Luo Yang's fate. So he wouldn't know how to do something about this matter. No matter what, he would definitely try his best. There is no doubt that he will use his own abilities to help Luo Yang and win the final victory. Some things don't need to be done at all. If Luo Yang worries about them by himself, the old patriarch will take the initiative to help him get the things done. Moreover, at Luo Yang's current level, some things are also inaccessible, so Luo Yang is thinking about things. It is inevitable that there will be some omissions, but Luo Yang does not need to make up for these omissions himself. Chapter 593 Use. The old patriarch will use his power to help him get things done and eliminate hidden dangers. Of course, these are all within the tolerance of those opposition elders. In other words, even if they wanted to, they couldn't find a suitable excuse to attack the old patriarch. Only these problems will make the old patriarch help Luo Yang with other difficulties. Then we can only rely on Luo Yang to solve it himself. The old patriarch must not interfere. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious and may even cause the entire plan to fail. Because that is very possible. The old patriarch knew very well that he would let people like Luo Yang do things for him. Then you won't be able to think too much about things, and you won't be able to plan everything. In this case, as long as any link in Luo Yang's life is different from what he planned, then it will lead to the failure of all plans, and for a smart person like Luo Yang, he cannot think about many things with common sense. He also has his own way of doing things, his own behavior and considerations. After all, if two people think about things in different ways, then the way they handle things will also be different. In this case, Luo Yang is very likely not to follow the plan arranged by the old patriarch. So when the time comes, even if the old patriarch makes arrangements, he can only plan a general direction. For the plans, the details cannot be mandatory, otherwise, the plans he designed will be different. It is very likely that everything will fail in the end, and it is also full of too many variables, and the plan will never keep up with the changes. No matter how well planned it is, no matter how perfect it is, especially in a trial area that has never been open to exploration, any kind of accident may happen, and any small accident may cause his plan to deviate from its original direction. In this case, a lot of variables will suddenly increase, which is the most inappropriate consideration, rather than panicking when the time comes. It's better not to think about it so much now. In this case, I can worry less. Advertisement, and it can also reduce the probability of making mistakes. After all, when the time comes, if you talk about these things, if Luo Yang is allowed to think about it by himself, then he will definitely arrange the plan according to his own way of doing things. In this way, even if an accident occurs, he will be able to respond in time. Otherwise, if we follow the old patriarch's plan, then an accident will happen. It will also be a waste of time to deal with it, and at the critical moment, time is life, and there cannot be any waste. Once there is a moment of hesitation, it may lead to final failure in this game. The only outcome of failure is death, so this is also very dangerous. When the time comes, it will be necessary to consider it carefully, so it is necessary to consider all factors. Then the most appropriate thing to do is to let Luo Yang himself supplement this plan. When the time comes, he will only need it. Chapter 594 General Direction. Just arrange a general direction, which can reduce the probability of things going out of control. Moreover, it can also give Luo Yang more room to perform, and he can just do it. He will take this opportunity to examine Luo Yang's abilities again. Although the old patriarch had already investigated Luo Yang before this, Luo Yang had some abilities after all. I haven't found it through investigation, but it's different during trials, when people are in danger. The reactions made are the most real reactions, and we can rely on this most real reactions. Only then can you see a person clearly, so this is also a very rare opportunity if you pass this competition. If Luo Yang's performance does not satisfy the old patriarch, then even if he can achieve the final victory, when the time comes, the old patriarch will definitely try his best to prevent him from sitting in that position, let alone pass the position to him. Therefore, this is not only a risk, but also a rare opportunity, one that can make the old patriarch see Luo Yang's opportunity in all aspects, and since the old patriarch chose Luo Yang, he should choose. Believe in him and believe that with Luo Yang's ability, he can get rid of this danger. Otherwise, since I have chosen Luo Yang, I have no trust in him. Then in the end, there will be a fuss and an unhappy ending, so now that the choice has been made, then we must give him enough trust and give him more room to play. If you say that if you restrain Luo Yang everywhere, it will make him uncomfortable, Unable to exert all his strength, after all, when the time comes, Luo Yang will not dare to let go and do things. In this way, his space for performance has been reduced a lot, and the ability he can display has been greatly reduced. There are not as many as expected. The old patriarch has been the patriarch for so many years, and he has these skills in judging people. He still has a relatively good grasp of it, and he also knows it as a qualified ruler. To choose your own successor, there are still many issues that need to be considered. It doesn't mean that you can choose it casually. This is a task that consumes both time and energy. The most important point among them is to give the other party enough trust, and that's the only way. When the time comes, the other party, only then can you exert your greatest ability, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Not only will it not have the desired effect, but it may also turn into enemies. In this case, it will be in vain for you. After finding a big trouble, after thinking about it, the old patriarch also decided to trust Luo Yang. After all, now he has no other choice. If he doesn't believe Luo Yang, then he would have no chance to make a comeback, and his fate would be with Luo Yang. They are already firmly connected, even if he wants to find someone else to support him now. It's also not allowed due to time constraints, because the competition is about to start in such a short period of time. Find someone who is comparable to Luo Yang in terms of ability, but also has no background. Chapter 595 Control. There are really very few people who can be firmly controlled by themselves, for those capable disciples. It will definitely not be like this. It can be easily controlled by oneself, and those who can be controlled by oneself. However, there are some shortcomings in ability, so in this short period of time, if you want to find another person to support you, there is no time left to support him in doing this, and he also has no suitable candidate. Judging from the current situation, the information he has, and the people under his control, Luo Yang is definitely his best choice at the moment, and the clan leader is also thinking about it. The secret methods he left behind from his previous life, as well as the power he secretly accumulated. See if you can provide Luo Yang with the help you can, but after thinking about it carefully, I found that most of my means and power were under the supervision of the opposition elders. If we talk about ourselves, if we use these forces, then those elders of the opposition, they will definitely find reasons to attack themselves, and it is a trivial matter for them to embarrass themselves. If Luo Yang is disqualified from participating because of this, then it is really a waste of money. After all, Luo Yang is his last hope, and he can't take risks with him. Any slightest possible risk is not allowed, which is what the old patriarch is asking for now. Everything is as safe as possible, no matter what the accident. He also has great faith in Luo Yang's ability. Luo Yang will definitely not let himself down when the time comes. After all, it has nothing to do with his own life. It is also closely related. If he disappoints himself, then so does he. It can be said that not being able to save his own life is completely harmful to Luo Yang. If he can win the final victory, it will help himself. In this way, he can gain his own support, and on the other hand, he can save his own life. To be able to control such a huge family, you need to know the benefits that can be obtained by controlling a family. That's not a small amount. It's conceivable that such a huge family comes to provide benefits for themselves. And it can also provide yourself with status, which is really a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. And you can also change your own destiny from now on, so that you don't have to let your descendants have it again. Because of a few cultivation resources, he risked his life, since he did not enjoy such treatment. Then try your best to get this kind of treatment for your descendants, so for Luo Yang. He also wants to firmly seize this opportunity. If he misses it this time, then if you want to wait for the next time, it is really a fantasy. The opportunity cannot be missed, and it will never come back. This is the truth. Moreover, all the things that the old patriarch can do to help him have been done, and now the remaining problems remain. Luo Yang needs to solve it himself. Then it is no longer something that the old patriarch can continue to interfere in. Chapter 596 Error. Otherwise, when the time comes, it will only be counterproductive and have the opposite effect. If the old patriarch insists on interfering, then in the end, the gains will outweigh the losses. So for Luo Yang, this is also a very huge challenge. He is also leaving the family now. Then use your own channels to obtain some resources. As for why not do these things within the family, then Luo Yang also has his own considerations, just to be on the safe side. It is also to keep his methods secret. After all, he is not able to expose his trump card yet. If you expose your trump card now, it will only make those disciples with backgrounds on guard. At that time, the means that I have prepared will not be able to play their due role. It will also cause Luo Yang to lose a means of saving his life. Luo Yang is not a fool. He also knows what he should do and what he shouldn't do, if he wants to win the final victory. Then it is necessary to reserve some means so that when the time comes, it can achieve unexpected results. If all his methods are exposed now, then by then, he will definitely become the target of those disciples with background, in which case it will be his. When the time comes, there is no way to escape, because those disciples with background must have already advanced. Based on the means at his disposal, we have already figured out a way to deal with him, so that's when the time comes. Even if Luo Yang has great ability, it may be difficult to operate it. After all, this has nothing to do with personal ability. In terms of means, we have already exercised restraint, and the capabilities that are currently lagging behind are not yet reached. The kind of conspiracy where you don't have to worry about other people's calculations and can break all conspiracies with just your own strength. After all, Luo Yang himself is already at a disadvantage in terms of strength. So now, he must seize every opportunity and be cautious in every remaining step of his plan. Nothing can go wrong. The opportunities he can seize now are the plans he has made. Can it happen again? What kind of mistakes will happen? If the time comes, what will happen to these plans? If he is unable to play the corresponding role, then Luo Yang will definitely fail in the end. And the end of failure is not a good end, it will kill people. If the plans prepared by Luo Yang can be successfully implemented by then they still have a glimmer of hope if anything goes wrong. In other words, if the plan is exposed in advance, then they will have a higher probability of success. That's really insignificant compared to this series of plans for them. Luo Yang didn't have much confidence in his heart, and there was also too much uncertainty. If they, themselves, have some problems, then they will only let it go. If this uncertainty is amplified, in the end things will gradually exceed their control. Chapter 597 Worry. Moreover, Luo Yang and the others are not strong enough to deal with such an unexpected situation. It is precisely because of this that they have to be cautious, although Luo Yang is also very confused now. Why hasn't the person who supports me behind the scenes come here to discuss the interests with me? Or to negotiate some conditions, because Luo Yang also knows that there is no free lunch in this world. Since someone supports him, it means that he must want to take advantage of himself. Obtain something, or benefit, otherwise it would be impossible to spend such a huge price to help yourself. Luo Yang also knew that since he could make his family change the rules that had been passed down for many years, this allowed them, disciples with no background, to participate in this selection competition. He also knew how difficult it was to operate. It can be said that the price paid is definitely not in the minority, and it is precisely because of this that Luo Yang is very vigilant. It can be said that the greater the price paid now, the more benefits Luo Yang and the others can gain. In the same way, when the time comes, what they will have to pay for will also be very much. At least it must be proportional to what they get, no matter who is behind it. Those who support themselves secretly must have some agenda and cannot be said to be kind-hearted. I just want to help myself, these disciples with no background, and change their destiny in this world. If there are not enough interests, nothing can be done, as long as there are enough interests as a driving force. Then there is nothing that cannot be done. The man behind the scenes has paid such a huge price. Then it led to today's situation. If he were to be, he didn't have any intentions. Even if Luo Yang was killed, he wouldn't believe it. However, there is no free lunch in this world. There is no such thing as a pie falling from the sky, let alone a good thing like a pie falling from the sky and just being picked up by you. If there was such a good thing that happened to you, then you wouldn't be in this situation now. Therefore, Luo Yang also believed in his heart that there was no such thing as a pie in the sky, let alone a free lunch. If you want to get something, you have to pay a price, just like now. If you want to take this opportunity to change your destiny, it's not that simple. In the end, even if he succeeds, he will have to pay a huge price. It is impossible to say yes and achieve your purpose so easily. What's more, there is still no news or trace of the person behind him. Leaking this point out is what really worries Luo Yang, because he doesn't know. The person behind the scenes is secretly stealing something, and he doesn't even know how important he is to his plan. The role he played made Luo Yang a little confused about what he should do next. In other words, what attitude and methods should be adopted if the people behind the scenes are there. Chapter 598 No conflict. If the goals of the two of them do not conflict, then they can definitely cooperate and achieve a win-win situation. In this case, Luo Yang wouldn't have to worry about unnecessary things. After all, the more you worry about some things, the easier it is to make mistakes, in order to ensure that you can achieve final success in the end. It is also necessary to reduce the complexity of things as much as possible, otherwise things will become more complicated. The easier it is beyond Luo Yang's control, because it is also full of too many unknowns. Luo Yang can't guarantee that everything can develop as he planned. Moreover, their current power is also very limited if anything goes wrong by then. So relying on the power they currently control, it is difficult to solve this kind of trouble. So when the time comes, it's best to try to reduce unnecessary troubles as much as possible. In this case, if they can, the probability of final success will be higher. But what if the purpose of the person behind the scenes conflicts with his own? Then Luo Yang also needs to prepare some means of self-protection in advance, if we talk about the person behind the scenes. If his purpose is the same as his own, and it is the last position, then Luo Yang will change his strategy. After all, now, judging from the situation, I am definitely no match for future generations. Just relying on the person behind the scenes can change the rules of the family for many years. This is what Luo Yang can't do, and since the person behind the scenes being able to pay such a huge price proves the strength he possesses. It must be above the price he paid, just this price. It's something Luo Yang can't bear, let alone what the people behind the scenes can master when the time comes. That is definitely not what Luo Yang, a small person, can compete with, even those who are under his control. I'm afraid that in the eyes of the people behind the scenes, he is just a slightly stronger ant. When the time comes, we can easily eliminate them with just a few moves. So when it comes to Luo Yang, he knows very well that the person behind the scenes is definitely him. An existence that cannot be competed with, so if the time comes, his goal is to obtain the final position. Then I, too, need to change my plan in advance and not to die, after all, in the face of an absolute disparity in strength. Those smart people who are close to him can't change anything, it's better for them to choose other retreats. In order to preserve his own strength, as long as he is given enough time to develop. Then there will eventually be a day when he becomes stronger, but if it is for the sake of showing off, thus ruining my own life, it seems that there is no glimmer of hope. After all, if, say, there is no life left, no matter how many methods you use, it will be in vain. After all, no matter how powerful the method is, it still needs people to implement it if no one does it. Then they're just a bunch of junk. Now for Luo Yang, even these disciples with background. Chapter 599. Fearful. The group he formed is not something he can compete with, let alone the person behind the scenes. Moreover, judging from the current situation, I am afraid that the strength of the person behind the scenes is also very powerful. Even the elders within the family are no match for him, yet they are able to withstand the pressure of so many elders. To change the rules of the family for many years, the strength shown in it is also very powerful. Luo Yang also feels that in front of the people behind the scenes, he is like an ant facing a high mountain. It made him daunted, and now Luo Yang also considered this in his heart, the ability of the person behind the scenes. It is definitely not something that I can compete with, so I still have to figure it out now. The people behind the scenes have paid such a huge price, so what kind of benefits do you want to get? But when it comes to the plans of the people behind the scenes, he will definitely not inquire too much. Because sometimes, the more you know, the faster you die, let alone the level of the person behind the scenes. Advertisement is not something that I can interfere with. If I don't know what to do when the time comes, I won't be able to interfere with it. If you have to get involved, then what you will have to pay is your own life. Please give me flowers, but he also has to understand the huge price paid by the people behind this. What is the purpose he wants to achieve? Only in this way can he better formulate it. Your own plan and corresponding means can better ensure the core you want to obtain next. Otherwise, if we say that their own goals conflict with those behind the scenes, well, this group of people will definitely not end up well. You can also imagine what kind of end they will have. Even the elders within the family are no match for him. Disciples like them who have no background at all. How can he be his opponent? So for their own benefit, I have to consider it. So now is not the time to have a conflict with the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, in the eyes of the mastermind behind the scenes, they have always been ants that can be crushed to death at any time, but now they are also ants, and they still have the value of use. If when the time comes, they don't have the value to use it, then will they be able to live well? It's still a problem if when the time comes, you still provoke that person's brow and make the people behind the scenes angry. Then their fate can be imagined, so for Luo Yang. This is also a very necessary question. No matter what, we must find out who is behind the scenes. What is his purpose? Only in this way can they be better prepared for what they want to do next. Make a careful plan. Otherwise, wait until they have everything planned. Later, when I finally took the first step, I realized that all my efforts were in vain. That kind of huge gap is a bit difficult for them to accept, although when the time comes, in the face of absolute strength. They also don't want to say much, but in their hearts, they will indeed feel very uncomfortable. What's more, if they can know the purpose of the mastermind in advance, then they can change their plans in advance. Chapter 600. Fight for when the time comes. You can try your best to get the greatest benefits for your group of people. Only this is their best solution. After all, for them, this group of people is no match for the mastermind behind the scenes. It is even more impossible to say that it is to compete with the mastermind behind the scenes, if we talk about their current purpose when the time comes. If there is any conflict with the mastermind behind the scenes, then it will really be a waste of effort. So instead of doing this, it is better to change the goal in advance, so that when you are busy, you can gain something. If you are still stupid until now, continue to fight according to the goals you set before. Then in the end, not only will there be no gain, but it may even cost your own life. That's really it, losing his wife and losing his troops. For those of them who think they are smarter than others, it is impossible to accept this result, even if it fails to achieve their expected goal by then. They can't return empty-handed. This is their final bottom line, so now, that's what Luo Yang has to do. Before the game starts, you also need to know the person behind the scenes and what he wants. In this case, you can leave them some time to change their plans, no matter what the competition is this time. It is a very rare opportunity, even if it is impossible to achieve the final victory. Then they also need to obtain enough benefits and enhance their own strength in this competition. In this case, they will still be able to change their destiny by then. Moreover, Luo Yang also considered it carefully, since the mastermind behind the scenes could pay such a huge price. Compete with the elders in the family and be able to change these rules so that they don't have them. Disciples from any background also participate in the selection competition, that is to say. These disciples without any background can also participate in the family's power circle when the time comes. This in itself illustrates a problem, that is, the mastermind behind the scenes is not satisfied with the current situation of the family. At least he is dissatisfied that the power of the family is now in the hands of those disciples with background. So the person behind the scenes paid such a huge price to let them participate in this competition. Maybe it's to change the current situation and let them disciples without any background. I have also begun to take control of the family's power, and since the mastermind behind this can have such a huge say within the family. Presumably, his status within the family is either high or low, and logically speaking, he should be there at this time. Those disciples with background came to cause trouble for themselves, but so far, there hasn't been any disciple with background who has come to cause trouble for him, which also shows a problem. It was the mastermind behind the scenes who placed great hopes on himself on a level that he could not reach. He had already won a big concession for himself, and at least it had solved some problems for Luo Yang that he could not solve by himself. Actually, thinking of this, Luo Yang also had a rough guess in his mind. Chapter 601 Unbelievable, but this idea is a bit too bold, so Luo Yang is also not too sure. After all this is just my own guess. If the mastermind behind the scenes does not reveal his identity, then he will only rely on his own guess. And I don't dare to make a decision rashly. Even in my heart, no matter how reasonable I think it is, it's just my personal opinion. It is impossible to pass on this news, otherwise it would be a bit too surprising. At least within the scope of these disciples, it will definitely cause quite a stir, and it will also be given to the clan leader in vain. Adding some unnecessary trouble, and all of this is just my own guess. There is no evidence at all. Even if he is exposed, no one will believe him. And I am not that kind of fool. The reason why the clan leader is doing this now is that he can also gain considerable benefits. There is no need for me at all. I said I was going to face the benefits that were presented to me, but instead of accepting them, I gave them away. But everything is uncertain now, and Luo Yang is just a rough guess. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes can only be known after the other party comes into contact with himself. No, however, I can't get any useful information just by relying on my own unilateral guesses. Not to mention what can be inferred from it, but no matter who is the mastermind behind the scenes. Judging from the current situation, he is definitely on his side, and he definitely wants it. I can achieve better results in this game, which can be said about my destiny now. It is connected to the fate of the mastermind behind the scenes, like a grasshopper on a thread. The mastermind behind the scenes paid such a huge price to let his disciples with no background participate in the competition, if when the time comes, he wants to take action against himself, these disciples who have no background. That is completely unnecessary. If you direct and act in this play yourself, you can completely force it on disciples like them who have no background. I only filmed a dangerous mission, and when the time came, I killed the killer inside and outside the family, and I was able to destroy all the evidence. Wouldn't that be done once and for all? Why bother directing and acting in such a play, if it really happens when the time comes? If they let this group of people seize the opportunity, then their plan will really lose everything. Therefore, there are many changes in this, as long as there is no problem in the brain. Definitely not. If you come up with such a method, then there is only one other possibility left. That is the mastermind behind the scenes, who must be on their side, and Luo Yang is now. I have also felt the convenience that the behind-the-scenes host has given me in other channels, although this feeling is still not obvious. And there is no direct evidence to prove it, but the intuition of greetings. But he was telling him that the reason why no one dared to come over and cause trouble for him now. It must be the method of the mastermind behind the scenes, since he let himself and this group of people participate. Then you also know where the shortcomings of this group of people are. Chapter 602 Setting up obstacles, so he definitely will. There is absolutely no doubt that this group of people should find ways to make up for their shortcomings. Luo Yang doesn't have to worry about it at all. It can be said that even Luo Yang doesn't have to worry about this matter. The mastermind behind the scenes will also help this group of people improve their ability to save lives as much as possible. After all, it's not easy for my group of people to participate in this game. If by that time, before the end of the game, everyone would have already lost their lives. So the person behind the scenes paid such a huge price and spent so much thought. If he allows his group of people to participate in the competition, then all his plans will come to nothing. The price paid before has all been in vain, so I believe in the purpose behind the scenes. No matter what his final goal is, he will definitely not let his group of people do it easily, that's it. Those disciples with backgrounds who are able to deal with them will definitely find a way to get rid of them. Preserve their strength as much as possible, and finally exert their due capabilities in the stage of fighting for victory. Anyway, no matter who is behind the scenes, what he wants must be what his group of people can achieve, the better the ranking. Then it will be more beneficial to him, and then the benefits he will be able to obtain will be greater. Otherwise, there is absolutely no need to let a group of disciples like myself, who have no background, participate. You must know that it cost him a lot of money to let his group of people participate. It must have taken a lot of effort, if in the end, my group of people didn't even get any names. So for the mastermind behind the scenes, it is definitely a huge loss, so before all the expected goals were not achieved, I believe he will definitely not make such a low-level mistake. Since he allowed himself and this group of people to participate in this game, then it must be. I want to allow my group of people to get a better ranking if I want to do it myself. If this group of people achieves a relatively good ranking, then he will definitely do the same. Try every means to improve the life-saving means of this group of people, so in the next game. Their hope of survival is getting bigger and bigger, but all this is just Luo Yang's own guess. It's a pity that he has left the family now, if he is not separated from the people under him now. Then, when the time comes, they can verify their ideas. After all, if Luo Yang's guess is not wrong. Then a group of people under him are starting to prepare means, so they will definitely do it. It is very convenient, if the mastermind behind the scenes does not help them. So now, if they want to prepare their own means, they will definitely encounter many obstacles. Those disciples with background will definitely use their power to set up obstacles for them. It would be extremely difficult for them to obtain resources that they could easily obtain on weekdays. Chapter 603 Privilege. After all, who can let people have a background? They just know how to do things and have many rights. And these of them, without any background address, can only knock off their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs, even though they know this. It's those disciples with background who deliberately set up obstacles for them, but what can be done about it? They also have no background, even if they want to find the elders within the family to solve these problems. At that time, those elders will definitely be biased towards those disciples with background, and even if they can solve it, those disciples who are in danger will definitely try their best to delay for as long as possible. At the beginning, it would be their victory. When the time comes, this group of people will not be ready. If you have sufficient means and participate in the competition, you will inevitably die in the end. But if the mastermind behind the scenes takes action to help them, then they now want to obtain resources. Definitely not. It's that difficult, although it may still be a little troublesome compared to usual times. But the situation is better than expected, if the situation is really what he imagined. This means that the mastermind behind the scenes must have no major conflict with their interests. Then Luo Yang can determine the general direction, but there is no way. He is also now leaving the family to find his own channels to obtain resources, so even now he knows. It can be determined that the mastermind behind the scenes has the purpose, but even now, there is no way to implement everything. We can only wait until he gets back, but Luo Yang doesn't have to worry about that. As long as he goes back and asks the people under him, he will know. After all, if the mastermind behind the scenes really takes action to help them, then they will definitely. You can also prepare your own life-saving means, and just ask them about their preparations when the time comes. You can verify your own inner guesses, so there is no use in worrying now. And the more anxious you are, the easier it is for you to make mistakes. Now Luo Yang also has his own things to do. So there is no need to talk about these things. If the mastermind behind the scenes is quickly eliminated, they will definitely help him. Just solve all these things. If the mastermind behind the scenes doesn't help them, then there is nothing we can do. After all, Lin Hao and the others are not qualified to force others to do something for them. For Luo Yang, the biggest gain is not that the mastermind behind the scenes takes action to help them solve the problem. Rather, it is possible to use this method to know the mastermind behind the scenes and what purpose he wants. In this way, he can better formulate their next plan, no matter who is behind it. Tentacles or no action can explain his attitude. In this case, you can be sure. When you make the next plan, you don't have to rely on your own guesswork to prepare the plan. In this case, it is also full of too many uncertainties, and it will be easy when the time comes. Chapter 604 Error. Various errors occur. Once any problems occur, the consequences will be. It is possible that it is beyond their control, so for Luo Yang, this is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it is also a good thing. Regardless of whether he is the mastermind behind the scenes, taking action or not, it is good news for Luo Yang. By then, the biggest problem they are worried about will have been solved, and they will be able to participate in the competition. There is no need to worry about so much anymore, and there is no need to think about how to fight to the death when the time comes. In the end, they discovered that there was a conflict with the interests of the mastermind behind the scenes, so they worked hard to survive along the way. That's really a waste. Thinking about this clearly is the biggest stone in Luo Yang's experience. Now that it has been implemented, I finally don't have to worry about these things anymore. The biggest problem that bothers me now has been solved. All that's left is to prepare your own secret methods. There are quite a lot of things that you need now. I also don't know if those channels I have will be able to prepare for myself when the time comes. But no matter what, you need to go and give it a try, after all, if you say so. If he can get all these things together, then Luo Yang will have a certain degree of confidence in his heart. The final victory can at least give Luo Yang and them a considerable amount of confidence. But if Luo Yang came out this time, he didn't get everything together. Then when the time comes, they will be very embarrassed to deal with it. After all, their main hope is. Just put it on Luo Yang. If Luo Yang fails in the end, then they, the people under Luo Yang. That would be even more hopeless, so you can only hope for them if you keep Luo Yang. Otherwise, once Luo Yang is eliminated, then they will really be leaderless, even if it is them. Everyone is a capable person, and because of this, they are not convinced by each other. No matter who comes to lead the entire team, no one else will be convinced. So when the time comes, I'm afraid we won't need those background examples to attack them, they will do it internally. There will be chaos first. In this case, no matter who wins in the end, it will not be the opponents of those disciples with backgrounds. Thank you like this. Those disciples with backgrounds are reaping the benefits, even though they know it very well. But when such a huge temptation of interests is placed in front of oneself, who cannot be tempted? After all, even though Luo Yang is now the leader, they are the ones who want to play some tricks. It's impossible to do it. After all, their details and methods are very clear. If they, this group of people, want to do something small under Luo Yang's nose, the probability of success is also very slim, and if it is discovered by Luo Yang at that time, then their fate will be very miserable, and it will not be much better than falling into the hands of those disciples with background. 10 IG Chapter 589 means and the reason why Luo Yang is so good to them now is because he still needs to use them. And Luo Yang also knows that you can't accomplish anything big by yourself, so he insists on keeping them well. But all this is based on the premise that they can play a role and provide help to Luo Yang. If when the time comes, they will cause trouble for Luo Yang and play tricks, then Lin Hao will definitely not do it. After being so tolerant to them, I will definitely use the most severe means to punish them. Advertisement. After all, Luo Yang also knows in his heart that I can never encourage such unhealthy trends. When it has just sprouted, it must be nipped in the bud with the most ferocious means. In this case, they will not be allowed to develop, so Luo Yang has not had any accidents yet. Then there is no doubt that the position of leader can only be filled by Luo Yang, and they don't dare to do it. If they have any other ideas, all they can do is try their best to help Luo Yang. They manage and make plans for major events. The reason why they do this is because they know that they are not Luo Yang's opponent. But if something unexpected happens to Luo Yang, only those people with similar strength to him will be left. By then, everyone will be dissatisfied with each other and want to compete for the position of leader. After all, when you sit in this position, the resources and rights you can enjoy are very objective. For these disciples without any background, this is undoubtedly a huge temptation. Why do they want to do things under Luo Yang? It is because Luo Yang can provide them with resources. It is precisely because of this kind of interest relationship that they are willing to do things for Luo Yang. Now that you can get such a huge resource yourself, who can not be tempted? So when the time comes, if things really go wrong and something unexpected happens, the group of people under my command will be there. They will definitely fight on their own and want so much, that Luo Yang's position, but they are between each other. The difference in strength is not that big. I'm afraid there won't be a winner within a while. Even if a winner can be determined in the end, the winner will definitely be greatly damaged. You must have paid a certain price to get the final position. You must know that this group of people, when their strength is at their most complete, is no match for these disciples with backgrounds. Not to mention that when the time comes, they will be more confident in holding on to the strength they can retain after the internal strife. It is even more unlikely that the opponents of those disciples with backgrounds will have no choice but to wait for death by that time. Then the hopes of these civilian disciples were destroyed, and I knew it very well. How huge the responsibility that I now bear is, no matter what the behind-the-scenes instructions are, or the expectations placed on myself. What kind of benefits does he want to gain from himself, or from the people under him who are the leaders? They can't have any accidents, otherwise, they will definitely become a mess within themselves. There is no need to do this at all. Those disciples with background take action, and they themselves will be disintegrated from the inside. For Luo Yang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and one of the few times when he can change his destiny. If you miss this opportunity and want to wait until the next time, I'm afraid it won't be possible. After thinking about it, there is a simple disciple who will definitely take this opportunity to kill a group of threatening people like himself. Eternally remain in the place of trial. Through this change, some disciples with backgrounds will definitely feel wary. I will definitely try my best to get rid of this group of people to solve the future troubles. After all, if this group of people is allowed to continue to grow, then they can. The threat generated is still very huge. It can be said that as long as Luo Yang is given enough time to develop, he will definitely crush those disciples with background, so I'm talking about those disciples with background. For the sake of my own status and safety, I will definitely keep Luo Yang here at any cost. And when the time comes, they will definitely be more ferocious to suppress disciples like them who have no background. In this case, even if the second Luo Yang appears again, it will not change the situation. After all, he has been targeted. Even if he appears again, the second Luo Yang will not give him another chance to develop. He will not be allowed to grow into a threat, so this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Luo Yang and the others. It's also the only time. If you miss this time, you won't miss it next time. Give them such a good opportunity again, so for them, all their fate is at stake. In this competition, if we can achieve good results in this competition, then their destiny will change from now on, and even if they are unable to get the final position, at least it can be changed. The current situation can be solved without rushing. If you develop slowly, you will eventually succeed. Don't imagine that you can become a fat man with just one bite. Even if you can get the last position, so what, after all, you still don't have a foundation of your own. It's just a name in vain. Those elders will definitely not obey their orders, even if they obey them on the surface. Secretly, I don't know what kind of small means I use to greet them, but I have no backing at all. In this case, even if you can get the last position, it is just a name. He couldn't use it at all. The corresponding rights, and all his rights, were divided up by the elders below. So when it comes to this matter, there is no need to rush and it must be developed slowly. First of all, it is necessary to control your own strength. Only in this way can you have the right to speak. Because no matter when, strength is the real right to speak, as long as there is enough and the strength is strong enough. Then no one dares to disobey his own orders, on the contrary, if he has no strength. Even if he occupies this name, it will not play any role, he is just a puppet. Luo Yang also knows very well in his heart how rare this opportunity is for them. It is precisely because of this that he was not received by the mastermind behind the scenes. 167. He came out early and prepared his own methods, because he didn't know who was behind the scenes. When was he ready to meet with himself? Xing Yi didn't have much time left for Luo Yang. The game is about to start. As long as you wait until the game starts, you can really just leave it to fate. You can't change anything anymore, so if you want to, change your own destiny. It is also necessary to take advantage of the period before the start of the game to prepare as many powerful methods as possible. In this case, only in the competition can you have a greater probability of surviving to the end. If here, I am stupidly waiting for the person behind the scenes to send someone over to contact me. I don't know how long it will take, and who can ensure that these are not the people behind the scenes. A test for myself is to see how I can solve the problem in this situation. If you say that you are really here, waiting stupidly for the mastermind behind the scenes to contact you. Then it will also make the people behind the scenes disappointed with themselves. In this case, the duck they got will fly away again. Luo Yang, however, will not allow this to happen. After all, it is already obvious that this is a feast delivered to his door. There was absolutely no chance of him slipping away from her fingers again, and Luo Yang also considered it. There is absolutely no problem with what I am doing now, regardless of whether this is the mastermind behind it or not. For a test of one's own, this approach of one's own is the most appropriate. If this is a test, then my own solution is absolutely fine and it is the most correct. If it is not a test. Then you can also leave yourself a relatively long time to prepare the corresponding means. In this way, you can improve your survival probability. Even if you are the mastermind behind the scenes, you will wait until the game is over. If you want to accuse yourself, then you also have a completely sufficient and reasonable reason to respond to him. Otherwise, I would just wait here stupidly, but in the end I would not see the person sent by the mastermind behind the scenes. We haven't prepared the corresponding means yet, which is really just a waste of water. In the end, both sides gained nothing, and were forced to serve in a brutal trial environment. If you are not careful at all, you will lose your life. This matter is not done without any sloppiness. You have to be very careful, so this is exactly why Luo Yang made this choice. Moreover, the things he needs are of various types and large quantities, and I am afraid that they will not be able to get them together in a short time. That's why he needs to start preparations in advance, his current time. Chapter 608 Cunning. There is not much left, and I need it. There are still a lot of things to prepare. If we continue and delay it, I'm afraid we won't wait until the game starts. On this aspect, he is not ready yet, but the clan leader has already taken into consideration what Luo Yang doesn't know. In his case, he had already sent his most trusted subordinate to come and contact him, so as to explain to him some general conditions of the trial grounds, although for those, there are no open trial grounds. In fact, the patriarch is not very clear in his heart, but for those who have already undergone countless trials. The trial land that has been opened has been opened. The old patriarch has learned and mastered it in very detail, and he will also do it when the time comes. Tell Luo Yang these situations carefully, because Luo Yang and the others will start the game once they start. The places that were first teleported to were those that had been opened before. And their mission is to rush to the newly opened trial areas that are now stipulated. To complete their respective tasks, it still requires a journey. To be able to reach the place of the final mission, if Luo Yang and the others are concerned about these trials that have been opened, if you are not familiar with the place at all, you may have been eliminated before you reach the mission place. And strictly speaking, this is not cheating, it is just a matter of achieving a relatively fair condition. And the elders of the opposition probably won't say anything in this regard. If they really use this as an excuse to say that the clan leader is destroying the fairness of the game, then the clan leader will definitely let them know what true game fairness means. And those elders of the opposition, since they can survive to this day, all of them have explained themselves. They are all old foxes. Such a cunning old fox must know what he should do next. He also knows that if the time comes, he will really attack the clan leader for this reason. Then when the time comes, they will suffer the loss, so in fact, it is in the patriarch's heart. I also hope that those opposition elders will use this as an excuse to oppose myself. There is also an honest reason to provide greater convenience to Luo Yang and the others. But that and those old foxes, none of them are fooled, even though they are actually. I don't want to see the current situation allow them to know more about the trial ground in the future. After all, for them, they are already in a favorable position by nature. I originally wanted to take advantage of them, but then I realized that I was familiar with them and wanted to deal with Luo Yang and the others. Before reaching the mission area, give them an ambush. In this case, let Luo Yang and the others. Before officially starting the mission, Luo Yang would have to lose part of his strength. Their threat will be greatly reduced, although their calculations are very good. But they didn't expect that the old patriarch would come. Such a wave of operations was something they didn't expect at all. At first, they were also very angry and wanted to argue with the patriarch. But I'll think about it after I calm down. If they hit the muzzle of the gun at this time, they will definitely be the ones who suffer when the time comes. After all, the old patriarch has already set the rules, and like Luo Yang and the others, disclose the conditions of the trial areas and those areas that have been opened, strictly speaking. It's not a foul, if we say that they are ignorant at this time. If they had troubled the old clan leader in the past, they would definitely use it as an excuse to ensure the fairness of the game. Then provide more convenience and information to Luo Yang and the others. This will only make these opposition elders occupying a more unfavorable trend. After all, now, they have lost an innate advantage. If I go again, I will go to the old patriarch to make trouble. I'm afraid they will suffer even greater losses by then. Who knows if the old patriarch will take this opportunity to seek greater convenience for Luo Yang and the others. Judging from their guesses, it must be possible, so that is their decision. You have to endure this breath. After all, what you are losing now is just an innate advantage. If they really are looking for trouble with the old patriarch, then they will lose a lot. But it was more than that. If they thought about it carefully, they couldn't help but gasp. Unexpectedly, the old patriarch was still so cunning, and a seemingly inadvertent move could actually bury so many conspiracies. If they were really angry at this time, they would pass by stupidly. Then they really fell into the old patriarch's conspiracy, so now, even if they lose some advantages, they also chose to swallow their anger. After all, this way, they could still guarantee their advantages in other aspects. You won't lose your advantages in other aspects, so the old patriarch is originally. I also hope that these, the elders of the opposition, will take this opportunity to develop themselves, so that they can do it themselves. I had enough excuses, but I didn't expect that none of these old foxes would take the bait. I'm afraid they have already guessed their plans. If this is the case, then they have already guessed their plans. The plan made was completely useless because of these old foxes of the opposition. Each and every one of them was very cunning, and they were not fooled at all, but that was not the case. What a huge loss, if these opposition elders can follow the plan and attack themselves. Then it's better. You can give yourself a more sufficient reason to help Luo Yang and the others. If they are not convenient for you, then you will save yourself the trouble. Anyway, those situations and information have been passed on to Luo Yang and the others. In this case, they are completely safe. It's a business that doesn't make a loss. Of course, the final result still depends on Luo Yang and the others. Because when the time comes, once the competition starts, even if he is the clan leader, he will not be able to interfere. Otherwise, he will be disqualified. In this case, in the end, what he did, this plan. It's all in vain. So the old patriarch is not that kind of fool. He will not allow that situation to happen, so he is making all the efforts now. They were all playing side shots within the limits allowed by the rules and giving as much as possible to Luo Yang and the others. Provide some help. After all, besides the gap in strength, there is also the gap in information. Because Luo Yang and the others are within the family and have no backers in the power circle. As for some information within the family, there is no way to know it at all, so at this point, Luo Yang and the others have already widened the gap between them and those disciples with backgrounds. They also know a lot about the trial place, but Luo Yang and the others will be blinded once they enter. I don't know where to go at all. This will give those disciples with background an opportunity to take advantage of. When the time comes, I will give Luo Yang a surprise attack. They will not be able to bear such a huge loss. It is precisely with this in mind that the patriarch will play on the edge of the rules. Provide Luo Yang and the others with some information within their capabilities, and let them do so when the time comes. Avoid unnecessary losses and troubles. After all, their mission and goal is to achieve the final victory. Instead of having a head-on confrontation with those disciples with backgrounds in the early stage, if you really want to be serious, it's a head-on confrontation. Face to face, Luo Yang and the others are no match at all. After all, there is a gap in strength. It can also be real. Of course, if we use some strategies, we can carry out some attacks. Maybe we can still restore some of the gap, but face-to-face confrontation is definitely not for Luo Yang and the others. There is no benefit, and even Luo Wenhao and the others want to launch a surprise attack. Advertisement. They also have no understanding of the internal situation in the trial site. Even if they want to launch an attack, they can't do it. On the contrary, those disciples with background know more about the trial place, so it is possible. When the time comes, those disciples with background will launch a surprise attack on Luo Yang and the others. Therefore, this is also something that must be guarded against. The old patriarch said that he has considered it relatively comprehensively. Possible changes are also taken into consideration, and Luo Yang is given the best possible chance. Resolve more troubles and leave more conveniences for them. In this way, Luo Yang and the others can. The one who survives to the end has a greater probability, and the greater the probability that his plan will succeed. Of course, the old patriarch cannot directly improve Luo Yang's strength. Although as the patriarch of the family, the old patriarch is not lacking in means in this regard. Johnson's way to improve a person's strength, although it is said not to be so, it is so easy to obtain. But it's not that difficult, not to mention that as the patriarch of a family, he is more or less in control. However, the old patriarch did not use such means. He just used it directly to increase the strength of Luo Yang and the others. He also has his own concerns, because if he takes action, then it will definitely allow those opposition elders to find excuses to oppose themselves. After all, I had always played by the rules before and provided Luo Yang with some conveniences that everyone could tolerate. After all, those who were in opposition and the elders also knew this information, relying solely on the information revealed by the old patriarch. The same goes for Luo Yang and the others. They will not take too big an advantage. At most, they will be put in the unfavorable situation they were in before. It's just to relax a little. If there is no unexpected situation, the final result will not be correct at all. No matter what happens, the elders of the opposition will just turn a blind eye. After all, in their eyes, it seems that this is nothing, something beyond their control, but if it is. The old patriarch took action to forcefully raise Luo Yang. In terms of their strength, it was these, the opposition elders. What they couldn't bear anymore was that the reason why they could endure the beatings of the old patriarch was just a passing blow. It is also because of Luo Yang that they have an irreparable shortcoming in terms of strength. Even if you provide them with more information, it won't be of much help. After all, strength cannot be faked in this aspect, only one's own strength is powerful, and the conspiracy is being done. It's just a guide, it will be the same, it won't have any effect at all, but if it were. If the strength of Luo Yang and the others is forcibly improved by the old patriarch, then they will occupy it. These advantages are gone, not to mention Luo Yang and the others' brains are relatively easy to use. There are also more conspiracies and tricks that come up with, and those disciples with backgrounds are of equal strength. Absolutely not, Luo Yang and the others are their opponents, so the old patriarch will use force once he takes action. If Luo Yang and their strength are improved, then the elders of the opposition will definitely not be able to sit still. When the time comes, corresponding measures will be taken, which will form a vicious competition. In the end, Luo Yang and the others still won't be able to take any kind of advantage, let alone when the time comes. Those opposition elders will also use this as an excuse to attack the old patriarch and want to take advantage of this opportunity. It is very possible to directly cancel Luo Yang and their qualifications. And if Luo Yang's strength is really forcibly improved, then their future will stop here. Judging from the current situation, their strength will not make any progress and will be fixed at this position. Improving their strength globally can indeed help them win this game. But the consequences are also very obvious, that is, their strength is fixed here. In this case, when they really take charge of the entire family, their strength will be revealed. Definitely not those opponents of the opposition elders. In the end, they ended up in vain. After all, if your own strength is not enough, even if you can occupy that position, you won't be able to hold it for a long time. So whether we consider the immediate interests or the longer-term interests, forcibly improving the strength of Luo Yang and the others is not a wise choice. On the contrary, it will weaken them. Things are getting worse and worse, and they are beyond the control of the patriarch, so the old patriarch. It was precisely because of the consideration of this situation that they did not forcefully improve the strength of Luo Yang and the others. But it is precisely because of this that the old patriarch is also helping Luo Yang and the others in other aspects. Provide more help, and the elders of the opposition are also very well informed. As for the actions of the old patriarch, they had already received the news a long time ago, but they were also aware of it. They chose to turn a blind eye. After all, in their eyes, it seemed like these little tricks of the old patriarch. It's impossible to get on the stage at all, let alone break the current situation, of course. Why? All of this is just their speculation, mainly the information revealed by the old patriarch. For them, it is also insignificant, just like the information from the trial land. They have mastered each one of them and cannot be familiar with it anymore. Even if they are revealed to them, they have no background examples. It's not much help, after all, they just get this information. But I haven't actually practiced it, so I can really say that it will be used when the time comes. It is still an unknown number, but for these, the examples with background are different. They also stayed in the trial land for a long time, and they were familiar with the situation in the land of time. They are also relatively familiar, so in terms of terrain, these disciples with backgrounds have the advantage. What's more, they still have an advantage in strength. If this is the case, it is completely enough. As long as there are no big mistakes, the final result will fall on these disciples with backgrounds. So now, these opposition elders will turn a blind eye to the methods of the old patriarch. Since it is the final result and it is already determined, there is no need to worry about it with the old patriarch. There is no need to take such a big risk. After all, the old patriarch is not someone to be trifled with. If they were really right and the old patriarch would attack, I'm afraid the old patriarch would have already thought of a method in advance. In the end, they were the ones who suffered, so both sides maintained a delicate balance. Those opposition elders turned a blind eye and pretended not to notice the little moves of the old patriarch. The old patriarch also provided Luo Yang and them with some help as much as possible within the scope allowed by the rules. The help provided was also within the acceptable range of the opposition elders. Because both parties know that this matter requires a good grasp of the scale. After all, neither the opposition elders nor the clan leader could say yes or make too many concessions. After all, neither of these two parties is easy to get along with, so it is best to maintain the current situation. It's just that Luo Yang doesn't know that the senior members of the family are in trouble because of his matter. Earth-shaking, Luo Yang only knew that this time, the great changes in the family were also caused by him. Some things placed at a higher level are beyond his reach. Now within the family, almost everyone with some power knows the name Luo Yang. It's also because there are rules, and they just need to know each other. I won't reveal any more information to the disciples below, because if I talk about them, once the information is revealed, not only will they themselves be punished, but also the corresponding disciples. They will also suffer more serious punishment, so on the contrary, they also have to keep secret. They cannot reveal any of this news, but this does not hinder their curiosity about Luo Yang. After all, they had heard of this name before, because Luo Yang had helped many people in the family. So more or less, they also have some understanding of him, but they are deep in their hearts. I don't take Luo Yang too seriously. After all, he is just a loser who runs errands for others. The same existence couldn't be hurt at all, so they didn't regard Luo Yang as a threat. On the contrary, it is just for convenience and ease. After all, you don't have to do many things by yourself. It also saves time and energy for myself, but I didn't expect it to be like this. They had not seen before that a person who was like a B****ch could actually cause the family to turn upside down. It is precisely because of this that the people they looked down on before have been tortured by their bosses many times. They are all trying their best to discuss countermeasures. It can be said that they love and hate Luo Yang. But there is no way, they have no way to violate the rules above and do whatever they are told to do. They can only do anything, even if they are not dissatisfied with Luo Yang in their hearts. Now is not the time to play tricks on him, because the people above also explicitly prohibit it. When the time comes, we will set up small measures for Luo Yang and the others, because these are all under special supervision. If when the time comes, the supervision discovers that anyone is deliberately using tricks, then he will definitely be severely punished. Moreover, the people above you will definitely not be able to speak for yourself, and what you will have to pay at that time will be your own future. So these people below are not fools, and they know how to deal with this situation. Therefore, each of them could only put away their petty thoughts. They originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. They should take good care of Luo Yang and the others, but now it seems that not only is this not possible. On the contrary, we must protect them and provide them with as much help as possible. Of course, there is no need to be too attentive, just follow the normal situation. If you show too much attentiveness, it will cause them to find faults. So if it was like that before, it's better to just do what you normally do and do it now. In this case, there is nothing wrong with it, and for little people like them. As long as you can keep your status and the little rights you have now, that's enough. For them, if they show too much slack, they will be punished. Similarly, if you act too diligently, you will be punished. In this case, you will become a different person inside and outside. So it's better to just treat them how you treated them before, just like you treat them now. In this case, there will be no clues. Before telling the truth, there were also those disciples with backgrounds. I came to find them and wanted them to deal with Luo Yang and the others, these disciples without any background. When the time comes, we will give you special care. As for how to give special care, everyone knows it and has agreed to it. When the time comes, I will give them a large sum of money. To be honest, these people have some small rights. Seeing it in their eyes, they are also very tempted. After all, the benefits they can obtain on weekdays are relatively limited. The price paid by these disciples with background is not small, so they are very tempted. Originally, they thought that this was just an ordinary incident involving a commoner disciple that a playboy wanted to solve. In fact, to be honest, they have done this kind of thing a lot before. After all, they also have to support their families and have many things to consider. So as long as you give them some attractive enough price, and as long as the things you do are not too excessive, usually, they would do it. In fact, they had already planned to accept it, and the reward was promised to them. But then I thought about it, something was wrong, if we look at the previous situation. Dealing with these civilian disciples would not have to pay such a huge price, but today it is a real price. If something goes wrong in front of you, there must be a monster, there must be something extraordinary involved. I didn't know it myself, so some people with small powers didn't say this at the first time. I just agreed to these requests from disciples with backgrounds, but said that I would let myself think about it and those disciples with backgrounds. I also know that this kind of thing cannot be rushed. The more anxious you are, the easier it is for the other party to find loopholes. This will make your purpose fail, so they are not in a hurry. Do you agree and give the other party some time to think about it? Later, the people above conveyed the message to them, which also made these people with a little power secretly fall in love with him. Fortunately, I didn't agree to the request of those disciples with background, otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones now. Judging from the information conveyed to us by the people above, this is no longer something they can interfere with. If you are involved in this matter, you will definitely die without a burial place. So one by one, it was a very wise choice to ignore this matter. For those requests made by disciples with backgrounds, every one of them was very decisively rejected. And those disciples with background also know that the above has already conveyed the information. I'm afraid no one dares to commit a crime against the wind at such a moment, so they are not anxious or angry. Everything was within their expectations, but what they didn't expect was that the people above were so fast. The work efficiency is definitely unprecedentedly high, and this has already passed on the information. I'm afraid that by then, the small means they want to use will no longer work. I originally thought that since I couldn't take action, I could still pay some price. Let those responsible and managerial people within the family do it for you. Now it seems that this method. The law also doesn't work. But it's okay, they have the advantage in terms of strength anyway, as long as they follow. Without making any too outrageous mistakes, the dawn of victory still lies on their side. The reason why they have to use some small means is to be on the safe side. In fact, even if there are no such means. Just relying on the advantage of strength, they don't need to worry too much, but they are worried. It is not these disciples who have no background, but they are worried about what conspiracy Luo Yang will play when the time comes. After all, they knew Luo Yang quite well before, and it was a very difficult matter to handle by themselves. It's not that difficult to deal with it in his hands, so he said he would be an enemy with such a person. We must consider it more comprehensively and take into account all possible situations. In this way, you will not fall into the other party's calculations. Otherwise, if any small aspect is not taken into consideration, they may all be plotted by the other party, so they also want to use some tricks. This will curb the development of Luo Yang and the others, but now it seems that this is not achieved. However, the advantage is still on their side, so there is no need to worry too much about this. Next, what they have to guard against is what kind of conspiracy Luo Yang and the others will play when the time comes. And they also know that the result of this competition is also unknown when the time comes. If Luo Yang really wins the final victory, then the family's fate will change, if they say this. If they use some tricks against Luo Yang and the others, then Luo Yang and the others will definitely settle the scores later. That's not something I can resist, so in this situation, I have to let them go even more. You can rest assured that although the reward that makes your heart beat has passed by, you can keep it. The rights in your hands will not worry about the source of benefits when the time comes, if you say the opposite. They really took this risk today and accepted this attractive reward, but they turned against Luo Yang and the others. Thus, if Luo Yang and the others achieve final victory, their fate can be imagined. Therefore, if you lose some immediate benefits, you can gain more long-term benefits, which is also a relatively cost-effective deal. Anyway, it is in their hands. As long as they hold on to this small right, they can bring themselves a steady stream of benefits. This point is that there is no problem. For the character Luo Yang, they are all ready. Keep it in my mind. When the time comes, I will definitely not be able to make an enemy of him, let alone embarrass him. The trend of the situation is now very clear. Now Luo Yang has also entered the eyes of the family's senior officials. Anyway, it can be said that Luo Yang's fate has changed because of this, no matter what he says about it in the future. No matter how far it will develop, these small characters, cannot compete. Now that you know this, you also know what you should do next. Anyway, you can't afford to defend yourself. It's better not to be an enemy of him. Of course, Luo Yang's future is still unknown. It is not good to be too attentive at this time. After all, those disciples with backgrounds are the ones who have the upper hand now. If I were to be attentive to Luo Yang and the others, I would definitely be resented by those disciples with backgrounds. After all, now, they are still relying on those disciples with background. When the time comes, those disciples with background. Advertisement. Although he said he didn't dare to take action against Luo Yang and the others, it was indeed enough to deal with them. So now, the situation is not clear yet, and some choices are not yet available. Let's make them now. We still need to wait and take another look at the situation, if Luo Yang really has the advantage when the time comes. If it can develop, then they won't mind and release their goodwill, but now it is obvious that it is not a suitable opportunity. 1. Speaking of when Luo Yang and the others appear, if something unexpected happens, then not only Luo Yang will be unlucky. Then none of our group can escape, so this is the best solution now. In other words, just treat them how you treat them now. There is absolutely no need to be special because of this, both for himself and Luo Yang. It's not good news. You just need to be treated as usual, but for all these changes. Luo Yang also has no way of knowing. After all, he has now left the family and gone outside. If he were to receive resources now within the family, he would find this significant change. Therefore, we can also use this as a breakthrough point to speculate on some more news. Of course, Luo Yang is also here. For the sake of safety and security, the people who choose to obtain resources from within the family are those under him anyway. It's within the family. If we look at it according to this situation, then they will definitely not receive special care. In this case, their methods are almost enough, and they are almost ready. Of course, all of this is covered. This is news that we have to wait until Luo Yang returns to his family. We still have to wait. And Luo Yang said that because those people are working within the family to obtain resources, they are already prepared to be made things difficult for them. After all, their enemies this time are the disciples with backgrounds within the family and the privileges they can use. It can be said that there are too many, and that group of people must also be dissatisfied with themselves. At that time, everyone within the family will definitely use their own privileges to target them. But even if they knew they might be targeted, there was nothing they could do. It cannot be said that it is because we are afraid of being targeted, so we do not obtain resources, let alone prepare ourselves. It is not so terrible if the means of saving life are targeted. If it is the case, the corresponding means are not prepared. If you lose your own life, then it is really a loss-making business, so there too. I have made preparations in advance to be made difficult, and I have kept myself at the bottom of the box. I have already brought my treasures with me. Just to exchange for the corresponding resources, they have already, and can imagine, themselves when the time comes. The price to be paid is definitely much higher than usual, so each of them is feeling uneasy. To do this, of course, if you pay more at home, that's fine. If you can at least get what you want within the acceptable range, then you know better. What they worry about is that even if they pay a large price, they will not be able to get what they want. That's the real tragedy. After all, they are not Luo Yang and have no channels outside the family. Now if you want to obtain resources, you also rely on these channels within the family. So, apart from that, they have no other choice if it is really necessary. If you can't get what you want, it's really just a cold hand, but just treat it like they're carrying it. Feeling uneasy, when I came to the place to exchange resources, I made an unexpected discovery. The kind of difficulty they imagined before did not appear. On the contrary, it was the usual price. It's still a question of what the price is, and they still have an illusion, that is, a vague feeling. The people responsible for exchanging resources seemed to be much kinder to them than usual. Their eyes were also sending out signals of goodwill, and they didn't know if they had seen it wrong. After all, when they come to exchange resources on weekdays, these people are not welcome. Because their own resources are limited, they try their best to exchange money here. Choose the one with the highest cost performance and the one that is most suitable for you, so that they will consume less. You must know this, the money earned by the person responsible for the exchange is completely dependent on these disciples. What is consumed in exchange is obtained based on the level. If these disciples do not consume much, then the commission they can get is relatively small, so on weekdays. They treated these disciples without any background with cold eyes. After all, they are the same, and they can't bring any kind of profit, but for those examples with background, they have a different attitude. After all, those disciples with backgrounds spend a lot of money, so what about them? The person responsible for the exchange can also get the corresponding commission, so for his own sponsor. They are all also very passionate, but looking at this situation today, Luo Yang's subordinates found that they did not suffer the usual cold treatment. This left them a little confused, and it seemed that these people were worried about themselves. They were still very friendly, Each of them wiped their eyes vigorously. They wanted to see clearly whether all this was a dream or whether they had seen it wrong, but they looked carefully. After careful observation, I also found that I had not misjudged the disciples responsible for the exchange. He does treat himself very well, and he is completely different from how he usually is. Logically speaking, this kind of attitude would only appear when facing those disciples with a background. But I didn't expect that it would appear on them today, even though they didn't know it was cause. What are the reasons for these changes? But now is not the time to investigate these. What they have to do now is to hurry up and complete their own exchange until they get what they want. Go back quickly and prepare. Since you haven't encountered the imaginary difficulties for your own life-saving means, it proves it. They are almost together, and they can get what they want. This is closely related to their own interests, regardless of the attitude of these people, why there is such a change. Anyway, if it can bring meaning to oneself, that is enough, after this crisis is over. After careful investigation, it is not too late to find out the reasons for these changes. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. They are also pressed for time now, and they must seize the time as much as possible. So it is impossible to waste time here. Besides, it's useless to think about it so much. Anyway, if it can bring convenience to yourself, then that's fine, and for people like myself. I don't have it on me. Say it is something that can make the other party fancy. After all, they are all notoriously poor. I really can't imagine that the other party can covet something on them if they want to say it. For those disciples with background, fortunately, if the other party helps him like this, he may have a purpose. But forget about this group of people. They have background but no background, resources but no resources, they have nothing to say. They don't even have the qualifications to be plotted by others, so this is what makes them puzzled. If there are really people who want to gain some benefits from them, but judging from their situation, it seems like there is nothing worthy of the other party, if they can think of it. That is, the upcoming family competition, but if the other party's purpose is this, that is absolutely what should be done to stop them or resources, because only in this way can they be allowed. In the competition, if the strength shown is greatly reduced, the opponent will have a greater probability of success. Instead of like now, no matter what resources they need, these people will prepare them for them. The efficiency was even higher than usual, which made them confused and couldn't figure out why. Originally, they thought they would encounter a lot of trouble when they came here. But the current situation also surprised them a little, and they were really confused. Logically speaking, if the situation is so good, they should be happy. After all, the trouble they imagined has not been resolved. In this case, whatever they want to obtain next will be relatively simple. After all, when the time comes, no one will make things difficult for them, and it will be relatively simple to obtain whatever resources they want. And according to this situation, if it continues to develop, I'm afraid they will need more resources. Today is the day, and they can be fully prepared, but if something goes wrong, there must be a monster, and they don't believe it. There will be pie falling from the sky, and if the pie falls, it happens to be picked up by them. This has to be a very low probability thing for them to meet, so that's why. It also made them doubtful. After all, it was achieved, which was beyond their expectations, let alone common sense. I don't know what the other party is planning. If that's it, just follow the other party stupidly. If the arranged plan goes forward, who knows what kind of moves the other party will display in the end. And before you can be sure of the other party's purpose, you should try to stay vigilant. After all, this is a competition. It is also impossible to make any mistakes. Although they are not the protagonists, Luo Yang's strength is also displayed here. What he can rely on is his own group of people, that is to say, if the time comes. If my group of people can't help, then Luo Yang won't have any other means. He can only deal with it by himself. In this case, being alone is nothing more than a dream. His strength is not that strong to begin with, and those disciples with backgrounds will definitely unite. Target Luo Yang first. In this case, Luo Yang will not be able to escape the situation of failure. And if Luo Yang fails, their situation will not be much better. After all, they are all grasshoppers on the same line. If Luo Yang is solved, then it will be their turn next, so even if they are, it is not the idea of this game. It is also necessary to be careful not to cause any problems, because once they have problems, then it proves that Luo Yang will also have problems when the time comes, following a series of reactions. Then the series of words that Luo Yang and the others formulated before will all collapse, and what will happen to them then? But it's not much better, so it's necessary to be wary of the other party's assumptions and start with them. This indirectly caused trouble for Luo Yang, and none of these people were fools. And on weekdays, working with Luo Yang and considering things one by one is more comprehensive. They have also thought that Luo Yang must be the protagonist of this change, and this change must be. There is quite a big factor, and part of it is Luo Yang, which means that Luo Yang is in this competition. The role it plays is also very important, if you imagine it boldly. Luo Yang is definitely involved in the exchange of power at the top of the family. One can imagine the important role of reincarnation. It is precisely because of this that the family can undergo such changes. You need to know how old the family is. The rules have always been like this. It is absolutely impossible for disciples like them without any background. I came to participate in such a competition, but today it has changed, since I can break the rules that have been in the family for many years. Then one can imagine how important Luo Yang's position is in this change. It can be said that this is a key chess piece, related to the future direction of changes in the entire game. Since someone wants it, let Luo Yang win. Correspondingly, some people want to make Luo Yang fail. Thinking of this, Luo Yang's subordinates. They have also woken up. It seems that the reason why they did not encounter the trouble they imagined today is presumably those who wanted Luo Yang to win secretly helped them. And the person who made the move must have a high status within the family, you know. If no one helps them, those disciples with background will definitely be able to kill them. To be able to withstand the common pressure of so many disciples with backgrounds, one can imagine the people who help them. How powerful is his background, and how high his status within the family is. But they did not feel happy because of this. On the contrary, they were also worried. The person who helps them has a higher background within the family, which is not a good thing for them. This means that the complexity of this matter is getting higher and higher, and this is no longer a level that they can intervene in. In other words, their fate now, including the future, is no longer in their hands. It doesn't feel so good to have your own destiny controlled by others. Because there are many things that are not touchable at the level they're at now. After all, they were originally just the lowest members of the entire family, and if they suddenly just get involved in the whole family, get past those at the top, and be a little careless in things. In other words, when you are completely unaware, you may be the target of sacrifice. Maybe in the end, even if you die, you don't know how you died, so this will be a bit too frustrating. After all, this is not the level that they can intervene in, if they must forcefully intervene. Then there is nothing that will end well. You can do as much work as you have the ability and bear as much responsibility as you can. If you don't have the ability, but you want to do those things, then in the end, you will be the one who suffers. But in this situation, it is not something they can choose. This is not about them. You can make the decision whether you want to participate or not, and they have already been arranged to participate. They no longer have the right to choose. The only thing they can do is to keep moving forward. Until this game is won, the final victory may be possible and have a good ending. Even if they retreat, they cannot retreat at all, because the choice is no longer in their hands. If they choose to move forward bravely, then at least there will be someone who can help them. Come to escort them and give them the greatest probability of success. Although destiny is not in their hands, having a backer to rely on is also a good choice. And even if they choose to retreat, their fate is still not in their own hands. What's more, if they choose to retreat, then the person behind them will support them. They will definitely choose to give up on them, but those who want to let Luo Yang lose. When the time comes, I will definitely beat up the drowned dog. In this case, I will lose all support. If there is no party that supports them, then they will fall in love with each other. After all, there now. The position we are in is also very sensitive, if there is someone who can be their backer. And the background is also very powerful, so it's better to say something to at least ensure their safety. Those who rely on his hands to do things, like those disciples with backgrounds, will look down upon them. No matter what you brag about, no matter how lavish it is, the most fundamental thing is interest, and only interest can drive everything. The benefits obtained are also very limited, so it cannot be said unless it is a last resort. I am not willing to live this life in an ordinary way, but if I only rely on them and my own strength, then what awaits them is definitely the anger from many parties, which is not something they can bear. When the time comes, they will be able to obtain considerable benefits. It can be said that these people are all ambitious. What can we do to calm down the anger of those people? Picking out anyone at random is not something they can afford to defend. You can't change your destiny, so at this time, you need to find a reliable person. Even if you take them home to work, they will still be like cannon fodder, and you will be able to do so when the time comes. On the one hand, it's because they have no other choice, and on the other hand, it's because they know how to follow Luo Yang. Therefore, none of them are fools, and they understand the relationship, so anyway, whether they are moving forward or retreating. At least until this matter is over, their safety is guaranteed. After all, these people want nothing, they can be said to be completely impoverished. It is most beneficial to them and can also give them the choice to gain benefits. This world is also very realistic. Who will work for you? And the reason why they are working behind Luo Yang. But if they say yes, they have lost all their support and have no one to back them up. As long as there are sufficient benefits, then everything is easy to say, otherwise, if there are no benefits, the right to choose and control of destiny are not in their hands, so they might as well choose one. Chapter 590 Civil Strife. They can't have any accidents, otherwise, they will definitely become a mess within themselves. There is no need to do this at all. Those disciples with background take action, and they themselves will be disintegrated from the inside. For Luo Yang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and one of the few times when he can change his destiny. If you miss this opportunity and want to wait until the next time, I'm afraid it won't be possible. After thinking about it, there is a 14 simple disciple who will definitely take this opportunity to kill a group of threatening people like himself. Eternally remain in the place of trial. Through this change, some disciples with backgrounds will definitely feel wary. I will definitely try my best to get rid of this group of people to solve the future troubles. After all, if this group of people is allowed to continue to grow, then they can. The threat generated is still very huge. It can be said that as long as Luo Yang is given enough time to develop, he will definitely crush those disciples with background, so I'm talking about those disciples with background. For the sake of my own status and safety, I will definitely keep Luo Yang here at any cost. And when the time comes, they will definitely be more ferocious to suppress disciples like them who have no background. In this case, even if the second Luo Yang appears again, it will not change the situation. After all, he has been targeted. Even if he appears again, the second Luo Yang will not give him another chance to develop. Advertisement: he will not be allowed to grow into a threat, so this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Luo Yang and the others. It's also the only time. If you miss this time, you won't miss it next time. Give them such a good opportunity again, so for them, all their fate is at stake. In this competition, if we can achieve good results in this competition, then their destiny will change from now on, and even if they are unable to get the final position, at least it can be changed. The current situation can be solved without rushing. If you develop slowly, you will eventually succeed. Don't imagine that you can eat 10 fat men in one bite. Even if you can get the last position, so what? After all, you still don't have a foundation of your own. It's just a name in vain. Those elders will definitely not obey their orders, even if they obey them on the surface. Secretly, I don't know what little tricks 803 uses to greet them, but he has no backing of his own. In this case, even if you can get the last position, it is just a name. He couldn't use it at all. The corresponding rights, and all his rights, were divided up by the elders below. So when it comes to this matter, there is no need to rush and it must be developed slowly. First of all, it is necessary to control your own strength. Only in this way can you have the right to speak. Because no matter when, strength is the real right to speak, as long as there is enough and the strength is strong enough. Chapter 591 Strength. He just said these words to let others understand in advance, not to mention that he didn't originally think so at the time. Although I understand what you said, he didn't behave like this before. There was some doubt in Lin Hao's expression, mainly because he didn't expect them to be so tossing at first, and it wouldn't be like this if he had known about it in advance. Everyone else also smiled slightly when they saw this scene. Yes, there was not much explanation at that time. What's more, these are the reasons why they're here. If it can be explained directly in just a few sentences, he won't be unable to answer it all at once. Then what are your plans next? You can't just watch this guy move. Their purpose is the same, just to get there, so they're too lazy to talk about that now. Instead of doing this, they might as well focus all their energy together. Look carefully for yourself. If you can't even do this, forget it. There was a little doubt in Lin Hao's expression when he said this. In fact, he never thought that things would become so strange before. He didn't even think about what this situation would be like, but now that he has found his head come up, then he must handle this situation well, and he understood it even at that time. You don't need to explain this to me, because I was not the one who wanted to say this in the first place. Now that everyone has decided to go that way, use your abilities. No one knows what danger will come next, but they all try their best to become more powerful so that they will not be unable to solve the situation when they encounter it later. Maybe it was because this incident had caused them a lot of psychological damage, so Lin Hao still had some doubts as he slowly walked forward. Are you sure there is no problem with this? It was not explained clearly at the time. The confident faces of each of them made Lin Hao not know how to answer, because he really didn't want them to do this. The person next to Lin Hao looked a little embarrassed. They had never thought about this at first. Advertisement, because even if he knows or understands it, it is impossible to completely achieve what he sees. So he could only take it back when he said it, thinking that what he said before was not particularly important, but he tried his best to do it well. Okay, I've said everything that needs to be said. Don't ask me again when you get to that position. 27. Maybe what Lin Hao said this time made everyone feel the pressure, so they didn't say much at the moment, just smiled lightly and then followed them forward. At this point in their journey, they also knew how to fight next. Seeing the guy in front of him, Lin Hao took the lead and formed a formation directly, followed by several other people. They didn't see this situation, and they even felt a little strange, because what they saw just now was obviously not like this. Why are you shocked by this? Didn't I remind you just now, but now you can't get used to it. It seems that you have never thought of helping with these things. Some people were a little embarrassed when they heard Lin Hao scolding because no one thought that it would suddenly turn into this strange situation. Perhaps what Lin Hao said just now stimulated them, so everyone's actions became particularly crisp at this time. Okay, I don't mean to blame you deliberately, I just think that at this time everyone should stand on the same front and think about this matter. After saying this, Lin Hao shook his head directly, turned around and led everyone forward, and they also knew that they had a huge task this time, and they could not say something at this time, even if Lin Hao said they don't like to hear it. Although strength means everything, shouldn't everyone pay attention to their own safety at this moment? But Lin Hao didn't say anything, he just gave them a heads up, so how could they dare to say anything at this time? What's wrong? Do you have anything to say? Seeing that everyone had a grimace just now, did something happen? Or maybe I didn't have time to tell you, so you think this task is very heavy. Hearing these words, they shook their heads and said, that's not the case. It's just that Lin Hao just said that a person's strength will determine what will happen to him in the future. They're just too lazy to explain now. But since Lin Hao has said this, he should not have any complaints, but it is really hard to say what is being discussed now. Advertisement, it's not that we have to talk about it like this, but I think in the situation just now, you should have known it a long time ago. Why do you have to stop me from talking about it now? What Lin Hao meant was that since they knew what they were going to say from the beginning to the end, why did they just stand there and make things difficult for them? It was as if he was making the decision on this matter, but none of them meant to say so in the end there was no need. Now that you have made it clear, forget about what happens next. I am not that kind of person. Lin Hao didn't want to argue with them anymore about the reasons for being strong or weak, because they didn't want to admit it at all, and they felt that what he said didn't make sense. Then he wouldn't insist on it all the time, but now there is no need to say any of this, so he simply stopped saying it in the end. When several people saw Lin Hao's expression, they knew that Lin Hao was angry, but they couldn't explain it randomly, so they had to nod. Well, now that you have thought it through, forget it. Perhaps the previous words made him feel strange, so now he didn't even dare to show off his actions, but he was afraid that he would be ridiculed if he didn't pay attention later. Lin Hao couldn't help laughing when he saw the expressions of these people. Thanks to Zhao, they continued to move forward. The situation just now was nothing, if they encountered any danger or difficulty. He must have come out to help immediately, and what he just said was just to give them an idea. He didn't mean to explain these things, but the previous questions made him feel different. Okay, since you have said so, then explaining this sentence at this time is definitely not my own discussion. What Lin Hao means is that no matter what problem they have to figure out for themselves, they should provide a solution even after it arrives, instead of just throwing the blame at this time. Does he think everything will be fine if he puts all the tasks on others? In fact, no, everyone is thinking about the pros and cons. As long as you can see clearly, I think it's okay. Someone came over to admit his mistake to Lin Hao, and Lin Hao shook his head slightly. Chapter 592 Fallen Leaves return to their roots, complete. As for what they said before, he didn't bother to care about it, because it was not a problem he should worry about now. Now that they have fully stood on his side and made this clear, he doesn't bother to care about it. Anyway, what was discussed before was not important, and what is being discussed this time is irrelevant. Since they have made it clear from beginning to end, there is no need to worry about it now, but Lin Hao has never thought of what is happening in front of him. Several of them knew that Lin Hao did this to let them know that some things were not simple at all. But it can't be like this. You guys go over there first. I'll be there to help you if anything happens later, because the plot being discussed now is really different from what I saw before, so don't blame me for the weather at this time. They all understood when Lin Hao said this, but just now they couldn't figure out why he suddenly made up his mind. Why do people feel a strange gap in the topics discussed at that time? Well, since you think so, I have nothing to say. I believe you can come over and explain this matter clearly, but it will be different after that. Perhaps it was this incident that made him feel an unprecedented sense of security. So a few people 923 just walked forward without thinking. If Lin Hao hadn't come at this time, then they wouldn't think there was anything wrong if they thought about other things. But after being there for a long time, Lin Hao didn't discuss the problem with them anymore. Instead, he stayed here for a while and saw the expressions on their faces. Lin Hao knew that this situation was definitely not simple. What's wrong with you guys? I didn't look like this just now, but why did I suddenly become serious in the blink of an eye? Could it be that something is really going on? He felt that what he said was serious enough, and it wouldn't matter even if he did it before. Moreover, the method mentioned by several of them just now has little to do with me. Just look at how to contact them just now, but now they're getting more and more outrageous. It seems like this situation has some huge connection with that. He didn't want to talk anymore, and even at that moment it was just because of other people's matters. Advertisement Lin Hao felt a little uncomfortable when he saw a few of them standing here without saying a word because of a small problem, because he knew that even if he explained it to them now, it was impossible, betchy, to completely follow the previous wishes, so it was over at this time, and it was just because of that little thing, so he didn't bother to care about it. You mean you've thought it through a long time ago, so what should you say about this matter now? What's more, you weren't the one who said this at the time. So he still doesn't bother to explain. Lin Hao didn't expect that he had already figured out this situation, so he simply didn't say anything about it afterwards. Maybe it was because the previous incident made him feel extremely embarrassed. So during this period he just said a few words casually, and there was no way to discuss it even at that time. Looking at the tangled looks of several people, Lin Hao didn't know what to say for a moment, because he thought he was right. Even if the answers given during this time period are unlikely to be the same, several people have always insisted that they admire Lin Hao too much because of his relatively strong ability. You don't have to be like this. Even if I am too weak or something else, I can still understand your mood, so at this time everyone can just have a normal attitude and don't worry about other things. Some people were moved by Lin Hao's words, because team members had some doubts before, but now they heard Lin Hao say these words. But they felt that all the things they had done before were in vain, and what Lin Hao said really moved them. Perhaps the previous incident made Lin Hao feel the same way, so seeing their expressions at this time, he felt that he had to help this time. He didn't discuss what he said just now, he could accept what the person told him before, and even help them solve a small problem. Isn't it just such a small thing? I think it's very simple. You don't need to think about the problems just now, but you must grasp them at this time. Stay time. Lin Hao did not miss any opportunity to train them, because only in this way can he prepare the previous ones. Anyway, he will not suffer any loss, or even have other problems. But by this time he found that it was impossible. Even if it were the same, wouldn't it be because of them that Lin Hao helped him this time? Advertisement, and it wasn't even what I thought at the time. What you said seems to be the same as what I thought about the previous situations. Yes, I am too lazy to say it. Anyway, the reason why I explain these sentences now is not because of that time. They actually knew the man's good intentions, but it wasn't worth it to let them talk about it casually at this time. Lin Hao also understood that they did this just to deliberately make themselves angry, and he was not such a person himself. Even if you really do it, you may not be able to have a perfect answer like them. Then what do you want to do? Isn't what you said just now clear enough? And this time your strength has reached an unprecedented peak. Now it is necessary for me to explain those messy things. Several of them nodded quickly and said that this was not what they meant originally, and that these situations were different from what they saw at the time. Who would think about this? And the problem of explanation does not start from this time, so in the end it is better to forget it. Then you're explaining this for other reasons. I don't think so. It seems like you really have something to tell me. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, the person over there shook his head and said that was the prompt just now. But now he's fully developed, because even if you fully agree to him or there are special reasons, you can't fully agree at this time. So I just didn't say anything. It was hard for them to say anything when they saw this. Well, in that case, as you said, we all have no reason not to agree. Lin Hao directly handed over all the methods he knew. Several people were somewhat surprised to see this situation. Even before the political leader could react, he had already completely accepted it, because at the time he thought it was an illusion. Oh my god, I didn't expect him to be so powerful. I feel like I've learned a lot of knowledge that I didn't have before. As soon as these words came out, several people next to him had the same feeling, because no one expected Lin Hao to be so powerful. That's the end.